what's going on in Nevada, where you've got a governor who's locked the state down and people revolting against that. And I think the Democrats are going to see a lot of pushback to their lockdown policies trickle down, not just at the presidential level, and they may not be able to take it out on Governor Steve Sisolak right now, but they're going to vote out Democrats down ballot potentially because of that.
Yes, and which I think brings us to Michigan. Chris, can you stick around for one more segment? Do you mind if we take a quick break and we can get a quick little update on some numbers, and then we'll come back?
Absolutely.
Because I want to jump a little bit ahead later in the night and talk about the Midwest states. Okay. Pennsylvania, but I think Michigan, Wisconsin, and even Minnesota, perhaps. We can do a quick run through of all that. All right, Chris Wilson, Ted Cruz's former data guy. Wilson WPA. Follow him on Twitter all night long to get the latest updates with Chris Wilson. All right, we're here on the first. We'll be right back with more of Chris. Spread the word.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on the First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from the First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night. 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Bill O'Reilly is back on TV and only on The First. Watch Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News every weeknight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you need real facts without the spin. Tune out the 24-hour news cycle and watch Bill O'Reilly on The First TV. It's a new kind of network with fresh ideas and bold opinions. Start watching the No Spin News and so much more at thefirsttv.com. No cost, no spin, no agenda. Don't miss Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News. Visit thefirsttv.com right now. Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire.
And has us scratching our heads. Who would have thought? Let's bring in Hallie Jackson at the White House for more on that. Hallie?
That's one thing you might have been able to bet on before this night, Lester, if you will. I can tell you that based on some conversations with sources and our team's conversations inside the Trump orbit, there are advisors who are feeling good so far, although we note it's still early, about what Chuck was talking about with the rest of the team just before the break. Those numbers specifically in Miami-Dade County. And there are those inside the president's orbit who are really crediting the work being done with specifically Latino voters. This is an area that the president has been talking about publicly for weeks now. It's a place at his campaign. In almost every discussion that I've had with campaign advisors, we'll talk about how they are trying to boost turnout specifically among Latino and Latina voters because of Florida here, for example. There's this ad that has come out now in the past couple of weeks that the president and his team continue to refer to. They think it's resonating inside the Latino community. And then there's what Andrea was referencing too, the idea that the attacks on Joe Biden as potentially a socialist in the eyes of the Trump campaign as they're going after the former vice president has been effective. This is a message that for all of the perhaps lack of message discipline that President Trump himself may have had over the last 10 months or so, the campaign itself has been very focused on that particular attack line. We saw it at the convention here at the White House not 2 months ago, and we've seen it on the campaign trail consistently at the president's rallies. Lester?
All right, Hallie Jackson, thanks.
All right, let's go to Chuck. You're still looking at Florida. Volusia County, that's a big one.
Well, I did the West Coast, so I thought I'd do some of the Atlantic coast here. Volusia is Daytona. And look, Volusia used to be Volusia, if you remembered Florida back in 2000, Volusia was a blue county at one time. It's been a swing county shifting red. And again, another evidence, Joe Biden, 2 points better than Clinton again. And you just keep going down on these Gold Coast counties. And again, I emphasize this Biden number is improving. What it tells me when the Trump number doesn't move, it's the third party vote. And remember, we've talked about that. One of the bigger differences between 16 and 20 is no Gary Johnson. You know, you look here, Gary Johnson got 3% in this county and in Brevard. Where's that 3% all going? It looks like it's almost all going to Biden. Just think about that tonight when you think about the other states. If we're seeing a similar pattern here of third-party vote suddenly basically lumping into what the old Clinton number was, and that's your new Biden number, and as you see here, sorry, no, the 3, I saw you squinting.
No, I'm squinting at the Trump in 2016, though. It says 181,000 votes, but he's got 195, so his number got better, too.
His number got better, but again, Biden's number is getting better faster.
All right. Okay. Chuck, thanks. We're going to take a break, be back with more election night coverage in just a moment.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
But what was really...
Hold the vote. They don't just hand out the awards based on polling.
Yeah. Let me ask you about Arizona real quick, because Arizona is such a weird, quirky state. What do you think? Right, because Trump would love that one. I mean, I just kind of rattled that off as if like, oh, well, of course he's going to win Arizona. That could be tough. And then you got Martha McSally there, which is in a tough race too.
She is, but it's another situation where early votes started. Absentee ballot, Democrats ran up a big lead, and then Republicans were able to catch up in early voting to where there's only a 0.8% difference between Republican and Democrat turnout on election day. So then if you look at outstanding votes, there are 119,000 voters on election day in 2016 that have not voted yet. And of those, Republicans have a 29-point advantage among them. So it is, that's a good place. I'd rather be a Republican right now in Arizona than a Democrat, looking at those numbers.
What do you know about Mark Kelly? Not to get too in the weeds here, but what do you know about Mark Kelly maybe like transcending the party because he's like a beloved astronaut? Is that not a thing? Do people kind of stick party line when it comes to voting?
You know, I will say McSally's been in two difficult situations where she has run against transformational Democrats, in that Kirsten Sinema in 2018 and then Mark Kelly today are both not your typical liberal Democrat that are easy to run against. Now, I think she's probably done a better job from a campaign standpoint painting Kelly into that Democrat corner. He's taken more stands. He's done a few more things that fit into the party line than Sinema did. She was a uniquely talented politician, remains one today. And so because of that, I think her chances in 2020 were better than they were in 2018.
30 seconds. Chris, I can't be with you all night. I wish I was in your living room and I could just like pick your brain all night long as the results are coming in. But what's the number one thing you're going to be looking for, like data-wise, as the results are coming in that you would like us to look at too?
Well, the key thing is going to be to ignore the first results that come back. I mean, we saw this a little bit in Kentucky where the initial results actually had McConnell down, and I think that race has already been called, or if not, it probably will be soon. So it's those. I wish that the media would state, hey, this is a state that only has absentee ballots. This is a state that hasn't counted their early voting yet. This is a state that is going to count absentee ballots for another week coming off. All these things are factoring into it. So I think it's key to look at when the vote was distributed. Is it something that counted from earlier today? Is it something that came in a week or so ago? Because the vote from today, everywhere I'm seeing, is not overwhelming. It is 60% above Republican. And if that maintains itself, the Republicans are in very good shape for tonight. If that's an anomaly to Florida, then it could be a long night.
All right. Chris Wilson, you're the man. Super grateful you're here. We'll be following you on Twitter all night, that's for sure. Chris Wilson, WPA. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for giving us so much time. And I want to, hopefully we can talk Chris after as well and do a good postmortem on it all. Okay, that's it for me hosting right now. We're going to pass it over to Jesse here in just a few minutes. But one thing, if I just may, let me say this first. God is in control. It's all good. No need to stress. My wife in particular is a very anxious person, right? All day, her stomach's been bothering her, like, what's going to happen, man? The good news is, I think we'll know tonight. But either way, we'll know soon. I think it's going to go well for Republicans. I think it's going to go well for our country. Either way, and this is one thing I've loved about Jesse Kelly, is he is a happy warrior. He loves it. He loves this moment. He loves this time. Win or lose, he loves this. He loves the fight of it all. And that's a good thing. I got Abigail Adams' quote here, one of the best. She says, "These are the times in which a genius would wish to live. It's not in the still calm of life or in the Pacific station, like the repose, the rest of a Pacific station, that great characters are formed. Great necessities call out great virtues." This is a odd time, but also a great time to be alive. So let's be on the edge of our seats. Let's be excited. If Biden wins, Republicans are going to go to work tomorrow and live our life and hug our kids, and it's going to be just fine at the end of the day. If Trump wins, hunker down for a little bit, because there's going to be quite a negative reaction from the left. We'll put it like that. In 2016, when Trump won, there was a lot of shock. 2020, when Trump wins, in like a few hours here, I think, there's going to be a lot of rage, a real lot of anger. We have to deal with that. But the dust will settle. And then we won this victory. It's one of many that we have to win, because we need a great awakening in our country. The president can only do so much. We have to do the rest. I'm excited for tonight. I'm excited for that moving forward. Jesse Kelly's going to be here. We got everyone. We got the whole gang. Buck, Bill O'Reilly. I'll be in and out the whole rest of the night. You can follow me on Twitter, of course, Slater Radio, and the whole gang right here on the 1st. It's an honor to be here. It's a pleasure. And it's going to be a great night. I'm super glad you're here. More coming up. Spread the word.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on the First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on the First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from the First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com. Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on the First.
Hello and welcome to the special coverage of election 2020 right here on The First. I know you have, well, about 8 million options for how to watch your election coverage, so I'm glad you chose to spend it with us. Now, I don't have to exactly tell you we're probably going to do things a little differently than everyone else is. And look, maybe these things are your thing, but if you're looking for a 25-person panel where you're going to have someone breaking down how Pennsylvania voted just after the Civil War in this particular county, I swear on my life, I'm not going to do that for you tonight. Buck's not going to do that. We got Dana Lash on. We got all these guests. We're going to talk about only the things we view are important, and we're actually going to try to have a little fun and maybe keep it a little interesting. I understand what you're almost undoubtedly doing right now. You're sitting down and you want results and you just want to know. You just want to know what's happening. Who's going to win? Is it Biden? Is it Trump? Should I pack up all my stuff and move to Zimbabwe? Believe me, we're going to focus on only the high points. 3 main things you're going to get out of us all night. All right? 3 things. 1, the Electoral College. Don't listen to any of this popular vote stuff. Oh, this should be a democracy. The Electoral College was put in by the founders on purpose, specifically so this would never be a democracy. You're not supposed to live in a democracy. Benjamin Franklin famously said a democracy is 2 wolves and a sheep voting on what to have for dinner. They didn't want that. The popular vote, they would have laughed in your face if you told the founders about that. So 1, Electoral College. 270. That's the only number that matters. We'll be tracking that number all night. Biden or Trump, whoever gets the 270 is the next president of the United States of America. Next, swing states. And I need to clarify. I love the United States of America. I love like 45, 46 states. I mean, everywhere besides, New Jersey. But the truth of the matter is this. Not every state matters tonight. I live, work, and worship here in the great state of Texas. In my opinion, the greatest state in America. We'll tell you when the results are in. Texas doesn't matter tonight. And I understand you have probably shared a couple electoral maps with your mom off of Facebook saying, I think California's going to go Trump. California's not going for Donald Trump either. This country's different now. All right, we're going to focus on the swing states tonight, period. Swing states tonight, the states that actually will decide the election. That's no disrespect to the other states, but even my state doesn't matter tonight. Tonight is about Florida. Tonight's about North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, maybe Arizona. Outside of that, the night's not really about much. We know which way New York's going to go. We know which way South Carolina's going to go. In fact, I think as of right now, they just called South Carolina. I'm not making that up for Donald Trump. So we know these things. You're only getting the parts that matter tonight, swing states. And lastly, and you may love this, you may not, but it matters a lot. See, this is election night. And everybody and their brother knows this is about the presidency of the United States of America, right? It's Trump, Biden, Trump, Biden, Trump, Biden. You know who's been confirming all those judges for the last 4 years? It hasn't been Donald Trump. It's been the United States Senate in control by Republicans. And there are some critical and close Senate races happening tonight all over the country. Colorado, Arizona. There are several Senate races tonight. Republicans have got to hold the line. We lose 3 or 4 of those seats. I hope you enjoyed the last 4 years of judges, because even if Donald Trump goes back to being president of the United States of America, you ain't getting 4 more of them. It matters a lot. So again, 3 things you're going to get all night from us tonight. You're going to get Electoral College numbers. You're going to get swing states, the ones that actually matter, and you're going to get these Senate seats. These Senate seats are huge, absolutely huge. Amy Coney Barrett is not currently residing in the Supreme Court without us in control of the United States Senate, and that's just a fact. Now, where do we stand right now before we go to Dana Lash here in a second? Here's where we stand. Looks like Virginia's going to go to Joe Biden. I don't know that for a fact, but here's what you're seeing. Let me clarify one of the things you're seeing out there a lot. what you're seeing is you'll see percentages and they don't make sense. Like you'll see, Florida is a great example right now. People are almost calling. In fact, I saw one person already call Florida for Trump. I'm not one of these experts. I'm not going to do that. But it looks like Florida is going to go for Trump. I'll explain why that's big here in a minute. But people are confused because they're looking and Joe Biden's up. Wait, Joe Biden has more votes right now. How could Florida go for Trump? Remember, this is all done by county. This is all done by county, and they know which counties have reported and which counties have not yet reported. What you're looking at right now are close numbers in Florida. Maybe Biden's, I don't have it up to the second. It changes every second. Maybe Biden's ahead, and you're wondering why. How can Trump win Florida? It's because that panhandle of Florida, that part way in the western part, that little skinny part, that part's all Republican. They haven't reported yet. But to talk about that and many other things, the great Dana Lash joins me now. Dana, I am so glad you were here because it looks like, in fact, you know what? Just pour cold water all over me right now, Dana. I'm excited. I feel like we're winning. Are we not winning?
I got some cool water right here. I got my big giant Texas, I don't say the Eddie word. We don't say that word in my house, but I have my big giant, you have to have this in Texas. It's full of ice water, and I have my straw. Every good Texas woman has one of these things. I am one of those people, Jesse, and it's going to be with you and everybody else. I'm one of those people that doesn't get excited until the ink is dry. Until the ink is dry and the check clears, although there's no check in this particular case. But I'm one of those people. I am a cynic. I'm a natural-born cynic. And so I'm immediately suspicious of everything and everybody. But then, when there's a reason to celebrate, Jesse, I have my speakers ready to go in my backyard with some AC/DC Thunderstruck, and I'm going to run up and down my street. I'm not even joking.
That's the Dana Lash everybody knows and loves. I do have to push back on you on one thing though, the cup. Look, I appreciate you have an icy beverage in there. Those cups are so terribly overrated for hot coffee. It's still 9,000 degrees 3 hours after you pour it in there. For icy beverages, it's fine.
Why do you got your coffee in there for
garbage.
3 hours? What decent American, Jesse, has their coffee in their cup for 3 hours? You know what? You drink it black
because it's
like
too
your
hot to
soul,
drink,
and you gulp it down. Gulp it down like a man. That's how you got to do it.
All right, Dana. Now, Donald Trump is going to win Florida. Right now, even the New York Times is calling it like 94% for Florida.
Yes.
And I know everybody knows this who watches this show. Since 1964, the president has been the guy who won Florida, except for one time, only one time. You win Florida, you win. How did we screw this up from here, or how does this go bad from here? Donald Trump has Florida. Biden has the uphill battle. What are we worried about?
I mean, we're still looking, Jesse, too, at that Rust Belt. We're still, because remember, let's go back really quickly to 2016. And remember all the states that Trump took. He had Michigan, he had Wisconsin, he had Pennsylvania. These were states he pierced that blue wall that had protected Democrats' electoral chances for so long. And I told people this for 4 years. I said, look, the reason that Trump won the election and that he was able to carry those states, it's not because he has all these newly minted Republican voters. It's because he was able to convince Democrats that he has the best plan going forward for the economy, for jobs, for national security, for trade, for immigration, and they flocked to him. I remember looking at all of the data as it was coming out in 2016, and these were people, they listed the top 3 reasons why they wanted Trump was immigration, it was jobs, and it was trade. Immigration, it was up there in the top 3 every single time. He was able to talk to people and articulate clearly and in soundbite form, ultimately, what his plans were. He's able to do the elevator pitch, and sometimes that's all the time people have for you because everybody's busy, their attention spans are short, and he did it successfully in every single state. He's very good at retail politics, and so the way it can go sideways is if, and this is going to be the measure of the big tent. This is where the true test comes in, Jesse, because Republicans now have that big tent that we have talked about for so long. We have that big tent that we've always said we wanted to get, but we've always had these cowardly politicians that were unable to find that compromise on common ground with, maybe more classical liberals or libertarians. Everyone focused together, came together on common ground, came together on a free economy, open businesses, individual liberties, Second Amendment. And so Trump has to keep it these 4 years. He can still lose it. Again, I'm a cynic, but this year's making me an optimist. He can still lose it depending on how Pennsylvania turns out. And we're looking at that blue wall and we're looking at the Rust Belt. But winning Florida is huge. And by the last projection that I saw it was over 53% Hispanic vote. The Republicans Trump captured over 53% of the Hispanic vote so far that's been tabulated in Florida, which is, do you remember Republicans ever getting that huge that huge of a support from the Hispanic community? I don't even know if Democrats even were able to get that. This is building that big tent. So that to me indicates that Trump has been able to expand and maintain that big tent going forward. So I'm becoming more optimistic as the night goes on, but Pennsylvania is going to be a true test. And everybody needs to look at Pennsylvania and see where the president comes down on that. Now, he took Pennsylvania in last election. It was very narrow. And that's a state that ultimately, I think there's still maybe a couple, the chances get reduced if he's not able to carry Pennsylvania. But having Florida and having Pennsylvania, I think after then I might pour myself a tipple and call it a night almost.
Dana, now I understand that I'm talking to the right person when I ask this question because you have more weapons than Fort Bragg. But is this an election about the Second Amendment at all? I understand gun sales have been way up, and I think those Antifa, Black Lives Matter scumbag protests probably ramped that up quite a bit. But I don't know about you. Down in my part of Texas, I haven't seen a single ad from congressional Republicans, Senate Republicans, or Democrats, or the president about guns. I've not seen guns mentioned one time. Is that issue dead right now?
I think that the fight, at least for maybe the next 5 years, has been ultimately put to bed, but that doesn't mean that people should be apathetic about it at all. It really did start out that way, didn't it? I mean, I think the election cycle, which really began last year, it really did focus a lot on firearms and the Second Amendment. And Joe Biden saying that Beto O'Rourke would be his gun czar, a guy who said, hell yes, I'm going to take your AR-15s. And we're all like, with what, magic? That didn't really help endear himself to a lot of voters, but especially here you have a month later, he was talking about defunding the police by way of taking money from the police that we give and as a result of our property tax, giving money to police and taking it from them and giving it somewhere else, which is still defunding the police. When you talk about that as your neighborhood security and keeping businesses safe and people see rioting on their televisions, yeah, the whole I'm going to go and take your AR-15s and we're going to crack down on quote unquote assault weapons, that doesn't really go over so well with voters when they're seeing the unrest in the street. And to that point, Jesse, you've had so far over half of this year, and I was looking at some of the numbers that were coming out on this, in 2020, we've already set a record in terms of the background checks. And you can have multiple firearm purchases per background check, but we've already beat the record, and we're only halfway through. We were only halfway through the year when we hit that number. And out of that, the percentage of individuals that are being estimated as new gun owners, it's about 5 million brand new gun owners that have been purchasing firearms and watching all of this unrest and everything else unfold on television. And also, gun owners are gun voters. They vote. People who go and purchase firearms go and vote. People who go and get their concealed carry licenses, they go and vote. And when you have a guy who's simultaneously telling everyone that we're going to defund the police and also say that he's going to ban the most commonly owned semi-automatic rifle, yeah, that really hurts him. It really hurts him in states where they're desperately looking to gain ground, states like Texas and states like Missouri and elsewhere.
All right. Well, by the way, I should note that we just got word Florida is officially called for Trump. So there you go. Everything Dana and I were just talking about came to fruition. Dana, not to nerd out on the details, but I did see Joe Biden put out a tweet today on the gun thing about gun manufacturers, I'm coming for you. And beyond the ominous threat portion of that, what does that mean? What can the president...
Ladies and gentlemen, holy cow. Is it absolutely possible that we've made it this far? Is it absolutely possible that it is election day? Holy cow, I am sweating. I heard that they just called Florida for Trump, though, which is big. Let's get back to it. Not going to talk your ears off. We do have a live stream challenge going on, or Lifestraw challenge. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's get back to what's important.
works. You can sue a manufacturer if a firearm is faulty and there's a defect and it is inoperable or it operates in a manner that causes injury to someone apart from how it was advertised and intended to be used. But other than that,
I just heard that Florida called for Trump.
Businesses because their
That's
products
big.
are used.
You can see there's a lot of other places that are not calling it for
then
Trump.
You're opening a Pandora's box to go after
But that could
every
be a
single
sign of
business
things to
owner in
come.
the United States. I mean, we could talk about stabbings. We could talk about vehicular manslaughter. We could have a discussion about strangulation. I mean, that's ultimately when you get on that slippery slope, it ceases to become a slippery slope and it turns into reality.
Yeah. Dana Lash, you are awesome. Hopefully you're tipping back that whiskey here shortly. Thank you, Dana.
Good to see you.
You guys
Jesse.
ready to
Thank
see
you.
another Young Turks meltdown? I know
All
I
right,
am.
we're going to be right back for an all-nighter of
Let's
election
listen to their
coverage right
delusions
here
for a
on the
minute.
First.
On earlier polling that you have, but let's let a couple of votes come in and see how it goes. And I think that's probably a fair request. So we reported that call earlier, but I think it's very fair for Paula Jean to say, hold your horses. Let's see how it turns out. Ava, yes, Anna.
Oh, I can add CNN.
Senate, in Georgia, looks
see if
like
I can
Purdue
find
is
it.
up so far.
But I've got the young turds up there.
He's up 13%.
We'll see. Let me see if I can find you some CNN.
And Purdue is a Republican. Of course.
Yeah. So Purdue's the guy who got shellacked by Ossoff in that last debate and then ran and decided not to do the final debate because he was too scared. And he had that great look on his face, like as Ossoff was listing his crimes and his incompetence, etc. But that doesn't mean that Ossoff's going to win. He was still an underdog going in. On the other hand, Democrats might pick up the other seat in Georgia. That's a much more complicated race. I'll kick it over to David on that in a second.
Junk Yogurt is sweating. He is sweating pretty good.
And we'll have some of them down below in the ticker as well. Ava's just joined through tyt.com/join. She says, just became a member, which I should have done long ago. I'm with you guys all night over in Colorado. My stress is through the roof, but watching is keeping me sane presently. Keep up the great work.
Also, real quick,
yes.
Level 3 Hype Train on Twitch.
Oh. So I still don't know what a hype train is and what the levels are, but it's
They're talking about a hype train.
Fun.
The hell is a hype train?
Level 3 hype train. Can I see level 4?
Hey, that one girl. Welcome to the chat. Thank you so much.
Level 4. All right. One more comment before we go back to the results. Joe Bridges says, been around since 2007.
Trying to find a CNN live stream that I can add here to stream all.
Proud to be here with you guys at the end of all things. Well, Joe, I hope it's not the end of all things.
Right.
But we are. If Trump wins, yeah, you might be unfortunately correct. So we'll see how that goes. One more shout out to a sponsor as we go. Aspiration.com/TYT. Aspiration has been so great. They also plant trees. They also round up. They plant 10 trees when you sign up.
Hey, Daywaste is here for the hype
train.
train.
Put your money into any fossil fuels.
I don't have Discord voice. I don't know how to do that yet. That one girl. I need to figure that out. That's something we can definitely talk about in the future here.
TYT. Unfortunately, we have to take another break here, but when we come back, I want to explain to you the second Georgia Senate election because it's important, and obviously we'll have more updates, including some good news that is supposed to be on the way, and I believe will arrive soon. So we'll be right back.
CNN is still reporting that Florida is tight in the battle for 270.
This election is the most amazing of my lifetime. That's why I can't wait to talk to you guys about it. Not just on air, but because of Aspiration, I'm going to have a private conversation with 4 of you if you have an Aspiration account after the...
All night long. I understand. That's not very sexy, is it? I don't want to talk about the Senate. You don't want to talk about the Senate. Talk to me about the big man. But honestly, the Senate might even be more important than the presidency of the United States of America. Having control of the Senate.
I'll show you guys a couple things. I went around collecting
talked about in the beginning.
All kinds of different types of water.
The insane things
for
that have come
the
out of Nancy Pelosi's
Lifestraw
House
challenge.
of Representatives this year.
We are going to break that out later.
Trump before it was stopped. It was stopped in the Senate.
We'll get into that in just a little bit. We'll wait for a few people to get in here. But I did go around getting all kinds of different water. Anywhere from went down to the river,
and I can't memorize all
got some water, That one didn't look too bad.
And Tommy Tuberville, that is out of Alabama. You remember Doug Jones
You know,
is a Democrat.
Anywhere from mud puddles, pond water, storm drain, and we even...
I'm not going to go over why he was elected in Alabama. It was a big
we got some good old toilet water as well.
This is a race the Republicans feel
and
like
all the
they
way
should
up
have.
to
However,
urine as well.
Polling's all over the place. Now,
Grody.
Well, is it polling all over the place?
So
now?
yes, we do have that here in a little bit, and we're going to put that
trust.
Lifestraw to the test.
Obviously, we would like Tommy Tuberville over Doug Jones, and we would like to hold a southern firewall out there. We don't need Democrat senators from the South. We have enough whack job senators from elsewhere, but keep your eyes on
really,
that.
Dustin?
And another reason
Did
to keep
not
your
know
eyes
that.
on that. And there will be more of these. It's in the
So in
East,
Philly,
meaning you're going to know
they kicked out the
earlier.
poll
I know
watchers
I
and
didn't
stuff.
really
Yeah,
go
there's
over
going to be
this earlier,
lawsuits
but
over there in
here's
those
the
swing
truth of the
states. You can
matter.
guarantee
I
it.
don't know if you've heard, but here in America, only in America, we have time zones. No, I'm not kidding. I'm kidding. There are time zones everywhere. We have time zones here. And obviously the polls close in general in the East first, so we get these results from East to West. Now, that's actually good when it comes to the presidency and the presidential vote because the eastern states
we'll be
are the
doing
ones
that
really
shortly.
that matter the most. We don't have a ton of swing states in the West. We have Nevada. We have Arizona. I'll get to
Apparently,
Arizona
the
right
Lifestraw will filter out 99.999% or removes up to 99.9999% of waterborne bacteria, Giardia, and a bunch of other things I can't say, and 99.9% of waterborne protozoan cysts, reduces the turbidity by filtering particles to a 0.02 micron and contains no chemicals. So, yeah, the Lifestraw, not sponsored. We're just putting it to the test. Wish I would have had one when I was hunting and got stuck out in the woods the other day.
Lost
But
the last
yeah,
election.
no.
We're not going to go into that, but they
We're
put
gonna make it
Martha
happen.
McSally right back in there again. And now Martha McSally is going up against, again, an astronaut.
Don't you live over there in that area,
That may
Ando?
not blow you away. You may think to yourself, well, I don't care. Tell me about his stance on the issues. Astronaut is one of those things. People hear the word astronaut, and there's automatically a certain level of respect and patriotism assigned to that word because of the great history of it. What I'm trying to say is I'm trying to prepare you for the possibility of a very, very, very disappointing Senate seat lost in Arizona. And as I talked to you about earlier, 3 or 4 seats. Democrats take 3 or 4 seats, and we've lost the Senate. If we lose any one of these, the others now become critically important. Now, here's something else you need to know about Arizona, and you'll need to know this because I have personal experience with it, and I know how Arizona works. All right, you ready for some? I'll nerd out with you for just a second. You know what early voting is. Obviously, people they get their ballot in the mail, they fill out their ballot, and you mail it in. It's not complicated. Early voting is, and then you have election day voting. In Arizona, I don't know why this is. I never looked into it. Maybe it's because people don't really stay there at certain times of the year. I don't know. In Arizona, early voting is gigantic. And I mean, bigger than anywhere else I know of. I'm not going to say it's the biggest in the country because I'd be lying. I don't know the intricacies of all 50 states. But in Arizona,
So
it's
CNN
huge.
makes it
There
pretty
are
difficult
places in Arizona
to-
where 2/3 of the people who vote voted early.
to put up here.
Early voting in Arizona, in general, helps Democrats. I ran against Gabrielle Giffords. I'm the one who lost to her right before that horrible shooting. I crushed Gabrielle Giffords on Election Day. She beat me on early
I'm really
votes and
surprised
won
that they
by
don't
4,000
actually
votes.
have
You can win entire
a live
elections
stream
there
for election
if you-
night
In general, I wouldn't bring up
anywhere.
nerd stuff
So
like that.
I
except
am able
for
to
this.
watch it, but
All this
I doubt
Trump
that I can get
momentum
the
we've
link.
seen, especially over the past
We can
week
try it,
or two.
but I doubt that's going to
It's
work. I
only
can
been
try
recent,
to debug
right?
it, but we'll find out.
Remember, I just said past week or two, these people, these early voters, they were voting a lot earlier than that. So in a state that is kind of purple, I mean, I think we could officially call Arizona purple now because they have so many California transplants moving there. A state that's kind of purple, we might have a lot of early voting numbers that look really bad. And unlike other places where you'll get this just windfall of early votes right off the bat, and you'll think, wow, okay, but Obviously, we're going to get all those points back on Election Day. Not always the case in Arizona. And in many places in Arizona, the early votes, they count them pretty much right away. Right away, you know, oh, wow. Yeah, that's a situation there. Colorado. Colorado has Republican Cory Gardner against this idiot Hickenlooper. Hickenlooper, if you were paying attention at all in the Democrat primary, he's just an absolute nutball.
He looked just really quick. Florida still close.
I don't have another way to put
President
this.
holding that lead
I love
there.
Colorado.
Georgia
I
still
grew
close.
up mostly in Bozeman, Montana. I love the Rocky Mountains. I was just in Colorado last month.
Not as much to go
but
in Florida.
There are a bunch of crazy
the
people
president,
now.
you're looking at
There are some
189,000 in Florida,
individual congressional districts there. There are pieces of Colorado that are still wonderful, but the Denver area, places like that, these people are insane. There's a reason there's like a big legitimate movement to separate Colorado into multiple
Yeah,
different
it's not
states.
looking very promising with the
living there.
CNN. We'll keep an eye on it and see if we can find
a
different
feed. John
feed.
Hickenlooper could easily win that race. Easily. Georgia. Raphael Warnock versus Kelly Loeffler. I believe her name's Loeffler. Maybe Leffler. I don't know. I went to community college. Georgia's interesting. Now, normally you and I would think, Georgia, it's the South. Georgia has gotten closer and closer and closer over time, meaning it's Atlanta's fault. In general, when something bad is happening in Georgia, you can blame Atlanta. And I'm only half kidding about that. Atlanta has become...
Proud of my boy. Which one?
Has one. In Texas, we have Austin here, where it's just this sea of red in Texas, and then Austin is further left than the communist Chinese. That's just the way it is. In Georgia, it's the same thing. The out-of-town, big city liberals moved to Atlanta because Atlanta's basically Los Angeles now.
Okay,
it's
might have something
New
here.
York City now, only without the gigantic
Might be able to
rats.
get some
That's
CNN
Atlanta.
up.
So, Georgia, that Georgia Senate race,
We'll
do
try
not
it.
put that in the bank for Republicans. And again, I don't want to belabor this point. 3 or 4 seats. 3 or 4 seats lost in the Senate, and we are in trouble. Watch these Senate races. And remember this. I find this to be very weird because I, in general, just vote straight ticket Republican. If anything, I'll skip a Republican who ticked me off and write in my own name, but I don't vote Democrat. There's a good chance you're watching me right now, you probably vote straight ticket Republican. However, in race after race after race, every single election cycle we see, it is not uncommon for people to go in and vote.
All right, the question is, which one do we replace up there?
Donald Trump for president.
I think CJ, we'll take CJ down for a minute.
Ralph Warnock for Senate. That sounds insane to me. I can't imagine the thinking that goes into voting Republican president, Democrat senator, but it is fairly common. Just because Trump does well in some place doesn't.
Republicans could count on for years.
All right, we got us some CNN up there.
College votes, so certainly, though not as big as Florida's 29, a column, something that Republicans certainly wanted to put in their column. What we see right now is a tight race in Georgia, which even if it ends up going to Donald Trump's column, certainly shows maybe a shift in the kind
See,
of
they're still
voters
saying
that
close
we are
fight in Florida, but we've heard right side say that they've called Florida for Trump. So that's interesting.
That's a critical state to look at, but also all eyes right now are on Florida.
But as we should expect tonight, what we're going to see is you'll see Biden start with a little bit of a lead. And throughout the night, as the night goes, you should see Trump start chipping into that lead. So that's what we're looking for. But we're watching for those swing states. We're looking Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania.
What's different there from 2016.
Virginia was already called. That's kind of unknown. North Carolina, I've heard they're going to call for Trump, but I haven't seen that yet.
Also, you know, is
so
it
we're watching.
surprising, Emily, that Texas is also showing signs that it could be clearly a battleground state this time, and it's going to change things probably after 4 decades, is it?
Texas is another state.
Yeah, that's kind of strange. I'm looking at CNN right there up in this top corner right up here. And they do have Joe Biden 30, Donald Trump 37. So you can see everyone's got different numbers. They call things at different times. It's always different. Things can change. But that's why we've got all these different windows up so we can monitor everything that's happening out there all at once. Look at that. Over on Fox, they just gave Trump some more. So it's 73 to 91. What did they call? Looks like Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma.
Not quite as extreme all across the country. More than 102 million people.
So far, no surprises.
Before the election, about 75% of the total number of people who voted in 2016, back when it was Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump. That number is remarkable.
So anyhow, I guess we should put this out there. You guys see this board behind me? This board over here has numbers 1 through 9.
Republicans showing up today.
I don't know if you guys can see that well. Let's see if we can give you a better look.
And that we are going to see turnout.
There you go, 1 through 9.
Increasing. Those are going to be things that we are watching among so many other things tonight, Maha.
Emily, also
and the way we're going to do the Lifestraw challenge tonight is going to be, you have to go to SEALTEAM711.com. And you will see right there where you can do TTS and do a donation. That will appear in the live stream. You can do regular ones just to support the stream. But if you'd like to see the Lifestraw challenge, the way this will work is you can go there and do a 21. We're doing a weird number so that we know that's what it's for. But we're going to do a $21 donation. If you do a $21 dono, you will be allowed to pick a number up here. And from those numbers, behind them are written what you picked. And what you picked corresponds to the entire collection over here I have of different waters.
A winner declared, and so certainly that is going to be part of the
I will
story.
drink it through the Lifestraw. I probably should have grabbed some type of a garbage can or something just in case. But that's how we're doing it tonight. If we're lucky, nobody will do any donos, and I won't have to drink any of this stuff. I'll just pour it down the drain. But that's how we're going to do that.
In America, Emily, for the moment, many thanks for
I think
joining us.
I have a picture here.
Let's now quickly cut across live to CNN.
I'd turn the camera to show you, but there's things that YouTube doesn't like over there.
In Virginia right now, 30% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead. Also impressive, 260,000 vote lead in Virginia.
CNN is saying Trump is ahead. In Virginia. Didn't they already call that for Biden?
Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. I'm really curious to see what we're seeing in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
It's interesting that we have a lot of places on the map that at this moment in time, and remember this was going to be that night because of the combination, mail-in voting, early in-person voting, election day voting, different states handling those ballots in different ways. The map looks a little different than we expected. Now, we'll see where it ends up. That's what makes tonight exciting. Makes it exciting. But you're looking at a map right now that has Kansas in blue, Virginia in red, where I started my career, Rhode Island in red. I don't expect it to end that way.
Many different selections of water
but again,
here.
We're waiting for votes to be counted. We're very preliminary in some of these states. And on the flip side, I just circled
If you do the $21 dono
you look
at
right down here,
SEALTEAM711.com,
Mississippi is blue, South Carolina is blue. Which
then you can pick a number,
we're having an unusual
and I'm going to take this Lifestraw,
the different ways people are voting and the different ways states are counting.
and I'm going to drink whatever it is that you pick. You got to pick a number,
even as I say that,
and we
even
go
as we
from
have
there.
a long way to go, we are seeing a very different map. We are seeing in a place like Ohio, where Hillary Clinton was not competitive 4 years ago, we don't know how it's going to end tonight.
Yeah, and so that doesn't make any sense. They're saying up there in Virginia that Trump is performing well. So how the heck do they call it?
Americans who voted for Trump, we know Joe Biden is more competitive, and we know
We
that
want
because just look
so
at
we got
that.
CNN up there. Let's listen. You want to chime into TNT or the Young Turds?
Republican state. It's the more Republican if you're going through Ohio, Pennsylvania.
For Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, you know, so this is frustrating. I'm sure that there's a real reason for it. It's not some sort of agenda or anything like that. But in Ohio, with 44% reporting, Biden has exactly a 10-point lead. That's where the Democrats are very excited. But for whatever reason, as they tell you the percentages in Florida, which turned out to be is so far true that Trump did have a good chance of winning.
Oh, crap.
And they moved the percentages from Biden with a good chance of winning to not in North Carolina.
Frickin' day waste.
Don't have a percentage chance of Biden winning in Ohio. So,
bro, thank you so much for that dono.
Lead
Holy
with
cow.
the mail-in vote situation becomes harder.
I don't know whether to be
predict if it's a real
excited
10
about
points
this
or not,
or to be
swing back or not. Just two quick calls here.
God damn it.
In the non-surprising category, Donald Trump has won Arkansas.
Well, I guess we're getting this started.
And Tom Cotton has won re-election in Arkansas. He's, of course, a Republican there. He's one of the guys who's going to Iowa.
You get to pick a number between 1 and 9.
Already game planning for Trump losing. In fact, to be fair to him, or winning this time, it doesn't really matter. And he's planning on running in 2024.
Oh, man.
He's a terrible
guy. We better freaking open this up.
Loves war. Wants to bring back.
I collected all this stuff today, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Noxious form of Trumpism.
So let everybody know.
Horrific neoconservatism.
Plate here.
So, if you think Ted Cruz is bad, he is.
We have
but
foot
Tom
bath.
Cotton ain't
We have
any better.
back
so,
wash.
Watch out for that guy.
We have river water.
Okay.
We have mud puddle. We have a storm drain. We have toilet water. We have
meanwhile, I'm going to read one more
a
comment
nasty
here.
mud puddle that we found with a gross shoe in it.
You got one? Go ahead, David.
We have pond water and we have urine. All of these things are going to be tested with the Lifestraw. We might as well crack this open.
Or at least preparing the mail-in ballots until 7 o'clock this morning. Montgomery County, which is outside Philadelphia, kind of a Democratic stronghold, just reported its early vote, and it was 74,000 for Biden and 8,000 for Trump. It was 89-10 in that early vote, which is another example of how much different
got like a little rope on it.
The composition of the electorate was in that early period relative to the election day vote. That's an incredible set of numbers.
Okay, I got a number that I'm definitely encouraged by. Ohio now up to 49% reporting, and now Biden is pulled up to a 12-point lead.
It says regularly blow air through your Lifestraw after drinking to keep the filter clean and prevent it from clogging.
Completely from mail-in
voting. Oh God, can you imagine if 7 is urine right off the bat? Everything else is going to be tainted with
if that holds true, you don't have to worry about Florida, North Carolina,
start using Lifestraw by uncapping both ends and standing it up in the water for 10 seconds. Then take 5 quick sips from the mouthpiece.
Like Delaware County. Delaware County has not gone for a Democrat since 1916. And it's showing blue right now.
7 for 7-11. Yes.
And what we knew is that suburban voters was
got
going
this little
to be
mouthpiece.
It was a swing in 2018. You saw cities, suburban districts in like Oklahoma City and Charleston and Salt Lake City go to Democrats.
Lifestraw is ready.
Seeing a number like that in Delaware County or
door number
in
7.
Hamilton County, home of Cincinnati, but which also has a lot of outlying suburbs. Right now, with the early votes, 69-29 for Biden. Those numbers make me think that a lot of the things we thought about this election do seem to be coming through. Even if the Latino vote seems to be moving a little more towards Trump, particularly in South Florida.
So what we're seeing play out there is what people were talking about right before the election, that Trump was picking up a surprising number of Latino votes and getting a little bit better with African American votes.
That one is the most disgusting one, I swear.
Was picking up a lot more white votes and eating into Trump's base of non-college educated whites. Trump still had a big lead there, but less so than 2016.
Oh God.
Most importantly, the suburbs that David was just talking about, seniors, Catholics. So Biden picking up more of those white voters leads to two different results. One is, at this point, there's still more white voters in America than minority voters. So if you're Biden and you're exchanging white voters for minority voters, just as a matter of pure math, you're in better shape and you would take that trade all day long. Do not do it as a matter of ideology and don't structure your policy around it. But electorally, that's a good thing. But the second phenomenon that's really important is
so you can see exactly.
That's why you're seeing such disparate results here. of wait, why is
where this
Trump
water
leading
was
Florida,
collected from.
But Biden has got a big lead in Ohio.
This is the
when
shoe
we
puddle
thought
water.
It might be the reverse. That
mud
Biden had
puddle.
the lead in Florida and Trump had the lead in
God.
Ohio.
You can see the shoe right there.
The demographic shifts that we're talking
so
about.
gross.
Right next to the shoe. And we're going to have to keep our eye on that and see if, and we also have to see it in terms of, is it a shift that's just specific to Biden and Trump? Or is it more of a trend for Republicans and Democrats? Because if Democrats could put Ohio back in their column in the long term, that would be
disgusting.
Decisive, and that would be huge. But of course, go ahead.
God.
I mean,
all right.
The bigger issue would be if that comes to
If
pass
you are
in places
ever out
like Texas and Georgia. You are seeing similar
in nature,
issues with
and you need to
suburban
find
voters in
water,
those
and you
states.
have a Lifestraw, and you find a nasty,
which
stagnant
is,
puddle
likely to go to
with
Biden. This
shoe
is Newt Gingrich country.
mud water.
Clinton won it by 2 points, a pretty thin margin, with about a third of the vote in Cobb County is something like over 60% Biden. Williamson County, which is a fast-growing county outside of Boston,
here we go.
in Texas.
You know what? I better grab another cup.
It looks like Biden is going to win that. Beto O'Rourke won that county in 2018. So this is a decided shift that's nationwide, no matter the state. And you even see it in Florida, just not in South Florida.
Just in case.
But Biden picked up counties like Duval and Pinellas that Clinton did not. There is a definite shift. It's not clear yet, as you said, Cenk, whether or not it's just for this election, just because of revulsion to Trump, or indicative of a broader shift. But Texas, I think, is still a very interesting state tonight, and so is Georgia.
Yeah, and guys, also the way that the demographics shift throughout the country, throughout all these different elections, are so interesting. That's why I started talking about the Reagan-Carter matchup in 1980, where Carter won West Virginia, but Reagan won California, New York, New Jersey, etc. And now
probably
we're
just
in a
in my mind
where it just keeps on shifting.
We'll give it another go.
And if we could
I'll
hold
suck some
Latinos
in,
better,
and
then
I'll spit it into the cup so we can see the color difference.
White vote. Oh my God! Then you win Ohio and Florida, and Georgia, and maybe Texas. So
it's all murky.
That's the coalition we got to bring together if you're the Democratic Party, and that would require some degree of unity with progressives and moderate establishment, corporate Democrats, whatever you want to call them. Can we have that unity? That's for the end of the night when we start talking about, after we know the result, what happens next. But I promised a couple of comments here. Let me read those real quick. Ashkash Bagash said, today I was supposed to study, but knowing that TYT had live coverage, I could not get away. I've learned to be a true progressive from TYT. It makes a difference. Thank you so much. So happy to be watching this with my TYT family. We're happy to have you, brother. And if you hit the join button below, if you're watching on YouTube, or if you're watching anywhere else, tyt.com/join. And especially those on the website, I read their comments more often.
It's
Brandon
the same color.
Ritz, the Riddler writes, and just became a member, long overdue. You, Anna, and John have inspired me to become more active, and I'm considering running for office. Mediocre Dems need to go. We need to move the party to the left. I love it. Ben Anna Pi Jenk.
I know it's mostly in my head.
Democrats taking any seats from Republicans?
And I'm going to
Do
swallow
we have
some.
a blue wave? Hold.
Swallow the
we're
first bit.
about to get to that. We're going to get to it. And as we go to the break here, guys, remember tyt.com/go. You power us. And tonight's an incredible night. 13 hours of coverage. You make that possible. So please check out tyt.com/go and chip in if you can. We'll be right back.
I don't know if that's packaged. Oh, what is that? It's like rubbery. That's the only way I can describe it. I mean,
it needs a little
as long as you can get it out of your mind that it's not
caffeine. Oh, coffee.
It's not muddy shoe water.
Too strong coffee. Yes.
Then I guess
strongcoffee.com/TYT.
I guess it's not all that bad.
This helps progressive causes.
But it's really hard to like wrap your mind around
that it was done right.
That you're drinking.
It happens to taste great.
That it's
so
being
check it
filtered.
out right now at twostrongcoffee.com/TYT.
When somebody's the president of the United States, the authority is total, and that's what it's got to be.
2020 is everything. Everything will be decided in 2020, and then we'll either have pessimism a long time,
Ladies and gentlemen, that was nasty shoe water. You guys can thank Day Waste for that one.
He's struggling in polls. He's trailing Joe Biden in many of these battleground states. And he knows that if he makes it difficult for voters to cast their ballots, especially as we're dealing with this pandemic, well, maybe it'll give him an edge over Biden.
At least it wasn't urine, right?
Who are in office, who enable
I mean, that's what I spit out.
Start using your votes and your dollars for the people who
I guess
want
it
to
is a little
preserve
clearer
your
on the
community
bottom,
and
isn't
your
it?
humanity.
Defiance is what you need.
Maybe it's
in
not
order to
as
fight
bad.
for what you know
Yeah,
is
it's
right.
definitely
The
clearer.
fight never ends.
Still got a little tinge to it. Maybe it is doing a good job filtering.
And they've at least got a fighter's
Oh
chance.
God.
Expand the squad.
Here we go, Squad 2.0. Corey Bush, Jamal Bowman.
And this
Why does
is
it taste
why what
rubbery,
Jake
though?
and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
This time, it's real. If he wins another term, God knows what he'll do to our government, our democracy, and our way of life.
We need solidarity, and it begins with you.
Who's gonna fix it? Who's gonna fix it? Goddamn right.
Oh God, no! I knew I didn't have to drink it all, but I wanted to make sure I could
Early
spit some
voting is
out,
well
and I
underway
also had to
all
drink a
across
little
the
bit.
country. And we hope you've either already voted or
Oh, I
have
probably
a plan
should
in
have
place
something to cleanse
vote
my palate,
so that
huh?
you know your vote will count. And while you're at it, let
I'll do
everyone
that
else
shortly.
know how important it is that they get out and vote too.
Yo, Day Waste, you got the freaking SEAL Team mug as well, bro. You are killing it, killing it. Which also means you get $10,000 in your gambling account over as well on Discord. Thank you so much.
This looks like a conspiracy. This
You,
looks
sir,
like a
are for
scheme
real.
to defraud.
The Bush
A real
administration put folks into the regulatory agencies who believed in destroying
SEAL Team
regulations.
711, baby. All right, so Young Turds, let's get off of them for a bit. See what CNN's saying. Let's catch up here.
Evolve, continue dialogue, and focus on what makes
And
business
also, Day
work.
Waste, over on the Discord, we now have a merch
Really
picks
industry relationship and
channel
good
in there,
working
so make sure to put your pictures in there with your merch.
Both of you, for the moment, many thanks.
That would be
we'll
epic.
Take a very quick break at the moment. When we come back, we'll talk about more projections and we'll cut across live to CNN also to get a sense of which way the wind is blowing in America.
Multiple missions altogether.
The regional parties as well as the national parties have to now come up with new kind of politics.
When they speak,
Comments are coming in about
Shoot something into the air and
my
say we're
dirty
gonna
shoe
go
puddle water.
without saying this is how we're going to
Yeah.
get there. And that's what's missing in this document.
If you guys who don't know, we are simulcasting over on
I was trying to
Facebook,
do my transition back to films, and it was like, you stay in television, you don't
Twitch,
come, this is our
and
territory, we
YouTube.
won't let you succeed.
Attempt that has been made to
So whatever your favorite
suppress,
platform is, make sure to add us over there. If
investigation.
you
Maybe it's better
also,
this case is
if you
handled
could
by the
share the
CBI.
stream,
I want to know what
would
happened with
appreciate it.
Ishan, that's it.
CNN News 18, your number one
Although I need to
news
turn these
destination.
notifications.
The biggest names in the business.
It's important to look at this not just in the context of India-Chinese relations, but as part of the pattern of Chinese behavior on its periphery.
Top doctors.
The type of responses that we're seeing are the antibodies which bind to the virus and neutralize it so it can't infect cells.
Even though there has been an immune response generated by this vaccine, we have to test whether or not it will, in fact, protect us against the virus.
When they speak,
We get the vaccine as citizens of India, December and
Day Waste, I
first quarter
appreciate
of
you, man. You're a real
2021.
one.
They only
You were missed while you were gone, brother.
Look at the kind of coverage a Temur gets today. I don't get that much of coverage.
CNN News
So
18.
what is everybody on commercial right now? What do we got going on here? Okay, we got Arizona,
The biggest name.
Hello, Buck. And yeah, I mean, this is a bit like our Super
Michigan,
Bowl, right?
Minnesota,
so we should have
and
a little bit of fun
Wisconsin.
with it,
Polls
no matter
are
which way
closing
it goes.
soon.
So yes, I'm enjoying myself.
Is that modern art behind your head, Tiana?
My mouth still tastes like rubber.
Represent the inability of humanity to come to terms with its
Chalupa,
greatest demons,
what's
or
good,
is it
brother?
just what Joe Biden
You just
Singapore
missed
did last night, and nobody wants to talk
drinking nasty shoe puddle water from a Lifestraw.
After dinner.
It was really gross.
His knees feeding the ducks, indeed.
We just drank this right here.
Mud puddle.
Oh God! You see that nasty shoe that was in there too? That was my daughter's idea, was to get water out of there. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh God.
How are we feeling about Florida and Georgia going red?
Yeah, we just drank some of that.
Not yet determined for Georgia, but trending that way.
So we knew that the 3 states
Really
that
gross.
we were going to get tonight that were true bellwethers,
And we've got a whole
true
assortment
nail-biters are going to be
here
Georgia,
still.
North Carolina, and Florida. The fact that Florida is one of the first being called is pretty monumental, and especially if you look at the exit polling in Georgia, we know it's not just Cuban Americans making it so Biden vastly underperforms.
All right, let's see what we got going on down here.
4-9, okay, with 70% in. Let me just show you Hillary Clinton. When all the votes were counted, it was 2.189. First of all, you could see turnout is way up, but you could see
Looks like it's
Democratic
time to turn
turnout
these notifications
in particular.
off.
And the story is right now in these suburban counties. I showed you Mecklenburg here. Right now, he's got a nearly 200,000 vote lead out of there. Hillary Clinton.
There we go. My apologies.
140,000 out of it. And you can see here, he's even outperforming. Let me go to 08 Obama, because 08 Obama carried North Carolina. And as you can see, he got 100,000 out of Mecklenburg. He could get 200,000. That's how you win the state of North Carolina, guys.
All right. Thank you, Chuck. Joining us now, Jose Diaz-Balart. He's in Florida. He's the anchor of Weekend Nightly News and Noticias Telemundo. And Jose, the Florida story really focuses on the Latino vote and a massive get out the vote and persuasion operation.
Yeah, it was really gross.
To South Florida.
It tasted like a rubber shoe. It really did. It was gross. At least that's what my mind told me it tasted like. But we got the Lifestraw here. So throughout the night, we will be doing
have a lot to do with specifically South Florida and the Latino vote in South Florida.
Doing some other stuff. We've got still left on the board here. We have foot bath. We have backwash. We have river water. We have a nasty mud puddle. We have storm drain. We have toilet water. We have pond water. And yes, we also have urine. Things that Lifestraw says that you can drink if you're ever in a bad situation and need to get your fluids. You need to get hydrated. You can use the Lifestraw to drink these things. An amoeba in your stomach? Apparently the Lifestraw.
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line.
According to the Lifestraw, it removes up to 99.9999% of waterborne bacteria, including Giardia,
New episodes every
Citrosporidium, and 99.9% of waterborne protozoans, whatever that is.
Left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't want an amoeba, but yeah, no. Could be a thing.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's
one way to keep the election upbeat, hype, entertaining while we're watching all these different streams and see what's going on, even though they all keep switching to commercial.
February of this year, Biden is the only person who stood a chance against Trump. Simply because when you compared the Bernie versus Biden polling in Florida against Trump and head-to-head
Daily Wire is reporting that the next polls are going to close in 6 minutes.
Stood a chance. So it is remarkable that Biden is able to put Kamala Harris, who endorsed a Green New Deal that would effectively nationalize 40% of the American economy, on his ticket, and he still has a fighting chance.
Oh, is it really? Yeah, see, we're simulcasting on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. And I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I upgraded all of my networking equipment, and we are officially on the new system, so things should be running a lot smoother. Quality should be a lot better. Only upwards.
That is a massive advantage. The fact that Biden did this well has in large part to do with the
Chalupa, my kidneys were messed up a long time ago. The reason I came up with this idea is because this last week, when I went hunting, I got myself in a really bad situation. I screwed up and we left a whole bunch of We left
that
everything back at
even
the
if
truck and
Biden
weren't
is
expecting to get so
trying
deep in, and then we
hold
got
the
stuck. Oh, wait,
wall
we got
and say
breaking
that he is a
news
moderate, the rest
up
of his
top on
party
the
is not,
CNN.
and voters know that. And if you had a Cuban grandfather
West Virginia for
immigrant who
Trump
described what communism was
is what
like,
they're calling over
you
there.
will not
But yeah,
vote for that
I wish I would have had my Lifestraw. This Lifestraw is supposed to allow you to drink water from just about anywhere.
Here's what I'm unclear on when it comes to
of
the
course,
Hispanic
my
thing.
background
I'm starting to
is
dwell on that. But look, I'm a
it's
border
green
hawk,
screen,
like
since it's
border
kind of
hawk
like
freak.
blue. It
And I
kind of
understand you guys may
once
not
I
be
hold
able
it
to click
close.
here, but I am. And it
But
sounds
this
to me
Lifestraw
like Trump
is supposed to allow you to
or,
drink out
in
of
your
any
opinion, Trump made,
water, as long as
you
it's
know,
not
the devil's
chemical,
bargain,
doesn't
the
have
same
chemicals
kind of
in
thing
it.
George
Like you
Bush
wouldn't want to
used
drink
do.
pool
The
water,
border
for example.
hawks like me could never vote for somebody like Joe Biden because I know what he
But
means.
there have been
Trump
plenty of
can
people
kind
who have drinking
halfway at
urine.
least attempt to
I'm not
hand
drinking
out
someone
amnesty
else's
anyway
urine.
and get the votes
I'll
he
put it
needs.
that way.
So it sounds like once
Mississippi
again,
for
that's
Trump.
the smart
We're seeing over there on Fox.
and you're not really ever going to get border
Missouri
hawk policy.
has gone. They're calling it for Trump, even though
one of the
Biden
issues
seems to be up.
with the
New
Gang of
Jersey,
Eight deal
surprise,
back
surprise,
during
that
the
went for
Obama
Biden.
administration, and the
Oklahoma,
fears
another
about
surprise
that
for Trump.
Republicans like Marco Rubio were selling out.
Rhode
It was
Island
that what
for
was the
Biden,
real
even though
concession?
Trump seems to be up.
Could you depend on having
Tennessee
a
for
promise
Trump.
of enhanced border security 5 years down the line, whereas a wall presented a physical promise
Washington, D.C.,
that you
of
can't
course.
just uproot out of the ground, right?
Indiana for
Trump,
Trump.
I don't think
Okay.
anyone has a problem with the
Arkansas
idea
for Trump.
of legalizing existing DACA recipients who either are in the military or have a job.
Now they're
people
looking
have
at
proven
Senate
they
races.
aren't quote unquote rapists and murderers. If you get lasting
So far, it looks
change,
like the
and best
incumbents
thing
have,
that
are
Trump
winning their
did
races.
for immigration. No one really talks about
McConnell
it.
won that easy.
It
He's
was
not going anywhere.
changing the rules that we have, not just with
Again,
the
another
southern border,
incumbent. He's
but
won.
with the northern triangle to ensure that the immigrants
So far, it's
from El
all
Salvador, the
incumbents,
immigrants
so
from
I'm not seeing any
Nicaragua
surprises.
couldn't just come and claim amnesty status after they were already in Mexico. When you are a refugee, when you're claiming actual asylum, you do not get to pick and choose which country you claim asylum in. However, Mexico never abided by that. Instead, they allowed these immigrants from the Northern Triangle to cruise through Mexico and then want to shack up in America.
So
They
no
get to
surprises
America, they have
yet.
their
We're not
first
seeing
hearing,
any
and then
real
they're let go.
surprises
Capture and
yet.
release.
It's early.
Trump said no. And
That one
if
doesn't
we
say
just
incumbent,
maintain
so
that,
that's
the wall is
that might have been a
what we
pickup
need.
there for.
We can legalize all the DACA immigrants and have them, as they already have sort of proven, they exist in the American framework.
For
They
the
have jobs, they
Republicans.
pay taxes. The real key is making it so that way you can't just put a foot on American soil,
anybody else
claim
super
refugee
nervous?
status, and go free. Because I'm from California, and I've seen what the result of that is.
Yeah, the result is it's a blue state. So how does that change? I guess we don't need to go off on a huge immigration debate. How does that change with these DACA numbers? I'm okay. Like you said, someone's in the military or something like that. That's fine. But how many people are we talking about here?
I mean,
Because
all the
concern
numbers are
is
still
always
coming in.
demographics. Because even though Trump is doing better,
So
with
I don't
Hispanics,
understand why
if Trump doesn't
how
have
Biden could be
51%,
winning
then if we
early
legalize
in
a whole
Texas,
bunch
but
of them,
my guess
that in
is that
general is not
that
going
is
to look
just
good for
the
future
early numbers.
Republican politics. California proved they're not going to get amnesty and go, well, I guess I'm a Republican now. That didn't work out very well.
So the key is making sure that you have the right incentive structure. The problem.
I heard
and the
right
thing that Trump
side,
was
right side
to hold the line
broadcasting
on
called
was
Florida
not
for
making it
Trump.
so that
I
way
haven't
you
heard
could say,
anyone
oh,
else
we'll
call it yet,
legalize
but I've heard
this
right
round of
side
3
call it.
million, and then in a decade from now, we'll legalize the next round of 3 million, all just in the hopes that the concessions you get are crumbs. So Trump did a good job in ensuring that we didn't just hand the bill over to Nancy
I'm seeing a lot of
Pelosi and
these
she got
ones
to
where
write
it's like
what
they're
we got in
calling races, like they called Maryland, but Trump was way up.
Is to, first of all, the whole Hispanic
They're
voter
calling
bloc
Missouri for Trump, even though
vastly
Biden has a
We're
significant
seeing
lead.
this
That
just
just I
tonight.
don't know how they
But
do
also,
that.
if you look
It
at,
doesn't
for
make sense. They should
the
explain
rates
that to
of
people.
Hispanics that are pro-life. Hispanics tend to be much more Catholic than the average American. They tend to be much more pro-life than the average American. This is something that comes up very frequently whenever people talk about, oh, if we just make D.C. and Puerto Rico a state, we'll get 4 Democratic senators. Yeah, you'll get 2
So
from
they're
D.C.
going through and
You
repeating all
will
those
not
over there.
necessarily get 2 Democratic senators from
They
Puerto
got
Rico.
Donald Trump on CNN
lot
over
of
at
these
42
Latino
and
cultures
Joe
are
Biden
way
at
up,
30.
but
is increasingly becoming more suburban, like Harris County, where Houston is located, Dallas, Fort Worth,
New York State. We cannot make projections at this hour in these states: Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. Take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. With
Oh,
Biden
CNN
winning New
now
York
has
State,
Biden at
is now
59,
ahead.
Trump
He has
42.
59 electoral votes to Trump's 42 electoral votes. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand. First of all, let's go to North Carolina right now, 15 electoral votes. 74% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is still ahead by about 170,000 votes, 51.4% to 47.5% in North Carolina. Let's go to Ohio right now. More than half of the vote is now in. Biden is ahead there.
The polls were saying Trump was ahead in Ohio.
281,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45.1% in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 14% of the vote is in, but Biden has what looks like a comfortable lead right now, 353,000 vote lead over Trump, 66.8% to 32.4% in Pennsylvania. In Texas right now, look at this, 65% of the estimated vote.
Okay, it's really close in Texas.
Maintains a lead. It's close in Texas. He has a lead of about 84,000 votes, 49.8% to 48.7% in Texas. In New Hampshire, 13% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 8,600 vote lead over Trump, 53.2% to 45.7%. Trump, on the other hand, is leading in these 4 states. In Florida, 92% of the estimated vote is in.
Florida's looking good.
271,000 vote lead over Biden. In Florida, 50.8% to 48.2%. In Michigan, only 15% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead. It's
Ooh, that's a pretty big lead, though.
183,000 vote lead over Biden. It's early in Michigan, 59.3% to 38.4%. Almost a third of the vote is in Georgia. Trump has a relatively comfortable lead, 248,000 vote lead over Biden, 57.2% to 41.8%. In Virginia, more than a third of the vote is in. Trump has a nearly 300,000 vote lead in Virginia over Biden, 57.7% to 40.2%. Let's go back to John King. He's looking at the magic wall for us. It's a lot of stuff going on. You see a lot of red, but you see a lot of blue as well.
It's nerve-wracking. It's so nerve-wracking.
I'm going to go through some of the big ones that we're going to watch as we play out.
Yeah,
right
we
now.
figured Biden would
We'll
win
start
New
in
York.
Ohio, but then I just want to explain some of these other states that look a little different right now, and we'll see. We could have a different election night. We'll see. This is the big one for me, Ohio, and the more of this.
Yeah, I've got a couple of them
right?
up there. I've got them ready to pop up. I am monitoring.
Here, that's what you're looking for. Those are the small counties where the president runs it up, but as they fill in, Joe Biden is holding on to that lead. But we still have a way to go. About 53% here. But again, this is impressive. And it's somewhat, the Democrats thought this was in play. Joe Biden went through.
I'll put CJ up
All
here.
right, so the change that we're seeing at the moment is that in New York State, the projections are out. It is a blue state, and it is still blue, is what we are gathering at the moment. Let's get to our magic wall and give you a sense of the numbers that have come in at the moment. So electoral votes wise, Joe Biden at 59 and Donald Trump at 42. If you see the popular votes right now, Donald Trump has 50%, Joe Biden 48%. But as we are pointing out, these votes really don't count. What counts is this figure, because this has to lead up to 270 for the candidate to make an entry into the White House. So let's take a look at some of the projections that have come in right now. As we were pointing out, New York has 29 electoral votes, so certainly important there, although traditionally goes to the Democrats.
Yeah, the last thing I want to do is pop open a drink right now. So Fox right now has Biden at 129, Trump at 94.
Over there. As we were telling you earlier, there was it was almost looking like a tie, 49% each, but now Donald Trump has taken a bit of a lead there, 51%.
It's interesting how Fox has Biden up.
For grabs from
They're calling
Florida,
stuff way sooner than the other places.
Swing states, and at the moment,
oh, look down below at NBC. They're talking about what's going on in Ohio.
County, a small county here. This is right now. But you can see Trump narrowly carried it, but he carried it by 8 points because ton of third-party vote here. Ton of third-party vote in Ohio did really well. Johnson did much better there. But as you can see, this is a county that Obama carried. Biden hasn't caught his number there, but he's getting close, and he's obviously going to outperform Obama 12. So I'm going to be monitoring all of these Obama Trump counties, particularly in Ohio, because the only path for Biden to somehow pull the Ohio upset is if he's going to take most of these counties that Trump carried and flips most of them, if not all of them, back to blue.
But polls have had the president pretty far ahead in Ohio.
Well, all this year, it's been interesting. He's been ahead, but the margins have been smaller. It's been a little bit of older voters.
And they've got Biden at 80 and Trump at 48. Interesting. Everybody's got all these different ways to freaking call it.
That had run for president during this primary.
I want to put up Florida again because we've changed our characterization there, or have we? Okay, Trump now.
Fox has 129 Biden to Trump 94. You can see it on the screen right here.
Okay.
Go to Kristen
Biden
Miller,
129,
Biden
Trump
headquarters.
94.
Hey, Kristen, what's the talk there as Florida starts to slip out of their hands?
Well, they are
MK, what's good, brother?
Savannah, and I'm told by officials that they're in a wait-and-see mode, but they still feel very confident about their path to 270. And look, we go back to this idea that they fought hard for Florida, but didn't need Florida in order to win. There are a number of other paths, but the question is, what does this potentially mean about Georgia, about North Carolina? I put that question to a campaign official who said, not a whole lot. Look, they think that the electorate is unique in Florida.
I mean, I don't think anything's going to pop off until things start looking one way or another, you know.
They think that the president's attacks trying to characterize Joe Biden as socialist.
CBS is saying right now that it's 49 to 42. They have all got different numbers. It's so weird.
Very solid about their chances in Georgia and North Carolina. Now, what if they don't win either state? Well, officials tell me that is okay because Joe Biden still has a path to 270 without winning those two states. He would need to win Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happened last time. Clinton jumped out to a small lead and she got up to about 129-ish, and that was when Trump started to really start making up some ground.
That's why he was there again today in Scranton, in Philadelphia, really trying
God,
to
it's
drive
nerve-wracking.
the vote in Philadelphia, in the suburbs. Of course, that part of the Obama coalition that did not turn out in force in 2016. He needs it if he's going to pull out a victory in the all-important state of Pennsylvania. Savannah and Lester.
All right, let's bring in Hallie Jackson right now at the White House. Hallie?
Juliel
So we've been talking about Ohio. Chuck just had that up on the big
says
board there.
that
That's a really
Wisconsin won't be
interesting
called
statement because the Trump campaign, folks
until
I've
at
been
least 10
talking to
p.m.
throughout
Still
the
mega
day
long
and
line
evening here
in her
had been
city
feeling confident about
as
the
they
way
went
that was going to go based on some of
from
the
20
polling
voting
that Savannah
locations
mentioned.
to 2. Are you kidding me? What happened? They shut a bunch of them down?
Most confident about, along with Florida. So that is one that we're watching very closely, given what Chuck is referencing and the way that, again, with still very
Virginia couldn't go for Biden if every single remaining uncounted vote was for Biden. Really? And weren't they calling Virginia, like, was 0%? Weren't they calling it for Biden early on? So do they have to flip that or what?
Trump campaign more than anywhere else. And I can tell you that there are some counties that the Trump team is looking at tonight. So Dauphin County, for example, that's kind of in the central eastern part of the state near Harrisburg. You've got some of those collar counties right around Philadelphia, Bucks County, Chester County, Montgomery County. They're looking at Erie County, for example, in the western part of the state, a more sort of rural area, an area where the president feels confident. He has spent so much time in that state because it is critically important. Another state the president has spent a lot of time in is.
Are you actually, are you strapped right now?
Yes.
What are you wearing?
This is a wonderful, actually, I'm going classic. This is a 357 Magnum. Smith.
He knows how he didn't touch it. You're not allowed to handle a firearm while live.
7 shots of 357 Magnum and some moon clips in here. So we have many guns in this office. We don't live in
Where's the straw? You already missed it, Alex. We have I already drank muddy shoe water from the Lifestraw here. We've got the board up here.
And I came home and my wife just got very comfortable. So.
And what we drank already. And welcome to the stream, Alex. It's good to see you. We had muddy shoe water. So this is what we've already drank through the Lifestraw.
Shoe in there.
There's some nasty, muddy, grody water. Yeah, we drank the shoe water, but we got some other ones.
You don't want to wrestle with that.
You know, for example,
I rarely give you compliments on
we've got toilet water as well. You guys will notice I've got my Biden projection there in the toilet as well. Got to make sure that you're pissing on Biden every chance you get.
Well, thank you very much.
So yes, the board is up here.
I've always avoided physical.
We are still waiting to see, but we have done 1 of 9. The ones that remain are foot bath water, backwash, river water, mud puddle, storm drain / sewer water, the toilet water, pond water, and yes, we have urine
the real
as
reason that
well.
he knows Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is just because that's how he gets to know people and greets them. Literally, the first time he came over to my house, he put me in a headlock and put me in a sleeper hold. Almost knocked me out. This is a fact.
Juliel, that's insane. I can't believe that they claimed COVID and started shedding. It sounds like somebody was trying to suppress the polls. We're going to see lawsuits fly over there.
I did not walk up and choke you. I asked you, and you said, okay, be careful. And you forgot to mention that you had a hernia. You didn't tell me.
Okay, first of all, I'm Jewish. It goes without saying I have a hernia. It goes without saying I have a hernia. Come on.
Oh, what do we got down here? Texas.
Pieces of legislation that racially profile the Latino community.
All right, Hugh, let me bring in here. Talk about North Carolina. What do you see there that may worry you or may encourage you?
The good news out of North Carolina is that it's more solidly Tom Tillis than I had expected it to be at this hour. In fact, the Senate everywhere is looking very good for Republicans. John James, I believe, is running ahead of President Trump in Michigan. The early numbers on David Perdue look very good vis-a-vis John Ossoff. It looks like a runoff in the special.
North Carolina's close.
Earlier today, she's feeling very confident in Iowa. Susan Collins is feeling confident in Maine. And so, as good as I feel about the president right now and the Senate, I go back to Ohio, what Chuck was looking at, my hometown of Trumbull County, is first went for the President Trump in 2016 for the first time for a Democrat since Richard Nixon in 1972. Can he hang on there? And the big difference in Ohio that I know Chuck knows, and you guys will know, is that Rob Portman is not on the ballot this time, providing an additional kind of ground game and strength. Rob Portman, one of the most popular Republicans in Ohio, is not on the ballot. He helped get the president over the line 4 years ago. So I'm watching that with great concern, but I am very cheered by the Florida numbers. There are some people, I know NBC has not called Florida, but some people have called Florida for President Trump. And so I'm very cheered that that's an early call. And I extrapolate that out to a few congressional districts in California where that voter who left a socialist country, that's how I'm characterizing it. That would include Venezuelans, that would include Nicaraguans, that would include people, of course, from Cuba. I think that vote, as Maria was talking about, is one that we've got to keep an eye on in the California congressional district that will matter. Right now, I'm pretty happy with the exception.
Yeah, we've got a. Here's another scenario that people haven't thought about.
All right, Hugh, and
if Trump loses,
thank you.
Let's say Biden wins. Let's say he gets in there for 4 years, Kamala, whoever. And let's say they destroy the economy, they destroy everything, all the fears that everyone's talked about happens. Trump could run again in 4 years. He's still eligible for another term. So he could come back and he could win. So that's something that a lot of people haven't talked about or haven't mentioned yet. And of course, that's a worst case scenario here.
Many of my sources expected he might, and I will say both Democratic and Republican
but we will
sources
see.
who were pretty
we will
concerned
see.
about Tillis. If you're a Republican,
You know, if Biden gets in there and they start going after the Second Amendment, they start going after, you know, start pushing Green New Deal, and the economy tanks, the stock market tanks, all that stuff happens, then
optimistic about it than they were.
That would be the proof America would probably need to understand that you need the free market approach that Donald Trump brought.
Texas as well. There was a chance that Democrats were perhaps going to take back the Texas State House. That has incredible repercussions as we head into a season of redistricting. They're now not optimistic that that's something that they're going to be able to pull off, although we still have a lot of data out there. There's also questions about Georgia. Senator David Perdue, a Republican who also potentially, we had talked about, was in danger from a Democratic challenger.
Hearing good things about Arizona.
Heading into the night were, would David Perdue's opponent get 50%? Increasingly, it's now looking like Perdue may be in much better
Thank you so much.
That also raises questions about
if you guys haven't checked out Lightspeed Fieros yet, make sure to go check them out on YouTube if you like car rebuild content. Alex from Lightspeed Fieros is epic. This man put an LSJ engine into a Fiero. And an LSJ is a monster engine on its own accord. But to put it into a Fiero, and he's got the whole thing on video, great production as well. Go at his channel.
Martha
He's
McSally,
great.
the incumbent there. We are awaiting vote. Arizona
Very
does almost all of its
entertaining,
voting
a
by
lot of
mail,
great
but hasn't
content.
reported votes
Right now he's got it
yet,
supercharged, but he's
in
about to
any
put
significance
turbos
here
on
in
the sucker and
Colorado.
tune it as well. So it's already insane. I've got some drone footage for him, and
expected to potentially lose his seat
yeah, we got some fat burnouts down in Mexico.
is leading in that race.
Make sure to go at him, check him out.
Kansas Senate too early in that race.
Michigan's Senate race too early to call there. That's another Democrat who some felt might be on the ropes, so we'll watch that one. Minnesota's got a Senate race going. It is too early to call there.
Same story in New Mexico, too early. Texas.
How's
John
Texas?
Cornyn
Well, they're looking at different ones there. Let's see what right side is.
Party, all ages, all faiths, coming from all walks of life, because we realize that our 80% friend is not our 20% enemy. Republicans need to work that to their advantage. No matter what happens tonight, we need to capitalize on that. That's first and foremost. And the second thing is,
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the turbo.
Goes out of
If
business,
you need
and I
help,
hope
let
all
me
of
know.
those
I'd love to
correctors
come
lose their
help.
jobs.
Jesse, I don't know about you. Dana made me feel better.
It's winter time. I've got the shop. We can do it in there.
We're talking about Texas flipping, and Dana's like, actually, psych, not happening.
Dana Lash, everybody.
Thanks, Dana.
Thank you so much, Dana. Appreciate
They seem
you.
very
We'll talk to
happy
you
and
again
laughing
soon.
over at right
We
side.
are now going to the great Bill O'Reilly. Bill, please.
And Bill
slap
O'Reilly,
us
if you guys
around
didn't
here
know,
and
is
get
over
us
on right side now
recentered.
full time.
Are we winning? Are we losing? I saw Trump win Florida, and I automatically thought, oh, okay, well, we won it. It's over. Now I'm looking at a map that has Texas blue, and I'm freaking out. What's happening, Bill?
Well, Biden's outperforming Hillary Clinton. That's the headline at 9:20 Eastern Time. There's no doubt about that. The Republicans are having a hard time in North Carolina, Ohio. Pennsylvania, you don't know yet because of this crazy mail-in voting thing. All the mail-in votes were counted first in many states, and they were heavily weighted toward Biden. So that's what happened in Florida and other states. So in the beginning, it looked like a landslide for Biden. Then he winds up losing.
I do.
The White House is tentative.
Got to make sure that
there's no
audio is
celebrating
good.
going on there. Ohio is big. Texas, in the end, will go for Trump, I believe.
Infidel, you cut it close, but hey, you did what the president said. You said to wait till election day.
On the News Bid News has come to fruition. Although I did say that North Carolina would go to Trump, and it still may. But it's very, very close in that state. So I think the two headlines right now, and I'll be back in about an hour, and the headlines are going to change, are number one, that Biden's outperforming Hillary Clinton, and there's no doubt about that. And number two, that liberalism in America has taken root. Because if you're going to vote for the Democratic ticket,
I don't like the way Bill O'Reilly's talking.
Moderation away. They're not a moderate ticket. It's not a moderate party. Now, a lot of people don't know that. They don't pay attention. They're not smart enough to grasp it. But enough people are. And so they're basically saying, yeah, COVID.
Oh, did Texas is Texas red now? Where are you seeing that, Dustin?
Has changed everything this time around. If there were no COVID, Trump would have easily defeated Joe Biden just on economics. But there is COVID, and a lot of people, particularly women, are scared of COVID, and they don't much like Trump anyway.
Bill, is there one state? Bill, is there one state you're looking at that if it were to go, clearly it wouldn't be the decider in the sense that he'd be at the 270 that Trump would need to win, but that you feel like that would? What do you view as the tipping point that's still out there right now? Is it Pennsylvania? Is it Ohio?
Well, Pennsylvania, let's put off because both
We're not
candidates
gonna know.
need that. But if the president loses North Carolina and/or Ohio, it's over. We can all go to bed. Because those are the folks. And so the folks in Michigan and Wisconsin aren't any different than the folks in Ohio. North Carolina, a little bit cultural difference. It's in the South, but not much.
Now, Bill O'Reilly is saying that Biden's
So
outperforming
if
Hillary.
Donald Trump loses Ohio with a Republican governor, a Republican establishment, and a pretty good margin of victory last time around. If he loses that state, I can't see how he's going to win Michigan, Wisconsin. And they were hoping for an upset in Minnesota, which I don't think is going to happen. So North Carolina and Ohio, their counts are well underway. Pennsylvania's coming up behind it, Pennsylvania, the western part of that state will be counted last.
Pennsylvania is really important.
So I'm more concerned right now if you're a Republican, and I did tell everybody I was voting for the Trump ticket because I believe that the Biden ticket's going to hurt every single American in this country. And sometimes people have to learn the hard way.
Do you think some pollsters
wins, we're all going to learn the hard way.
Do you think some pollsters, Bill, are going to have something to answer for here? Not with the most recent, the Titan polls of the last few days, but there was some stuff. I mean, I think last week Biden was up 17 points in Wisconsin. No one really thinks. Do you think that this is a moment of change in perception about whether in these kinds of contests people aren't using polling earlier in the process to try to shape perception? I mean, not to do voter suppression per se.
I've heard
but
that
perception
if Biden loses Pennsylvania,
Well, I said on the No Spin News that if the
that
polls
he doesn't have very many ways to win.
that watchdog groups should sue the polling companies for fraud. So the New York Times today said that Biden had a 90% chance of winning Florida. 90%. This is the New York Times today. And, you know, you're going, all right, well, look, we know you don't care about the truth. You don't care about facts. You just are in business to promote progressive causes. You have to know that. But to that kind of a level, it's embarrassing. But I think if Biden wins, the pollsters are going to get away with it again. They got away with it 4 years ago. I think most of them are going to get away with it again. And unfortunate, because I don't think most of them are honest. I think they take the money from the corporate masters. The universities do their polling to basically please the deans.
Trump is up 3% in Florida with 93% in.
Bill, what is North Carolina? I don't think people realize how huge North Carolina is. Pennsylvania is 20 electoral college votes. Ohio is 18, and these are viewed as the hugest states. North Carolina is 15. That's gigantic. What are they? Are they old people, young people, black, white, Hispanic? What is North Carolina?
Well, the problem in North Carolina is that everybody's fleeing New York and New Jersey and some of the New England states. They're either going to Florida or North Carolina. So you've had this enormous influx.
Yeah, well, there better be some lawsuits from the Republicans and over there in Philly for what they're trying to pull.
And Nevada from California.
They're the ones screaming, we better get all these votes counted.
The traditional people who live there are being overwhelmed.
It's funny, it's only their votes that they care about.
Coming from the north, and
let's check over on NBC.
1% of the vote in DeKalb County. So we've got a long way to go. But I want you to watch a county here. This is the next county out. The closest red county to Atlanta these days. Trump narrowly carrying it, and you can just see 4 years ago he carried it by almost 20 points. And this is the question, and you see here Romney carried it by 31 points over President Obama. So the question is, and it's the same story as Texas, right? How much of an advantage can Biden build out of Atlanta and its suburbs, and can he keep encroaching, keep finding some extra?
Yeah, it's looking like it, but it's still too close to call. A couple of people have already called Florida for Trump, which would be big. If Trump can get Florida, Pennsylvania, Texas, and maybe snag another one of Wisconsin, Michigan, you know, any of those Rust Belt states, I'll feel a heck of a lot better, but it's nerve-wracking. God, it's nerve-wracking.
Ready to go to work? I'm so ready to go to work.
For Democrats, is this just that people don't take personal accountability ever thing? How do you leave? How do you flee California?
Got Butler County, I think it was. And my son lives in
We're also over here monitoring if there's any riots or going to be happening tonight. If those start popping up, we'll start putting them up on the screen.
I'm going to send this to you. You got to put it up. He sent me a picture of an Amish carrot.
I saw that.
Did you see it?
Yes.
That may be my favorite picture of American history. An Amish.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. They need to make sure that people can vote.
Trump, who has, I will say, a somewhat casual relationship with the truth, has said some very actually profound things in his time. Really, I'm being serious. And I think maybe the truest thing he ever said is, they don't hate you because they hate me. They hate me because they hate you.
Yeah, that's right.
And that is 100% true. That's why there's the passion for Trump. It really isn't even just because Trump is Trump and he is goofy and he does funny things and he's a good stand-up comedian and he responds.
Should we listen in on if the Young Turks are freaking out at all?
The outpouring of absolute.
Oh, Trump is way up in Michigan,
hatred. People despise Trump. And we're not falling for the trick. I think most Republicans
did a pretty good job of appealing to the macho side of all of our cultures. And so did he peel away enough male voters and Latinos and African Americans to make a
You guys
difference?
notice that it actually,
Part of the reason I
their
brought
name
up Kanye
actually says
was
young
part of the
turds.
reason is because
Maybe we should make that
I'm
the young
frustrated that
turds.
that phenomenon overall was dismissed as no, it's not going to have an effect, when I could see in the polling that it was having an effect. And so despite all of this worry from the Democrats, oh my God, what if it's 2016? What if it's 2016? They didn't actually worry about the things they should have worried about.
Looks like we have a stream here,
at least
possibly
in those
from
communities.
Philadelphia.
But if they
See
really
if
did
somebody's
pick up
down.
the suburban vote, then their calculation was correct. But we got to take the break. We're going to come back with the same team here. But I want to talk about if
yeah, since he got elected. An installation on political power, greed, and the climate emergency. And I've been showing it in New York City. We were going to have an exhibition on Earth Day.
In the Senate, Democrats have picked up one seat, it looks like.
So we decided, why
According
not
to
just
Fox.
take it outside and put it in nature? And it's all nature imagery, so, it really works. I never imagined it to be outside, but it really works outside. And
Yeah, I mean, the polls had Trump winning in Ohio. So I don't know how the polls could have got that completely wrong. My guess is Trump will catch up, but we'll see.
Spaces, right? I mean, and it's also like, to me, it's literally about.
They're calling North Dakota for Trump. No surprise there. Alabama for Trump.
Our hubris in the face of climate change.
They're not calling it Florida for Trump yet.
Anyway, then
But it looks to me like he's winning by a bigger percentage than he did in 2016. Texas is tied. Good Lord.
And the effects of
folks are going to be watching very, very closely. We'll continue to monitor it. We've got much more election coverage to come here on NBC. We'll be back in just a few.
But again, if it comes down to a state like where I am, where they're going to be potentially scrutinizing every ballot, that's where these legal challenges could come. The state Supreme Court here said that ballots can be accepted up
That's
to
true,
3 days
Dustin.
after Election Day, as long as they're
So a lot of
postmarked
these
by
numbers that are
Election Day.
being
Remember,
counted
that
are
went
the
up to
early
Supreme
votes
Court.
that got
The
mailed
Supreme
in
Court
and
takes
stuff,
it
which
back,
we know the
but did
Democrats are
not
going to
rule
have
out
a higher
potentially ruling on
amount
it after Election Day. So both
of
campaigns
votes.
teamed
So
up
the
to
votes
fight for
later
every
on, the
single
live votes
vote
that
if it
people are
comes
still
down to it.
currently doing in a lot of
All right,
places,
Caitlin
those
Huber,
probably haven't even
Leslie
been counted and
Sanchez,
added to the
and
tallies
Joel
yet.
Payne,
So
thank you all for
we
joining
could see
us
Trump
tonight.
start catching up
We
in
are
a
going
bunch
to
of
take
places.
a short break, but now is a good time to remind you you can stay up to date by downloading our CBS News app. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News.
Trump
always
ahead
on.
in Wisconsin, apparently. And everybody seems to be going to commercial all at once.
So before the first debate, and I'm saying this for the first time publicly on the first.
So the Democrats
he
have
called
picked
me
up a
up, we
seat
were
in the
discussing
House
the
and
debate. I
in
said,
the
I'm
Senate.
gonna give you a line, write it down.
According to
If
Fox.
you use it, it's going to be a big thing. And the line was this. He turns to the former vice president on the stage and says, if you were a professional athlete, would you kneel during the national anthem? That was it. Now, Biden would not know how to answer that question.
He'd have a committee. He'd hold a committee, Bill.
It's a simple question, and that would have dominated. That question would have dominated that debate. Would have taken all the sting away from him, from Trump.
He'd
He
hold
didn't ask it.
a committee of experts to bring in to look at the constitutionality of kneeling, just like back in the Supreme Court. He'd avoid the answer in the silliest possible way. You're absolutely right. He wouldn't be able to give that answer, which is also why he wouldn't give a real answer on the Supreme Court. I don't know why he wouldn't take. By the way, if I were,
this is much simpler than the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And everybody in the world would be leaning in to say, and if he says yes, I would kneel all.
If you're a Biden supporter, are you breaking in to those states that Trump managed to flip back in 2016? Watch out for these 4 or 5 states. Aside of the Rust Belt states that we talked about, Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Also watch out for what's happening in Georgia. Very interesting race shaping up there. Watch out for what's happening in North Carolina. Very, very interesting race shaping there. And then you have Texas and Arizona. Texas was blue for a long part of this morning, but now it's flipped back to red. And I suspect Trump will take it. Right now, this is where
Trump better
the
take
Electoral College
Texas.
stands. 80 Electoral College votes to Joe Biden and 51 to Donald Trump. Interestingly, the popular vote, Trump seems to be ahead, 50% of the popular vote to Joe Biden's 48%. Remember, Trump lost the popular vote back in 2016 by about 3 million votes. They're expecting him to lose the popular vote this time around by about 5 million.
So they're saying that Biden won Colorado?
Trump to be if he's leading the popular vote by 2 percentage points.
Well, that doesn't really surprise me much.
Race for the White House, and it is going down to the wire.
I think no matter how we look at it, it's not looking to me like there's going to be any landslide happening tonight. Originally, I predicted that Trump would win with 279 electoral votes. We'll see where we get there. There's also a nightmare scenario where we could get a tie, where it's 269-269. That could be interesting.
So, what does...
Here we go, Florida.
The trailing candidate, as we always compute, need 83% to catch up, okay? That does not bode well for Joe Biden indeed, Nora. I want to go back again to this Miami-Dade County number. 53% for Joe Biden. I was looking at this before. 63% for Hillary Clinton. But I will tell you that here at the decision desk, we look for patterns over and over again. What's going on? This is one of the few counties in Florida where Joe Biden is not at least matching Hillary Clinton's percent number. So that is unusual, at least in the context of what's going on tonight. Hillsborough, which is Tampa, Hillary Clinton got 51, Joe Biden 52. That's another example. Orlando, here we see Joe Biden at 61, Hillary Clinton at 60.4. So very similar everywhere except for Miami-Dade. But if that holds up, well, that's going to be one of the things that might cost Joe Biden's state.
All right, let's talk about North Carolina, another state where the Biden campaign had made a run in what is
I was talking about Miami-Dade the other day. Miami-Dade was, I was looking into it, and it looked really big.
Yeah, so the first thing you always want to look at is
it's a liberal stronghold.
Vote, Joe Biden with a narrow lead. Here's what's counted so far, 80% of the vote. But the thing that's really interesting here is that so far we are breaking out the election day vote and the early vote. And I can tell you that the election day vote is running 69 to 30 for the president. Wow. And the early vote was going 53 to 46 for Joe Biden. So it's really that split that defines this as much as any geography. And then the question remains, what portion of this outstanding vote is either early or election day?
Can I just pause you?
I can probably tell you who will win.
Can I pause you right there? Yeah. Because on our
I know.
conversations with people close to the Biden campaign,
and you have to think that, let's say that Biden gets taken out because of mental capacities or whatever, and then Kamala gets in, and then she gets to pick a VP. She could technically pick Clinton, and then she could step down, and she could literally hand the presidency to Clinton without a single vote.
But if the remaining electorate,
I mean, there's so many nasty scenarios. You just don't know with the Democrats.
Republicans turn out, it helps him close the gap.
Can we look at New Hanover County in North Carolina and what that's doing there?
Whoops, I just telestrated on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Killjoy. Yeah, that's the plan, is to get all the different feeds coming in here. Make sure we get all the information all the way around.
And I just want to take a moment and look around the Charlotte area, because this is really what we're focusing on here at the decision desk. Because Charlotte, okay, we know that that's going to go blue. We know that that's going to be a Republican county. But it's Union County where Donald Trump, we think, is going to run up a big number. It's Gaston County, where I believe he held a rally recently. He's also got a large number. It's these exurbs and these suburbs around the central cities where Donald Trump really needs to make up the ground, and so far it looks like he is. Also, you go further out from the Raleigh-Durham area. You go out into the further suburbs, and there we're still waiting for a lot of vote. So it's really those exurban areas. They are oftentimes Republican, and that is a central part of his game plan.
What is the outstanding vote that needs to be counted in Durham? I'm trying to... In North Carolina.
All of North Carolina.
In North Carolina overall, we're looking at 1.1.
You're right, Killjoy. Pelosi is one that
where do they come from, Anthony?
we got to worry about. It'd be nice if California gave her the boot, but we know they're not going to.
Counties haven't quite finished. So let me take, for example, a couple of blue counties, right? Raleigh, which is a big one. The outstanding vote there, well,
Yeah, that's true, Alex. But if you were to like make Hillary her VP, don't put it past her that she wouldn't get Clintoned.
Counties that are more Republican, and you're going to see a lot of outstanding vote, 131,000 votes in a place like Union County, and that could accrue to the president. It's one reason why we couldn't call the race right now.
Okay. And I think
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I think, did you have something more in North Carolina, or should I flip over to Ohio?
No, well, it's just the battle of the big counties. Whereas the story in Florida is the president reaching into the Democratic stronghold in Miami-Dade. It looks like here what's happening in North Carolina is everybody's just maximizing their vote. The president looks like he may be maximizing it a little bit more than Joe Biden's maximizing his vote.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a look at Ohio, another important state at this hour.
Interesting. So CBS is saying they seem
look, we just
bullish
have
on Trump.
Half of the vote in, but according to our exit polls, and help me out here as I pull this up.
Exit polls.
Joe Biden was actually doing well with some non-college educated white men in the state of Ohio, I believe. No, I'm sorry, I did not. I had that state wrong. Forgive me, but go ahead.
Michigan.
Sorry, Michigan. He's doing. We'll talk about Michigan in a minute.
Anthony, stay in Ohio. Stay in Ohio.
Did Biden's numbers just drop there as we were watching it right before they scanned away? It looked like it went from like a 52 all the way down to a 50%. Yeah, it did. Ohio dropped. Trump's gaining on them.
Did 4 years ago. Is that what you're seeing?
So start in Hamilton, okay, and that's better than Hillary Clinton, okay. So that's part of it, all right. But you go out to Butler County. That's a suburb. Trends Republican, okay. There's Biden. There's Hillary Clinton.
So he's doing a little better.
10 points better. So the answer to that, the short answer to that is yes. Is it enough? We'll see. Because the other part of the state that I would point you to is up north around Cleveland. And it's these areas up around
God, it's nerve-wracking.
I'm going to show you a kaleidoscope of red and blue, the way that is trending right now.
You know,
Joe Biden doing okay, but maybe not.
I love politics, but this is getting a little in the weeds, so maybe broaden us back out, John.
Well, the only thing I would say is that in all these counties, in Hamilton, Cuyahoga, there's only 50-some-odd
Discord
percent in, right?
killing
and
it right
take
now.
Us back to our early
All
vote
the
versus
inside
day of
information.
vote, storyline from the evening.
It does indeed. It does indeed. So like Cuyahoga, for example, 52% in, still over 300,000 votes left to count.
If you guys are watching us right now on YouTube's and you'd like to join our Discord is called Patriots for a Better America. If you are a patriot, then you belong in our Discord. Conversation continues there 24/7, 365. We would love to see you.
Being led by his appeal on the economy.
The link to our Discord and your invite is in the chat on YouTube currently.
It may be a perception, given that many of the trade deals he promised over the past 4 years were only partially delivered on. Right? He got the new North American free trade deal, but anything outstanding with China, he hasn't delivered on. But it's the promise, and it's something Joe Biden had hoped to eat away at.
We've got some exit polls coming up from the states of Ohio and Michigan that's going to tell us how many of these voters are breaking. Coming up, we'll update the state of the race. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
Yeah, a lot of them are counting really slow. It makes you wonder. It seems like there's some freaky stuff going on. I don't know. I haven't felt this much anxiety for a long time. The one thing that I've got going is that if we can hold the Senate, even if Trump loses, I think we can prevent them from packing the courts. And with Trump putting ACB on the court, we should hopefully be able to stop anything radical that they would do in a worst-case scenario.
What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the rate people put in these pollsters?
And look, to be happening in Florida, where President Trump appears to have the lead at this point, if indeed that would hold and President Trump would hold on to Florida. The Biden campaign has said all along they don't have to win Florida to get that win the presidency and get the 270 electoral college votes. But without Florida, the path narrows a bit. That means they could still lose. They said Pennsylvania. So earlier in the week they were talking.
Nice, Killjoy.
Pennsylvania. They could lose.
We'd
Florida,
love to see you over there.
With those key states you mentioned by winning Michigan, Wisconsin, and either Arizona or North Carolina. So you can see why there are so many paths that both campaigns are looking to see where their strengths are and to see when one door, if it closes, where the other ones may be opening up. It's why we are told it may be a while before we know who will be the next president.
No, absolutely. I think I said this.
Okay, we're over on the Fox side. They've got Trump. They called something else for Trump because now it's 100 to 129.
Right now, the one state where more than 90% of the vote is in, and he's holding on to it, is Florida, third biggest in the country. So if you're a
Are the young turds melting down yet?
Jamal Bowman will be going to Congress, and he is now officially the 9th Justice Democrat in Congress. Later tonight, Cori Bush is expected to be the 10th, and we're crossing our fingers that Kari Eastman could be the 11th, and there are a couple of others left on the board as well. So we still have a fantastic finish left on the board as a possibility. We also have a super tight election as a possibility too. When we come back, Jamal Bowman joins us, so stay right here.
He's so biased. We either have a really great
this
finish,
is the most amazing of my lifetime.
or we have
That's
a really
why I can't wait
tight
to talk to you guys
finish.
about it.
Like,
Not just on air, but because of aspiration, I'm going to have a private
they
conversation
wonder why
with
people
4 of you. If you
can't
have an
stand
aspiration account
listening
after
to
the
these
election.
idiots.
We're going to talk about what happened, but
Storylines that we look at past the election to say, okay, what changed, and of course, why did it change? How did the demographics change? Texas, which has been so long a Republican stronghold, when you start to see the population change.
well, the problem with Texas is that the same thing everybody on the West Coast has suffered. Here, living here in the Northwest, we've watched what happens when you get a bunch of Californians that start leaving their own state because it sucks so bad, and they end up moving to our states, and they end up ruining them. Like, you got to think Oregon was a conservative state. They voted conservative solidly until about the late 80s or mid 1980s. And when all the influx of Californians moved into Oregon, it just absolutely ruined it. They brought their politics with them. Now you're seeing the effects of that on a place like Portland,
what is
which
their key messaging, and how are they
is
going
just
to continue to expand a base when
it's
the
a dump.
population
Portland's
of
a
the United
dump.
States is changing?
You know.
All right.
But that's what's happening in Texas. You got a lot of people from California moving through Arizona, New Mexico, into Texas.
Family and friends, about 100-odd guests we're told is
but you don't want to mess with Texas.
Hasn't written a victory or concession
They're saying
speech.
Trump is leading Michigan up top there.
In 2016, he won. No one quite expected him to win. So he hasn't written a speech either way for victory or for defeat. But he did say
Michigan would be big.
That winning is everything for him. It's very difficult for him to lose. We'll see.
Oh, your name's different on different on Discord, Killjoy.
To our other colleagues, Reena Bharadwaj also joining us from DC. We have Papni Mittal joining us from Times Square in New York. We're also joined by Manisha Gandhi in Houston, Texas. Manisha, let me come to you because Texas seemed to be in play up until about half an hour ago. Lots of votes still to be counted. I think about close to 50% of the votes still to be counted. But the fact that Texas is competitive, how did that happen?
Yeah, I have with me Cynthia Gilliard. She's actually the chairman for the Democratic Party in Fort Bend. So what do you think about Texas turning blue with Biden winning?
We hope so. We are cautiously optimistic. And it will certainly be a first-time thing.
Texas is not going to go blue. You can see right there on the right side in the middle, it's gone back red.
Among Hispanic voters probably bodes well for the Senate race in Arizona. Obviously, it bodes well for the Senate race in Georgia itself, 2 Senate races.
We're going to go back to NBC.
Vote left here. So when you're looking to see where the president overperformed in order to make up for these losses, that they're worse in Wake County, worse in Mecklenburg, Wilson, Guilford. He's making it up, it looks like, in some of these border counties in South Carolina in particular. But this has to be a bit distressing that rural African-American vote is not showing up the way it showed up for Barack Obama.
All right, Chuck, thank you. And we want to check in with Texas. It's still too early to call, but we are showing that the president
Trump is in the lead in Texas
with
now.
Approximately 74% of the vote in. We'll take a quick break here. More election night coverage when we continue Decision 2020 on NBC.
Oh, it's also nerve-wracking. What the hell, man? I hate this. Ugh.
Good morning.
And the worst part is, like, we're all expecting to know something tonight, and we might. There's a good chance that we will. What the hell? Look who they got up on Daily Wire.
They want to be liked. That's a good point. That's right, Megan.
They got Megyn Kelly.
By the way, you mentioned about revoking the Pulitzer Prize, Megan. The
asked the dumbest question in debate history, but received the most awesome answer ever.
Walter Duranty, who denied that Ukrainians were being starved
Only
by Stalin.
Rosie O'Donnell.
6 million Ukrainians were starved by Stalin. Read Ann Applebaum's book.
You know, it's a great book. Did you see the movie that came out?
John Browning, I see you over there.
Is that right? The Holodomor?
Excellent. Wonderful to see you, John.
Really good.
I should bring up, by the way, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Megan on her Ibram X. Kendi imitation. It was excellent. But secondly, I just want to point out that Ohio is closing very, very fast. It's getting very narrow.
Yeah, they're saying that Trump has the momentum there in the final counties, and it looks like there's a decent shot that he pulls out Ohio. So if he pulls out Ohio, then obviously the next look moves on to.
And I see Goofy Jules has also joined us over on the Discord. Welcome.
North Carolina is still there, although the New York Times is saying that their needle has him about an 80% shot to win North Carolina. So if he wins North Carolina, it goes to Pennsylvania. Given his performance in Ohio and North Carolina, that's very competitive. You saw him close extremely fast in the polls in North Carolina. In the polls, which have been systemically off, they're systemically off this year. If what we're seeing happening is happening,
and the Amish vote in Michigan.
The Young Turks use the Biden hands out the the thing.
Thank you,
What?
Well, Megan, thank you again for.
Pennsylvania, we may be sitting around for days and days waiting to see what.
Well, that's right. We may have you on in hour 78 of our nonstop coverage.
By the way, that is for the country. In some ways, that's nightmare scenario. Honestly.
Yes.
If it goes to litigation.
Let me understand. You guys, I'm sure, know this better than I. The judge's ruling.
Yeah, she was fired because she made like a comment about blackface or something, and then she was trying to go back to Fox, but that didn't really work out. So it looks like she's now been downgraded all the way to the Daily Wire. So
the election day. Is that correct? Did I get that right?
Yeah, she probably should have stayed with her conservative views instead of trying to sell out. She ain't gonna be trusted in conservative circles ever again.
Post-election, I have a feeling that's going to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court put it off. They didn't say they wouldn't rule on it. They said that we're not going to rule on it right now because John Roberts is a coward.
Where should we send Megyn Kelly now that she's been fired from Fox and ABC and all those other places or whatever? Where should we send her next?
China.
Oh.
He's just there.
Okay.
He wants to be like, I will say.
Well, we'll send her off to China then. You sure about China?
China all the time.
Okay then.
That the left will destroy the court.
We'll send Megyn Kelly off to China then.
Certain moves against the left. I think he thinks in day-to-day cases.
What about these freaking talking heads, man? They all seem to be so negative against you.
It's political bullshit.
Yeah,
that is still
I tend to agree.
The Chief Justice's job. He really, I know the Chief Justice is trying to keep himself, like the PR.
Former Governor John Hickenlooper, the Democrat, will pick up that seat. So that's one more in the Democrats' column in their race to try to regain control of the United States Senate.
All right, we want to bring in right now Democratic Senator and former
we
presidential
cannot lose the Senate.
Klobuchar of Minnesota. Thank you for being with us. What do you see in this evening that tells you where we're going, Senator?
I see in the next hour or so you're going to have a lot of focus on the Midwest and the West.
Yeah, she had
big news to you.
She had a big
what you see is what we've known
big opportunity on Fox. She could have been their #1 anchor, but she screwed that up.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota are going to be where it's at. And Joe Biden had to win these states from the beginning. I still think North Carolina is because of the Senate race there as well. I've been talking about North Carolina for days. And then as we head west, we've got Arizona and Nevada and many other places. And I think one of the messages of the night is suburban women and that Joe Biden is doing better than a lot of people predicted in the suburbs. I think a lot of that is the president's attitude and how he's divided people, whereas Biden has said, look, I'm going to be the president for all of America. Red, blue, I don't care. I don't care if you voted for me, if you didn't. I'm going
Nobody believes that Biden is going to be a president for everyone. I'll tell you what, us conservatives.
It's looking pretty strong.
Yeah, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Us conservatives,
Cincinnati suburbs.
are usually the type that take the high road. But I'll tell you what, let's say Biden, the worst case scenario happens and Biden wins.
It's going to take a while to get their votes counted.
If Biden wins, we're not taking the high road. At least I'm not. They're going to suffer 4 years of everything that they put Trump through. You can guarantee it. You can absolutely guarantee it.
Having to bear the brunt of leading through the coronavirus. People know that in our states, whereas the president has shoved everything down to these governors. You've got
I can't listen to freaking
these states have changed politically since 2016.
Poopachar.
You've mentioned the blue wall.
Biden now has 89 electoral college votes. Trump has 72 electoral college votes.
CNN is calling things so
of course,
weird.
needed to win the presidency. We're getting deeper into the night and another round of results. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 10 p.m. Eastern. That's when polls will close in Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. Together, those states have 21 electoral votes. Every vote is vital to get to the winning total of 270. Iowa and Nevada are the battlegrounds to watch in the next hour. Joe Biden
I'm hearing that South Carolina and Alabama are in for Trump. No surprise there, but yeah, those are the ones that put Trump up to 100 and Biden 129.
Right now.
Oh, here we
Let's
go.
start with Ohio, a critical battleground state right now. 64% of the estimated vote is in. Look at how close it is in Ohio right now.
No, Trump made up ground in Ohio.
13,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump. In Ohio, 49.5%. For Biden. Look at that, how close it is in North Carolina. 82% of the vote is in. Biden does have almost a 65,000 vote lead over Trump, 50.1% over there. In Pennsylvania, only 16% of the vote is in. They're taking their time counting the votes in Pennsylvania. Biden has a 73,000 vote lead over Trump, 52.5%, as you can see. In Wisconsin right now, 19% of the vote is in. Biden's lead is narrow, only 22,000 vote lead. 50.7% to 47.4%.
Yeah, none of those numbers really mean anything.
In Minnesota right now, a quarter of the vote is in. Biden has an impressive nearly 300,000 vote lead in Minnesota, 66.1% he's got there. In New Hampshire right now, 22% of the vote is in. Biden's lead has increased a bit to nearly 20,000, 54.3% to 44.4%. Let's take a look at 3 more states right now. Actually 5 more states right now. Florida right now, 93% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead, 379,000 vote lead over Biden in Florida. In Michigan right now, 20% of the vote is in. Trump has an impressive 224,000 vote lead over Biden right now in Michigan. Right there in Georgia, almost half of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty
They've already
impressive
called
lead
Georgia
there
for
as
Trump.
well. Nearly more than 364,000
Or maybe they haven't yet.
vote lead over Biden in Georgia. 16 electoral votes there. In Texas, 76% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a lead of 170,000 votes over Biden in the state of Texas, a huge prize, 38 electoral votes. In Virginia, 45% of the estimated vote is in. And look at this, Trump still has a pretty impressive lead of more than 311,000 votes in Virginia, 56.4% to 41.7%. Let's go back.
Man, they're all calling it so different.
So remind us, big picture, where we are right now in this race.
CNN projections there. Now the electoral college count is 89-72. I'll be going to Seema Sirohi and to G. Parsati in just 1 second to get a big picture of how the night is shaping up, both for Trump as well as for Joe Biden.
What are those percentages underneath the electoral votes there? Are they saying Biden has a 48% chance to win?
You know, is on your chest. You feel great that you played for India and I won a medal for India.
CNN News 18, your #1 news destination.
New India is dynamic, bold, and assertive. There will be fights, debates, and differences. But when it comes to my country, there can be no compromise. India will always come first. The right stand.
Okay, so I just found something pretty interesting. Let's see if I can show you guys this.
Biggest names in the business.
Again,
take it with a grain of salt. We're looking at the New York Times here. But these are the election needles currently of what these states are looking like they're going to go for. And as you can see, Florida right now is about 3 points up for Trump. Okay, Georgia is also leaning way over Republican. North Carolina leaning towards Trump.
They only speak to one channel.
We have promises that we made that have to be kept, and I will leave no stone unturned.
And these ones underneath it'll tell you the win probability. So they're saying Florida is very likely Trump. They're saying probably Trump. In Georgia, they're saying North Carolina also pretty likely Trump. So though that's from your New York Times. We've got some other details here, and as you can see, it looks like Republicans have picked up on all of these areas. They've picked up in the Cuban neighborhoods. They've picked up huge amounts in the Hispanic and Cuban areas. Okay, you can see that we picked up on the black vote and the rural vote and the majority college graduate vote, high income, suburban, Obama-Trump areas not as much. And where we've lost is people who have not had that much college. So people who aren't as educated didn't necessarily vote for Republicans. So that should explain a lot, and that is from the New York Times. And we know that if they could slant it the other way, they would. So that's pretty important to see there. And you can see where the votes have been counted in these areas so far, and where votes are still remaining. So that's an interesting map right there. As you can see that Florida doesn't have very much left to count, but the biggest area they have is this big, huge Republican area over here. So you might as well call Florida for Trump now. That's looking pretty big. But when we go up and we're looking at Georgia, you can see there's still a lot of votes out there left. There seems to be a big, huge couple Democrat circles in here, but you got a whole bunch of little red ones too. So you'd have to add up and figure out if these red dots blow out these blue ones or not. And there's a whole bunch of other ones down here as well. So that's interesting. It looks like North Carolina mostly has Republican areas still waiting to come in. So it's getting interesting, but we're looking.
Look at the kind of coverage.
It's looking here like Trump can pretty much put Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina in his win bucket. That's big.
The biggest names,
but we need to start seeing those Rust Belt numbers and Ohio numbers. We need to see Ohio come in. The poll said that Trump was ahead in Ohio. He needs Florida and he needs Ohio, and then snag one of those Rust Belt states.
Top doctors.
And look at that over there. They have now called South Carolina for Trump over on this Fox window, and you can see Trump is now at 109, Biden 129. So
when they speak,
the Democrats
engine up there. But then you go ahead and add Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina in there. And what I saw last is that he was winning in Virginia too. So and Texas now leaning towards Trump as well. All of that could be very good. Very good, but it's still early.
You feel great that you played for India and I won a medal for India.
CNN News 18, your #1 news destination.
Yeah, Pennsylvania didn't count, Alex didn't start counting any of their mail-in ballots until today, so that is correct.
When it comes to my country, there can be no compromise. India will always come first.
Yeah, everybody's been buying guns and ammo except for me, and that's because I already got everything I need pretty much. You can never have enough, but it looks like Lindsey Graham is going to hold his seat, huh? Put CJ up over Boop Troop. You got it, Dayways.
We are celebrating the start of the Ram Mandir, but we are celebrating the ethos of India.
This should be a beginning. It should be a fuel to create a better India.
I don't see today anything which can benefit only one community.
Oh, it's getting interesting. Let's get some audio over there real quick, see what's going on. So that's over there in Washington, D.C., and our wonderful friend CJ is apparently over in Washington, D.C. to record this. So, oh yeah, it's getting tense over there. They were peaceful originally, but you can think as the night goes on, if it's starting to look like it's going to start going Trump's way, you can imagine that people are going to go nuts. And we will be here with all of the streams to catch it live. Hey, you're welcome, Day Waste. We'll switch back over to election coverage here shortly, but we'll start keeping a better eye on these because it's looking like Washington, D.C. is starting to look like a boiling pot. We've also got a whole bunch of Portland feeds out here as well. Oh, there we go. Oh, we got action. They wrestling. Oh, they wrestling. Oh, he threw him down. Oh, come on, CJ. Oh, people are getting some cheap shots in. Oh, he hit him with the bat. Damn. Oh, CJ, why do you not have better internet by now, man? Come on. Oh! Oh, he came in with the punch. Oh, that's a cheap shot. He's taking his jacket off when you came in and hit him, bro. Damn. Dude, his phone cut out. Oh, here we go. We got some action, baby. Oh, they dispersed the gas. Oh, is that the blue mace? We got the blue gas out. Oh, damn. Trump, what are we going to do with these people?
I'm going to bomb the shit out of them.
Hell yeah.
He's right. Fighting the police is not going to do it. It's the people behind the police. If you want to kill each other, go ahead. It's the people behind the police. People behind the police. It's the judges, it's the whole system. It's the judges, it's the attorneys. The police are just the...
MK, are you serious? We're taking Illinois? Are you sure about that?
I've been fighting it for a decade. I've been fighting American justice for a decade.
Damn, he hit him with the cheap shot. Yeah, not the blue mace. But freaking CJ, not with the best signal, but we'll keep it up there. Damn. And Daily Wire, man, that I think we'll put up.
Will not solve it. He's right.
Let's see, we've got a bunch of different DC feeds. Oh, we got some LA feeds as well. Oh, Brosa? Brosa's out in Portland, y'all.
Fuck is wrong with you? Don't you ever put your hands on me to get a fucking shot. Fuck that.
Brosa in the house.
Yeah, totally.
MK, did I hear you correct when you say Trump is going to take Illinois?
Yeah, literally all I need is Flex Seal.
Oh, don't hit me with
We
that.
have to go after the
Copyright.
people like Trump, the 1%, the czars. They're the slavers. They're the evil people. I've been fighting it for a decade.
We got some calls going on down below.
Virginia is the exact opposite. They've been only doing election day vote. They're going to count their early vote starting at 11 p.m. So if you're wondering what's going on with Virginia, that will tell you about Virginia. Texas, you noted why is Trump ahead? Well, I can give you one.
Why is Trump ahead? Because it's Texas.
Why he is. I'm going to take you to those Trump 2018 counties. These were counties that both Beto O'Rourke in that Senate race against Ted Cruz, where he made us think maybe Texas is a battleground state.
Master Jam.
The Austin media market here.
Did your feelings get hurt? This is Trump Nation, baby.
So these two,
it's the Trump train. You got on the wrong train.
Beto run them both. But I want to take you to Hayes here, number one. Biden's winning it by 12. Beto won it by 16. Again, Beto O'Rourke lost the state. But the point is, and this was something Casey Hunt was learning from her sources, that there appears to be that Biden.
See you later, Master Jam.
Underperforming, particularly in the.
This is a conservative place. This is a home of conservatives. We don't play that game.
By the way, speaking of leading, one place we want to take you is Ohio, and we've been showing you. Remember, Biden had the early lead. Well, the Republican vote is starting to come in. As you can see, the county map's getting redder, and the president now has a lead of about 100,000. You can see what we're seeing here, the early absentees. So right now we have a lot more election day vote. There's still some early vote to count. So we've got a long way to go in Ohio. We know it's about a 50-50
that could be interesting.
Early vote, which we know favors Biden, the election day vote, which favors Trump. So watch for our orange and yellow lines here to see if they become 50-50.
Oh, Trump is up in Ohio now.
Anytime you see yellow, that's usually a pretty good sign for President Trump.
All right, let's bring in Kristen Welker now. She is at Biden.
Oh, that's big.
How are they feeling about the numbers and
that's
what we're
big.
seeing here?
Well, Lester, with Florida looking increasingly out of reach, of course, they are focused on North Carolina and on Georgia. One campaign official acknowledging that both of those states look very close. But this official telling me we still feel good. We still feel like we have a shot there. So they are focused
I got you,
on
Dayways.
those two states. And then, of course, the Midwest, their blue wall. That is where they think
Looks
that
like CJ is in a
Vice
similar area,
President Biden
but I got
will
news to
prevail.
share up
They
there
are
for you.
very interested in what they're seeing in Ohio. I've been talking to a number of officials in and out of the campaign, including to Democrats in Ohio, with one telling me that the turnout in some of those Democratic strongholds has been quite strong. And then in some of the swing counties, it looks like Biden is outperforming expectations. Why is that significant? Even if Biden doesn't carry Ohio, they believe it could have implications for the all-important battleground state of Pennsylvania. And that is really where we began this discussion tonight. Why has Biden spent so much time in Pennsylvania over the past several weeks throughout the course of this campaign? Because ultimately it could be make or break for Joe Biden.
That's important, guys. Ohio finally flipped and finally in Trump's column.
And in Philadelphia, urging voters to turn out. Of course, back in 2016, the Obama coalition underperformed, and that's why Hillary Clinton fell short there. So he is trying to win that state back, and without Pennsylvania,
we got to get 4 more years, baby. We got to get 4 more years.
So it is a critical state for him as well. Guys.
All right, Kristen, thank you. And that brings us to Jason Miller, senior advisor to the Trump campaign. Jason, it's good to have you with us. So far, it looks like the president is performing well in the states he has to win. He does have to contend with the so-called blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. How are you feeling about that?
Savannah, good evening. Feeling very, very good. I think Florida is a state that the president is definitely going to carry. Feel good about where we are with Georgia. We also feel good about North Carolina. I think we're going to win by somewhere between 50 and 70,000 votes. Also, when you take a look at some of the rural counties in Indiana, the way that we're performing with those small towns that are about 5,000 or less people, some of that can be extrapolated out and compared to, say, Wisconsin, Michigan. Looking at some of the rural areas, you look at Kent County in Michigan, for example, where we're increasing. So states where we have, or excuse me, counties where we have 75% or more of the vote in so far, we're increasing our margins in Michigan by between 6 and 7%. And I think that one of the big surprises.
Hey, Bill, glad to see you in the chat.
So far. Number one,
things, they're up and down. They're up and down. Nerve-wracking. But we're getting some positive news right now.
A big shock to Biden, and I think to a lot of folks, since we haven't won that.
Trump is up in Michigan with 28% in.
Story of the night so far. Black voters and Latino voters helping to power President Trump forward, and I think will be the big difference in him being reelected tonight.
I know everything seems positive, but
anybody surprised that Joe Biden won Vermont and Bernie Sanders' state? No, I'm not.
That still sits out there that you worry about.
Well, fundamentally, keep in mind that Democrats knew that they were going to have this early vote, the absentee votes. And so we actually saw a lot of those early votes the same way that the Democrats
might not need
did.
North Carolina, but would be good to have.
This red wave, folks who would actually show up on Election Day. And the Democrats essentially had already cannibalized all of their votes. People who are likely Democratic primary voters who are going to vote, people who wanted
the beginning of the wave is showing up. Your wife, who's a liberal, just ran to the store upset.
So we're kind of concerned a little bit about that, but it looks like our models, our predictions for the turnout are looking to be right on track.
No, let's not count our chickens before they've hatched, though. We're not going to be like the young turds and have something disastrous happen towards the end. Let's just keep our
Are you ready to claim North
keep
Carolina
our
on your map?
expectations in check. Wisconsin, with 30% of the voted, Trump is up in Wisconsin.
So that's where we're tracking. All of the counties that are outstanding are counties that the president won in 2016. And so if you, again, we're past the polling aspect. I think
you know what's really going to make the freaking liberals upset is that if Trump wins again, they can't blame Russia again.
When you look at the actual votes that are in,
and not only can they not blame Russia again, they're going to have to look back and be like, you know what? Probably wasn't Russia the first time either.
Let's turn to Chuck real quick. Polling is broken. You just heard it from Jason Miller. He said it's like Humpty Dumpty falling off the wall. Are you ready to declare that verdict?
I got my issues with some state polling, that's for sure. I mean,
Trump has the popular vote currently by 2%.
Definitely an issue in that there's just no quality control with a lot of some of these pollsters you've never heard of and things like this.
MK, I hope you're right. I'm keeping my expectations neutral.
By the way, they did the big dump. I told you that's what they do. We went from 0 to 69%, okay?
Getting drunk, MK. Good, brother, good. I hope you are.
They're doing what they said they'd do. They said they'd be able to handle both their early vote and some of their same-day vote. They'd be processing it together. And as you can see, we got a big chunk of it already out. And Biden has a good lead here. Savannah, as you know, you could argue that it's a one-county election because Maricopa, one instance in the last decade where some statewide candidate lost Maricopa County, which is home of Phoenix.
My father lives down in Arizona. I don't know if he's watching tonight, but in case you chime in at some point, what's going on with your state? I thought you lived in a nice conservative state. What's going on?
Mitt Romney carried Maricopa.
You better get your Arizonans to the voting booth.
So, look.
How much of Maricopa County's in?
77%. Okay. So, this is a good chunk. This is a big lead. Look, they needed something in the Sun Belt right now. I know the Biden folks are feeling a bit antsy. North Carolina's making them antsy. Georgia, we still got a lot of vote for that to come in. We know Florida appears to be gone. I know we haven't officially called that yet. So, early
Florida
on
appears to be gone.
Early on, and it's a lot of vote in. Arizona looks like it may actually make pollsters feel better.
Let's turn to Casey on that. I am from Arizona, so I know that, yes, while Maricopa County and Pima County are important, so are all the other counties, and they're largely red counties. What are you hearing, Casey?
for Biden.
Well, Savannah, my sources are saying that they expect, and Chuck touched on this, to have a little bit of a roller coaster
Swamp
here
Central.
In terms of counting. That it'll look good initially for Joe
Trump
Biden,
just
and
keeps
then we may
gaining
see
in
them start
Florida.
to count some votes that may turn this toward Trump, and then there could be another batch that'll swing us back again. So my sources are urging patience on that front. But I will also say that there does seem to be a difference between how Mark Kelly, who's the Senate candidate in this race, the Democrat.
What do you mean, Bill? What do you mean what's going on with our governor? What are you talking about?
Republican and Democratic sources are expecting that Kelly's going to do better than Joe Biden. And I think the big question mark right now is what is the impact of the Hispanic vote in Arizona? We obviously have talked a lot about the unique qualities of
my Discord tends to think that Biden has already given up.
Community in Miami-Dade. Remember, of course, we've talked at length about how that really swung for President Trump. But Democrats think that that swing was big enough. They're nervous that it could replicate itself with other Hispanic communities. They've seen a little bit of it in Texas, and they're concerned about it in Arizona in the context of the presidential race. So I'm watching to see in Arizona if we actually get a split result here, if we see a Democrat win the Senate seat and potentially see President Trump carry the state at the presidential level. Savannah.
All right. Well, they have spent a lot of time, the president's campaign has spent a lot of time in Arizona over the years. We've got a new call to tell you about. It is too early to call in Ohio, but we are characterizing it a bit more.
Yeah, that's why we're watching them. We want to watch them melt down, though, Bill. You see, I've got my favorite right over here, the Young Turds. That's right. They melted down last time. They started off pretty happy tonight, and we'll be checking in on them as we go. Oh, look at that. What the heck? So they had said that the Democrats had picked up one House seat and one Senate seat, and they took away that House seat now, and now it's only one Senate seat that they've picked up. So that went away. Interesting.
Florida's interesting.
Michigan, Trump way up with 28% in.
Miami-Dade County, which is what bailed him out in Florida. Biden did very well switching some swing counties there, which is a good sign, I think,
for Arizona. And what I'm seeing in Ohio, which is a tight race with Biden in the hunt.
It's still early. It's only 28% of the vote. That's still a lot of votes there.
There's no Miami-Dade County in Michigan, Wisconsin, or Western Pennsylvania. So we just got to wait and count it, and it's going to take a while. But the quick knockout.
And yeah, the riots, trust me, they'll go nuts. If Trump has a big, massive red wave tonight, there will be riots, and we will be there to cover them.
Now, considerably more narrow, or appear to be more narrow for Biden.
Well, I think the Biden campaign is focused like a laser on Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. You had some other states come into play. Look, North Carolina is going to be very close. I think you're going to see a lot of votes still coming in the Atlanta area. That's going to make Georgia close. Arizona, I imagine that will tighten, but the 70% that's in looks good for Biden. So
I'm cautiously optimistic, folks.
And then I agree with Mike. I look at Ohio. It would be nice to win it, but that was a long shot. What does it tell you about Western Pennsylvania, about parts of Michigan and Wisconsin? And so, yes, this is not going to be an early night. It's not going to be an electoral college landslide. But until you show me numbers that suggest that Donald Trump now is the favorite in Arizona or Pennsylvania, I think Joe Biden still maintains the best route to 270. And the question in Arizona is some of the weakness we see in the Rio Grande Valley and then certainly in Miami-Dade with Hispanic voters. Does any of that carry over to Arizona? And when we really unpack the precincts, we'll get a sense of that.
All right, David and Mike, gentlemen, thanks very much. Before we pause for a quick break, an update from North Carolina's governor's race. And the incumbent, Cooper, will win. Will continue to be governor.
All right, and in New Mexico, we've got Joe Biden prevailing in
That's
that
no
state.
surprise in New Mexico.
5 electoral votes. We're back right after this.
All the stuff you said is right. Close, though. Really close. I mean, way too close for comfort. There's no comfort zone here. So my read on this is that this whole election is skewed because of the mail-in votes that we've never had before. And they apparently were counted first in most places, which gave the perception that Biden was...
Yeah, and I've seen numbers that show Trump up in Virginia, and I've heard people say that Trump could win Virginia, so I don't know what's going on in Virginia, MK.
Today were counted, Biden was overtaken. So Virginia, keep your eye on Virginia. Now, that can turn because the Fairfax County vote is the largest county in the state.
God, that would be hilarious if Oregon gave its votes to the popular vote winner. I do believe they did pass some stupid law like that. If it bit them in the butt, that'd be hilarious.
By in Ohio. Michigan, he's got a good shot. Doesn't look like Minnesota is going to vote for him. We don't have any information about Wisconsin yet.
Oh, look at right side's map.
But the Republican Senate candidate in Michigan apparently won. The African-American candidate. And that means, and this is the big headline right now, that Republicans will hold the Senate. That's so important to every American.
So no matter what, it's looking like we will hold the Senate.
It looks like the Republican in Georgia is going to get more than 50% of the vote.
That's big news.
So he'll be in, no runoff.
That's huge news.
And so it may turn into a very good night for the Republican Party. When I was on an hour ago, it was much more
it was doom and gloom,
pessimistic than it is now. But when I'm on an hour from now, it could go right back. That's how close and back and forth this whole thing is.
Bill, I need you to explain to me Minnesota. I mean, obviously, Minnesota, I never assumed we'd have it.
How does Minnesota go blue?
The old Reagan-Mondale map that was just this sea of red, and what was the gigantic blue blotch out there? It was Minnesota. And Minnesota just elected, I know it's not
Senator
a statewide
wins.
race.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Ilhan Omar, not only a radical leftist, I would expect that, but mired in corruption, has these horrible things. What is wrong with Minnesota? Minnesota's worse than New Jersey.
Well, it's one of those states where it's dominated by one city, all right, Minneapolis, St. Paul, 2 cities, the Twin Cities. So
PDX Antifa marching. We'll get a PDX stream up.
Of that city.
Who do we want to see?
With the exception of Duluth.
We've got a lot of Portland streams.
Trump was going to win.
You guys want Brosa? We'll put Brosa up.
The state of Minnesota, it's that axis. It's like New York. You take New York City out, New York's a red state. And the same thing in California. You take LA and the Bay Area out, California is a red state. So when you have these huge population centers, they dictate everything that happens in the state. But I thought this time around,
So we got a Washington, D.C. feed, and then we've got a Portland feed. They are marching in Portland.
Minneapolis after the George Floyd situation, that they might say, you know, enough with this radical left craziness.
Look how different these two maps right here are. This is Fox's map, and look at Right Side's map.
Bill, I know it's not election specific, but explain to me how we as a country bridge that gap. Now, I will tell you, full disclosure, I don't think we can bridge the left-right gap anymore. They've just gone that way, and they're not coming back together anytime soon. But this urban-rural problem, it is a problem, and it's a major problem for these states like Colorado. Like you just mentioned the other states, you go outside of Denver, these are some of the most, they make you look like a pacifist. These are the most blood red people on the face of the planet, but the state, they'll elect completely insane people. There has to be some way to fix this problem, right? How do we fix this problem?
I don't see how you're going to do it. You have a very strong influx of foreign nationals that go into the big cities to work.
It sure would be nice. I don't think that we have any chance of taking the House, but we could absolutely gain a whole bunch of seats. McConnell, that's called for sure, so McConnell's won. So far, a lot of the incumbents have won, so we haven't picked, and I know the Democrats picked up one seat, but the Republicans have also picked up a seat, so it's basically a wash.
Which have turned into liberal cities. When I worked in Dallas, back in the 1970s, it was about as conservative a city as you could get. It's turned totally around, and Houston, of course, is too.
Oh, let's go ahead and look down.
That's why Texas is in play.
At NBC.
Not all Latino votes are the same when you're trying to compare them, particularly if you're in the Southeast versus the Southwest. So, look, Arizona, this is the first Sun Belt state that you sit there and you're like, okay, and there's not a lot of rural remaining vote that you sit there and say, okay, we're going to see the same thing that we've seen with Trump in Ohio and North Carolina, that as that rural vote comes in, it starts to load up. Let's take a look at North Carolina. Remember I told you, I said, one of the things you're going to see, we're going to get these straggling rural counties that will add to his number, but that there was still some room to grow in the big blue counties. There's still a lot of vote in Wake County, 16% of the vote. This is that's a lot of voters that are left, and this has obviously been a huge Biden county. You look in Mecklenburg, not much left there, obviously, just 94% are in.
I don't mind if you want to share music in the stream day waste, or I don't mind, MK, if you want to share music. I personally won't be listening to any music, but you're more than welcome to share it with whoever's watching.
Rural African-American turnout is just such and I just want to show you here where Trump is overperforming Robeson County. This is where he is able, he's adding to his numbers. We don't see this in some of these places.
Is that African-American voters not turning out?
This is not turning out.
Or because the president has made an effort to attract African-Americans?
Look, we're not seeing enough evidence there. This to me looks more like not turning out.
Okay.
On that front.
Of course they're going to say it looks like not turning out. No, it's going to be Trump's going to pick up some of that African-American vote.
They're not that different, 95% in. So you've seen in other places where there's some huge Biden overperformance here. These border counties along South Carolina are going to be,
I'll tell you what, there's no blue wave going on here.
I would argue that's where he's going to find the votes that he should have gotten in order to get this, in order to make North Carolina happen.
Okay.
Yeah, Minnesota. Let me quickly ask you about Minnesota. Jason,
I already have the P here, Alex.
The Trump folks feel good about Minnesota.
Look, they talk. We'll see. I mean, we only have about a third of the vote in, and just so you see, this is election day vote. So it's, let's look at some of the big. I mean, look, if Biden's got a big lead right now because Hennepin County, that's Minneapolis, and we've got most of the vote in. So, yeah, as the rural counties come in, this state's likely to get closer.
So for those of you who are just joining,
we'll see.
We're also doing the Lifestraw challenge. So the way that works is you go over to SEALTeam711.com, and if you do a $21 dono, the odd number so we know that exactly what it's for, you will be able to pick a number off of this board right here. Those numbers are corresponding to multiple different types of water, and I have a Lifestraw here and I will drink from it.
The Trump campaign says
all the same half hour.
There's an important Democratic
We've already done
yes, there is. So we'll
nasty shoe puddle,
in fact, a hot one out in
muddy
Montana, Andrew, was just
water.
reminding me of. We'll check in on
And
that
what we
one
have
as
left
well.
is
Take
we
a
have
break right here.
foot bath water, backwash, river water, mud puddle, storm drain sewer water, toilet water, pond water, and urine. Been trying not to mention it too much, but yes, if you go to SEALTeam711.com and you do a $21 dono, you will be able to pick a number from the board, and whatever it is, I will drink through the Lifestraw, which is supposed to filter 99.999%
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions
of bacteria and gross stuff.
help you make
But
sense
yes,
of it all.
it is here. I have it all over here in front of me. I can show you the dish I have. I don't want to flip the camera just because there's other things here that wouldn't be
Washington feels more chaotic
YouTube
than
doesn't
ever.
like.
It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you.
But yes,
make
there's
sense of
the
it all.
assortment of different water, and we've got videos for all of them of when we collected them. So you will be able to see exactly where the water came from, and we'll be able to see how well this Lifestraw actually works.
Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday.
And while we're
Subscribe
sitting
for
over
free
here
wherever you
on a
get your
commercial, while you're over at SEALTeam711.com, you can also help support the stream and support Patriot streamers all together by getting yourself some official SEAL Team 711 gear, including we have the Rona Protector, t-shirts, hoodies, sweaters, and so much more. Only at SEALTeam711.com.
But this year, his support among voters with college degrees slipped. So, Caitlin, how did the two candidates' campaigns differ in that state of Iowa?
Pain over here or whiskey because this is Texas. All right, we got more show for you. We'll have some.
So Right Side has a similar number now to what Fox is reporting on, the 129, 109. But they're also holding back on calling a lot of stuff.
Hey, let me tell you a secret, a shave secret. You don't need all the
Yeah, we
butter,
don't want to know your
gel.
shave secret.
If now is the time the protesters finally win.
Here, of course, are Michigan, Wisconsin, and here where I am in Pennsylvania. These are states that delivered the White House to President Trump in 2016, and he won them all total by 80,000 votes. And that's why Democrats have been kind of on a mission to win them back and win them back in a way that's ramping
The
up
idea
a
is not to
different
put
kind
things
of
on there that are
coalition.
enjoyable.
And that's really what I'm looking for tonight, to see what the coalition.
But yes, those nasty, like I said, we've got foot bath water. We've got even toilet water. Like, look at this.
And try to replicate some of the
Like, literally went and scooped water out the toilet.
Places like Detroit and places like
You guys like the
Milwaukee,
projector of Biden in there in my toilet?
we've been seeing a little bit in
Biden
our
gets it
exit
every
polls,
single
after the
day.
2018 midterm,
But yes,
the
we've
kind
got all kinds of
realignment
water
the Democratic Party and
all kind, like I said, all the way up to urine. But there's all kinds of stuff in there. So if you do a $21 dono over at SEALTeam711.com, it'll pop up live on the stream. You can pick a number, and the number there is corresponding to whatever's over here on the table, and I will put the Lifestraw to the test.
and Arizona, states that will give us a good indication of where this race is headed tonight.
Yeah, Leslie, very quickly.
Yeah, I figured they would flip the Alabama Senate seat because of that whole Roy Moore thing that happened.
Of course, the land of Barry Goldwater, John McCain, a place that
You're on
just
Team
a few years
Enjoyable?
ago, people would not have necessarily thought.
I should have went to the store and grabbed myself some beer then. If that were the case, I would have done that. I've got Dr. Pepper.
We talk about changing demographics. What do you see in Arizona?
For many years, Elaine, the mountainous West was a territory, kind of a group of territories that the Republicans felt they could be really competitive in.
Yeah, beer would be interesting. I wonder if it'd be carbonated. The shoe water that I drank earlier.
Put Colorado in that area.
Ugh, it tasted like the shoe.
In that region.
It tasted rubbery to me, and like, I don't know, like it might have just been in my head because I collected the water and I saw what it looked like. but like
Donald Trump has
there's this
changed
nasty
calculus
shoe
of
in
that,
this
and the focus
nasty
shifted back
puddle
over
here.
to
And it
the
was
rest of
it was
what you
disgusting.
saw and kind of slip
You
into,
see it?
There's
a shoe in there.
In some of those states,
It's just gross.
Really get right next to
Oh, whose shoe is that? Why is it there? You know, but yeah, I drank that one already.
I'm so sorry, we have hard breaks. We're going to take a quick break
Pretty
right now. Stay with
gross.
us. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News Always On.
I wonder if the Kool-Aid would come out clear, or if it would still have the color.
In politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in
That's
active
interesting.
duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC
Oh, we don't want these
direct
dang
people?
commercials.
How
Come
much
on, give us some freaking news. Why is everybody on commercial right now?
Well ahead in both of those states. The race could hinge.
It's like
on
they're all
Ohio
taking
and
breaks.
North Carolina. Both of those states, he was trailing for a very long time. Right now, he is
It's like they all
leading
called each other
in
and
both
said,
of
"Hey,
those
let's all
states.
go to
It would
break
boil
right now."
down to 7 states,
Oh, young
as I
turds
said,
are
ladies
back.
and gentlemen.
Let's see if they're
He's got a
melting
win
down at all.
before Russ-
There's so many important topics we got to discuss. As usual, I got to give you the updates first. At this point, almost none of them are good. Ohio's in the same place we left it before the break, 5 points up for Trump with 3/4 of the vote. In North Carolina, Biden still holds a 0.6 lead with 84% reporting. But again, New York Times says no, Trump's going to win that 95% chance. They still have Georgia at 83% chance.
The straw is not old.
So given how
I
the
just
rest of this
opened
night
it
has
on
gone,
stream.
Georgia.
And the Lifestraw is specifically designed for this. It's designed for you to be able to survive. And if worst case scenario, if you're out somewhere dehydrated and you have nothing but your urine to drink, the Lifestraw is supposed to be able to make you survive and be okay.
Trump has to win
I am
all
not
these
the first
states that
person
he is winning. Then he has
who
to
has
win
done this.
Pennsylvania. So it looks like for
I
the
also
moment
will not be
being,
the last.
The 3 biggest states left that are relevant, if we think Trump has won Florida, North Carolina, and Georgia, are Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. So those are the 3 biggies on the board. There's still one district in Maine and
3%.
one district in Nebraska.
Trump is apparently
that's relevant.
3% ahead in the popular
He's
vote.
been on from that district in a little bit later.
I trust the straw, MK. I
and
trust the Lifestraw. Not sponsored or
it's
anything.
amazing that we're
but I
at this
trust it.
point.
When I
And
go out
so
hunting,
it looks like
I keep one in my pack for a
the
reason.
Establishment Democrats, even in having an election this close, have blown it again.
They have sent a lot of these Lifestraws
so
overseas
we gotta get right back
to
on
places
that
where they don't
warpath.
have clean
And
water, and because of this,
look,
a lot
I'll
of
break
people
it
are
down for you guys
able to
later
get
as to
water now
why
because of it. I've also
it's
got
a
the
damned
family
if you
one
do,
here
damned
as
if
well.
you don't
Because I've got a
about
lot
the
of water
warpath.
sources on
That
my property.
Political dynamic is so important.
And you got to be able to filter them.
And unfortunately, it's been a thing we cannot solve. If you go on a warpath, the rest of the media says, that's it, you're all blacked out. I'm never going to put any of you on because you're not civil. If you don't go on the warpath, these losers keep
I promise you I'll be okay. I've put a lot worse things in my body, MK.
So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Who's at fault? The mainstream media is at fault.
And also the Democratic Party, Cenk. The Democratic Party.
Are they melting down? Are the young turds melting down?
Democrats
They're screaming.
They pretend like they'd be the most effective. Look, what Biden has done in this election is very similar to what we've seen in other failed congressional races for Democrats. He decided to run as
What's
Republican
going on
right? His whole
What is that?
the reason why he did that is because you've got to look at who is assisting him materially with his campaign. And so you have this infusion of never Trump Republicans, tiny minuscule percentage of the country, right? Negligible amount of voters. And they're pumping money into his campaign. You got the ads from the Lincoln Project.
Okay. Yeah,
so who is Biden going to listen to? Is he going to listen to the donors, the people who are helping him materially? Or is he going to listen to what progressives have been screaming from the rooftops? Focus on the bread and butter issues. He didn't do that.
These guys are delusional.
He did a little bit on the margins.
They're delusional.
But his whole message was,
it's the progressives that ruin the Democrat Party.
I want Republicans in my cabinet. Okay, but why would Republican voters unite and stand behind you when they can have Trump, who, speaks to them on a number
Oh God,
of issues.
yeah, Killjoy. I want to see Mad Cow melt down again.
Stuff that they're obsessed with. It's just, it was a dumb strategy, and I just knew, I felt it in my gut.
MK does look
that this
naked
was
without
not
his
gonna be
squiggles,
a
doesn't he?
blowout
I voted for
Biden.
MK on my ballot.
If anything, if he wins, it's going to be a super close race. But I don't know. I mean, I'm a little too much of a pessimist, so I'm going to.
I appreciate you worrying about me, MK. Just shows you're a real one. I appreciate you.
But I don't think that Biden
But I'm
ran
doing
a great
this
campaign.
not so much. I'm doing this for as much for
look, guys,
entertainment
it's the media. It's
as I'm also
definitely the
doing it
media,
as a test for
because
myself.
Is it the Democratic
something
Party's
I would
fault?
probably
Of
do
course.
even if I
But
wasn't
when you
live
say
streaming.
something
Something
as
that I
obvious
want to
as
test,
the problem
but
is
I
Democratic
do trust the
weakness,
Lifestraw.
Every one of you watching out there, it doesn't matter if you're a Republican, Democrat,
And
or
I don't know
somewhere
if
in
you
the
heard.
middle. You all know that that's obviously true.
But I got stuck out in the woods the other day without any type of liquids, and I thought I'd put my Lifestraw in my pocket, and we ran across a couple streams while we were stranded.
Trump's got everybody excited.
I wish I would have had it because I got so dehydrated, like I was literally puking up bile. Was not feeling well at all.
They're pathetically weak.
Oh my God, he's freaking out. Here we go.
We're on cable news. The New York Times hates it. The only people who hate it more is NPR. So a lot of you probably grew up listening to NPR. Honestly, they're poison. And let me explain why they're poison. Not because they have fake news. That's nonsense, right? We're not.
Things are looking good, Jay. Yeah, they're looking good. They were kind of grim earlier, but they're looking a heck of a lot better now.
Corporate Democrats, absolutely. But
you can see the young turds is freaking out.
They taught generations of Democrats to whisper. And if you don't whisper, you're being
And Jay,
uncivil.
welcome to the stream. If you haven't heard yet, we are doing the Lifestraw Challenge. We have an assortment of different nasty water here. We've already drinking some nasty mud puddle water through the Lifestraw.
Three separate super important things. But first, I got to tell the audience.
If you do a $21
dono
over
okay. You think
at SEALTeam711.com, it'll pop up in the stream. You get to pick a number from up here on the board, and that all those numbers correspond to waters and nasty stuff that we've collected.
Here, it's so easy.
And we're going to drink that and test it through the Lifestraw.
Here's what you could have done. Hey, we
already drank nasty mud puddle shoe water.
First to worst. Donald Trump brought us from first to worst, first to worst, first to worst, first to worst. And then that would force Donald Trump to say, no, per capita, we're actually 9th worst out of over 200
I only have the young turds up because I love watching him melt down. And it seems like he's doing it. Look at him pissed.
Gee, this guy, he's running over me. No, you run over him.
Trump ahead in Pennsylvania, according to the top stream.
It's still too close to call.
Oh, absolutely. In the very early days in many of these states, certainly in Wisconsin, Michigan, and even in Pennsylvania. Ohio, there's a lot more of the vote that's in and counted. But Trump is leading in all four. I know it's very, very early days, but do they expect the results to come in at least some point tonight, or are they expecting it to go on perhaps for days and weeks?
You know, that's really it depends who you talk to question. And we are in kind of uncharted territory at this point. Due to the pandemic, there was an incredible amount of early voting and mail-in voting in some of these states.
Killjoy, urine is one of the options here that's on the table. And if you get one of those numbers,
there are some states where we really
it's not going to be no 50-50. It's straight.
Those answers could change. There was always anticipated to be what was known as a red wave on Election Day, where they expected more Republicans to vote in person and that more Democrats were likely to be the people mailing in ballots. So,
by the way, props to the first production team tonight, killing it for us. I hope they can actually pull up that Lady Gaga video, because I do think it's important to show it, because it seems as if the left will do these things.
75% in Arizona.
We're guilty of it when
Biden
we do
is
it for
up.
them too, but they'll do these things that are genuine efforts to reach out and maybe
they're breaking it down over here on CBS.
400,000 votes to go, but you know what we want to see here is, can Donald Trump make up the margin? At this point on the trend lines, it could be difficult for him. So that's why I want to just lean it for the moment. But that's where we are in Arizona, all about Maricopa County. We'll watch it going forward.
And why we are characterizing this state as lean. Biden also has to do with what we're hearing from the exit polls and some of those voters. So I want to check in with Major Garrett about why people
Trump
voted
is
the way
way
they
up in
did.
Ohio now, so the polls were right about Ohio.
Demographic data from Arizona that I think reveal why Anthony just moved this to a lean Biden. And again, this is exit poll data collected not just day of, but for those who voted early in person and who voted by mail and were then called by the exit poll surveyors. So let's go first to 65 and older in Arizona. Joe Biden leading President Trump 52 to 47. Donald Trump won this demographic group in Arizona by
So old
13
people,
points in
surprise,
2016.
surprise,
So that
they
is an
don't care about
18-point
mental
swing in favor of
decline.
the former vice president.
No
Let's look
surprise
at
there.
women in Arizona, our second board. Joe Biden, 53 to 44 over President Trump. Hillary Clinton won women in Arizona by 4 percentage points in the exit polls of 2016. So for women, he's doing better. That is to say, the former vice president. And among seniors, he's doing better. But I want to tell the table this. And I don't know if you're picking this up from your Democratic sources. I would describe this as a rare glimmer of good news. I'm hearing from more and more Democrats, they are feeling concerned about the way this map is moving and that the president's assurance that his voters would show up on Election Day is proving true, not just in Florida, but other places. And they are increasingly concerned about the trend lines they're seeing in
It's looking good, guys. It's looking really freaking good.
Maricopa County, according to some of our producers out there. But one other good glimmer of hope for Biden in Arizona overall, he's leading among independents, 52 to 39%. Another example of him potentially drawing them over. But you're right. At this point, Biden campaign much more looking at that blue wall as they try to restore it, believing that their fortunes may rest up.
MK, I saw that on the stream. The Trump D. Yeah, that Trump D is sounds like it's starting to ram home right now.
Saying, well, it's maybe still possible. They are beginning to rule that out more and more as I hear from people and having to shift their focus entirely to Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
But you remember, Major, one of the most moving stories during the convention was the young woman from Arizona who talked about her father, who died of COVID, who he said, I think she said...
He was a Trump supporter.
He was a big Trump supporter and said his only problem, his only pre-existing condition was trusting Donald Trump, and she's now, she says, turned her pain into purpose.
And one other thing I've picked up in the last half hour, even though trending in Arizona toward Biden, there is some concern in Biden world about Nevada. And that was one thing the Trump campaign said would offset Arizona if they got
The betting market just gave Trump a 65% chance of winning. Guys, it's 2016 all over again.
It's a very difficult state given
It's looking a lot like
economic
that.
condition of it. It relies on tourism. It's been struggling. And its politics rely on people actually having a job and being members of the unions out there in the hospitality industry, and they've struggled to be able to mobilize people. So it is a big possibility.
How many of y'all have a whole bunch of comments you have to go back and revisit if Trump wins tonight? I know I sure do.
Absolutely.
Yes, or yes.
Do it.
And could you bring some pizza?
Lots
ready to
more
eat the
ahead.
table.
And at this hour, CBS News projects that President Trump has won Utah. That is a reliably Republican state there. There is a lot more still ahead. More poll closings, projections, and the state of the race. You're watching CBS News 2020. America decides.
Donald Trump, baby.
Numbers just start to produce. But I want to go back to Ohio and just button up Ohio here a little bit. It does look like Donald Trump is on his way to winning. And remember, I told you it's all about the lake.
Remember earlier they were like, it looks like Biden's going to win Ohio.
On there. And I told you about these Democratic counties from 2018. 2018, a pretty good Democratic year overall. So let's look at the Trump Dem counties. And as you can see, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counties that Sherrod Brown, the Democratic senator who won re-election in Ohio in 2018, carried. And as you can see here,
Oh man, the young turd's meltdown has only begun, folks.
And they're just not happening. Erie County, I told you, Erie to Erie.
Yeah, I saw that, Alex. I saw something like $500 million or something like that bet on this election so far.
You look over here in Ottawa, it's close.
It's looking really good for Trump. It's going to be a big wake-up call for the... actually, who am I kidding? They're not going to wake up. They're going to double down. Riots, everything going to go nuts.
Trump won big.
But they're not going to be able to blame this on Russia. They're not going to be able to blame this on a whole bunch of other crap.
Miller brought up. that in some
Oh,
of
a bunch
these
of Portland feeds
Midwestern rural counties
just went
they are
down.
bringing
I don't
out
know
some
why we
vote.
lost Rosa.
So, we shall see. You know, one other thing.
Just quickly, I want to go back to the board here because I think we've got a call.
Another call
in Illinois here.
Okay.
Joe Biden is the projected winner in Illinois. That's 20.
Okay, MK, looks like you were wrong on Illinois. They're calling that for Biden, supposedly.
If you're the Biden folks and you're wondering, boy, why didn't they pull off Ohio? Delaware County was one of the swing counties we were watching. This was one he won big the last time, but you know, this was one we were seeing. Is it going to go all the way blue? And it doesn't look like it's going to go all the way blue, but you see here, this is one of those suburban counties. So this is why David Plouffe is saying, hey, I'm liking what I see in Ohio. Yes, they're not going to flip Ohio, but he looks at expanding that they did better
16 billion spent on ads. I wonder how much of that was on Biden's side.
Can I give you a homework assignment for your next time visit to the ball? Let's look at Nebraska and look at that congressional district because it's getting to be interesting to see what happens there. But let's
every electoral vote is going to count.
Every electoral vote
is what we're
potentially
telling
count.
people.
That's what I'm kind of getting at there. Let's go to Kate Snow in Ohio, and Kate, as we're seeing from the map there, it's trending in the president's direction.
So I'm not in Ohio, just to be clear. I'm in 30
you're Pennsylvania.
Rock.
Oh,
no, I'm in 30 Rock.
Oh, well, come on over. We've got snacks. Yeah, sorry.
But I was in Ohio really recently. What I want to pick up on, Savannah, is
We might not even need PA. Trump might win this tonight without PA, guys.
And the close counties in Ohio that he was looking at. One of those up in the corner is Trumbull County. Trumbull County is a county in Ohio where Lordstown is. And back in 2016, it went to Trump by 51%. Before that,
Yeah, see, that's the problem with news anymore, is it's not news, it's entertainment. It's targeted entertainment. So, I mean, you can find whatever you want to hear out there. Somebody's going to tell it to you.
Right now, 10-point lead at the moment for President Trump. So it has stuck with Trump. I just talked to the mayor of Lordstown a few minutes ago who said they're having a really good night out there. So that's evidence of what Chuck was just talking about, that some of these red counties in Ohio.
That's exactly why I'm doing this.
He also mentioned Ashtabula County.
We'll look at all the information that's out there.
It's up even higher than it was in 2016. If you remember on Nightly News recently, I did a story with some farmers.
And we'll come up to with our own conclusions.
Talking about Donald Trump and how much they support the president. That's Ashtabula County. To go back to Lordstown for a minute, the big issue there has been jobs. You'll remember maybe the GM plant in Lordstown shut down in 2019. There was concern that some Trump supporters would blame the president.
Nigeria and Lithuania are having parades for Trump. Palti, welcome to the stream. Yes, Trump 2020 landslide victory. It could play out that way. It's looking really good for Trump.
So one woman I talked to said she's absolutely moving away from the president. She had supported him back in 2016, but then a whole lot of other people.
God, are we really going to get 4 more years?
They feel like jobs are being produced because Lordstown Motors has moved in, which is
You're not going to win. Biden's not going to win when he's going out there and he's telling people he's going to freaking end fracking and get away from gas and take away your guns and increase your taxes. Like, who wants that? Nobody wants that. You don't take away our rights and our freedoms. Look at Portland. Portland looks like they've got an army of soy boys out there getting ready to start acting up. We're going to have an active few days here. Actually, probably an active few months when it comes to
whether you're back to school.
As opposed to just 16%
riots and stuff, but we'll see.
And then let's take
Ladies
a
and
look
gentlemen,
now
I will be right.
I want to move on one more slide if we can.
Back.
I want to take a look at our demographics now. Men and women, because as you know, Elaine, and we have been talking about a lot, there has been a big emphasis from the Biden campaign at looking at white men in particular in this area here. Maybe we'll just look back over at the board and I'll show you, since that's not the graphic I wanted to show you. Let's take a look more at what's happening in these states, particularly when we're talking about white college women. Biden is getting 62% of the white college-educated women in the Rust Belt here, and 37% of the white college-aged women are going for President Trump. But as I was telling you just a moment ago, even more important potentially for the Biden-Harris campaign would be white, non-college educated men. And in that category, Biden and Harris have 31% of those voters, according to our exit polls, compared to 67% for President Trump. Remember, Elaine, when Biden was campaigning in these states, part of what he was trying to do was show that he had this working class background, this middle class background, that he believed in labor unions, and hoping that that message was going to resonate for white working class men in the Rust Belt here. Right now, those numbers in our exit polls aren't really bearing that out. So we're going to continue watching this, but it's not necessarily great news for Biden and Harris right now.
All right, Lana, Zach. Well, Lana, I know this is new technology that we have all been getting accustomed to. Great job tonight. And we've been doing this in the midst of this pandemic. So,
right.
you know, a lot of us aren't even in the building right now. But thank you so much for everything. And it's great to see you.
It's great to see you, too.
All right. It is nearly 11 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls are about to close in California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. There are 78 total electoral votes at stake in those states, but that doesn't mean the country will hear the results of the election anytime soon. More than 101 million people voted ahead of the election, and in many states, those votes will not be counted for several days. CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns joins me now from Pennsylvania. Boy, Caitlin, I don't know how many times we've said Pennsylvania tonight, but first of all, just set the scene for us, because I want viewers to understand why it is that you are positioned where you are tonight.
Yes, this is Pennsylvania. 20 electoral votes was determined by just 44,000 votes in 2016 for Donald Trump. The reason that we have been so focused.
All right, folks. So a lot of people have been
factors
asking about
the ballots are
Oregon and their mail-in voting system,
Remember,
and
we've been talking about states
how the only
ramping up
options
their
this year were
absentee
basically a
ballot
drop
program.
box.
They did that here in Pennsylvania. 3 million absentee ballots have gone out. We saw
Dropbox
a record
or
number
mail.
in the primary as well.
And
But
so I
unlike
signed
some
up
of
for
these
ballot
other
tracking.
states,
I did the
Pennsylvania
Dropbox,
didn't start
made sure to drop it in a
opening up those
conservative
ballots.
county,
They weren't allowed to
and then I
start
did
opening
ballot
up those
tracking, and I
ballots
just got a
until
text
7 a.m. this
here at
morning. So I'm
6:16
outside
p.m.
the
that says your
Pennsylvania
ballot for the
Convention
November
Center here in
2020 general
Philadelphia. You see it
election
behind me.
has
In
been
that building
accepted
right there is
and
where
will be
all of those
counted.
ballots of
Get your
Philadelphia
virtual
are
I
going
voted
to be. So
sticker
they're
at
processing
this
those ballots.
link
It's going
here.
to take a while. As
So,
we're looking at this electoral map and all these battleground states and a race
a lot of
that
people have
looks
been asking
pretty
about how that
tight, at least
works.
at this point, it could possibly come down to Pennsylvania, and we have seen this effort.
So there's
by
tracking
both
there, and I should be able to see my vote
Trump
actually
and
count
Biden
online.
spending
I would still prefer
lots
to go
and
back and
lots of
vote
time
in
here
person,
Pennsylvania
but
in the
yeah,
final
no.
stretch. Kind of a precursor to how this night could go, that it could possibly come down to tonight. But remember, we may not have the results.
Anyways, whenever I disappear here, I'm either using the restroom or grabbing a bite to eat, and not forcing you guys to watch me, but making sure that you guys still have good streams up.
Caitlin, let's talk about the Senate for a moment, because Democratic Senator Doug Jones lost his seat to Republican challenger Tommy Tuberville in Alabama. So remind us, even as we focus on the presidential contest, where does the race for control of the Senate stand now?
That's right. That Alabama result is not surprising, really, because Doug Jones won that seat, the Democrat, a few years ago in very unusual circumstances. So it was pretty much expected that he would not win that race tonight, especially as the president takes Alabama. We also, however, have on the flip side, Cory Gardner, Republican senator from Colorado, has lost his race to John Hickenlooper, the former governor of Colorado. The Democrat has won there. So
yeah, let's hope that if Trump does win this, that a bunch of patriots with flags and stuff take to the streets.
Colorado, we're still keeping an eye, however, on those two key battlegrounds in the South.
Paul T, I want Trump lifetime too, and unfortunately that doesn't work. You guys also realize that if Trump is reelected, he will be the first president in history to be impeached and reelected. That is also really
All right,
big.
we want to let our viewers know we have another CBS News projection to tell them about. CBS News is projecting that Joe Biden will be the winner in Illinois with 20 electoral votes.
Oh, TB, I just saw that you're in the string. Welcome. And you bet on Trump? $2.70. Very nice.
Arizona, because this is a development that's just happened here in the last hour
I
or
voted,
so, where we have
I
seen
voted
the
Trump straight red, and in Oregon we had a lot of people running uncontested that were basically Kate Brown. If you don't know who Turd Brown is, don't bother looking it up. She's the worst. But anyways, with Turd Brown, a bunch of uncontested positions. So I put a bunch of write-in candidates in there, and I wrote in SEAL Team 711. I wrote in that one girl. I wrote in Andazant. I wrote in a whole bunch of my friends. And my lady, she wrote in Ice Cube, Kanye, and a bunch of other people. But if it was red, we voted for it, up and down the dang ticket. And if it was, if we didn't have a red option, then it got a write-in, and we put somebody really fun in there.
Remember, in 2018, they elected a Democrat to the Senate, Kyrsten Sinema, and there's also a competitive Senate race between incumbent Republican Martha McSally, who was appointed to that seat after the death of John McCain, and against Mark Kelly, who has raised a lot of money in Arizona. This is a state.
Yeah, I've got a couple links up there. We're keeping an eye on Portland.
Allows them to have this.
They've been prepared.
Path to 270. So that's a big state.
And I get the feeling that tonight's stream, once it's announced that Trump wins, I imagine it's going to end up into mass riots and stuff for a while. But that's why we will be, that's why we're here. We're here to watch it all and find out what's going on, and to put the real news out there that we know these guys won't put out there.
Where you have this growth and changing among
the top right corner is Portland, a Portland feed. We've got another one here that might be a little bit better. I think I'm going to put him up there instead.
For the Biden team and for Democrats, because as you mentioned, this is the home of Barry Goldwater. It's the home of John McCain, a very traditional Republican state.
Well, Caitlin, let me also
Oh, I did not know that, Alex, about the red was not commonly used for Republicans. Although I do find it fitting that the Democrats use the jackass.
To his pathway here, because we had Terry Sullivan on earlier, a Republican, talking about how
Mulatto, you're taking to the streets there in LA if Trump wins. Please tell me you'll be carrying an American flag or a Trump flag and screaming for Trump.
In the running, and this is a state that the Trump campaign had been arguing that they could do.
You're right. Trump was acquitted in the Senate, but he was still impeached in the House. And he'll be the first president to be reelected, and we're damn proud of it, because that proves that that'll show throughout history that he was impeached by a bunch of partisan hacks, and then he was reelected by the country.
She is someone who flipped a Republican seat in 2018. Now that has flipped back to
Patty,
Republican.
I'm going to ask you to stop putting PayPal links in the chat.
Joe Biden's numbers among Latino voters in that state is really critical. This keeps Donald Trump in the running. It's not entirely surprising given that he won it in 2016.
Yeah, TYT has been melting down. Let's go ahead and chime in on that.
According to exit polling, Trump won union voters in Ohio 56
Mulatto,
to 42.
Much love for you, brother. Keep screaming.
56 to 42, he won union voters in Ohio. If you're the Democratic Party and you can't win union voters in Ohio, you suck at your job. I mean, not by a little, but by a lot. You get an F- for how you do politics. But no, don't say, hey, on TV, no. Democrats are geniuses. My ass, they are.
They're going to be crying again tonight.
Yeah,
you can see in Portland, they're already starting to cry.
I don't know what to say. I mean, when you really look at, in retrospect, the way Biden campaigned, I mean, avoiding appealing to Latino voters.
I'm hoping we're going to be partying tonight.
Who are these
it's
Democratic
looking
strategists
that
and why
way.
do they have jobs? Like, Democratic strategists give the worst advice. So, no, we're going to completely ignore the Latino vote. We don't think it's going to be an important part of our campaign strategy. Okay, fine. I mean, it's not working out so well for you tonight. But look, aside from, Ida and I were talking about this during the break, so I want to make this point now before my part of the show is over. Look, there's one issue that unites everyone in this country, or the vast majority of people in this country, and it is the bread and butter issues. Higher wages, job security.
Oh, really? That's a good job, Patty.
People want to be able to pay their bills comfortably. They want to have good jobs. They want to be able to provide for their families.
It's too bad New Jersey didn't freaking vote for our president, but
moral things,
good for you.
Right? And that's all corporate Democrats do these days. is it going to fire people up and
Oh
get
yeah,
them
you guys
to the
think
polls?
you saw
Right?
anything
Now,
during the
yes,
first
more
4
people
years?
voted this time
He doesn't have to worry about
2016.
re-election now. Just wait
But
for the
it's
next
still,
4 years. He's really
Biden
going to
wasn't
pull
an
the plug.
exciting candidate. I mean, I think we can all agree on that.
Damn,
But
TYT's already
everyone
throwing in
was
the freaking
sold
towel.
on this idea that Biden was the most electable. Most electable.
Yo,
based
is
on
right
what?
side calling
Like,
Pennsylvania
where
for
was the
Trump?
data? Where was the polling? Where was the indication that Biden was more electable than a giant list of other Democrats who
Dude,
ran
right
against
side.
him
Look at
during the
right side's
primary?
map. They're
I
showing
just feel like
the whole Rust
the
Belt
corporate
all
media,
red.
along with corporate Democrats, just kept repeating that message until people believed it. And I do understand that there was a degree of nostalgia associated with Biden because of the Obama
That does
era,
make
but
sense, Alex.
I don't know. It's not looking good. And just like take a second to think about
It's a
how
blessed
disastrous Trump
MAGA
has
election
been
day.
for people's financial situation, for their health.
I'm
during
so
this
excited.
pandemic.
Oh,
People
I
are
gotta
getting
hold it
evicted
back
from
though.
their
I gotta hold it
homes.
back,
I
but
mean,
it's sure looking that way. If
unbelievable.
TYT
This
is
should have been
melting
a
down,
blowout, and it isn't.
So, Ida, I want to
He's
keep
speechless.
raging about how
Speechless.
stupid and irrational the corporate media is.
Oh.
When they say, no, you should not have a fighter on your side. Only the Republicans should have fighters. But Democratic fighters are bad guys, and they're uncivil, and they should all shut up and bow their heads to Republicans. Corporate media screwed us. They screwed us so hard. All right, but back to something you mentioned earlier that's so important. You said something along the lines of sexism is worse than racism in terms of its effect in these elections. And as I see, look, I don't know if that union vote
some of
is
y'all on
indicative in
Discord saw the
Ohio or
massive
not,
burrito I got
but
last
saw
night.
it
I'm still working on it.
In almost
That's how
every
much is left still,
demographic,
but it was the
white,
size of my arm.
Latino, black, etc. Trump appealed to the macho in them, and since the Democrats are so weak, it's us appealing to the macho in men seems inconceivable. And there's a way to do that, not in a bad way, but in a.
I originally said that I thought that Trump would get to 279.
And we're going to bring you pride by getting you higher wages so you can provide for your family, et cetera. So you tell me, how big a deal was that issue here in terms of whether it's sexism, the macho appeal, et cetera, in this election?
It's looking like a red wave, guys.
Huge.
It's looking
Huge.
like a
When
big
about
red
Latino,
wave.
Latinx community,
And they are
already
melting
know that
down
there is
at
a
TYT,
big,
which is great.
That there's a big
And Portland is getting
problem
hype.
within our communities. But you hear, like, I actually have.
Should we see what they're chanting?
Dedicated time that I'm.
I have work today.
What are they saying? It's the band Rejects dressed up as LARPing ninjas. And right after they got done with their tea time soy party. I want to hear some numbers. These people are not talking about numbers.
Do the math, crunch the numbers, and keep you posted on that.
All right, for those of you in the Eastern and Central time zones, your local news is next. For everyone else, a brief pause as Decision 2020 election night coverage continues.
Oh, you're very welcome,
Here
Bill.
on NBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in
No,
line.
of course,
Who is
that's
Kamala
what they
Harris?
do. Washington,
Join me,
Oregon,
Joy Reid,
California.
to explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington.
Which puts
On my
Biden at
six-part
192.
Kamala
And this is the
next
part
in
of the
line.
night
New
where
episodes
Trump
every
will
Monday.
take
Subscribe
off.
for free
Because
wherever
Biden
you
ain't
get
going to
your
get very much more.
Washington
Let's
feels
go
more
over to CNN and
chaotic
see what
than
they're
ever.
saying. Looks like they got
12%
numbers.
of the estimated vote is now in. Trump has seemingly a pretty comfortable 444,000 vote lead over
Whoa.
Biden, 56.8%
He's killing it in
to
Pennsylvania.
41.5%. In Michigan right now, 39% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a
Michigan
significant
going for
lead
Trump
there
again,
right now as
baby.
well,
This is a blowout.
239,000 vote, but it's relatively early. 39% of the estimated vote is in, and the early vote, which skews Democratic, is not yet in. In Wisconsin, 42% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Trump has a 24,000, 25,000 vote lead over Biden, 50% to 48 49.3%, 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin. In Arizona, 75% of the vote is in, and Biden has a significant lead in Arizona, 208,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.7% to 45%, 11 electoral votes at stake over there. Let's go back to John King. All right, so right now, Biden has a significant 192.
The way this has been going, Trump is leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio. 3 of those states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, the votes are still too early. Less than 40% of the votes counted in those 3 states. Ohio, much more, but Trump is leading in all 4, and it will boil down to those states. The Electoral College right now, 192 Biden, 105 to Donald Trump. Don't go by that too much, because CNN has just called California 55 Electoral College votes to Joe Biden. That's the biggest state in the United States. It's Kamala Harris's home state. So no surprises there, but really it will boil down
Fat
to these
vape clouds Trump victory landslide. I mean, it's not over yet, but it's looking that way. It's looking good.
North Carolina, and
it's
Georgia
looking
that he
good.
won back in 2016. Neelam Dev is joining us, and Harinder Sekhon is also with us on the broadcast. I think the big picture is 2 things. One, Trump is holding on to all the big states that he won. He's fairly competitive in all the Sun Belt states. He will take Florida, he will take Texas, he will likely take Georgia and North Carolina. And even in the Rust Belt states, where he won very, very narrowly in Pennsylvania, in Michigan,
Trump a 1.2 lead
he is
in
leading
Rhode Island.
All 4 of those Rust Belt states. So if this were to hold through the night, then Donald Trump.
How many pollsters are going to get fired tomorrow?
Neelam Dev.
Yeah, that's how it's looking at the moment. But I think you need to remember that a lot of Democrats cast their votes early. And the early votes are being counted after the votes of those people who came in today to cast their votes. So it could change.
Trump is winning the popular vote so far.
It doesn't have to. And what is
That's
clear
crazy.
is that it's a really close race, and that.
That's what in the long run gets people to go, oh, maybe woman doesn't equal weak. I don't know. For God's sake, at least try. If you have a strong woman on your side, let her be strong. It was super obvious. We told you, now this is not Monday Morning Quarterback. We told you when we were covering the debate. It was super obvious that the consultants told her, don't seem angry. If I was running the Democratic Party, if a consultant ever said, don't seem angry, I'd fire them on the spot. That's why you've lost.
They're melting down again. It's hilarious.
You seem so weak. You can't even stand up for yourself. How are you going to stand up for others? And that's the message you constantly put out there. So, yep.
So Virginia, they're calling it for Warner.
And look at that. Now we're in a
West
dead
Virginia
heat,
Capitol.
in the late in the night on election night. So here are the obvious calls, though. Joe Biden has won California, Oregon, and Washington, obviously. Trump has obviously won Idaho. Jim Risch has won re-election. He's a Republican from there. Inslee has won re-election as governor in Washington.
Still not over,
and Jeff
guys.
Merkley has won re-election.
Keep our expectations where they need to be, but I'm just saying it's looking good.
But you know what? Anyway, even the Merkleys of the world. He's a good progressive. He's good on policies. You remember when Merkley stood up for you? I'll wait.
Okay, I'm seeing here from Discord.
Because
thank you,
no strong
Sublux.
Democrat is allowed on TV.
That we have an election alert. Stephanie Bice, the Republican, has overtaken incumbent Kendra Horn, Democrat, in Oklahoma's 5th congressional district. That is a pickup for the Republicans.
Run over the rest of the media so that we could run over the corporate Democrats so we could run over Republicans. That is the logical thing to do. You're never going to win if you go along with the weak cowards, Young Turks.
And yet, they're still ruining the state. I mean, because they have that tax base to draw upon, they can keep this stuff going for a while. But the outflow tells the tale. By the way, same in New York City. I mean, you and I are both odd men out where we come from state-wise. Because, I mean, right now, I have friends I've talked to friends who are brokers in Florida and North Carolina. And they can't even keep up with the demand right now for the kind of
Mike Wallace is a POS, or do you mean Chris Wallace?
Same thing you're seeing in California.
That's awesome. And listen, I can bemoan California all day, right? It's really sad because it used to be such a great state. But I'm grateful that the people of it, maybe perhaps Michigan and Wisconsin, are not continuing down that road, right? Well, let's just do Democrat forever and ever and ever. Oh, that's not working. Let's vote for crazier Democrats. Oh, that's not working. Let's just go full on socialist. Oh, that's not working. Let's hire Maxine Waters for 30 years, who doesn't even live in the district, as was pointed out by that guy who's running against her. Remember that ad? Did you see that ad, right? He's like, I'm in Maxine Waters' house, $8 million mansion. You know where I'm not? In the district she represents in Congress. Right? So Michigan, Wisconsin, hopefully, we'll see today, see like in an hour probably, not going down that road of going bluer and bluer. Thank you.
All right, we got this breaking news here. It's official. Trump wins Florida.
Finally.
His other home state, in a sense. I got to say, Mike, this is big stuff, big news here, because I know we've been looking at it going this way all night, but right now,
ladies and gentlemen,
we're talking,
Donald J. Trump, as we already knew, has won the state
it feels like I'm not saying it's impossible
of Florida.
I am saying it's looking pretty unlikely.
Yeah.
What's your take?
Yeah, definitely, and it's amazing. One of the postmortems is going to be the Hispanic vote, and then we'll see people break it down into like, oh, is it just the Cuban vote or is it the Hispanic vote, and how did that translate across the country as well? But it's pretty, I'm trying to be sarcastic, it's not that shocking that people who have experienced socialism aren't voting for the socialists, right? We should be listening to these people who got on rafts to escape it, as they're saying, hey, don't vote for those two in the Democratic Party. So hopefully that demographic is true across the country. What's amazing for the Republican Party right now is it looks like the Republican Party, because of Donald Trump, will be the party, the party of multiracial blue-collar workers. How about that? The party of multiracial blue-collar workers. That will be a seismic shift across the country, and hopefully we continue down that road for a long time.
And also,
but wonderful news, obviously.
Also, you know, with what we're seeing so far, I mean, Florida is that big story, especially Miami-Dade. Clearly, the Cuban community, and one of my mentors when I lived in D.C. and worked for the government was Cuban and fled Castro, was actually fought in the Bay of Pigs, whole other story. But that community is just, I love them. They're awesome. So many great people. And they're such an asset to the American dream and the American experience.
Yes.
That same thing with former Soviet emigres who come here, people who have experienced real statism, real totalitarianism, and then their appreciation and love for this country is something that honestly inspires people that grew up here their whole lives. I mean, I hear the stories about the passion that they feel for this, and they clearly recognize, Mike, that at some level this election wasn't just about determining the top marginal tax rate. It wasn't just about, figuring out, who's going to be putting certain judges in the courts or things like this that maybe people would just have.
I'm still here with you guys, folks. I'm just having myself. Haven't eaten all day. I've been so busy.
The direction that
having a little bite here.
Saw in their primary.
But yes, I'm with you. In Florida, being called for Trump, huge.
Moderate make-believe stuff
huge.
that Biden was coming up with in the last few months. But there was a fundamental shift toward the left. We all see it with AOC, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren. And you got to think, if you left that or your family left that.
Trump, they just called Florida for you, baby.
America,
I love my life.
You go to whatever lengths you could.
I love your life, too.
God bless those who saw it that way, because it looks like they were a big decider down in Florida. And also, Mike, the increase in general in Hispanic. And also, we haven't seen this confirmed yet, but it looks like Trump may outperform the usual GOP vote among African Americans. Remember, one of the favorite knocks on Trump is that he's a white supremacist, and this is what the left always says about him. How are they going to run with that narrative when Trump, assuming he wins, and I'm not there yet. But assuming he wins, how do they keep saying? I mean, I know they will, but it's just so dishonest. Clearly, people.
Yeah, let me
go ahead.
No, I don't mean to jump in. Sorry. There's 2 points. Let me do your first one. If Trump wins, when Trump wins, Black Lives Matter, we owe a debt of gratitude to. Sam Harris, Sam Harris, he said, whatever happens, can we agree?
Right side broadcasting saying we owe a debt of gratitude to Black Lives Matter. Meanwhile, Portland is marching through the streets trying to wake people up in their houses.
Either the Black Lives Matter and or defund the police, because both of those movements were want to wave Che Guevara flags, among other crazy Marxist communist rhetoric around it, right? To your first point. Your second point about the white supremacist. I got an exit poll here. I think this is a nationwide exit poll. It's going to be a little skewed because mostly Republicans voted in person, but this poll also did some phones. So whatever, take it for what it is. But from 2016, Trump increased his vote in every demographic except for white men. So he increased 2 points by white women, 4 points black men, 4 points black women, 3 points Latino men, 3 points Latino women. I can't wait for all the think pieces from the left about how Cubans aren't really Hispanic. Or, right, like, or you're not really Hispanic.
Why does Right Side Broadcasting have Montana as
like,
blue?
All this racial infighting against
What's going on
Hispanics
there?
and against women and black men and all the rest because you dare support this white supremacist that the media has been lying about for four straight years.
It breaks the narrative, but the media, Mike, we're going to be swimming in a fountain of their tears if this keeps up tonight, so we'll have to see. Mike Slater, my colleague, my man out on the West Coast for the first. Good to see you. All right, we got Bill O'Reilly back in the mix now, the man himself. Bill, look, so far, I mean, I want your take on it. I'm trying to hold back any over-enthusiasm here. How do you think it's looking for Trump?
Well, I was wrong about Arizona. It looks like Arizona is going to go for Biden, and that was the first state that I missed. And my prediction before the vote started was whoever wins Pennsylvania will be the next president, and I am holding to that prediction. It looks to me at this point at 11:15 Eastern Time that Michigan will go for President Trump. Wisconsin is too close, and Trump has a lead in Pennsylvania, but there's less than 50% of the vote counted. So the big story right now, as we're talking, is the Senate will be held by the Republicans. And I go back to that because that's going to blunt the madness. All right, it's going to make it very difficult for Joe Biden, if he is elected, all right, to get this crazy radical left stuff into law. And I think at this juncture, that's the most important story of the night. Now, Donald Trump could win Pennsylvania. He's ahead, and he's running ahead in some of the key counties there. But with all of this mail-in voting, I mean, you can see the CNN people panicking, which I enjoy very much watching. So they've said...
I enjoy watching them panic as well, too.
All right. We have a long way to go. What that really means is we are very worried. So we have a long way to go when you hear it. And
It's still possible, Jag.
I checked.
It's still possible.
On my paper. How many times?
But it's looking good.
That really means we're very worried. All right. So they were hopping up and down about Florida. Florida went to Trump. They were hopping up and down about North Carolina. North Carolina went to Trump. So he's knocking it down. Ohio, they were, Ohio. It's going to go. No, Ohio's to Trump. Because in the beginning, all of these mail-in votes were counted first.
We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, it looks like
Democrats across the country, based on a lot of the data we're beginning to see, I think we are entering that phase where this is going to continue into a few days now, because you have the big states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, outstanding. The balance of who wins this is dependent on those ones. And if we already know that it's going to be several days for the count, we may be sitting here now looking at election days and not necessarily just one election night.
In terms of the trend in Michigan, from our CBS data here and our Jen DePinto, Biden has been making inroads there with those white voters lacking a college degree, eating into that Trump coalition from 2016. So interesting to note that.
A very good point. We have a race update right now. CBS's news is now characterizing Ohio as leaning toward President Trump. This is a state he won by a large margin 4 years ago. CBS News can also now project that President Trump has won Mississippi. And President Trump has won Missouri. And President Trump has won the state of Kansas. Let's bring in Elections Director Anthony Salvanto at our data center. And Anthony, we're all wondering, tell us about those states that are so close that could decide the presidency.
Okay, well, first off, let me show you Ohio, which we have decided is lean Trump. This is his raw vote count, 53-45. If I model it, which is to say I overlay which way the trends are going, that lead holds up, 52.8 over Joe Biden. This, of course, was on the wish list for the Biden campaign. It always was, at best, maybe a tie. So there, it looks like Joe Biden has fallen short in a lot of the counties in and around Cleveland, short of what his margins would have needed to be. Let me also take you then to Wisconsin. Now, we're very, very early in the vote count here. Just to make that point, this is the expected vote at 3.6 million. 43% of it has been counted so far. So we have a really long way to go. In fact, if I just tap on Milwaukee here, okay, this is a place Democrats need to do very well. I'm going to light up how many have been counted. You still see hundreds of thousands of outstanding votes. So to your point about maybe this taking a really long time, we can model this. We can say, okay, these are Democratic areas that haven't yet reported, and therefore, based on the exit polls, this is a tight race, but we're still waiting to see vote count from a lot of counties like that, Nora.
Really, really interesting. So this is, John is calling this the chapter 2.
Biden's going to congratulate Reagan on winning.
And upper Midwest, sorry to correct if I'm not mistaken. Can we go back to chapter 1?
Yeah.
That's
chapter
hilarious.
Chapter 1 is North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Let's just find out what's happening right now in Georgia.
Okay.
We'll go back to...
So Georgia, the story is, we started out.
Oh God, somebody already get the memes going. We need to get some memes in the Discord. If you guys in the Discord are listening, we need some memes going of, it's okay guys, Biden already forgot that he lost.
Well, when we look at
it's not over yet.
DeKalb,
looking really good.
Very little of that vote is actually in, only 24%. So the vote models right now are incorporating that as possibly a Democratic county, but we don't see the votes there yet. Might be a while. Let's look at another one. I'm going to take you in here, and we'll go to Fulton County. Okay, this is starting to come in a little bit, but only about half. 282,000 ballots still outstanding. So we've got a long way to go, maybe in Georgia, too.
Okay, we're going to continue to look into what's happening in those states. More information straight ahead as the votes are counted. We'll check back in with our correspondents live all across America. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
Short, I do want to show you here, we're looking at slightly more of the early vote has come in than today's vote, which probably why Biden has a narrow lead. But you do see where he has definitely improved upon Hillary Clinton. We've got almost all of Dallas County and the suburban county of Des Moines. Here, Trump's narrowly ahead, but you can see here, look at that, 5% of the Gary Johnson vote is basically all gone to Biden. So Biden really narrowed it, picked up all that Gary Johnson vote here. But Hillary Clinton lost by 9. And so I've noticed in a lot of areas you see that Joe Biden is improving on Hillary Clinton margins, but I'm seeing him at about 4 or 5 points. Dubuque County was one that we were really interested in because this is a county that Trump flipped very narrowly, and he arguably flipped it because Gary Johnson got 4%. And as you can see here, Joe Biden doing well. Dubuque County is a traditional Democratic county. A lot of union workers over here. This is where Donald Trump, though, overperformed.
Is this early vote or day of vote you're looking at?
This is a 50-50 right now. We're seeing in Iowa. They've mixed it up a little bit. It's slightly more early vote than same-day vote. So, look, Iowa's...
Anna, thank you so much for liking the stream.
Keep an eye on this because the Senate race and this presidential race will be in sync. The two candidates will be...
Anybody watching this, if you guys would share the stream out there on whatever platform you're on, we are simulcasting on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. We would appreciate it.
So walk me through it. So maybe you pick up Arizona, you lose Florida, maybe you lose Georgia, maybe you lose North Carolina. What's the likely or most the shortest path to 270 for Biden?
Well, Lester, as you just pointed out, there's several paths for Joe Biden to be elected our next president. But we have to remember, over 100 million Americans voted early, whether in person or by mail. And as Chuck was just pointing out, there are different rules in different states for whether they have already counted and are already reporting that early vote, or whether they're just beginning counting it and won't report it for several days. I'm hearing encouraging things about Ohio, about Arizona, about Iowa. So I think there still remains several
Guys hearing
paths for Joe
encouraging
Biden
things
tonight,
about Ohio?
while President Trump has a very narrow
Didn't they already
path.
call Ohio?
And frankly, I'd rather be in our camp than his tonight. We have to remember that every vote needs to be counted before we conclude this election.
You over in Georgia, Killjoy? I would expect it to be red, but I hope so.
And we have a number of states
waiting on that Waffle House.
Indicated they won't be done counting votes for several.
You'll have an excuse,
Senator
Dusty.
Coons, with the exception possibly
I think
of
everybody,
Arizona, it looks more
I
and
think
more
everybody
like
over
Joe
there
Biden is gonna have to
at work
rely
tomorrow
on
is
that
gonna
blue
be a little
wall,
off.
turning Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania back into the Democratic corner. How do you feel about what you've heard from your sources on the ground about how the industrial Midwest
Monkey moo. I wonder if Biden even knows he's running. Of course he knows he's running. He's already told us that. He knows he's running for Senate.
As well as local elected officials.
Duh.
Organizers
It's
in
Biden.
several states today, the ones you just referenced. And I'm
you know the
optimistic.
thing.
I think we're ultimately going to have a great outcome for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They've had the right message from the beginning of this campaign about bringing people together, getting us out of this pandemic, and building back stronger our economy. But we just
Let's
have
see,
to be patient
young
and make sure
turds.
that every vote gets
Are they
counted.
still melting down?
By far the place where I have the most votes is Philadelphia. And I have the Democrat, the governor is a Democrat. You can't figure out a way to count Philadelphia votes quicker? No, the Democrats always say there's nothing we could do. Well, that's why people don't vote for you, because you're constantly telling them there's nothing that you could do for them.
Okay, we got our answer. He's still melting down.
I just want to point out, when you say that people won't vote for him, I mean, Democrats have beaten Republicans in every election since 1988. I'm not even arguing your point, because I just always want to remind people that Republicans have won once since 1988, but they keep electing presidents.
Well, I mean, that proves my point. I
said it was an argument.
Yeah. So we won 2 popular votes. We bungled it away. We have a massive edge in demographics. We have a massive edge on policy. We have a massive edge on everything. And yet somehow the Democrats can't find a way to win. They can't actually get into office.
Well, because you got to get in the mud. You got to fight dirty. You got to cheat. There, playing by the rules when there are no rules, and the other teams making the rules as they go, is stop trying to be the good guys. All right, win, and then change the rules yourself. But they trying to be honest. They go low, we go high. No, go low. Go low, get in the mud and fight for these things, and don't let it go. That's going to be the only hope.
My father lives in Arizona. He says that one of them just called Arizona for Biden or whatever.
The same thing. The important part is the fight.
I think my father might be the curse.
You don't even have to get in the mud.
Everywhere he goes, the state ends
with you,
up
and I
turning
agree
liberal
totally with the
afterwards,
sentiment.
and then
When
he
you need to
hates
get in the
living
mud,
there.
you get in the mud.
But where he lives is
the
nice.
narrative,
If you like the
making
sun.
it clear that you're not this party that is constantly looking to reach across the aisle and doesn't really stand for anything. I mean, stand for stuff. That's first. You stand for stuff. You
Joe
start swaying
Biden will
public
mostly
opinion.
get up
Then you
when
don't
he
have to
finally
get in the
concedes.
mud. And
If
then
he
when they get in
concedes,
the
he'll
mud,
probably
you're like,
stand
look at
up
them getting in the mud because they don't want people to have health
and let
care.
Hillary know it was a good fight.
That's despicable, right? But we're all afraid of.
And then
we're
congratulate
afraid of
her on
that
being the
Yeah.
first male president of the United States.
I don't know if you'll like this, Ben, but it's definitely the
Probably
media's fault.
what-
Because
That's
the
what I would
minute
expect
any
from
of us
Biden.
on the Democratic side get in the mud or go low, the media rains down holy hell on you. How dare you, you uncivil sons of bitches? How dare you? That guy raised his voice as a Democrat. Shut up. Ban him. Get him off the air. Bernie Sanders.
I've always had this
you're-
opinion
that's
that
it.
maybe
We all hate you.
if
You're
the
gonna execute
Democrats
people
felt like they
in the middle
couldn't
of
beat
Central
Trump,
Park. Everybody
and so
rally
instead of
around
putting
Biden.
up a
He's gonna
good
do nothing.
candidate
He's
that
gonna be
could actually
soft-spoken
win,
and
that
do
they
bipartisan
basically threw
commissions.
Biden under the bus
They
because they
love
had to
that
put
stuff.
somebody
they
up.
love it. They enable
And I
it.
feel there might have been a
and
chance
it's
that they put
cancer.
Biden up and just threw him in there. and
Name one
gave
strong
him a
Democrat
shot.
the media has ever been in favor of.
No, I mean
Zero, none.
That's not true. And I mean, I don't.
And name one strong Democrat they don't despise.
I can't. I have no. Literally, I'll leave not because I don't love you, because I can't bear it tonight. But the issue, you got a party that is based solely on. I agree with you to some extent, and this is why. You got a party that is totally willing at any time to tell any sort of lie that suits them, and then you have a media that does not know how to handle that, right? And that craves what you talk about, craves bipartisan commissions, and the right has exploited that craving. And both institutions that we're talking about the left, or at least the mainstream left in the Democratic Party, and mainstream
So happy
media,
that I went to go see Trump.
mostly on television, has not figured out how to deal with it. And it got worse in 2016, and it's gotten worse every month since 2016. And yeah, there were some shows that ripped Trump, and then it just became shows that ripped Trump.
Definitely
and
still
I think
picking
they
up Senate
stopped
seats.
having an effect. Still haven't figured out how to deal with deceit and untruths on a regular basis.
No, but it's not just that. They actively campaign against strong Democrats.
I don't think that's true.
Nina Turner's a strong Democrat. #1 most despised person by mainstream media.
I mean, where's that poll?
Okay. Oh, you think you don't think corporate Democrats and media can't stand Nina Turner? Come on.
They are melting down. Looks like Lindsey Graham did keep his seat.
This is the fight that I don't like.
Seen other people
this is
finally
the fight
calling
we
it.
can't have.
Oh,
this
is Portland getting hyped?
What, in my opinion, the Democrats, you got to get in the.
Looks like they're destroying that store over there on the corner or something. Oof, McSally's gonna lose. Too many Californians moving to Arizona. We'll keep an eye on Portland and the other cities that are out and about acting up. I'm sure as the night goes on and the word gets worse, I think they're going to go out and start destroying stuff.
The early votes get counted basically right off the bat. So you have 60% of the votes, and it comes in right away. People think, oh, it's over, and news organizations just call it. There are still loads, and I mean loads, of Election Day Republican votes to count in Arizona. Maybe we did lose it. I'm not looking at all the numbers breakdown right now. Maybe we did, but I'm telling you all, the Democrat shot was just shot. Everything you see now as far as Arizona votes go is going to close that gap. Can it close it enough? I don't know. I didn't close mine enough, but I crushed my candidate on Election Day and lost by 4,000
So right side
votes,
is saying
and I
that
almost
even
came
though
all the
they've
way
called
back.
Arizona,
Remember
that they might
that's
come
one,
back
too.
and flip on that, because
I have
everything in
asked almost
Arizona that they've
everybody
called was the
all
early
night
vote,
long,
and so
including
everybody who voted
Isabel
today
Brown
hasn't
from
been
Arizona.
caught yet, and they don't know if it'll be enough to catch
Can a
up, but
Senate
possibly,
candidate
so to keep an
hurt
eye
the
on it.
presidential candidate? And look, this is going to sound like I'm just taking shots at her.
We need
I'm
some
not. You can't
live
help who you
tickers
are.
and updates
I want
on
this to be a lesson to the
the
GOP.
Rust Belt.
Martha McSally is not a bad. She's a historically terrible political candidate.
MK is saying
And
that North
anybody
Carolina
who's
is
ever
100%
met her
reported.
would walk away from that meeting knowing, okay, whatever else she may be, I'm not indicting her as a person, not going to be a charismatic politician. She's going to be bad. And the GOP in Arizona, it's on them. They ran her
You can
against
see the
Sinema,
ticker over here
and I
has
know how it works
updated,
there. The powers that be
and
ran
they don't
her
even
against
have it
Sinema,
North
and she got her
Carolina
butt whipped. And then right after losing
showing
a seat
Trump
she
yet.
should have won,
They got Trump
she
148,
does a fill-in
Biden
seat, and they
218.
appoint the person who just lost the race they should have won in a Senate race. And of course, the Democrats were like, well, we'll just find an astronaut or somebody and blow their doors off. I've been telling people for 6
Gotta have
months
some live
Buck,
odds
that
or
she was going to
something.
get her butt kicked and it was going to kill Republicanism in that state. Here I am once again, right, like always.
There we go. Laying it down in Arizona. I forgot that's where you ran for your congressional seat. You know that layout very
31
well.
minutes
Jesse,
ago.
do we have anything right now for
Actually, I'm going to show you guys this right now. This is big.
For weeks, I've been ringing the alarm bell because I'm on stations in
Action-
Pennsylvania. We got our mutual
ActionNetwork.com, 2020 election odds and prediction. Trump's odds give him a 71.7% chance to win versus Biden based on the betting market. Dustin was saying something about this earlier. But election odds, Donald Trump,
PA, we're not even seeing much anything right now.
71.7%
What's going on?
odds. That's on the betting market.
Well,
So
here's
you
what's
can
going
see what
on.
people
I
are
did some
thinking. And I
digging
think
when I
that
took a
the
little
stock
break there to
market
see if I could
jumping
get
a bunch
boned
of
up on
points
some of
today
the news,
was
and this
most
is what
likely
we
a
have. We
huge
have state
indicator.
officials,
When
not
the
just
stock
in
market goes
Pennsylvania,
up,
in Michigan
it
and
means
Wisconsin.
that
That's
they
all 3 states
believe the
and 3
incumbent is going
gigantic
to
states.
win,
State officials
typically.
are all saying there is no way they're going to call their races tonight. So look, I don't want to be anticlimactic for everybody watching, but that
Final count in North Carolina,
thing,
50.1% Trump, 48.7 Biden.
Are, while it obviously,
So why aren't they
look,
calling it
betting
yet?
odds don't lie. It obviously looks good for Trump, certainly not a lock. The chances are you're going to have to go to bed tonight without any kind of a confirmed lock. And the media, let's be honest with what's happening right now. I've seen this a little in the past, but not as much as I'm seeing it now. Every single race that can be called for Biden is called instantly. We have many news networks that haven't even called Florida yet. Florida's done. They're not calling obvious wins for Trump. They won't even call Texas for Trump yet. So we have a whole bunch of whiny babies in the media not wanting to admit they're wrong on election night, and they're going to join with these states and drag this thing along. I don't want to be anticlimactic, but you may have to accept you're going to bed without results.
I've been saying for 2 or 3 solid weeks now, there's no way, given the expectation we have here in Pennsylvania, there's no way that's going to get close. The only way that we would know is if it doesn't matter, because Trump has won so much and so many other calls have already been made that they would concede. But I'm not even sure that they would do that under any circumstance. I think they'd want to see how Pennsylvania plays out. And
So in terms of the betting markets over on DraftKings, they as well have Trump in a pretty big lead.
Hillary Clinton, say what you will about her, and Jesse, I've said a lot. But Hillary Clinton a few months ago said out loud, the quiet part.
Their last update was 11:05 p.m. their time. West Coast polls closed, leaving Hawaii and Alaska still open. The markets remain strongly in favor of Trump winning, with a $1 on Trump paying you only
we heard people keep thinking that when this is done in states, it's done.
$1.395 at Pinnacle and $1.33 at Betfair.
2016 election with this Russian nonsense.
Notable states still not called by all outlets include Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, Texas, and Arizona. And actually, a lot of those have been called
they're
since.
just going to drag this thing not just out in time, but also into the courts.
But Buck, I think we undersell how important it is the shift the Democratic Party has taken. People can whine all the time about Trump's manner and he's rude and he's brash. The Democratic Party has shifted what is acceptable, what is normal in this country. They impeached the President of the United States of America. People forget that this president was impeached. That is a humongous deal. And they impeached him over a phone call that was so innocuous that Trump released the transcript to the general public the next day after he made the phone call. And they still impeached him anyway. There are no norms anymore. And Democrats will have no qualms whatsoever about completely destroying the faith of the American people and the election system if it means a chance at power. They are now all in on this game, and let's not underestimate this. These people are not only lunatics.
On CBS.
One thing you should know, though, Stephen, is you talk about Pennsylvania, it's still lots of the vote out, but Lackawanna County, which has Scranton in it, Joe Biden, 99% of the vote in, it looks like he's got it by 9 points, which beats Hillary Clinton's 3.5 points in that small county. So at least in that regard, he can feel like his home turf was on his side.
I know, Stephen, I even think it's more than your mom said you look funny. I think it's your mom saying, you know, I never liked you. I always liked your brother better. That is a big
John,
thing.
did your mom ever say that? Did your mom ever say that to you?
She did. I have a very charming brother.
Hey, how late are you guys going to be there tonight? Because I know, Gail, you've got to be up for CTM.
These liberals are already trying to pull we're going to bed. We're not going to have an answer tonight.
That seems like a good time to
and by
bow
drugs,
out.
I mean water. And by drugs, I mean water. But
yes,
no, we want to stay here for as long as it takes. In all seriousness, Stephen, you know,
Biden has taken
you
the
don't want to
popular
stay here
vote
and then leave as they're saying. You know, we're going to
now,
know something. But
according to MK.
in all honesty, it
Well, that's
doesn't
probably
look like
including
we're
all
gonna
of
know
California.
anything for
Oh.
sure this evening.
Yeah.
That's the
Okay,
CBS
I'm
News
watching
promise.
Right Sides,
We
and I saw
won't know
bats and stuff. I don't know if that was
anything. Stick
tonight.
Of backpacks full of jars or bags of human feces and jars of urine to throw at police and rocks and bricks and batons. They're all Biden voters. And here they are in D.C. already. This was shared by Andy No's Twitter account. I know it's from the BG on the Scene account originally. And we're seeing exactly what we had anticipated there. You're seeing a little bit more of it. Jesse, I mean, maybe they're holding off until they find out whether it's actually a win for Biden. I'm sorry, a win for Trump. But there's definitely going to be some mayhem. I mean, if Trump wins this thing, these people are not going to say, you know what, we've learned our lesson. Let's just all celebrate this great.
Yeah, they're already in
Republican
Portland. You can
transfer
see
of
them.
power.
They're already in the
Zero
streets.
chance that happens. Zero.
They don't even know who's won yet, and they're in the streets.
Well, Buck, I mean, you're going to have to forgive me. Maybe it's not the time and place, but this is partially on the GOP, too. Remember, right after that killing of George
Kind of still
Floyd
in the same area.
Right
People
after,
are still kind of, I mean,
what did
the
Republicans
liberals are
do?
saying
They
that
can all do
Biden
this
still has
law
a
and
chance.
order routine now and
Betting
back
markets
the
are
blue
showing
and
that
all
Trump
this
has
other
about a
stuff.
70%
Right after
chance of
that,
winning now.
They were running to the microphone. I think we should change the name of military bases.
Montana.
What we
How
need
is
a
Biden winning in
Juneteenth bill.
Montana?
Can we get a Juneteenth bill? We had Tim Scott on
Montana,
the
you
Florida
better
House
get your act
trying
together.
to pass a federal police reform bill, jumping on that anti-cop bandwagon.
They still have a lot of paths to 270.
Oh, here we
These
go with
paths are
the what
narrowing
ifs.
right now, and I want to look. We have the real map, and you'll see here faded blue, faded red are where I've manipulated it. I'm putting them where they're leaning now. So North Carolina and Florida and Texas, I'm putting in Trump's column. Arizona, Nevada. I'm going ahead and I'm putting some of Maine and some of Trump in that column. So I just want to show you where we are, and you start to see here how narrow this is. So let's assume here that Biden can hang on to Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. These are the three states he had 5+ point leads in. See his electoral vote number there, guys? Sitting at 265. And this is making some assumptions here. I'm just, now you see that if Georgia doesn't come through, if Iowa, now any of these three can put him over. Iowa could, but I think Iowa's going to tilt Trump. Georgia,
Didn't they already call
we're waiting on
Iowa?
Atlanta. I'm not ready to classify that. But look what it comes down to. Scranton.
Well,
we
we
decided
knew that months ago.
Scranton says better than Pennsylvania, because you got to kind of do it like that. But I'm just saying the paths have narrowed.
Whoa,
for
one guy
everybody.
bet $5
We were
million on
looking at a
Trump.
close,
Holy cow!
election, and I was this
Get
feels
50
a little
mil.
bit like
The guy's smart.
2004 meets 1976. For those of you thinking about presidential elections, both of them were close races, and both of them were races that took us a long time to call.
And Michigan may not come in until Wednesday night or Thursday.
Yeah, DC's been popping off.
From Democrats there.
Okay, so it's all over, but the counting.
I've got myself quite the nice stockpile of rounds myself,
Getting close to
Jag.
midnight, maybe the coat comes off, maybe we roll up the sleeves.
I also hope
we get the pencils out. We got a lot of adding to do.
After midnight's when Chuck gets loose.
Really
so
hoping
watch out.
that Trump wins, because
Kristen Walker.
shortly
She's at
after
Biden
all of this,
headquarters.
I
Are they
think
feeling it?
gun
They sweating it?
prices and bullet prices and all of that stuff will start coming back down again. And then that's when I'll start buying again and stockpiling again. I don't wait for
because if he wins
the
Arizona,
SHTF situations to stock up and load. I wait till nobody's buying. And I recommend anybody watching do the same.
Of those Midwestern states, he has to hold on in Michigan, in Wisconsin. He cannot afford to
I've
lose
got me some
any
green
of those
tips, some
states.
red
That's why you
tips.
saw Biden
Got a little bit of
barnstorming
everything.
those states in the final
That's
days of
good,
his
Jag.
campaign. But where did he spend his most time? In Pennsylvania. Where was he today? In Scranton. That's, of course, the place where he was born. He visited the place where he grew up. And so it becomes so critical that the Biden
biggest
campaign
political
gets the
bet
type
ever.
of turnout that they were pushing for in the suburbs.
5 million
in the
on
area,
Trump.
in and around Philadelphia.
smart
That
bet.
The African-American turnout is strong because it wasn't what it needed to be back in 2016. And so that is why Biden visited Pennsylvania more than any other swing state, 14 times. Now, we can't overstate this enough. The counting of those mail-in ballots is just beginning.
We need
in
some live
Pennsylvania,
numbers
and
on
so
what's
they are
going on
urging
over there in the
everyone
Rust Belt.
to be cautious and to brace for what could be a days-long process of counting these votes, but they say they're going to do it. They say they are going to count every vote. Now, some Democrats have privately been quite critical of Biden's strategy. They've said he hasn't been aggressive enough, that he's been too cautious. Of course, he's been campaigning against the backdrop of COVID. I put that question to one of his campaign officials earlier today. Were they concerned that he wasn't out enough in a place like North Carolina and in Georgia, which we see now are just so incredibly tight? This official said, no, look, we feel confident that we left it all out on the field. Biden
Patty
reiterated
B.
that,
Shields,
but undoubtedly
welcome
some
to SEAL
Democrats are
Team
looking at
711,
this
and thank
map,
you so much
and
for
they
the
are
sub.
thinking quite seriously about that. But at this hour, again, there is still optimism within the campaign.
All right, Kristen, thank you. Let's turn to Trump campaign senior advisor Corey Lewandowski, who joins us now. Corey, you've been through this before. You were there in 2016.
Okay, we've got some cool stuff
There's
here.
a lot for you to like on this map, and
I'm
there's
gonna put this up
there's
for a
stuff
second.
to give you pause, namely Arizona, which is
All right,
leading Biden
so
at
we
this
got
hour.
dials
How
by
are you feeling
state
about your
here.
chances?
Okay, but we've got, looks like the hot races here.
But that being said,
You got
if Joe Biden
Arizona.
wants to become the president of the United States, he has to defeat Donald
Trump
Trump
or
in a
Biden
series
has
of
won.
states.
Florida,
And
Trump
one
has
state
won.
isn't going to be
But
enough.
this
Look,
is showing
Donald
us some
Trump had
stuff.
enormous
Iowa
victory
is
tonight in the
looking
state of Florida. He's up
solidly
over
in Trump's
400,000 votes
hands
in what
there,
has historically been
88%.
the battleground
Michigan
of
is
battleground
currently
states. And let me just remind the
69%.
viewers that the last
And
six
we're
people
looking
who
at
won
the
the state of
dials.
Florida
They are
went on to
over in the
become
red.
president of the
Now,
United States.
Minnesota,
So
we
feel
already
very
kind of knew
good
that
about
was
where
going
we
to
are
go
right now. We
blue.
feel
That's
very good
not
about
really
the
a
campaign that
surprise
we've
or
run,
anything.
and we look forward to having all the votes
Nevada
counted.
is close. It's only 60% in, though, so that could go either way. It's really close. So Nevada, a state to definitely keep an eye on. Ohio, North Carolina, I believe those have both been called for Trump. If you're looking at Pennsylvania so far, it is in Trump's, barely in Trump's corner there. Okay, we're also looking at Texas. Texas looks done. They should just go ahead and call that for Trump already. Wisconsin, it looks really red for Trump. Like, this is looking really good, folks, and there's some big numbers in. So I don't know what people are seeing out there, but it's looking to me like this is a pretty good thing for Trump.
I know the network's uncomfortable in calling some of these states, but we feel very comfortable with our position in Georgia, our position in North Carolina, and as we continue to go through this exercise, we know that the message that Donald Trump has given the American people over the last 4 years.
Well, we already know that we're going to hold the Senate. We've got confirmation of that. Nothing that happens tonight is going to change that now. The Republicans will absolutely keep a majority in the Senate.
They couldn't even open them until tonight after the polls closed. Is the president prepared to be patient to make sure that every vote is counted?
Well, of course, look, the president, of course, he wants the votes counted.
Yeah, that's why you don't wait till you get a signal that it's time to start prepping. You prep
that's the case. And look, right now, as you look at the numbers in Pennsylvania,
way before everyone else is doing
happy
it.
again with what our performance has been. This is a state that
Yeah, if Biden gets elected, you can expect the guns and ammo prices to either stay where they're at or even go even higher.
The truth is, we're exceeding our expectations in the state of Pennsylvania. We believe we're going to win the state.
Yeah, 380, that's ridiculous. 90 cents around. It's all ridiculous right now. That's why I haven't really bought anything. I loaded up a while ago. I'm not paying those ridiculous prices.
Those states change hands.
Corey Lewandowski, thank you for stopping by. And
Yep, and I went with it. I started prepping and getting all my stuff back in 2015, back when I thought that Hillary could potentially become president. Like, I did it way back then.
Former campaign manager for a period of time in 2016 and somebody who's been involved in an advisory capacity now. Talk about how optimistic they are, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania. I have to tell you, the vibe that I'm getting tonight from a lot of conversations with sources late into the evening here has been very sort of 2016 deja vu, at least at this hour. I just got off the phone with somebody close to the campaign who is feeling better than they would have hoped, better than they would have expected when we had talked, a few hours ago, right before polls started to close.
Why have they not called Texas for Trump, man? Why have they not called North Carolina?
I would include places like
we need to find out what's going on with Georgia.
They are feeling encouraged by the margins being somewhat similar to what they saw.
But the Rust Belt ones are what's really important and what I'm keeping an eye on. I'm looking at Iowa. Iowa's 90% in, and Trump is way in the lead. Michigan is holding at 70% in. It's pretty solid in the red. Minnesota is going deep blue. That's in 80% in. So you can pretty much chalk up Minnesota. Whereas we're talking Minnesota, put that in the blue column right there. Okay, Iowa though. Iowa, you might as well chalk that up for Trump.
And I will tell you, there is no expectation that this night
Wisconsin, 80% in, and it's pretty deep in the red. It's looking really good in Wisconsin. Michigan, not as good, but it's still in the red, 70% in. It's looking pretty decent. Pennsylvania, it's really close in Pennsylvania, 58% in, and it's in the red, but the needles are moving. They're going back and forth. So there we go. What did they call over in Fox for Trump? He jumped up to 166.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
They're going to wait on those. And so I think it shows a strength for Team Trump. But I'll tell you, in Florida, what we've seen, which has just been huge, obviously President Trump winning Florida is significant, and all important. And I think Florida's just such a melting pot of so many different things. You have your Midwest, the I-4 corridor is, very Midwest.
It seems to me, is really more about whether mainstream liberals decide that they are more interested in opening up the Overton window wide enough to have discussions with people who are not of their political persuasion, but they have in common a belief in individual rights and freedom of speech and freedom of conversation, or whether they're so wedded to their policy priorities that they believe they can more easily achieve those by dumping over all those things and making common cause with the woke left and sort of the Antifa crowd. Because it seems like that is the question. Like the Harper's Weekly letter that they put out, where there's all these mainstream liberals, all of whom voted for Joe Biden and none of whom voted for Trump, talking about how the Overton window needed to be widened. On the one hand, I thought, okay, that's a good thing. On the other hand, I thought
Wisconsin's looking good,
if you had
guys.
one person who voted for Donald Trump on this list, because it's like you want to open the Overton window just wide enough to let you and your buddies through.
We might have to wait days, but I hope not. The thing that I'm looking at here is you've got to think that if Nevada's close, I'll pull this up one more time.
Right.
Yeah.
These are the races that we're currently looking at. Okay.
I could tell by the lack of hair.
We've got Iowa, 91% in. Look how deep red that is. They should call it already. They should already call it for Trump. That looks done to me. Michigan. Okay, not quite there, 70% in, but Trump is leading. And you can see these dials are moving around back and forth as the numbers come in, but Trump is holding a good lead. It'd be good to see if we can see what's going on in Michigan and what counties are still outstanding. This looks to me like that's probably Oceana County right there has nothing in, but it looks like it's in a sea of deep red, so I'm going to assume that that's probably going to be Trump country.
Since the founding, the patent law is a place where
We got no reporting there, no reporting here.
There'd be no actual rationale for discovering anything because
so these white areas have absolutely no reporting,
especially during the founding, actually.
But you can see that we're looking at some solid red around here. The only areas that went blue
to be patentable. What I want
in Michigan, my guess would be probably like Detroit.
By ensuring that our research scientists give us stuff for simply being immunized.
And it's only by, I mean, Biden's winning big here.
And you're given academic freedom. You don't have
in this area, but the rest of the state,
of a guy with $1 billion,
Trump is
really
doing wonderful. We're looking at 92% in here, only 6% in over here. So maybe this right here, but I don't know if that's a small county. Or they're saying 6% in and 197 votes to 3 votes. So that looks like a really tiny county. Maybe what is that? 10,000 votes, maybe max. Over here, these areas are only 53% in.
I feel like we were moving out.
Okay, so that's why they're not calling it there. This looks like a big metropolitan area, but if Biden's only holding about 13-point lead in that area, you still got the rest of the state, plus you still got these red areas that haven't come in yet. I don't know. If you ask me, it's looking like Michigan is
retroactive continuity, and you can't even manage that.
Kind of going back and forth, but you can see Trump's got a decent lead. Minnesota, we knew that was going to be deep blue. That's blue country. That's not something that was unexpected. But you got to look at Nevada. Nevada is only 60% in, and it's just barely blue. So we got to wait to see what happens there. Pennsylvania, close. But it's still red. That's the one that we might have to wait on. But Texas, call it already.
Under Ronald Reagan,
Wisconsin,
with completely disastrous
call it. I mean, these
how to tamper with the wage mechanism.
These are looking really good, and Trump doesn't need to win the whole Rust Belt. But I'm telling you, it's looking to me like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. That was the Rust Belt that he got last time, and it looks like he's performing pretty well there again. So it's looking to be almost an exact repeat of 2016.
There was a guy named Eric Bloch who was the first non-academic head of the National Science Foundation. And he realized that we were going to have to pay more money to scientists because the demographics of the baby bust were going to mean that the supply curve came in.
Oh, man.
And so what he realized is
that doesn't surprise me, Bill. That doesn't surprise me one bit about Antifa.
Foreign students who are not actually students, they're workers. that we could push out the supply curve and you could get the wage to go down. And then what they
Yeah, I've been tempted to sell some of my stuff while the prices are up high. And if Trump gets reelected, I might just do that, but I don't know.
Right. Now, that thing...
Julie, I know. My father lives in Arizona, and he's also not so happy about Arizona going blue. But Arizona still has a lot of in-person vote counting to do that they haven't done yet, so we'll see.
There's so much soul-searching. Real conservatives and real...
Dustin, you said Biden jumped to Biden?
Because
what does that mean?
Blunt, you guys also want to see the progress of the human race, and I want to see...
Virginia jumped to Biden.
We're just not sitting down and having those conversations. Instead, we're having moronic conversations about either the market solves everything or everyone's a white supremacist. See, I don't want to have either one.
It frightens me that I completely agree with you about this.
I know. I have to leave the set.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna, but it also
come to the dark side.
Not the night that Democrats dreamed of. There is clearly an undercounted portion of the electorate that is supporting President Trump that they just didn't expect. And there was overconfidence in the Senate. On the Senate side, there's overconfidence among House leaders. I think that's something really to keep an eye on in the coming days.
All right, Andrea.
And one of those races that's still out there is Montana, where you've got the sitting governor, Steve Bullock, a popular governor who's taken some tough measures.
Looks to me like Arizona's suffering from California syndrome. You get a bunch of Californians who can't afford to live in the state of California anymore because of their stupid policies and rules and taxes and everything.
For the presidency briefly, and he's running against.
And so they move to places that are next door, like Arizona.
We have to see late in the day what happens.
And now they bring their politics with them.
By the way, in the Senate races and the presidential, and frankly, we're seeing in some House races, everything is blue and red. We are not seeing split ticket voting the way we used to see split ticket voting. We've known that that's been disappearing, but I'm just watching all of these.
It's funny how MSNBC already has Biden at 192.
Linking up across the board. We thought maybe in a place like
CNN has Biden at 205. That's because they call the West Coast so early.
Could the Democratic candidate, she's a former Republican, could she win?
But they won't call Texas.
And it's just, people are not splitting their tickets. I know that Sherry Bustos, who's the Democratic chair of the DCCC, she represents a Trump district. She used to win swing split ticket voters. She's struggling tonight. She may not win. And I think it's this phenomenon. It's red or blue.
All right, we'll continue with our coverage, election night coverage, after this short break.
Then, of course, Arizona, which we've now moved to likely Democrat for a pickup for Mark Kelly, who's the former astronaut there.
It looks like I was just trying to lean in and see what it is the actual vote spread between Tom Tillis and Cal Cunningham. Right. With 5% of the votes still out, that's still, or 6% looks like it's still out.
Yep.
You know, we'll see. We'll continue.
It's interesting that 5% of the vote still out is a huge deal for Republicans ahead, but if it's a Democrat, they're already calling it.
All right. Thank you, Nancy Cordes.
That's why we hate the mainstream legacy media.
Local election returns. For the rest of you, our coverage continues. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
And if I remember correctly, last year, Trump didn't actually get out on stage to say that he won or whatever until like 1 o'clock in the morning or something. So it's early.
An update on where the race stands with all of those battlegrounds yet to be called.
Straight in from huddling over the computer, staring
from one huddle to the board. That's what Anthony Salvanto does on a minute-by-minute, hour-by-hour basis.
Bringing it straight to folks.
We're free-forming. Here we go.
Okay, pick a state.
All right, Pennsylvania.
All right, Pennsylvania.
I am told one of my best sources in Pennsylvania is someone pretty good at politics there, former Governor Tom Corbett. Okay. He said President Trump is overperforming what he did in 2016 in Western PA.
All right.
So what is that? What are we seeing there?
So let's take a look.
He said Butler County, Westmoreland.
Okay, I'm going to turn on the history for Butler County. Yep, 66 last time.
Here we go.
79 this time. Okay, got it. Let's do Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
But let's try Beaver County, right? Okay. Yep, 57, yes. 71. Okay.
Anywhere around Pittsburgh.
Yeah, all and around Pittsburgh. Look, this part of the state in the Westmoreland County. Okay.
69.
Let's turn it on. 64, 69 now. So point taken.
So
that
Trump's doing
is,
better
for his perspective,
in Pennsylvania.
a good sign for the president in Pennsylvania, because overperforming in places in 2016 means there's room to give up if Joe Biden is overperforming, let's say, for example, in any of the suburbs around Philadelphia or Philadelphia itself. What do we know about the suburbs of Philadelphia? Probably not as much as we'd like to know.
Well, not as much because we've still got so much vote outstanding. So let's take, for example, Montgomery County. Here's another suburb that's been trending towards the Democrats, okay, but we're at 29% of the vote in. So most of the estimate here is a model, which means we look at past vote, we look at how it's been trending, put that in clearly, transparently, but we don't have counted vote yet.
What about Philadelphia itself?
Okay, let's go to Philadelphia. Let me back up here. Go to Philadelphia itself, touch that. Biden building up the lead, and still only 40% counted. Now, this is the other part of this, Major, that we should just tell everybody. This estimated expected vote isn't certain. We're still finding out how many ballots are yet to come in, how many ballots they expect to have. So this is our estimate, but this could move over the course of the night, too.
And one of the reasons we're focusing on Pennsylvania and looking at some of these counties is because as this evening has progressed, it becomes clearer and clearer to me, Anthony, that Pennsylvania is going to loom large in the ultimate outcome of this election. And Hillary Clinton, if I remember correctly, cleared out of Philadelphia about 450,000 votes. If Joe Biden is on that trend, he's going to need more votes elsewhere if the president is, in fact, continuing to overperform in Western PA.
All of these suburban areas are places the Democrats have been counting
Oh,
on.
there you go. Texas. Yep. We've got Texas called 204 to 223, guys. This is when Trump starts making his move. And they should be calling North Carolina. They should be over there close to calling Georgia.
Is so very strong.
Like, I'd say Trump is probably ahead at this point.
And they will do that in
and he's
defiance
leading
of trend
right
lines,
now
pundits, and polling data.
In
There's
Iowa,
also a story
Wisconsin,
and every place else,
Michigan,
rural and
Pennsylvania
America versus suburban and urban America, and the differences are growing.
I would expect him to take Montana as
Thank
well.
you so very much. We are going to take a quick break. We will be right back with more election coverage. I promise you. I know you know this. You're watching CBS News 2020. America Decides.
It makes me feel almost like they're stalling the results on this, not so much because they don't know what's going to happen, but it feels more like they're going to stall it to maybe like prevent all the people who are in the streets from rioting.
I hear something like that, and all I can think about is myself. And what I do know is this, that while every other person on the air in every other news station in this country was complaining about Arizona
we got
being lost
Brosa
and this
back.
is over and everything sucks, I was the only one on the air explaining to everybody, hold up on your Arizona call. Let's just hold up here. That's not how it works. And you know what it is, in all seriousness?
So all those
such a
Democrats out
stunning
there who
indictment
happen to be
on the
coming
other
across this
media
stream,
sources in this country. And
who told us that they were going to
take
take
penny shots at
Texas
other
this year,
people or news
that it was going to be a
organizations.
big,
But I'm an
huge
idiot.
blue wave in
I went
Texas.
to community college. I shouldn't be the voice of reason ever. I
You're really
should
close
never
for
be
this.
the one providing the wisdom.
You were wrong.
I'm a moron, and I know.
You.
All the Democrats vote early.
All you
Like
Democrats
2/3 of the votes
who
vote
said
early. And in
Texas
Arizona, because
wasn't
they
going to
had their
go for
system
Trump, it
basically
was going to be a big
computerized,
blue
the
wave.
early
You were
votes are the first ones you
wrong.
see. So every time, right off the bat, it's going to look like Democrats are far, far ahead. And then every single step of the way from then on out, the Republican is going to close the gap. Will they close it all the way? I don't know. But this is a fact of life. If I know this, Buck, how do the other major news organizations don't know this?
So it seems to me fair at this point to say
MK, so you're saying Biden just jumped up a bit in
It was too
Virginia.
early a call to make, and
Trump
some
lead is
places, Fox News called
1.7,
this one
and
Arizona
then
very early. Some
MK
places that made
is
that
also
early
saying
call are
that
just
he's pulling away in
hoping
PA,
and
though.
praying
Yeah, and they're
that
saying
when
that
all
Trump's
the votes are actually
outperforming
counted,
against
it ended up
Biden.
being the right call,
He's doing better
even
than he did
though
against Hillary
it's looking
over there.
more and
So
more
that's
like,
big.
Like they went
That
with
should
one way too
explain
early. Because again, that was sort of
pretty much
stunning,
the rest
too.
of the
We
state.
We knew that Arizona was going to be in play.
What the hell?
But given what's
CNN is
happened
saying that
everywhere else
Biden
tonight,
is
Jesse,
65 away
really?
from a
That's
win?
the one that, not
Are they
North
nutty?
Carolina, not Georgia.
CNN is
Arizona's the one that they
crazy.
flip. It's just there was a.
Otherwise, and if we have to go back, we go back. But so you do the hypotheticals now in the Biden campaign, and you're banking on that. You're banking on Nevada, and you like your lead in Arizona, and you think you're going to get that. So then you're looking around, and again, Minnesota is a state. We're not there yet, but you think you're going to keep that. I don't.
All right, big picture right now in the mother of all elections, Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. The big picture is Donald Trump is holding on to all of the states that he won in 2016 and then some. Clearly, Trump is leading in the Sun Belt states. He's holding on to Florida handsomely. He's holding on
MK,
to,
it is looking that way. It's
Texas
looking
very,
like we
very
are going to
handsomely,
take Pennsylvania.
Georgia and North Carolina. So that's
It looks like the states that voted for him 2016 still believe in him, and it shows with the jobs and the economy and everything they saw. The argument for this is that Trump caused coronavirus, and if you're a dumb little twit who believed that Trump was responsible for a virus that came out of China,
Trump is leading right now. But
well, chances are you voted for the sleepy one.
In Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, only about 40% of the vote has been counted. And interestingly, the early vote has not been counted.
But if you have a brain and you realize that Trump, if you really think Biden would have done better against the coronavirus, you're an idiot. You are. You're an idiot. Straight up. You're just, your brains don't work right. And trying to blame Trump for a virus that he had no control over, you're an idiot. Especially if you weren't freaking sitting there screaming at the top of your lungs at Obama with the whole H1N1 crap that happened. Viruses happen. It was unfortunate. But before that, the economy. You guys also saw the GDP the other day. 33.1% GDP. That's a record. Not just a United States record. That's a worldwide record. Never happened. And that's because of Trump's free market approach. This is going to be devastating to the Democrats. If they lose, we might finally get consecutive Republican terms, as long as the next person who runs comes in and continues with the free market approach that Trump has put down.
13 electoral college votes, so CNN has called Virginia in favor of Joe Biden. For a long time, Trump was leading. In fact, Trump had gone to Virginia, to the RNC office there on election day.
CNN, Biden 65 votes from victory. These guys are idiots.
Courtesy him winning Virginia. So Manisha Gandhi joining us from Houston, Texas. Manisha, I know it's all going to plan, at least going to the same 2016 map as it were, both for Trump as well as for Biden. What is the chance that Biden can flip some of the red states from last time? I think he's leading handsomely in Arizona. That's the word that we're getting in. We're still waiting out for New Mexico, Nevada, Colorado. Again, he's well ahead there. Would he be able to flip some of these states out west in order to compensate for what Trump is winning in the South, whether it's Texas, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, all of those states, Trump seems to be well ahead?
Yeah, let's go ahead and
I do think that he's
we'll
going
pull
to
up
have
these
Arizona, New Mexico,
the numbers again.
some of those states on the west side. And, I think there's a strong chance of him flipping some
So here we go with the uncalled races here.
Pennsylvania is
Okay, you can look at Iowa. Call it already. 94% in now. That's done. Why are they not calling Iowa? That's Trump, man. That just call it already. Michigan, 71% in. Heavy into the red. Not as heavy as I'd like it, but I would say that that's probably consistent with what happened in 2016. Minnesota, we already know that's going to the Democrats. Nevada has not moved. It's still at 60% and just barely into the blue. Pennsylvania, 68% in now, and it does look to be going deeper into the red. Wisconsin is deep, 84% and deep into the red. So, I mean, you can start doing the math here, guys. Like, we probably need to get an elector, we probably need to get a map.
Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio. Between them, that's 65 electoral college votes. Ohio has the second highest among those four states. It's got 18 electoral college votes. So Trump has won Ohio. CNN projecting that Trump has won Ohio. He's leading in Wisconsin, leading in Michigan.
Yeah, it's pouring here where I'm at, Bill. Like said, so that could be, but they had a pretty decent crowd. I'm monitoring the Portland crowds right now. You've got Rosa up in the top corner there, so she's in Portland. I've got another one behind my face here that you guys can't see unless I do this. And you can see they're still out there marching and stuff, but keep an eye on it. Portland rioters don't actually like to come out until about this time, so about this time they might start coming out, but I think a lot of them might be glued to their TV still, because you got idiots like CNN sitting there trying to tell them Biden only 65 away from winning.
that will put him well
You can see they've got Trump only at 132 over there on CNN, but over here on Fox, you got Trump at 204. And that's not including Georgia, North Carolina, which might as well just call for Trump. And those will put Trump in the lead.
This is, again, good news as far as Donald Trump is concerned. Ohio projected to go the Trump way. Like I said, 18 electoral college votes there. Hillary Clinton did not carry that state back in 2016. Trump carried Ohio.
Feels about the United States of America, the America they know. I want to preserve that for our children, for our grandchildren, for our great-grandchildren. That's what I've dedicated my life to. And politics is one part of that. And I think that's why Donald Trump's agenda, this American First agenda, is so critical to achieving that end.
How much of this, Nick, do you think is also attributable to, I mean, look, let's just preface this. The fact that we're in a pandemic in an election year, and we keep hearing the tragic figure, 230, getting close, I think 240,000 now, dead from COVID-19. A once-in-a-century pandemic.
Patty, or Paul T, when I saw your comment that Biden is winning, I was like, what?
The economy
and then it says, but he's winning it hiding in his basement while camel toe pigs.
It's been a tough year for the economy, $6 trillion of spending. If they couldn't win this election with the two-term vice president who's supposed to be the kind of gold standard guy in the Democrat Party now, what does that really say about their whole
heroin, meth, and coke have been decriminalized in Oregon?
Do you think they'll
Oh man, I haven't even looked at the Oregon ballots.
Many of us saw this from the beginning.
I figure that might be, so I'm assuming the mushroom one is probably legalized as well too. Then the 109, the measure 109 and 110.
But
let's find out. We'll pull it up.
Very sentient points there. You're absolutely right. Joe Biden was a horrendous candidate from the very beginning. And I should say that had Elizabeth Warren not stuck in for so long, and had there been a few other things go a little bit differently,
not good.
Joe Biden
it's
may not
a bunch of taxes. Everybody in Oregon is voting for all the taxes. You've got to be kidding me.
Very difficult.
All right, let's look here.
With very tumultuous
so in Oregon,
conditions for an incumbent to get re-election.
Amend campaign finance laws, so for if you gotta report all your donations and crap. Tobacco, nicotine, and e-cig tax, looks like that's going to pass. Legalize mushrooms, psilocybin. They're going to have legal mushrooms in Oregon. And we're looking at this one right here, 110. They call it the Addiction and Recovery Centers one. It looks like it's passing, but really this is going to legalize heroin, meth, and cocaine and make it basically a ticket. So Oregon is going to become... Oregon's going to basically become the next Amsterdam is what we're looking at. Not good.
And they are turning out to support, to protect, and to defend America. And the way that they saw to do this was to follow the great lion, Donald Trump, into battle. And that's what they've done, and that's why what we're seeing is what we're seeing. But look, Joe Biden was a horrendous candidate. I don't believe that anybody could have beaten this president. I think that if there had been no COVID, if there had been no China virus, this president, we'd be looking at 40 states out of 50 right now. I really do believe that. I think that the China virus is what made the conditions for the president's re-election far more difficult. But Joe Biden, a very poor candidate. The Democrats, a very far left, anti-American agenda. And fortunately, we still in 2020 live in the United States of America where there are more patriots than there are wannabe socialists.
And they've called Texas, Jesse. You see this? Texas, it's official. We knew it was going to happen. That blew. Dana Lash, I so appreciate her coming on saying, guys, let's not be silly here, all right? Texas is going to be just fine. Don't listen to this mainstream media BS. She was 100% correct. And, this is good to see. Add those 38 electoral votes to the tally. Well, Nick, you're saying you already think it's a done deal. Technically not done yet, but getting pretty close here. getting pretty close.
That's true. Technically, it's not done, Buck, but I'm feeling supremely confident. I'm a Texan. I live in Texas, and I agree with Dana. Texas was never in play. This is a very, very strong state, and I can tell you, I haven't seen enthusiasm. I was in Texas 4 years ago when I just moved here, and I thought the enthusiasm for Donald Trump was pretty good then. The enthusiasm for Donald Trump this year has been 20-fold. Texas is a long, long way away from going blue.
All right, Nick, thanks so much, man. Great to have you with us. Talk to you soon.
Always a pleasure.
Got more states, more things to talk about. Stick around. All right.
Okay, my apologies there. Had to deal with an important phone call that was coming in. So let's go ahead and get back.
We're expecting those results in the next several hours, possibly by 5 a.m. Savannah?
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. I was just looking over at
So yeah,
Chuck's. I
what we were
wondered if
talking
anything's
about is it
shaking
looks
in-
like Oregon is going to be the new
Another
Amsterdam.
news organization seemed to be indicating some
Mr.
movement
Washy
towards the
Washy.
Democrats, and I just haven't seen it yet. So
I tell you, I like that name.
Still wait. I mean, literally, Atlanta hasn't
Yes,
moved.
I believe he's got North Carolina and he's got Florida, even though they're not calling North
1
Carolina on a lot of these
in
for some
Arizona
reason.
in the last hour in trying to get votes. So we are in that period of time where it's going to trickle in now, rather than maybe.
Yeah,
like I
Dusty,
said,
but
I
if
do
you read
expect
the
that
fine
one-
print,
I
it's
was
not
told we were
just
gonna get this
legal
one
mushroom
giant dump of
for
Milwaukee
Docker
vote,
use.
but late
Okay,
tonight.
I've
So
got
that is something.
a good
we're
friend
staying
here,
up
actually a
for.
viewer
So put the
that
pot
is
of
a
coffee
doctor
on.
who has
My
read into
son
the
was just
text, and
asking me,
he
"Why is everything too
would
early
have
to
been
call
okay
after
with
midnight?"
that
I'm like,
law and would have voted for it if it was just for medical use and under doctor supervision, but it's actually decriminalizing it as well. So your psilocybin, your heroin, your meth, all your drugs in Oregon are going to be decriminalized, basically making them legal.
Joins us. Tom, great to see you. Give us your observations of what we're seeing and versus what a lot of expectations were going into this night.
You know, I've been covering presidential politics in this country since 1968, and I've seen a lot of changes. I have never seen the country as deeply and sharply divided as it is now. And it's the second cycle of this kind of division.
So let me put where
with President
my
Trump
stance is on this.
Surprising everybody the first time, and fair to say,
I know that a lot of people might not
surprising
agree with
everyone
this.
A second time with his strong showing.
On all of the measures
I
for
think he made a
Oregon,
very
I
clever
voted
move in
no
the
on
last couple of weeks,
everything
in which he said to the country,
except-
go back to work. It's time to get the economy going again.
except for 109 and 110, which is the mushrooms and which is the drug treatment ones. And I'll tell you what,
It helped him a lot, frankly. People were wanting to hear that.
I'm a
I also
constitutionalist
think over
and
the
I'm
course
about
of the last
freedom.
year, there's been some difficulty.
Okay, and while drugs aren't
if you
something that I
will,
want in my
the
life,
country about police
I know that the people out there that are going to
under
do them are going to
circumstances
do
that
them
were
regardless of if they are legal or
And
not.
at the end of
And
the
personally,
episode,
I don't
there were a lot of
believe
white
that
people
doing
who were
drugs is
supporting the black
something
demonstrators until the black
that
demonstrators
should
kind of lost
ruin your
control.
life. As
And they were
somebody
not
who
just
has
demonstrating
gone through
anymore.
recovery
They were
themselves
going into streets
and
they
someone
were
who struggled
robbing stores, and they
with
were
drugs at
tipping
one
over
point in
cars,
his
and it went
life,
on most of the summer. How much of
I
that
know
had to
I
do
don't
with it,
believe
I'm not
jail
sure,
is
but
the
it was a
answer. I
long
don't
way
believe
from
putting
Dr.
people
King,
in jail
who
and
was so
ruining their
successful
record and ruining
with
their
a
future
program of
is
nonviolence.
the way
So
to
how
handle
that played into all this, I
Yeah,
don't
I
know,
think the
but I
way
think
is
in
to
the
help
last
these people
couple
get a
of
path
weeks,
forward. You
that
ruin
Trump
their
made a
life and
very
they're going to
clever
get stuck
move
in
by
the same
saying
thing and
you
they're
can
going to
go back to
continue to
work.
do it and continue
He's
to go
dead
to jail
wrong.
and just let their
COVID
life waste
virus
away.
is going to get worse,
So
not better. And
I am
in
actually
fact, this country is going to be under
I am always
a very
going
dark
to side
cloud of
on
that
freedom,
for the foreseeable future.
the side of
So,
freedom, allowing
however
people to
this
do what
turns
they
out tonight,
want. If you want to go jump
we've got
off
a
a
lot of
bridge,
things to
that's
worry
your
about in this
choice. I
country.
might give you a suggestion
The only
not
way
to
we're
do
gonna
it,
get 'em resolved
but the
is
thing
to find
is,
a way
this
to
is
work
America. You're supposed to be
Although, yeah,
free,
we are
so
confronting a lot,
I
of
err
course,
on
there's
the
a lot of
side
peaceful
of freedom.
action in the
So
streets,
with 109
Tom,
and
thanks. And we
110,
should
I
note
voted
that,
yes.
well,
The rest
some,
of them, I voted
important
no
things
because
have
they were
gone
new
Donald
taxes.
Trump's way. This is, we are
But that's
not,
just where I stand.
no
I
one's
am
near
about
270 right now. So
I'm about freedom.
A lot of votes to be counted
So
yet.
that's where I stand
break
on
now.
those.
Decision 2020 election night coverage continues in just a moment.
glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to...
And he won by 20 votes or 10 votes or whatever, electoral college votes. You know, he won, sure. But man, it really would have meant something after the last 4 years, after the 2016 campaign,
so I agree with you,
this
Alex.
year,
Criminalizing
really
wasn't stopping anybody from doing drugs.
Turnout that we haven't seen in more than
Really,
a half
if they wanted to put laws in, they should be putting laws in against people who are selling it or distributing it. If that's, you want to put laws in against that, that's the way to do it. But to penalize the people who are using it, I just don't agree with that.
If it was the kids in cages, if it was whatever. But we're not going to have that even if Biden wins. And in terms of his ability to do further damage, you know, as the essentially unchecked most powerful person in the world, we'll have gotten rid of a lot of that.
Paul, I don't disagree with you. I think meth is whack too. I think heroin is whack too. I think a lot of them are whack.
That they didn't have a problem with the racism. They didn't even
do
have
I
a problem
believe
with
that
him
you should
doing
go to
everything
jail
he could
because
to kill
you got
them.
addicted to it?
That is not a... It's not a place I want to be
Do
as
I
a
believe
country.
your freedom should be taken away? Do I believe your record should be ruined? Do I believe that? No. And now if you're doing drugs and you're stealing stuff, sure. You should go to jail because you stole stuff because of the actions you did on it. But just simply the use of it or the possession of it, I just don't believe in taking away someone's freedom over that.
Yep, it definitely
I don't think that's helping
very
anything.
Much who we are, and unfortunately, I think we have to recognize that and actually do something about it, because clearly nothing's changed. And there are people who are looking to preserve the racism, the sexism, the classism, the criminality, and make sure that they are still entitled to
Biden to make a statement shortly. Yeah, so Biden's going to come out and tell everybody that this isn't over.
And to preserve that.
He's basically going to try to get people to go to bed and wait and continue on with the plan.
And it's very unfortunate, especially since these people
he's
are
coming
part
out
of the
to make a statement,
99%, and many of them are struggling. Yet it means more to them to hold on to that than to reach out and grab an opportunity to do better and have opportunities for themselves, their family, to have better health care,
Who sounds like someone who wants a lot more gun laws?
That's what they
prefer. Not
over
me.
anything, and that is very scary.
I think we need a lot less gun laws.
To
Freedom.
do that, you're going to have to have better messaging, better candidates, with bigger, bolder ideas than let's bring the country together. That's what I would have done. I get why Joe Biden did it. He was the perfect candidate to do that in this time. But the anecdotal stories irritate me more than anything in the election season.
No, I don't believe freedom is supposed to be earned. I think freedom is an inalienable right to anyone in this country.
I was talking to
freedom is not something that has to be earned. I absolutely disagree with that.
That's the best kind of it.
Freedom is something we must fight to protect. Freedom is something that we must, that is under attack. But no, it is not something that has to be earned. It's something that at birth you have.
This way. They had just turned 18, these kids. So I think that somehow, if that's going to happen, Adrian, if we're going to get people to recognize it, that message has to be spread in a different manner than Democrats are comfortable doing it, unless they get a person with magic potion, right? Unless they stumble on another Barack Obama, this guy who entered the room and lit it up and was magnetic, right? And gifted politically in so many ways. Short of that, they got to convey this message better and get people, if they want that young turnout, which will overwhelmingly be Democrat, to get behind them.
New Hampshire,
I think
I thought they already called New
the
Hampshire,
soul
didn't they?
searching that is necessary and unlikely to happen.
Yeah.
Right. That won't happen. I mean, if you could, when they dissect this election, they're going to look at Florida. They're going to look at socialism. They're going to see that Cubans, Colombians, and Venezuelans don't just vote Democrats because you think they're going to vote Democratic. They're going to look at some of these industrial states and realize why white union workers really are fine voting for this guy. And then they're going to examine the cult of personality, which we probably won't have again for quite a while with Donald Trump. These people that bought into it like it and want to own the libs. I mean, that's a real thing. We make fun of that whole thing, owning the libs, but it's real. And there are people that just like Donald Trump because of who he beats if he wins. And I think that's important too. But again, to me, it's these things don't matter right now. What matters is seeing him lose. And if he loses, then it's a good thing, and you worry about that later. You're not going to have a nearly octogenarian candidate as your nominee again. But this is exactly why, I thought that the people voted for Joe Biden as they thought that he was the one best capable of beating Donald Trump. We'll know that, I guess, in a few days. But it's why I thought he was always going to be the nominee, and that was the bet they made. And I don't know that Biden was able to sway enough of those people, certainly in some of the states. But the states where it matters most are still yet to tally.
Before we go to a break, John, and I know we have to, just because Michael said owning the libs, remind people what newly elected member of Congress.
Yeah, I was actually going to start that off the next one.
Conor McGregor, but what's his name?
So Madison Cawthorn. This is what we'll talk about when we come back from our first break. He's been elected. He's going to be, I believe, the youngest person ever elected to Congress. And his first tweet before he enters the halls of Congress.
I mean, 269 could definitely be possible. Everyone knows it's an option.
So that will be your topic of conversation.
Something that's ever happened, but it is. I wouldn't say super possible. I would say that it's a slight, rare possibility.
The former colonel, I guess he's always going to be a colonel.
It needs a little energy, a little pizzazz, maybe a little caffeine. Oh, coffee. But what if it was too strong coffee? Yes!
I really don't think that it made anything.
Look, this helps progressive
It didn't
causes.
stop
It's
people
also
from
organic
doing
and
it.
fair
The
trade, so
people
you've
that
got
are
peace
doing
of
the
mind
drugs,
that it
infidel,
was done right.
are the same people.
And it happens to taste great.
The only
So check it out
difference
right now.
is now they're out in the
TooStrongCoffee.com
open, where before they were hiding.
TYT.
Okay, and that's why you see it, and why Seattle looks like such a crap hole or whatever, whenever it comes to all that stuff.
And that's the way it's got to be. 2020.
But the thing is, you need to also implement systems, which in Oregon they did put that on the ballot, is that instead of putting people in jail, they're going to put them in treatment. So that's the difference, and that's why I went ahead and was okay with it.
Polls. He's trailing Joe Biden in many of these battleground states, and he knows that if he makes it difficult for voters to cast their ballots, especially as we're dealing with this pandemic, well, maybe it'll give him an edge over Biden.
We need to get rid of these people who are in office, who enable these systems that continue to oppress us.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to win Pennsylvania, though. And Iowa is pretty much already for Trump, Alex. Like, we've looked at those numbers. Like, they should already be calling Iowa.
What you know is right. The fight never ends.
Progressive candidates come on this show, we help them, and they've at least got a fighter's chance.
Expand the squad.
Here we go, Squad 2.0. Corey Bush, Jamal Bowman.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
This time, it's real. If he wins another term, God knows what he'll do to our government, our democracy, and our way of life.
We need solidarity, and it begins with you.
Who's gonna fix it? Who's gonna fix it? Goddamn right.
The Trump counties, and they're all the Biden counties left to count, and
We're
Biden
waiting
will
for
win
some
by
updates at
200,000
this
votes by
point.
the time it's done. And
Pennsylvania, Trump 57, Biden 41, with 60% in. That is a big jump.
In 1964, this county they reported
That's a big jump.
60%, but if this one reports 65%, I'm already bored. I don't
expected to carry, but there are 67 counties here in Pennsylvania, many of them rural and suburban. Those are the counties to watch. Another thing to note, Governor Tom Wolf telling people that we may not have the results today, but telling people again to maintain
Chunk
their
yogurt is selling coffee. I wouldn't buy.
and be
I'd rather drink this mud water I've got over here.
Duncan, thank you. And some CBS stations will
Out
be
of my,
leaving us for local
out of my
election
Lifestraw.
returns. For the rest of you, our coverage continues. You're watching CBS News 2020. America decides. CBS 2020. All right. And now let's bring in Major Garrett and Ed O'Keefe with the state of the race.
Personally, I think you need to build a
Welcome
wall
back to the
around
board. And just to
Portland.
clarify, this is Anthony Salvanto's board, but I have negotiated a timeshare arrangement so I can have occasional occupancy. And I brought Ed O'Keefe.
Whoa, why
with
do
me
they got
here.
Trump
Ed,
at 306 on
again,
that
we
bottom
always
map?
start with
Are
the
they
map
showing what
as it
happened last year?
existed
But no,
in
because they got
2016,
Biden's
right?
face on it.
Walk me through some scenarios. I will do the punching, and we will show
doing
how
all the
the
what ifs
electoral
now.
vote map changes with each and every request.
If you're a Biden fan,
Joe
tonight,
Biden
you're
expected
probably
to speak
shaking your boots
shortly.
wondering, wait a second, this isn't going quite as we expected.
I think
Let's
he's going to come
set
out and tell
Florida aside
everybody
for the
that
present, leave it red.
his Senate race
But
is not done.
Let's give Biden, hypothetically, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
You're not going to win Pennsylvania.
Okay. So give him Michigan and Wisconsin.
Michigan and Wisconsin.
Or those. Those are all leaning Trump right now.
Okay, so that's one way to do it.
But Pennsylvania, we know we're not going to know tonight, so let's put that in the toss-up.
Exactly. So the other way to do it, let's give former Vice President Arizona.
Arizona, which we have likely that way.
Okay, so we almost get there. So
he almost gets there.
Yes, exactly. We get to somebody winning. So really, in essence, then, we're left
But they've
wondering
got
about
Iowa.
Pennsylvania, which, as Jerika just told us, could be a few days.
Could be a few days. And what is troublesome for the Biden campaign is they were hoping for some breakout here, and maybe even Ohio or maybe Iowa, and those things don't appear to be manifesting. And that
they haven't manifested. These guys are delusional.
Scenarios. I don't even like to call them paths because paths sound like we're trying to lead them somewhere. These are scenarios that the campaigns have worked out. And the scenarios now, hold Arizona, don't give up Nevada. Right. Make sure you hold on to that. The Trump campaign is still holding out some hope. If you trade Nevada and Arizona, then the map becomes more complicated for the former vice president. And then Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania loom incredibly large.
And given the outstanding totals in Georgia, there's still a chance that
pull those probability dials back up again.
For the purposes of this scenario and any of our conversations for the next, well, until dawn at least, because they've stopped counting in Fulton County, we've got to keep Georgia in the toss-up category. So no one is there yet, because clearly Biden hasn't won Michigan, he hasn't won Wisconsin. We have a map that looks much more like that.
So here we go again.
It's incredible.
Not just the hot races. You see, there's a lot less hot races now.
The whole point that the Biden campaign was making
Let's
earlier
go to
tonight,
uncalled
one thing
races.
they were rooting for was the idea that they would win something in the Southeast to try to make some sense
What
of a
got
win
called?
more inevitable. And instead, that's not working out in their favor.
And let's
Anyways, as we're looking at this, Nevada still hasn't really gone anywhere. Now Montana's looking red again, so they're not getting Montana. That's red. Put it in the red column. Michigan looks about the same as Montana. 74% in. You guys see that? Just saying. Wisconsin looks even more probable for Trump than Michigan and Montana. 86%. And Pennsylvania now bumped up to 79% in, and it's even deeper in the red. This is looking like a Trump win, guys. I'm sorry, but it just does. I don't see how these numbers here are going to flip. The only one the Dems have going here is Nevada.
That is Anthony Salvanto. My contract for this timeshare does not allow me to go county by county. I can only go state by state.
I'm sure they already called it. Yeah, they already called New Hampshire for Biden, so that's already a thing.
We'll be right back because this continues. Coverage all night. You're watching CBS News 2020.
So what we have, those are the called races. What we don't have here are these. This is what we're waiting on. And as you can see, out of these 4 states, they are all hotly in the red. Nevada is the only one, and it's not even deep into the blue.
Has the authority to send in active duty troops? Face the questions you want answered. Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it?
Biden to win, he's going to need to pick up most of these that are currently trending all red.
What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
Don't think that's going to happen.
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something
crazy.
God. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Tom.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Where we really haven't heard much from President Trump at all. He has not tweeted, at least at last check, about 45 seconds before I came on the air, since the polls closed earlier this evening in some of those first states. It is possible that we could hear from him here at the White House. He has a number of supporters here, family members, cabinet officials who are in the White House behind
Camel Toe probably needs to tuck Biden into bed.
Some indications that he may speak. We don't have anything definitive of when we might hear from President Trump. I think that Corey Lewandowski referenced that the decision had not been made yet.
It's only 9 o'clock. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning here last year, whenever
just a couple of hours ago, if
Trump, it was looking like Trump had won, and Hillary still didn't want to call it, and they went home.
It's always up to the president, as we often see in these instances, guys.
And Hallie, this is probably a good time to point out, as you point out, that sometimes there's differences in what's being reported out there. Folks need to understand that we are very, very competitive, but on nights like this, when it comes to making these sorts of calls, we
have a high humility on this because of this early vote. There's so many different things. I mean, the worst thing you can do is make a call and have to pull it.
Too many variables. We lived through
and
2000.
so we've lived through, in this network, we lived through 2000. We had to pull a call. Nobody likes to pull a call like that. So our guy, John Lipinski, he said, I'm not rushing anything. If other news organizations want to race, good luck, because you're going to, you could fall on your face.
Just thought it was a good moment to get that out there and for folks to understand that. So let's bring in
Casey.
Casey.
To chime in on the call question, I mean, I think that's part of why the campaigns are so focused on these narratives, right? Hallie was reporting that the president's team is frustrated that this call
the betting
would be out
people,
there in the
they're
ether,
not going to lose
because,
money. And
we
they've
are
got Trump
entering,
way
and
up.
we're going to hear from Joe Biden as well now. We're entering the phase of the fight over the narrative here. We are heading into, my sources on both sides acknowledge a likely prolonged battle over counting votes. And we will see if this comes down to a single
are going to
state
start
or
flying,
place, or if once we start to see the counting of the absentee and early votes in these states that aren't used to doing it on election night, it becomes more clear, comes into focus, potentially Joe Biden holds that blue wall and the conversation changes. But the president has been pretty straightforward about raising questions about counting the votes, the way that he has framed how he is going to pursue potentially trying to stop vote counting, et cetera, in some of these places. I mean, he has not held back from that. And the Biden campaign knows that this is very important. I mean, they have been talking to reporters for months about what a quote-unquote, they often refer to it as a red mirage.
They want to hurry up and make people go to bed so they can start their plan to see if there's a way to start messing with the vote counts and start adding votes and start trying to figure out if they could steal this election. We all need to pay attention to what's going on right now, what the numbers are saying, because things could start getting fishy.
Supporters, but also for a potential legal battle that could ensue. And again, part of the framing of this, I think part of what Democrats were really hoping for going into tonight, is that what we would see across the map would be a clear rebuke from voters to President Trump, something that would give the court system, judges considering any potential cases here, messages, from members of Congress, that this would be something where the president was clearly rejected and everyone was going to be on the same page about that reality. That is simply not the case here. I mean, we are shaping up to potentially have exactly the same control of the Senate. We're going to have a few wild card races out there, but right now, if we look at Colorado and likely Arizona as two losses for Republicans, we're looking on the flip side at Doug Jones in Alabama. I'm still watching Michigan, although we've got a ways to go there. But if Democrats were to lose that race, the Senate race in Michigan, which some of my sources are saying is a possibility, that's 2 for 2. We're still left with the same situation that we have if everything else holds. And that's really what we're seeing. We're seeing things hold more steady than we perhaps anticipated based on some of this polling. So this, again, not the scenario that Democrats wanted to head into this potentially protracted battle over votes with this kind of standing, Savannah.
Casey, thanks.
Yeah, a divided country votes in a divided fashion. What are you looking at, Chuck?
Well, you've been asking for these individual electoral votes, and you know what? I finally got some numbers for you. And so overall in Nebraska, 74% of the vote is in. We got quite a bit of the vote in Nebraska too. That's what's blue there. I mean, it's not. I'll show you the results. And Biden's got a 10-point lead. I can tell you this: the congressional race in that, which is a swing congressional race, is neck and neck. So Biden is way overperforming the Democrat. Trump is underperforming the Republican nominee.
Early vote or day of?
At this point, because of the way our system works on the district, that I can't tell you from here, but I can just tell you. Oh, it went back one too many here. As you can see, it's mostly today's vote. So already that's a strong
I'm getting messages like crazy from people, and
which we thought was
people are just confused. They're like, I have no idea how to read these election results, and these websites all say different stuff. Like, Trump is going to win, right?
Vote that needs to come in. Let me show you where things stand.
There's a lot of despair out there, and I mean, what I'm telling people is it looks good for Trump.
Again, we got
but it's not certain by any means of the imagination. There's still a path for Biden, but I'd say the path for Biden is going to be a hell of a lot harder than it's going to be for Trump.
District. We shall see. I mean, it looks pretty clear that Biden's going to win the other three, but they could split it 1-1.
That
every
happened
vote
in 2016.
counts. It happened in 2016. I think Biden needs every electoral vote he can get, and so does Trump. So they're both going to need these individual votes.
One quick fact about Omaha in Nebraska is, remember what happened that night for 3 hours after the president went all the way to Omaha just to go for that electoral vote.
We're looking at right now, Biden is leading in the popular vote.
Sub-freezing weather.
We're looking at about 61
people,
million.
the buses weren't there.
200. Well, that count's
so
actually going up as we speak, but so is Trump's.
After he went all that way.
It's a total, it keeps going up, but 61 million to
you don't know how it's going to turn out.
pretty much 60 million for Trump. So
All right,
we're looking at similar numbers as 2016.
Let's look at Minnesota, where it's too early to call, but we can now characterize this as Biden leading in Minnesota.
All right, let's go to New Hampshire. We're projecting that Joe Biden will take New Hampshire, another Northeast state going in his direction. Colorado, formerly red, then purple, now blue. Joe Biden takes Colorado.
Georgia, looking for some of that Atlanta vote right now. That's too early to call. North Carolina is too close to call. Florida, this is one we have been watching since early in the evening. An important lead, Trump lead. Right now in Florida, but we are still calling that one too close to call.
These are both a couple of races where we're being very cautious. In Arizona, it's too early to call. We await more vote, but Biden is leading there.
Michigan, too early right now.
Said to be waiting for a lot of mail-in vote in Michigan to be counted. In Texas, it's too early to call, but Trump has jumped out to a lead. In Texas and in Wisconsin, it is too early to call as well.
Paul, to you, very welcome. Iowa, I'm glad to put this out there and enjoy this with you folks.
Montana, too early as well.
All right, let's roll on to Nevada. That one is too early to call
Australia's going to lose about 10 million. Well, you shouldn't bet against Trump. I think people would have learned after 2016.
Let's see. And so far, again, I don't think we've had any big shockers yet. We're still fighting over the battlegrounds, and it may get that way until the wee hours of the morning.
Got a Senate race we can tell you.
Yeah, battlegrounds are battlegrounds.
A Senate race we can tell you about. Mark Warner, the Democrat, will hold on to his seat in Virginia.
That was expected, so let's put up the map and see. Pretty shot of the United States Capitol, and it remains
you guys,
divided.
You're watching me on a phone with 10 other people? Holy cow.
Because we got a couple of Georgia races going to runoffs now. And in the House,
hi,
we
everybody.
have projected here at NBC
Bill's a good man.
Democrats will retain control. Question is whether they will gain or lose seats.
The Republicans being above 200, I talked to a Republican official about this literally over the weekend, who said, gosh, we just hope to be at 185, 190 House seats.
They're doing
anything 200
Tell
plus.
you, when I started the night, I made it very clear to everybody. I've been saying it for a couple days now that my prediction is that Trump will end up with 279. That's my prediction.
Very evenly divided. Every individual state is kind of a knife fight. And it's, it feels as if the battleground map we're about to see develop here may be a battleground map like the 2000 battleground map that is just etched in our minds.
We're getting word that former Vice President Biden has arrived now.
So Biden is going to talk, folks.
We expect to hear from VP shortly.
Cody Mavick, how you doing? Welcome to the stream.
From his motorcade that has just arrived. So I anticipate we are in within just a few minutes from hearing from Vice President Biden. And I think Casey really hit the nail on the head. I think you are going to hear Biden try to rally his supporters.
They're going to have Coach Biden in to look positive, be happy, and he's going to come in and tell people it's going to be a long time and this election is not over and we've got a long ways to go.
But I anticipate that we will hear a measured optimism from the former vice president when he addresses the crowd here. It is worth noting that what you are seeing is a drive-in event here, and this is characteristic Biden. This is what has really been the hallmark of his campaign. And
what, no glass ceiling this time?
This campaign. Socially distant people now getting out of their cars, as you can see, but largely socially distant. And that is a part of his key message. He has run this campaign around the issue of fighting COVID-19, trying to make the case that he's the best candidate to fight COVID, saying that, yes, we're going to get the economy back on track, but in order to do it, we have to address the virus.
Alex, what's the narrow path?
We got to cut you off because we've got a big call to make. It's official now. NBC projects Florida goes to President Donald Trump.
God, they were so
We've been
behind
watching
on that
this
call.
all night. We've been very careful, but this is going to go into the Trump column, an absolute must-win for him.
Look at the difference, 380,000 votes. Let me go back here and take you back very quickly to Miami-Dade.
What was the difference
to
in
remind you where there was 300,000 votes
2016?
2 cycles ago. So as we see, the difference was that. Let's go. So Joe Biden won it by 83,000. Hillary Clinton won it by nearly 300,000. So you want to know where 200 of the 300,000 votes is? It's sitting in Miami-Dade County. So there's no doubt Miami-Dade County, even as, you know, he can feel good. He added, I mean, Osceola County, I think that's an addition in here, if I will. No, not quite a flip county, never mind that. But this Miami-Dade story is, you know, it may be a unicorn, it may be all those things, but as we saw with, we've seen it with some Hispanic men as well in other states.
It's
this
really
Latino thing is an issue here for the Democrats. Look, it's interesting, and you wonder if Joe Biden doesn't improve with older white voters, that's kept him in this race, we'd be talking about, boy, Democrats really have to get their base out. And this was something that people were whispering about quite a bit, and this was the downside of doing a virtual campaign.
Well, I have to tell you, Casey, this is not something that was unremarked upon down in South Florida. There were folks who were Biden supporters sounding the alarm about this very issue. Interesting to see in Florida, Biden actually did win some of the swing districts. Pinellas County, for example, one of the swingiest counties in Florida. He prevailed there, but it's Miami-Dade that ultimately sunk his chances in Florida.
Yeah, that's right, Savannah. And I've neglected to mention that my grandparents live in Pinellas County, so you can drive down the street and wave down the I-4 corridor and wave to Chuck's mom on their way by in Orlando. The issue with Latinos that's playing out, particularly in Florida, it's particularly acute there for all the reasons that we have talked about. And there's a couple House races down there, too, that Democrats might lose because of this problem. It is huge, and it was clearly something where they neglected to really pay attention and engage. And my sources are saying they would have had to do this potentially years ago. This is something that the Trump campaign has been working on for a long time. But, you know, we'll have to see if it plays out across the map.
We got to cut you off right there. We want to live in this moment. This is Wilmington, Delaware. Joe Biden about to come out and address his supporters.
He's echoing.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
He is so full of it, so full of it.
We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. Yes. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see.
Delusional.
Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith."
Has someone kept a Scranton counter on Biden and how many times he said
keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Joe Biden cheering up his supporters, a little pep talk, and what's now really become a game of expectation.
All right, so anyone want to put down the plus minus on how long before Trump announces that he's coming out to speak? So that he can come tell the American people that he believes he's going to win, which actually is more realistic.
Let's talk about the timing of this.
Let's look at these probability meters.
And what led up to it.
Well, Lester, to some extent, this may have been strategic. Here you have
Okay,
Joe
as you
Biden,
can see here,
the first person
Michigan
to speak tonight.
still 75% in. We're deep in the red. Montana, I mean, you should already call it deep in the red. Nevada, still saying 60% and up. Just a second ago on that other map, though, it was showing kind of red, so I don't know what's going on there. I need to double check that. Pennsylvania, also 79% in, deep in the red. Wisconsin, 88% in, deep in the red. How is Biden saying he's confident he's going to win all of these?
His message and his
He's nuts.
tone really underscoring, I think, the confidence that we've heard within the campaign throughout this day and throughout this evening. They ultimately feel as though their wall in the Midwest, their blue wall, will hold. And of course, if they can pick off Arizona, that would be a big prize for them. That would be an upset for President Trump. And so you heard that type of confidence reflected. What he also did was to prepare his supporters for the fact that there is going to be a path ahead, that some of these votes are still being counted. He said we might not know the results until tomorrow, and of course, it could be even after that. And so this was a way for the vice president to get out in front.
I think Trump will actually come address the nation. I don't think he'll go without saying anything.
Of these reports, which the president did deny, but that he was thinking about.
But last time he waited for them to come out before he came and said anything.
So this was
before we got the complicated business, everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Supporters, they're still in this fight, Lester.
And Chuck, Mr. Biden also noted what he hopes.
Why was it so important for Biden to come out early before President Trump?
Well, you want to give your supporters a shot in the arm. You want to suggest also that, I mean, there's both the counting competition and then there's the public shaping of the debate competition.
They wanted to get out there and they didn't want to have crying faces on a TV. That's why. Last year, if you remember, this was about the time when everybody was crying on TV.
Be sure to download the CBS News app to track all your local races.
And they've got people dancing now because of that. They're trying to turn that around, but he's nuts. Could he still hypothetically win? Sure, of course. But it's not looking good. See, I knew it. Dusty, did you actually see that it says that somewhere that he's going to be speaking soon? Or are you just saying that?
Extremely engaged in what he's seeing on television, and for him to see Joe Biden come out and make remarks in front of that crowd in Delaware, I would have been shocked if the president didn't come out and talk in front of his supporters. Go ahead, Savannah.
I've just been curious because it's interesting that he says they're trying to steal the election. Does that suggest he doesn't think they're winning?
So I think that what we're going to hear from President Trump is something similar to what I think some folks had been concerned about might happen, and something that the president has been alluding to now for a while, which is a question. He has been saying repeatedly now that he wants to see results sort of finalized on November 3rd, or I guess in the morning hours of November 4th right now. We need to be really clear here, right? Full election results are not certified on election night ever, right? Ballot, there has to be a process that goes through. We use this phrasing here on NBC News, all the networks do, that is very careful. We call them projected winners, right? Because that is what we are projecting. Nothing is sort of set in stone for usually, days after the election. Anyway, not in 2020, not just in 2016, but in any election, really. And this is something that I think Chuck and our team can speak more to. But the president has been very clear that he is concerned about what happens if, in fact, as the case is that we are in right now, the vote count stretches past tonight. Now, it is not surprising that the vote count is stretching past tonight. In fact, we have been talking about it.
It's pretty interesting that Georgia's taken so long. Georgia is usually one of those states that comes in, and it is
early
close,
vote that came in, so many ballots that were mailed in. That just takes
I'm seeing here
a while to count. It
83%
takes longer to
in.
count, and there are rules in different
Trump is
states,
up
different rules in different states about when you can start processing and counting those
45.6.
ballots. This
North
is
Carolina,
where,
94%
I think a lot
in.
of folks expected us to be here at
Joe Biden's at
12:50 in the morning,
48.7,
on election
Trump at
night or the morning of
50.1.
November 4th, I guess. I do think that it is going to be critical to put into context whatever we might hear from the president, and this tweet alludes to
About
it, right?
100,000.
Putting out claims that are not
Less
backed
than
up, claims that are
100,000.
not verified. This is something we
Less
have
than
seen from the
100,000
president
votes.
on Twitter before, to the point where the
Oh,
social
God,
media
these
company
guys are
has actually
idiots.
put warnings on some of the things that the president was saying, because
Warning
it was
people what the
essentially
president might say.
misinformation and had the
Shut
potential to be
up.
disinformation there. So I do think that
to appoint a senator to
We'll come back whenever
they
Trump's
appointed the lady
speaking,
who
but this lady's
just
lost her mind.
lost the last election. We're not going to go into that, but they put Martha McSally right back in there again. And now Martha McSally is going up against, again, an astronaut. Now, that may not blow you away. You may think to yourself,
North Carolina's been
well, I don't care. Tell me
100%
about his
reported
stance
for
on
hours.
the
Are you
issues.
sure, MK?
Astronaut is one of those things. People hear the word astronaut, and there's automatically a certain level of respect and patriotism assigned to that word because of the great history of it. What I'm trying to say is I'm trying to prepare you for the possibility of a very, very, very disappointing Senate seat lost in Arizona. And as I talked to you about earlier, 3 or 4 seats. Democrats take 3 or 4 seats, and we've lost the Senate. If we lose any one of these, the others now become critically.
All the people who were telling me that Joe Jorgensen actually had a chance,
Arizona,
and I'm looking and she got less than 1% of the vote in most places.
With it,
It's
and I know how
laughable at
Arizona
best.
works. All right, you ready for some? I'll nerd out with you for just a
So
second.
I'm not showing. I'm
You know
showing
what
North
early
Carolina is at
Obviously, people,
94%.
They get their ballot
I'm
in the
not
mail,
seeing
they fill
100%
out their
of North
ballot, you mail
Carolina
it.
at
It's
all.
not complicated. Early voting is, and then you have election.
And I am seeing that Trump has
Arizona,
a little less than
I don't know why
100,000
this is. I never
vote
looked into it. Maybe it's because
lead.
people don't really stay there.
the
at certain
question
times of
is,
year. I
though-
don't know. In Arizona, early voting is gigantic. And I mean, bigger than anywhere else I know of. I'm not going to say it's the
5%,
biggest in the country because I'd be
6%,
lying. I don't know the
100,000
intricacies of all
votes.
50 states. But in
And
Arizona,
even then, you have to
it's
assume that
huge.
Trump's going to get a
There are
large part of
places in
those. So
Arizona where
what's still
2/3 of
holding
the people
out?
who voted early. Early voting in Arizona.
And why are these?
in
Why did these
general,
people on the
helps
news? Why do the
Democrats.
fake
I
stream
ran
media
against
stop
Gabrielle
looking at
Giffords. I'm
counties
the
and
one who
stop
lost to
showing
her right
us like
before that
which ones
horrible
are still
shooting.
outstanding and
I
stuff? Why are they
crushed
holding that
Gabrielle
information
Giffords on
back from the
election
people?
day. She beat me on early votes
I don't
and won
like
by
this,
4,000 votes. You can win entire elections there if you
I
win
don't
early
like this.
voting. In general, I wouldn't bring up nerd stuff like that except for this. All this Trump momentum we've seen.
I don't know if
especially
you're
over
right
the
about
past
that, Dusty. I was looking at Fox
week
News
or two.
being way up on Nevada, but their
It's only
information
been
is
recent,
wrong and
right?
saying it
Remember
says
I
they're
just
only
said
3%
past
reporting.
week
So it
or
depends
two,
where you're looking, but I'm not
these
seeing
people,
that.
These early voters,
I'm looking at Fox's map,
they were voting a lot earlier than
and
that.
it's saying only
So in a
3%
state that
in,
is
so I think they're
kind of
behind.
purple,
Let me pull up
I mean,
Nevada
I think we
numbers
can
and see what I
officially
pull
call
up somewhere
Arizona
else.
purple now because they have so many California transplants moving there. A state that's kind of purple, we might have a lot of early voting numbers that look really bad. And
Yeah, I'm
unlike
still showing
other
only
places
3%
where you'll
in
get this just
from Nevada,
windfall of
so
early votes
that's
right off the bat, and you'll think, "Wow, okay," but
that's nothing.
obviously we're going to get
I mean,
all
you
those
don't have
points
Reno
back
and
on
Las
election day.
Vegas in. It's only
Not
3%
always the
in.
case in
So
Arizona. And in many places in Arizona, the early votes, they count them pretty much right away. Right away, you know, oh, wow. Yeah, that's a situation there. Colorado. Colorado has Republican Cory Gardner against this idiot Hickenlooper. Hickenlooper, if you were paying attention at all in the Democrat primary, he's just an absolute nutball. But
New Jersey, I bet it's already been called.
I grew up mostly in Bozeman, Montana. I love the Rocky Mountains. I was just in Colorado last month. But there are a bunch of crazy people now. There are some individual congressional districts there. There are pieces of Colorado that are still wonderful. But the Denver area, places like that, these people are insane. There's a reason there's a big legitimate movement to separate Colorado into multiple different states. These people were tired of living together. So I can't believe I'm saying this, but John Hickenlooper could easily win that race. Easily. Georgia. Raphael Warnock versus Kelly Loeffler. I believe her name's Loeffler, maybe Loeffler. I don't know. I went to community college. Georgia's interesting. Now, normally you and I would think, Georgia, it's the South. Georgia has gotten closer and closer and closer over time, meaning it's Atlanta's fault. In general, when something bad is happening in Georgia, you can blame Atlanta. And I'm only half kidding about that. Atlanta has become, every state has one. In Texas, we have Austin here, where it's just this sea of red in Texas, and then Austin is further left than the communist Chinese. That's just the way it is. In Georgia, it's the same thing. The out-of-town, big city liberals moved to Atlanta because Atlanta's basically Los Angeles now. It's basically New York City now, only without the gigantic rats. That's Atlanta. So Georgia, that Georgia Senate
it looks
race,
like people in Washington, D.C. are starting to
and again,
kind of clear the streets a little bit.
I don't want to belabor this point. 3 or 4 seats. 3 or 4 seats lost in the Senate, and we are in trouble. Watch these Senate races. And remember this, I find this to be very weird because I, in general, just vote straight ticket Republican. If anything, I'll skip a Republican who ticked me off and write in my own name, but I don't vote Democrat. There's a good chance you're watching me right now, you probably vote straight ticket Republican. However, in race after race after race, every single election cycle we see, it is not uncommon for people to go in and vote Donald Trump for president and Ralph Warnock for Senate. That sounds insane to me. I can't imagine the thinking that goes into voting Republican president, Democrat senator, but it is fairly common. Just because Trump does well in some place does not mean the local congressman or state or senator is going to do well there. It doesn't mean that. Georgia, again, John Ossoff
New Jersey
and
went
David
to Biden.
Perdue. This John Ossoff, you'll remember, he ran in like a special congressional election, and they threw like
could be what they're trying
more
to
money
do.
at him than anybody had ever seen in a congressional election, and he still lost. We'll see how he can do against Dave Perdue. Teresa Greenfield and Joni Ernst of Iowa. With the way Iowa's going right now, even the poll numbers,
it was 1 o'clock in the morning last year,
2006
or 2016. It was 1 o'clock in the morning here. When
Sarah
people
Gideon and
finally,
Susan
it
Collins
was like
in
Trump had
Maine.
won.
Who cares? Susan Collins is worthless. No, you know what? That's probably not fair. The truth is that Susan Collins, in order to get elected in Maine, constantly has to be half a Democrat. But
let's look at Wisconsin.
I mean, I can say worthless all I want, but is that really true? You saw how she voted on ACB. She's always up in the air on things. You feel like, oh, please just wake up. But better than a Democrat who would have voted no on ACB. So we do need to be rooting for Susan Collins. Sorry, Lord. We need to root for Susan Collins.
I'm showing
Montana,
Trump
Steve
with
Bullock
100,000 vote
Daines.
lead
Steve
in
Daines
Wisconsin
is the
with
Republican
84%
Montana's an
reporting.
interesting place. I grew up there. They're just, well, there aren't very many people. I mean, when I say there aren't very many people, I need you to wrap your mind around this. There's one congressman from Montana, and
Wisconsin,
yet, like every other state, they have 2 United States senators.
All of them
There
are
just aren't a ton of
reporting,
people.
but I
It's
don't
a
know
huge
who's
state.
still
There aren't a ton of
outstanding
people.
where the votes
And
are
it's
at.
not what
But
you
all
think.
counties are
It is
reporting
not
at some
blood red. Now,
some amounts.
I would assume, having lived there,
But I'm showing
Montana's very
84%, and Trump's
There,
got a
it's a bunch of
100,000
cattle
point
ranchers. It's a bunch
vote
of hunters.
lead up
It's a
in
bunch of
Wisconsin.
fishers.
So
Everybody has
I mean,
a
that's
gun.
a lot.
And I mean, everybody has a
I'm
gun.
talking
I'm sure it's not like this
51.1% to
anymore, but when I was in
47.3.
high
Still
school, my friends and I,
technically close, but not
everyone
really.
had a
I
gun
mean, it's
rack
looking
in their
like
vehicle,
it's trending
parked
towards
in the
Trump.
high school parking lot with a weapon in it. I'm sure this was the pre-school shooting era, so I'm sure it's not like that anymore. But that was just how we grew up. And so when I left Montana, I wasn't really into politics at all yet. I naturally assumed Montana was going to be
showing
hardcore
64%
Republican.
reporting now in Pennsylvania.
Montana's
It was
very,
at 60.
very, very purple, maybe even borderline blue. One thing you can't do
And
there
Trump
is
is
gun
up
grab.
big.
You gun grab,
Like,
gone.
we're talking
But other than
56
that,
to 42.
Now, North Carolina. Tom Tillis and Cal Cunningham. Who knows?
But still,
But I do know this.
population-wise, we're looking
North
at...
Carolina's a swing state. Keep your eyes all night long on North Carolina, and we'll give you updates as we go along on North Carolina. Finally, South Carolina. Jamie Harrison and Lindsey Graham.
1,000 votes
We
Trump
know
is
which
up
way
in
South Carolina's
Pennsylvania.
gonna go.
Still only
Every
64%
time they try to
reporting, though.
throw a contender up against Lindsey Graham because he's on TV all the time and it's easy to hate him and they'll throw a bunch of money behind him. But the truth of the matter is this: they're not going to elect a Democrat statewide in the state of South Carolina. Not right now. Not going to happen. All right, we will be back with more. Give me a minute.
Trump is going to be coming up to speak soon.
Won by 2 to 3 points. Look at Ohio. Final polling average had Trump winning by 0.8%. The polling average. Last time I looked, he was winning by 8%. So if you get that kind of polling average in Michigan and Pennsylvania, it's very easy to see how Trump wins. And then just final point. Chuck earlier was talking about that Nebraska 2nd district. That
There's virtually no way that the Republicans take the House.
If Joe Biden put Georgia aside, assume Trump holds on.
And it's
If
already
Biden
been
wins
confirmed
Arizona
that we will be
and wins
keeping
that
the Senate.
District in Nebraska.
But that doesn't mean that we're
winning
not going to cut
Pennsylvania
into
is
the
not
lead a
enough
little bit and
for
then
Trump.
in the
In that
midterms be able
circumstance,
to
he'd
finally
have to
flip
win
the House.
Pennsylvania and Michigan to get over the top. So it just goes to what a near-run thing this is now, that one electoral vote could make a big difference that.
That's so 2020.
So 2020,
but it also explains why the White House is so heated about any call.
They're the most paranoid people I've ever met,
the
Bill,
state of Arizona, which,
that I know and that I watch
Who knew
and that I
leaving people
monitor.
outdoors in Omaha
They're tripping always.
NBC News
They think
has not
Proud Boys are
projected
around every
Arizona
corner. I've
other
seen them
than to say
attack
that
people
Biden
just
is
for
leading, but
wearing
it's too early to
Rich
call
and
there.
Robert,
construction
Thanks, guys.
pants,
Casey.
cargo shorts and stuff.
Well,
like,
I'm
it's
not
got to
gonna
be a
lie,
Proud
I
Boy.
have considered the 269 to 269 Electoral College vote 2020 nightmare scenario because it's 2020. Obviously, that's what would
they've
happen
shut down
based
the
on everything
information
else
on the
that's happened this
counties
year.
and everything.
But
They don't
all
want
kidding
people
aside,
knowing, and that's what
do
worries me.
think
The fact that they
that
stopped
the
showing
focus
that. The
on
numbers are still
Georgia
coming
is
in.
correct at this
They didn't
hour
just
by
stop.
sources in both parties are
But the
starting to
mainstream
focus on that
media
because
just
that
shut it
data
all down,
is
like they've
starting
got some
to
kind
come
of plan in place, and
Republicans
it's funny
feel
because
much
they
better about the
all
Senate
did it
race
at the
there
same
than they
time.
do about the presidential race. And Chuck made the point. The question is, how close is that going to be? And the reality here is that if, in fact, we talked a little earlier in the night about how we're
The only reason I got
entering
NBC
the
going right now
narrative
is because
setting
it says
phase
President Trump's
of this
statement
campaign,
expected.
and the fact that Democrats don't feel as strong about it. They will feel much stronger about it if they can point to Arizona and Georgia as examples of places where the suburbs moved decisively for them. If their advantage spreads out farther across the map, that is going to make it a lot easier for them to make the case that it is very clear who is the winner of this election. And to your point, Savannah, I think that's part of why you're seeing the president and his team be so pugnacious, frankly, about trying to make sure that these kinds of things do not get out into the ether, because this is going to be this kind of narrative fight going forward. And just to button up with the nightmare scenario, I have been having a couple conversations with Democrats who are looking at the map, nervous about that, and starting to think about, okay, what if we do end up with a tie? What if we go to the House of Representatives? Then it's decided by House delegations. So each state gets a vote. If Texas, for example, is controlled by Republicans, the delegation likely would cast their vote for Donald Trump. Does that put us in a scenario where Democrats not focusing enough on the House of Representatives, heading into this perhaps being overconfident on that map, come back to bite them? I honestly, I'm not ready for any of this, at least not until we have some more drinks ahead of the Today Show.
Let me go to Andrea, who's been watching the president's latest.
Well, on the president's latest tweet saying that the election is being stolen, Twitter has flagged it. saying some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or other civic process. So
probably
Twitter
the
is
line
calling him out.
asserting that there were ballots cast after Election Day, which
Exactly.
of course there's no.
I apologize. I've had the 269 as my phone screensaver for about a month.
It's your fault.
I really have,
Okay.
and it's like however, I had it a slightly different scenario. I'll admit that.
We're going to banish you to the
but it
map.
gets close. Yeah.
All right, we're going to take
I guess
a
it's
break.
nerd hour here as we get into the wee hours.
Are you trying to
Yes.
compliment me, right? I take it as a compliment.
He's still not in shirt sleeves yet, so our
No
decision,
more snacks for Chuck.
Decision 2020 election night coverage, a little punchy, but we'll continue after this short break.
We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to work.
Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri,
So
New
it
Hampshire,
looks like we've got a
New
Trump
Jersey,
tweet.
Oklahoma, Pennsylvania,
And
Rhode
we're
Island,
expecting
Tennessee,
Trump to speak
and Washington,
soon.
D.C. The only ones of those you really need to concern yourself with are Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania. But those are really important ones to concern yourself with. Also, it should be noted, my watch tells me it's just about 7:35 Central Time. That's the best time zone. That means it's 8:35.
So Trump
Eastern
says
time.
on his
That means
latest
North
tweet,
Carolina and Ohio,
we
it's
are
all over,
up
but
big,
trying.
but they are
They just
trying
have
to
count
steal the
them up. In
election.
case you're
We will never
wondering,
let them do it.
there
Votes
is one
cannot be
poll
cast
closure
after the
at
polls
8:30.
are
That's
closed.
Arkansas, and there are a
That was
bunch
at
of them
9:49
9 o'clock
p.m. So we're
that
talking
I will
about
get to as soon as I can.
20 minutes
But
ago that he said
let
that.
us go to the great Buck Sexton, who will now be co-hosting with me.
That's why they were trying
for
to
the
warn.
rest of the night. I have been carrying this show
And I
on
think
my
Trump's-
shoulders.
I don't think
My
Trump's
back
wrong.
hurts, but
I
mean,
think they're
let
gonna
me
try
tell
to
you what,
find
Buck,
ways
I
to
think
do
we
it. I
can
don't know if they
safely
have
assume
what
that's
it's gonna
be
take.
The best half hour of TV all night
But
here on the first.
the news is all stopped showing us the counties, the numbers that are coming in. It's all like it all stopped on at once across all the stations.
That will ensue. And that's in New York, which is pretty funny, isn't it? I mean, how many Republicans are there even here? I think we're out registered about 8-1. I voted today. I got to tell you, didn't feel like a lot of Trump support in the room today with me in Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan. But if you look around, you've got all these boarded up windows and stores prepared for the apocalypse. So it feels right now like the apocalypse for Democrats. It's not nigh, but it's not too far off either, with a big Florida win called for Trump early on. So I'm happy about that.
Okay, but by the way, I should do a programming note.
Oh, ladies
for
and
all
gentlemen,
the people out there watching right now.
this-
I was originally supposed to be nestled
This
right
just
beside
in.
Buck in New York
Right here.
City. We were supposed to be doing this thing.
I have received breaking news here and word that Kanye has conceded the election. Kanye has come out to concede the election, ladies and gentlemen. He has figured out that he is not winning this time.
Buck just dropped out.
What?
Therefore, that incredible joke I just made just crashed and burned live on national television on election night. I have no doubt that is going to be a video that is going to be played time and time and time again. Now,
all right, Jesse, I'm back. Sorry about that. New York
Yeah,
Soros
that's
stuff
what
here.
scares
They're
me.
trying to
They've
cut
all
me
basically
off.
stopped giving us information.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was just saying, look, Buck, can you remember, and I don't like to be myopic. I like to be, full of garbage, but I don't like to be
61-38, men 53-44, seniors 52-47. Those who thought the economy was most important in Florida broke 84-15 for the president. I also want to tell you about Latino voters in Florida. Joe Biden carried Latino voters 52-47. Hillary Clinton carried Latino voters in Florida in 2016 by 27 percentage points. So there was an enormous shift there. I want to take you to Iowa. Not so much about who, but some areas within Iowa. Urban voters in Iowa, Biden carries them 61-37. Suburban voters in Iowa,
Biden carries them 51-47. The rural vote in Iowa. This is the tale of the tape. Donald Trump wins 60-38, and of those 3 regions in Iowa, the rural vote was slightly larger in percentage than the urban vote or the suburban vote. Donald Trump did not win Iowa by as much as he won in 2016. He won it by 9.5 points then. But guess what? He still won it.
He still won it, yes.
Win is a win.
I think that Latino vote is incredibly interesting in Miami-Dade. And, of course, the Latino population there is different
Latino
in
for
Miami-Dade
Trump,
than
baby.
perhaps in Texas
Right here, you're looking
or
at
in
one.
Arizona, or what you may traditionally know. But
Latinos
this is
for
having
Trump.
A huge impact on other
The
races
large
in that
majority
state,
of
right,
my
Ed?
family
It is, in fact,
voted for Trump.
I don't know that we've called it, but there were Joe Biden essentially
The large majority of my
dragged
girl
down 2 Democratic
and her family
members of Congress,
voted
2 women,
for
2
Trump.
freshmen tonight in the Miami area.
Latinos, we're going to hear by the end of this that Latinos voted
Debbie Merkersell-Powell losing
for
to
Trump.
the city's former Republican mayor there in Miami.
I'm calling it right here. You're going to hear that
Utter
Latinos
failure by Democrats tonight
voted
to turn
for
out the vote
Trump
in Miami.
more
And
than
we have
any
to
other
look at
Republican
the
president in
Latino vote
history.
Florida at this point,
You heard
from
it
now
here
on, probably
first.
needs to be set aside and discussed separately from the Latino vote.
Oh, look at NBC. They've got Trump 209, Biden 205.
Job since Jeb Bush won.
Attempting to ask people to do some math on their own. So I apologize for that.
Look at that. Road to 270. They got Trump at 209, Biden 205. Okay. We got some numbers changing.
As you see right now, we're waiting. There's 85% of the vote is in. We are waiting. The difference statewide, 236,000 votes. So let's, for instance, let's go here to DeKalb County. Right now, you see there's
And by the way,
100,000
Twitter
vote margin.
flagged Trump's tweet.
Here 4 years ago. And
no surprise
Hillary
there.
Clinton got a
Let's hope that he
200
gets some
vote
legislation in to stop these
out of
tech
here.
giants
So, all right,
from being
add up 100,
censorship
there's
idiots.
100,000 potential voters that net
So NBC
for Joe Biden that could eat into that lead. So
has
there's
Trump
one there.
up where
I'll give you
Fox
that.
does
Let's
not.
go to Fulton County.
What did they give him?
181,000. Let's see what Hillary Clinton did here. In this
Well, they've
case,
just
he's
given
likely
more
to
to
get
Biden.
a bigger number out of
Fox
there. So
has
I don't know if
anyways.
there's new vote to be gained here, but turnout is above. So we'll see. Maybe there's a little bit there. Let's go into Cobb. This was another one that Hillary Clinton carried, but you see Joe Biden is carrying it by a bigger margin. We still got more to come in. He's got to increase that lead more there. So look, as you can see, there are theoretically the numbers are there for Joe Biden.
Yeah, here in a second I'll start putting up some more
but we'll see,
some more Antifa feeds. I've got a whole bunch of them up here, but I mean they've just been out marching around. I haven't seen anything that's out of control yet there, Bill.
Goes on. And it's just all about, is there enough? Is there 240,000 votes somehow more so that he can make up here? We found at least 100 plus that you see is there. So this is why we think this race is going to be one we have to wait till all
Are they
the
still
votes
counting in Georgia, to your knowledge? Okay.
supposedly still counting. I think we had to find out. By the way, because you guys asked, you shall receive. Here's the Georgia recount rules. No automatic
Are you serious, MK? Remind me what part of the country are you in where people lit the trash can on fire?
At the end of the day. So that's what you're looking at there. So we will wait and see for a while.
So if Georgia breaks Biden's way, how much does that change the path to 270?
That would change the path to 270 a lot. Like here's where we are now. We got the president with a narrow lead, so we can play the game here. First of all, let's go ahead. If you gave Arizona and Nevada to the president, you do Georgia there, then suddenly the numbers
to the president. You mean
North Carolina
Biden?
Is certainly
Why is he
leaning
calling
in
him
that
the
direction.
president?
Minnesota leading in Biden's direction. As you can see here, it takes Pennsylvania off the table, right? Georgia would definitely take Pennsylvania off the table. And frankly, one of the things that we messed up, we just now called, looks like we finally called Rhode Island. We hadn't called Rhode Island. People had been wondering. We just called, I just saw the blue got filled in. There's Rhode Island there. But we still haven't called Maine, but let's put it in the, let's do the 3-to-1 split there, because we know that President Trump is winning that 2nd congressional district. So as you can see, Georgia certainly, you take it away, and then suddenly he's going to need to get back over here.
2016 all over again. Biden has to run the table to win. It's the same thing that happened with Hillary. It's the same thing.
It's blue, and then you have the Nebraska.
He has to run the table, and Trump's ahead.
Sorry, I had to get you there. But the point is, he can get to 270 now without Pennsylvania. And it was the point Rich Lowry was trying to make. There's that. But obviously, if you throw Georgia somehow went blue, then there's a lot more padding. In fact, I think it means he could do it without Michigan and Pennsylvania. A long way to answer your question, Lester. Georgia would replace Michigan.
I have one more. So if Georgia goes red, how does that change the president's path? Does he still have to go all the way to Pennsylvania?
The president has to go all the way. It looks like no. I think the problem he's got now, right? We've assigned this, Alaska. Let's go ahead and give that to the president. That's now no shoo-in. We got to wait here on that. But if you see here, Pennsylvania is not enough. Pennsylvania would leave him 4 short. He needs something else here. He would need perhaps Michigan would do it, or Wisconsin
He's ahead
would
in
do
Michigan.
it. But the president may be in a position he needs 2 of those 3 of the blue wall states, not just one of them. So that is something that with Arizona, and look, we don't know what Nevada's going to do. And I'm with you, Savannah. I think we got to wait and see what Nevada's going to do. We've seen the president has improved, particularly with working
here's the
class
probability
voters.
dials,
When
guys.
the country has a cold, Nevada gets the flu.
Michigan, 77%.
They don't like this. What's happened
leaning
there. So
towards the
I am
president.
Very curious to
Pennsylvania,
see the actual returns come
79% in,
Nevada
almost
before
80%
we
now,
start
leaning
projecting.
Exit
towards
polls
the
tell us
president.
that Nevadans
Wisconsin,
were more focused on
They were
business
evenly
than-
split.
on
If you
87%
remember,
in,
on improving
deep in the
business
red.
versus
Correct.
COVID.
I mean, but no state has been hit harder economically. I mean, think about it. Who's getting on airplanes and traveling to Vegas?
I was there, last
So
week.
why are these guys trying to play the optimistic
Still plenty
game?
of tourists, but no conventions, very few shows open.
I mean, confession, I think it might be the last time I was on a plane is when we were out there for Vegas to do some debates.
Yeah.
Way back when.
Back when we knew about the virus, but
We
it
did.
had not swept across.
I know half of us were convinced that somehow, how did we avoid not getting it in Vegas during February?
Yeah.
It stayed in Vegas. Okay, let's go to some boards here. We've got Montana's presidential race, and we're calling it for President Trump. No surprise there. Rhode Island. Chuck scooped us, Lester.
It showed up on, I was about to look for a
Old
little
news now.
Yes, exactly. And in Maine, it's too early to call, but Biden is leading, although there is that one electoral vote in Maine that possibly the president could pick up. And in that scenario of an electoral tie, that could become extremely relevant. So there's your map at this hour, 1:15 on the East Coast. The road to 270, it's filling out, but we've got some key battlegrounds still open at this hour.
Why don't we bring in NBC News political contributor and co-host of The Circus on Showtime, John Heilman, into the conversation. John, it's great to see you. Well, you just saw, hopefully you just saw Chuck's breakdown. What do you think about Georgia?
Well, I think that the New York Times is reporting that there was a water main break in Atlanta, in Fulton County. That means that they have said that they are not going to have a final count until tomorrow morning at the earliest. So that's the first
water
thing. If that New York
main
Times report is correct,
break,
we're going to be waiting for a
and
while.
that is
in
causing
Georgia.
them
I
not
do
to
think
be able
that,
to count.
Chuck
Are you kidding
is
me?
laying out a scenario that is, as he looks at those counties that have not come all the way in, he's making a very strong point. Of all the stories of the last week, you guys, the last week of the
Can't count
campaign,
the whole state. Water main
only
break.
of the non-core 6 battleground states, the real 6 battleground states: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida, and Arizona. Those 6 states that both campaigns spent money in and fought in all year long. The story of the last 7 days was Georgia. There was people who fantasized about Texas, including me, about whether all the early vote meant something was changing.
I'm having
in
trouble
Texas.
finding
There were
any
good theories
information
in
on
the
the
case, and
states
you
that are
explored all
outstanding
these
now,
second-tier
guys. It's
battleground
almost like
states.
the
But in
internet's
Georgia,
wiping stuff.
there was something really was going on, and you could see the Biden campaign went in there late. They spent money there late. Barack Obama did his penultimate event of the campaign in Atlanta. This was a state that there was a growing conventional wisdom on both sides, I will say, not just Democrats but Republicans, that Joe Biden would have a better chance at taking Georgia than taking Florida. And as we sit here now, that piece of conventional wisdom is proven true. Donald Trump was stronger in Florida in 2020 than he was in 2016, and it is still the case that Joe Biden could win Georgia. And NBC News has been smart
Trump up
to not
200
do what some others did earlier this evening and looked at some of that early return and said, Georgia's going to go to Donald Trump.
230,000
We're
votes
seeing
in
that
Georgia?
the longer this night goes on, the better that state looks for Joe Biden. And that's not to say he's going to win it,
87%
but he's still in
reporting.
it. And we might not know about that one, just like we're not going to know possibly about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania for at least another 24 hours, maybe longer.
Speaking of, we've also held our fire on Arizona because we're awaiting vote there. And Doug Ducey, who is the governor of Arizona, tweeted a little earlier this evening, it's far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election
So
day votes are
interesting
not
that
fully
all the
reported,
out of all the
and we
other
haven't
50
even started to
states,
count early ballots that were
they can
dropped
count
off
no
at the
problem,
polls.
no issue.
In Arizona, we protected Election Day. Let's count the votes,
But
all the
all
votes
these
before
other
making
states
declarations.
have a problem.
So, interesting to see. It looks like it's going to be a pause in Arizona, potentially no call tonight. But the governor there indicating not only are they counting Election Day votes, but when people brought their early ballots straight to the polls, that they still need to count those as well.
John, thanks very much. Good to talk to you. We're going to take a break. Be back with more of Decision 2020 election night coverage after this short break.
Mail, early in person, or on Election Day.
Each state has its own set of rules for the way we cast our ballots.
Yes, it's a little confusing. That's why we have to figure it out now.
Take 15 minutes and plan your vote.
ASAP.
In some places, the polls are already open. Go!
Make sure your voice is heard.
Plan your vote. Plan your vote.
Plan your vote.
Showing Georgia 87% in, like I said. Well, let's just put the map over there for you guys to see what I'm looking
more
at.
chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions.
This
Left
is
and
new.
right.
They've got
And
Nevada
help
leaning
you
blue
make sense of it
now.
all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
50% in,
choice to be next in line.
but it's still
who is
neck and
Kamala
neck
Harris?
at
Join me,
408.
Joy
Let's see if I
Reid,
can
as
get this
I
up there
explore
where you
her
guys
life's
can
journey
see the
from Oakland to
numbers.
Washington on my
There you
six-part
go,
podcast,
408,000 to
New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
364,000 to 408,000. So that's still really close there, and it's only 50% in, so that could go anyway still. I want to see the breakdown of counties, but it won't show me. Georgia, over here, we're looking at
from every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
Of course, it won't tell me. Let's see.
The wind
Go like
standing
this.
these flames are expected to last
88% in.
And in depth.
We now have two
Okay, in
vaccine
Georgia,
trials on hold.
88%
Should people
in,
be
and you can
concerned?
see it's
NBC
2
Night
million
News with Lester Holt.
and 70 versus
morning, welcome to
Trump's
Today. We're
2
glad to have you
million
with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether
295,000
you're back to
votes. So
school
you got to see that Trump's got over a 200,000 vote lead in there, and they've only got 10% left.
Every
Like,
morning on Today.
I think you got to pretty much call Georgia for Trump. I don't
Police
know why
murder
that should
of
be
unarmed
Trump.
black men has been
North
an
Carolina,
American way of death
94%
across
in.
centuries. After seeing
Trump
the most
with almost
comprehensive police
100,000
reform bill
vote lead.
ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder
Pennsylvania still at
if now is the
64%.
time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
Trump is up big
The
there.
last word
I don't know.
with Lawrence
I'm sure they
O'Donnell.
probably still have some big
Weeknights at
counties that
10
have
on
to come in. But,
MSNBC.
I mean, we're
Good
looking
morning,
at
welcome
Trump.
to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
Trump's
This
got a
fall,
700,000
we're
vote
right
lead
there
in
with you,
Pennsylvania.
whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work.
In Michigan,
Keeping you safe.
62% in. So that still
Every
could go
morning on
either
Today.
way. But you see, Trump's got a, 300,000 vote lead.
Welcome back to NBC News Election Night coverage 2020
And
election.
here, over
a lot of things in
100,000
play
vote
right
lead.
now. We're still waiting on some big
So it's
battleground
just like
states, but a lot of different
Alaska's trending
possibilities
red. We
beginning
got
to open up. Let's go
23%
first
in.
to
Trump
Chuck,
is
who's
up
looking at
big.
some
You
of
can
those
expect that.
Yeah, let's go.
Hawaii
I
is
mean, we just want to
basically
keep checking in.
Biden.
I mean, I think that's
Like, you
know,
can expect
where everybody
Hawaii.
else is.
It's a
We're
liberal
down.
area.
I feel like we've got this down to a.
So I just don't
It's right where we
understand,
said
like,
it was
what are we
gonna be.
waiting for?
Focus on
Like,
the
a lot of
battleground
these
states we
should
told you
be
they were
just
gonna be,
about
right?
done,
These-
man.
these-
Georgia,
these
North
three,
Carolina, especially
Wisconsin,
those two.
Michigan and Pennsylvania. Let's just get a
you got
check
16
in here.
electoral votes
This is
and
just
15.
incremental, as you
So
can
we're
see.
talking
And again, it's almost
31
all today's vote.
votes.
Very little coming in. Let's
And then
just
Trump is
check.
up in all
See
three
how
of
we're
these.
doing. Still, nothing new out of Philadelphia, Andrea. We're sitting at the same number we were a half hour ago. So we got nothing there. Let's go to Michigan to see how things coming. I can tell you that Dante Cini, who is a Michigan native, our data guy,
It's interesting how everyone's got this map looking.
He
We
doesn't
got
see
Trump
things that look
212,
great for
Biden
Trump and what's come
209.
in,
Over
which
here,
means
Trump 209.
that, this could
Biden
be when everything comes in.
196.
This is why there's a lot of bullishness among Democrats that when the early vote, and again, we've barely touched the early vote here, as you can see. Yellow is today's vote. The orange is when we get that. And we know Michigan, the Michigan Secretary of State told me this. It was going to
Kelly
be
is
2 to 3
not going to
days.
flip red.
Period,
California has
on
already
Michigan.
been called.
But the modeling right now does still favor Biden for what it's worth on that front. And I know everybody's thinking polls, modeling. I'm not believing any of this stuff. I get it. But I'm just letting you know what our data says at this point. And if you've seen here, and this is, again, Wisconsin's another one why Democrats are bullish.
Oh, really?
MK,
I didn't see it in there. What part of the country are you in? Like, what area?
Vote all to come in. That they're going to overcome this difference. And really, the big area is going to be Milwaukee. That's going to be a huge dump, and we expect that vote between 4 and 7. But as you can see here, this is really narrowed. We're down to 4 percentage points. So it doesn't look like Donald Trump has enough same-day vote to build the pad.
Be careful up there. Don't become a target, MK.
And of course, there's Georgia. Let's just see if we've gotten any new vote. A little bit, but not much. We're still waiting for most of that Atlanta vote. So there's your update right now. We're going to be crawling, maybe bundles of votes at a time here for a little bit.
And Andrea, and I'll ask you, Chuck, as well, if we're truly in a situation where we're waiting for Thursday for some of these results, tell me what it's going to look
at the
like
young turds
between now
Trump
and that period
projected to win
what
Texas.
We're hearing from the candidates,
Are they
how
delusional
people are
or
processing.
what?
Look, Joe Biden got out there tonight because
Oh, here we
he
go.
was
They're
trying
talking
to
about
win the
Georgia
perception
right
battle,
now.
because it is.
To be, how would that change the statewide vote?
At least one model can get this Biden up ahead.
I see.
Okay, so and that's filling in, and we should explain what we mean by that, which is you take traditional Democratic areas and Republican areas, and you push them to what their normal tendencies are. That's a model, and that's where it ends up.
Excellent. I want to ask you about Nevada. Are you seeing anything that's interesting in Nevada? Because some Republicans have told me in the last couple of days, keep your eye on Nevada. That might be one we could pull across and turn to a Trump state, which would give us a little padding if we lose Arizona. Anything going on there?
My current best estimate is 51-44. It's hardly over. Not projecting the race yet. Nevada, by and large, is Clark County, Las Vegas, where, again, I have an estimate that has Joe Biden doing okay. So that remains okay for Biden at this point.
Can you show the audience what the vote is in Nevada and what is yet to be counted? Do we know what that is?
Well, let's see. Well, the Nevada numbers are a little bit slower to come in right now. So that's what I'm seeing at a Nevada raw vote. And that's not a lot.
And what's outstanding?
Almost all of it.
Almost all of it. Okay, 1.3. But the modeling still suggests this is not really a danger zone for Biden at this hour.
It's not. In fact, look, coast to coast, a lot of what we're seeing was the Democratic wish list. Biden's wish list of Texas, he falls just short. Ohio, we can reasonably have called as part of his wish list. He falls short there. But these states that are still outstanding are the ones that we've talked about for a couple of weeks now. What might happen if everything comes down to this handful of states? And lo and behold, here we are.
I think there's one other thing to talk about, which is the assumption, and I think David Becker referred to this earlier in the broadcast, that high turnout, well, Reince did, high turnout automatically benefits Democrats. Not necessarily true. Higher turnout can benefit Republicans as well. And certainly day of has been an enormous part of this evening's story.
Yep, this is a little bit of that Republican surge scenario that we talked about. But it still remains. It still remains, at least for now anyway, that Joe Biden's hopes of pulling off one of these southern states is still out there. And then I think it's going to be a while before we know anything about Pennsylvania and Michigan.
It is certainly going to be a while for Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Certainly into
the way
tomorrow.
I look at it, I
And
think
North Carolina
Biden has
and
to
Georgia
run the
might
board,
be a
guys.
Morning, midday tomorrow resolution for those two states.
Indeed. And we will still be
here. Exactly. I may have a different coat on, but we'll all be here. Indeed. So that's it with Anthony Salvando, at least for this time. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back. You know there's going to be more election coverage because you know what
Where's
you're doing.
Trump?
You're watching CBS News 2020. America Decides.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in
okay, good to know,
active-duty
MK.
troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret
Yeah, I don't know what's going to
on
happen with Nevada. I
CBS.
mean, you can keep your eye on it.
Ends of the earth. Right now, we got something crazy.
But I think we need to start looking at some election maps here and start looking at some scenarios.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait,
There's more. Experience thought-provoking.
Morning on Wednesday. We still, I think, do not know what we're going to say on the Today Show tomorrow, Savannah.
I think briefly we want to mention that where are we? Georgia now is too close to call. That's a new characterization.
Too close to call. All right, so we'll continue to keep our eye on that. Votes still being counted at this hour. We await decisions. We're going to take a brief pause here, let some of our stations rejoin our coverage. Let's pause for just a moment.
All right, welcome back to our 2020 election night / wee hours of the morning coverage. We want to show you where we're at right now. I mentioned just a moment ago in the Georgia presidential race, it's too close to call now. That's one we've been watching carefully, waiting for a lot of votes to come in from the Atlanta area. Pennsylvania, too early right now.
All right, let's go to the upper Midwest. Minnesota, too early to call, but our projection is that Biden has a lead there. Arizona, same story, too early to call, but Biden does have a lead.
We're looking at North Carolina, been watching that closely for quite a while now. Too close to call. Maine, too early. Biden leads in Maine, however.
All right, let's go to Michigan. There's a state that we're not going to get the vote all counted up for a couple of days. Too early to call. Wisconsin, same story, too early to call, and we're awaiting votes in Milwaukee area, among others.
Waiting for votes in Nevada. Too early to call in Nevada. Let's show you where we stand right now in the electoral tally in the road to 270. Donald Trump with 213, Biden with 210. One of them needs 270.
By the way, I just wanted to show you guys how that worked. I did Casey's calculation so we could show her work there. And as you can see, there is a right at the number. We had to make sure we call Hawaii. That assumes Hawaii votes Democratic, as we do here. But Nevada, Arizona, if they hang on to that, then Democrats can do this without Pennsylvania or North Carolina or Georgia. Or you look at it the other way, the president can win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, and he's too short. And he'd be 2 electoral votes short at this point. But you talked about Georgia, and that ultimately...
These guys are talking like Biden has this wrapped up.
Mr. Howman's report there about the water main break, how much that's going to... You know what? I think he's right, because this has been sitting at 87% for the last 20 minutes. So I'm not going to bother coming back in. We've been sitting at 236,000 spread. I think it is time to find out if our friends in Georgia have decided to go to bed tonight or whether they're going to keep counting vote and delivering it.
Okay, the assignment has been handed out. What about Nevada? Are we going to get any numbers from Nevada tonight?
Yeah, I know we kept threatening to put our man John Ralston on the air. And
yes.
John Ralston has done the math. He will tell you that, the way Nevada works, we don't have much, look, 7%. But Nevada is basically, arguably, a 2-county state. I'm going to mispronounce Washoe County. I always do, and my apologies, Mr. Ralston. That's where Reno is, Clark County, where Vegas is. Basically, are
no
the
idea.
population centers.
We're still waiting for him. They were saying that Trump is expected to talk.
They got to basically match the Democrats there and then roar big time in here. I think the only way the president actually wins this is if his overperformance with Latinos in Florida translates to Clark County in Las Vegas.
Okay. We want to bring in Democratic Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania, who knows
Sam
the
and
state
Andy's
inside
getting
and out.
arrested
Also
in LA
spoke
with a
to
mob.
Former Vice President Biden tonight. What did he say to you? We've got reports, Senator Casey, that he was calling and saying, "Hey, where are the votes?
Let's see
How
what
come
the
we
young
haven't seen the
turds are
votes come in
saying. He
yet?"
looks like
Some
he's
of these-
freaking out again.
Why didn't I just punch myself in the face and poke my eye out? I'm 47 and I
Oh,
just
it's a
figured that
commercial.
earlier this year.
Been listening to these liberals for too long,
Really
waiting for
quickly,
Trump.
Dana,
Let's see what right
Dana,
side's
I'm
saying.
looking- Texas
They'll give us
isn't
the
going
real,
blue, Dana, hell.
the real feel of what's going on.
Buck, I will physically fight you. I will come to New York and fight you. You can't kick us out. We will leave, but you can't kick us out.
That's
we have our
fair.
own gold reserve. For crying out loud, we have the Rangers, the actual Texas Rangers. Anyway. No, Texas is not going to go red. It's not going to go red. I know that we have a lot of Californians that are moving in, but they have not fully succeeded and achieved the same blueprint that they were able to do in Colorado. After 63 years of Republican administration, they flipped it in 2 election cycles. That's not going to happen in Texas. However, that doesn't mean people should be apathetic. The biggest thing that affects Republicans in Texas is Republicans in Texas. The biggest obstacle for Republicans in Texas is Republicans in Texas not going to vote. Texas always has low turnout, record low turnout for the nation. It was like that in 2016 and the elections before that. Now, turnout has been incredibly high as it relates to early voting, Jesse, and I was one of those early voters, and even with some absentee voting. And today it was still pretty high, but I actually know of there's some, I think, some conservatives that we know of who didn't vote, and I think they should be publicly flogged. That being said, no, it is not going to go red, but it's going to be a lot closer than it has previously. But no, it's not going to go red.
What do you attribute that to, Dana, other than you said turnout, obviously, on the GOP side? But you mentioned the dynamic. I know from, I've got a brother who lives in Austin now, and he says that Austin has become a, well, he says the food's really good, but he says that Austin has become effectively a colony of LA.
The food's great in jail. Prisoners say that.
Why
The
does
food can be
Fox
good
have
in jail.
Nebraska
But yeah,
as purple?
No, I'm sorry, Buck. Finish your question.
No, the question was just what else is turning Texas blue? What are the factors that we're seeing that is making it even Dana, for a New Yorker, I stood in line today and voted in New York, which we all know is a giant waste of time for a Republican, but I do it anyway. When we start hearing that Texas is even threatened, then we really start wondering about buying some land in, I don't know, Newfoundland or Costa Rica or you name it.
No, and that's funny. God saw that you voted, Buck. He saw. I don't know why conservatives always think that maybe we should just go elsewhere.
Oh, they haven't called Alaska for
Trump
Trump yet, so that explains
and you
where
register
my map
voters, and you go door to door, and you phone bank. I have a friend who's pulled like 1 trillion hours doing just this, and she's halfway out of her mind this evening, but she's still staying up to watch all of the election results come in. No, you stay and you put in the effort. Now, as it relates to why this is happening in Texas, it's for the same reason that you saw it happen in Colorado. You do have a significant number of people coming from blue states to the state of Texas and the Republic of Texas, excuse me. And this is true when you talk to real estate agents, they will even tell you that a lot of the new construction in Texas, they're trying to make it California modern. There are entire neighborhoods that have cropped up in our town that I live in, which are new construction California modern. And that's to please the California buyer.
It's safe to say Alaska is going for Trump. Hawaii is going to go for Biden.
Still, registered Republicans outnumber
pretty
Democrats
normal.
that are
So
moving
we got
into
Hawaii
Texas.
for Biden, Alaska for Trump. We know Montana, and I think we've got our
even if you have record high turnout, there are still more Republicans that can still go out and vote. But then the other big thing is the way that campaigns are organized and spend money. I just look at a couple of races here in Texas. When I look at Chip Roy, he's down in
what I'm
Country.
showing
When I look
here
at Beth
is
Van Dyne, the
that
former
currently
mayor
we're
of Irving, you might
basically
remember the
tied.
Clockboy story. She was the mayor who stood by
you got Maine up
police
here
when everyone was protesting because of the Clockboy case, and they were being
3 electoral votes,
ways
and
to
Trump
Sunday.
picked up 1 in
and
Maine,
a lot of
just
it,
like
the
last
majority
time.
of it was out-state money that was
basically
coming in
what we have outstanding
that would
here
fund all of
is
their ad
Georgia,
buys.
North
They were all
Carolina,
over YouTube, all
Pennsylvania,
over
Michigan,
Facebook, radio
Wisconsin,
airwaves,
and then
television.
Nevada,
And
which I
Republicans
think
do not
will
put
go
that
to
kind of
Biden. So
financing, nor do they create
let's
that
hypothetically
kind of
give
apparatus to fund
Biden
candidates the way Democrats
Nevada.
do. Republicans are stingy with their money, and I'm going to tell all the Republicans out there: if you really
they're
want to
saying
make an
that Arizona
impact,
is still
you're going
close
to
to
budget
call
your dollars
as
and
well,
you're going to put your money into
but it's
saving the
pretty
Republic.
firm in
The
his
founders
hands.
did it. Why should you be?
So we're going to go ahead and give him, in this scenario, we're going to go ahead and say Arizona. Okay, so what does that leave us with? That leaves us with Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. So those are the ones that we're dealing
The presidential race
with.
is sexy. Everyone wants to spend money on that.
Now,
no one wants to spend money on the local DA race. But
when
that's
we
what's
look
making a big difference out there.
at
is
the
local
probability
races.
charts,
Do we not have
probability
enough
being
mega-rich people, or
who
do we have
is
them in their
going to
chiefs? Those
win
are two different
these
problems.
states that are remaining.
No, we have them, and not enough of them spend their money on the correct things. I'm so tired of hearing that there was more money given to another think tank. I could care less about a think tank. We have infinity times the number of think tanks that we should.
All right, I'll
what
pull
we
this
don't
over for a
have
second.
is funding for alternative media or funding for tech startups or funding for insurgent campaigns or door-to-door. I'll tell you, one of the things that the Koch brothers got a lot of flack for, and I know that the Koch brothers and Trump were not exactly
uncalled racist
on the best of terms in 2016 and now, but back in 2010 when the Tea Party gave, and I will reemphasize this, the Tea Party gave the House to Republicans.
Missing now.
It was the Tea Party that was out in the street going door-to-door, phone banking, pressing the flesh, doing everything that they could to touch hearts and minds and persuade people to support, vote, and to vote against nationalized health care. But you had Americans for Prosperity, which was people who were capitalists, they made money, and they wanted to help other individuals and magnify and intensify their efforts and their votes.
Pennsylvania,
and
they pulled down for some reason. I don't know why they did that. That's new.
Not even, and it wasn't even to the extent that you see some of the Soros and the Tides in that foundation and the Act Blue and all of these
here we
other,
go with Pennsylvania. So we're looking at Pennsylvania here.
But
we're showing
that
Pennsylvania
reason,
polls
and I understand
are
that
64.
Republicans are smarter
They've been
with their
stuck
money
at
than Democrats
64%
are, and Democrats seem to think that
for a
it's
while
incredibly
now.
easy to ask people for
Joe
their
Biden,
money
42%,
and all of that.
Trump
But
at
Republicans need to
56%.
start spending
Okay,
their
we're
money
showing
in
Trump with a
smarter
pretty
places
healthy
when it comes to campaigns and elections, and when it comes to the cultural battle. As we've always said, and as a dear friend of mine has said before, politics is downstream from culture. And so by the time it blows up in culture, it's only a matter of time before it becomes something policy-wise or introduced legislatively.
So we're not going to add that one on the map.
And so people need to think about this when they're spending their dollars. I mean, for crying out loud, Justin,
so now we go back down
we've
here,
all been talking about
and
big
we're looking
tech,
at Michigan.
And we've been talking about Twitter
Michigan
and
is at
Facebook and the suppression
77%
and the
in.
in-kind contribution that their actions are essentially
quite a bit
contributing to Democrat campaigns like Joe Biden's. But we don't spend enough time talking
it said
about,
77%
let's look at some alternatives or
but it's
what
showing
is the next
64.
phase of this,
Oh, okay,
and how
I
can
see.
we
So
make
these are
that to where it's
probabilities
fairer and maybe not entirely
that we're looking at. This is how probable or not it's going to go for one person or another. So this is showing that Michigan is a 77% chance of going for Trump. They're showing on their models that Wisconsin is an 87% chance of going for Trump. So Wisconsin, let's go ahead and just put that in.
And this is not going to get acknowledged by the New York Times, nor will it be acknowledged by CNN or MSNBC. The electorate has changed, and the Republican Party is the big tent. Jesse, you and I talked about this the last time I joined you just an hour ago.
It is the
big tent that we have fought for and have realized, and it's finally happening. When you have 53% of Hispanic Americans in Florida that are going Republican, when you have more Black Americans than ever that are going Republican, even leaving the Democrat Party, all ages, all
so we go back over here. Michigan, 77% chance. That's almost 80% chance that Trump is going to win Michigan.
No matter what happens tonight,
we need to
you got
to put Michigan in Trump's
first and foremost. And the second thing is,
camp.
I hope that the
puts him now at 253.
And I hope all of those grifters lose their jobs.
Biden 233.
Dana made me feel better.
Okay, so what's left? You've got Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. We're looking at Georgia. Georgia is almost pretty much called.
Not happening.
Okay, but for whatever reason, we're looking at the probability charts, and they've disappeared. Fox had them up. They've pulled them down now. Why did they do that?
Going to the great Bill O'Reilly. Bill, please slap us around.
But you look on here, and they're no longer showing
are we
Georgia.
Winning? Are we losing? I saw Trump win Florida.
So let's go look at Georgia.
Thought, oh, okay.
They're not showing it on their probability anymore.
I'm looking at a map that has Texas blue, and I'm freaking out. What's happening, Bill?
Well, Biden's outperforming Hillary Clinton. That's the headline at 9:20 Eastern time.
So here we go. Reporting 93% in Georgia.
The Republicans are having a hard time
and it
in
is
North
close.
Carolina, Ohio.
Okay.
Pennsylvania, you don't know yet because of
but
this
it's
crazy
still over
100,000
point lead for Trump.
Votes we're
looking at 120,000 vote lead with only 7% left to come in Georgia.
It looked like a landslide for Biden, then he winds up losing. The White House is tentative.
So we're looking here.
Celebrating going on there. Ohio is big.
Looking
Texas,
real close.
In the end, we'll go.
But we're looking. Where are we
Trump,
at? So
I believe I have
98% in.
East Coast predictions, every one
apparently
of them.
Apparently, right here we're 0% in.
On the No Spin News has come.
Although it's saying Joe Biden 58-40, so I don't know how that's looking. 96% in here, so this mostly went Joe Biden. Biden.
Very, very close in that state.
And this is Joe Biden, but still, he's only getting 60% of the vote in these areas. This one said 0%. He's getting 60 on average.
There's no doubt about that.
He's getting like 83% here, but they're basically all called in. These are basically all all called.
Because if you're
What
going to
about
vote
down
for
here?
the Democratic ticket,
95%
you're
in.
basically throwing
So we're basically
moderation
waiting
away. They're not a
for
moderate ticket. It's
the
not a
votes in
moderate
this
party.
county here.
Now, a lot of people don't know that. They don't pay attention.
In these
They're not
counties to
smart
come
enough
in.
grasp
So these
it, but enough
counties
people
do
are.
overwhelmingly
And so they're basically saying, yeah,
look to be
COVID,
going
and
for
that's the
Biden. But when you
obvious,
look at the
thing
numbers,
that's changed everything this time around.
and you
If
realize
there
that you're
were
at
no COVID,
96
Trump
and
would have easily
98%
defeated
in
Joe
there.
Biden just on economics. But there is COVID.
I'm
And
just
a lot of
not
people,
seeing
particularly women, are scared of COVID, and they don't much like Trump
120,000
anyway.
votes.
Bill,
They don't
is there
like his
one
style.
state? Bill, is there one state you're looking at that if it were to go, clearly it wouldn't be?
But
the
I mean,
decider in the sense that he'd
anything
be at the
is
270 that Trump
possible.
would need
But
to win.
I'm going to
But
go
then you
that
feel
Georgia
like
is going to stay in the
what do you view
Republicans'
as the tipping
column.
point
It's going to
that's
be
still out there
close,
right
but
now?
I
Is
think
it Pennsylvania? Is it
Georgia
Ohio?
stays in the Republican
Pennsylvania,
column.
let's put off because.
But we know Michigan and Wisconsin are looking that way. We look like Nevada. We've got that over there.
If the president loses North Carolina and
So what we're looking-
Ohio, it's over. We can all go to bed.
And what about
because
North
those are the
Carolina?
folks.
Let's take a look at
And
North
so the
Carolina.
folks in Michigan and Wisconsin aren't any different than the folks in Ohio. North Carolina, a little bit cultural difference. It's in the South, but not much.
Oh yeah,
And
Minnesota
so
is
if
Biden.
Donald Trump loses Ohio with a Republican governor, a Republican establishment, and a pretty good margin of victory last time around. If he loses that state, I can't see how he's going to win Michigan, Wisconsin. And they were hoping for an upset in Minnesota, which I don't think is going to happen. So North Carolina and Ohio, their counts are well underway. Pennsylvania's
All
coming
right,
up
so
behind
right
it.
there, that basically puts
Pennsylvania,
us, if Trump
the
gets
western part of that
Wisconsin
state
and
will be counted
Michigan,
last,
which
and I think they're going to go
Fox
for
is saying 77%
So I'm
chance,
more
and just a
concerned
little
right
bit
now
ago they were
if,
saying Georgia and North
if you're a
Carolina
Republican, and I did tell
were
everybody
also
I was
saying.
voting for the Trump ticket because I
But
believe
just
that
for the
Biden
sake of
ticket's gonna
argument,
hurt
let's
every
give
single American in
Trump
this country.
Georgia
And sometimes people
and
have
North
to learn
Carolina.
the hard way.
Do you think some
Biden
pollsters
wins,
without
we're all gonna learn the hard way.
Pennsylvania,
do you
Trump
think some
wins.
pollsters, Bill, are going to have something to
That puts
answer
them at
for us here?
274.
Not with the most recent, the Titan polls of the last
That's
few
without
days,
Pennsylvania.
But there was some stuff. I mean, I think last week Biden was up 17
Okay,
points
and you
in
can pretty
Wisconsin.
much,
No one
like,
really
these
thinks- Do you
trend
think that
towards
this is,
Republicans. We're
a
talking
moment
about
of
the
change
Bible
in
Belt here. So
perception
Georgia,
about
North
whether
Carolina,
in
you
these
can
kinds
pretty
of
much put
contests,
those in Trump's
people
column.
aren't using polling
Wisconsin and
earlier in the
Michigan,
process
right now
to try
on the
to shape
probability meter
perception,
on Fox,
not to
they're
do
saying
voter
that we're
suppression
talking
per se,
70 and
but
80,
perception
around
management.
80% probability
Well,
that Trump
I
wins
said, on the
those.
No Spin News that
There's
if the
Michigan, there's
polls are that
Wisconsin.
off,
Almost 80% chance Trump's
that
going to win
watchdog group
Michigan.
should sue
Almost a
the polling
90%
companies
chance that he's going to
for
win
fraud.
Wisconsin.
So the New York Times today said that
That's
Biden had
it.
a 90%
That-
chance
without
of winning
Pennsylvania. But if we go look,
90%. This is the New York Times.
if we go look at PA,
and you're going
And
all
look at
right,
the
well,
current
look, we know
numbers.
you don't care about the truth. You don't care about facts. You just are in business to promote
I mean,
progressive
Trump
causes.
with only 64% in is
But
kicking
to that
some
kind
butt.
of a level, it's embarrassing. But I think if
And he
Biden
spent a lot of
wins,
time
the
there, did a lot
pollsters
of
are gonna
rallies
get
there.
away with it again.
Biden, for whatever
They
reason,
got away
canceled
with it
his
4
plans
years ago. I
and
think most of
decided
them
to
are gonna
end
get
up
away with it
going.
again. And unfortunate because I don't think most of them are honest.
Jay, yeah, did Mondo go to jail?
Corporate masters. The universities do their polling to basically please the deans and the people in charge, and they're not telling you the
Looking at
truth.
63% in here.
Bill, what is North Carolina? I don't think people realize how
97,
huge North Carolina is.
67,
Pennsylvania is 20 electoral college
74.
votes. Ohio is 18, and these are viewed as
So everything's
the hugest
kind of
states.
in
North
that
Carolina's
area.
15.
I mean,
That's
only the
gigantic.
areas that are
What
solid
are they?
colored
Are they old
red
people,
are
young
in
people,
so
black,
far.
white, Hispanic? What is North Carolina?
89% in. This is the biggest blue county that Biden has, and we're looking at 89% in. And you got to look at it. He doesn't have that big of a lead in the biggest county that he's winning.
Of liberal people.
I mean, size-wise, population-wise, I guess population-wise, this one's bigger.
So, North Carolina,
but that's 98% in. That's basically done. That's 94% in done. And that's basically done.
And foreign
these areas
nationals
over
who go
here,
to North Carolina
61%
in the big cities like Charlotte,
50%
and Durham, to work in the service industries.
59%.
So the combination has strengthened the Democratic Party. They
so this little area over here looks like.
And I was hoping that Tillis would win the Senate.
We're still
seat
waiting
there.
for
He still
numbers to
might.
come in there,
It's
but
close.
all these red areas are
But
also
North
the
Carolina's
same,
not
and they've got,
what it used
they're
to
not
be
200,000
as far as
people.
The demographics are concerned. But
this
the
one
message in North Carolina is these are working
So, I mean,
people.
I don't know. It's looking to me like
buying into the fact that
Pennsylvania is looking pretty comfortable for Trump, but it could come down to the wire.
I just don't understand that.
And you got to look at what Trump did in 2016.
Your wallet's going to be a lot lighter if Biden wins tonight.
Now, Bill, I know this is kind of a secondary. Sorry, but Jesse, go
in
ahead.
2016, it went for Trump.
No, I want you to psychologize that for him because it is just about enough to make
they voted for Barack Obama,
we're seeing it
but they voted for Trump in 2016.
Over again,
and right now, I'm going to expect that it's probably going to go for Trump that way. Earlier, they were predicting Pennsylvania for Trump, but it's showing here on the map that Trump doesn't even have to win Pennsylvania.
How do you flee?
He gets 274.
And go to Texas and think,
let's say he loses Georgia.
Are you a moron? I don't understand that way of thinking.
We'll give that to Biden.
Well, zealotry and ideology.
Right, that puts Biden at 260, but then Trump wins Pennsylvania.
Number two, people don't want to admit they made a mistake.
That gives him 278.
Right, so they don't want to admit, wow,
Trump wins.
My whole life I've been left.
Even if he loses Georgia.
Screwed up L.A., San Francisco, and the entire state of California, so I'm getting the hell out of here, go to Texas where I can make a lot more money. But I'm still a liberal. I still want the
So you can kind of see where this map is shaping up.
All the advantages, and that's what liberalism basically is.
The probabilities say that these two right here are definitely looking higher percentage that they're going to go for Trump.
Americans have. That's what liberalism is, getting the underdog a leg up, all right? So it's not a matter of thinking rationally.
So if you
it's
ask
all
me,
emotion. That's what this election's all about. That's why I brought COVID in. So people are going, well, I don't really like
I think that's where
Trump's
we're at
style.
right now.
He tweets, he's crude.
When this all started, I predicted that Trump would get to 279.
Look what's going on in Europe.
Now, there is a possibility that Trump runs the board here because earlier they were all saying that Pennsylvania was going to go for Trump.
Right. And what
Georgia
you see
was going to go for Trump.
People, perhaps most in America, voting on a motion. Both ways. Conservatives vote a motion, too.
Bill, I've seen.
So there's your best case scenario, if you ask me. I mean, I guess we could also get Nevada. That would.
Some of these big states, how they shake out, and also obviously
300 is the best case scenario for Trump, which is 6 less than he got last time. He had 2 faithless electors that pulled out, so he ended up with 204 or whatever. But that's not very probable. You've got to give that to Biden. I think.
And then they throw
Nevada will stay
tremendous
there.
amounts of money at things, like, for example, trying to beat.
But I really think the Bible Belt will stay the Bible Belt.
In Kentucky, I think
I
they
believe
spent
North Carolina will fall for Trump
in that Senate race, and Mitch McConnell still won. Mike Bloomberg,
and
just
I really
because he
think
felt
that
like
these states that
it's
voted
a rounding
for Trump
error for him, I guess, spending $100
and
million
are trending
in Florida,
towards Trump in terms of
Trump
models and stuff
has
are
got that
going.
one in the bag. Are we ever going to stop hearing about how somehow Republicans have secret money piles that win them elections, and how that's all that matters, or is this just a talking point that won't die?
But yeah, anyways, so I mean that gives you an idea of what we're looking at here. So this election is not over by any stretch of the imagination. But when you look at the probability,
but I don't think that's the big.
And I'd say Fox has been pretty dang conservative this time around.
The corrupt media.
I've seen other channels that are more liberal that are giving Trump stuff. I mean,
in America.
This is important. Michigan trending towards Trump and Wisconsin trending towards Trump, and those are all basically in the same area. Okay, and another thing, Ohio.
And the impeachment.
Let's go look at Ohio real quick.
Disgraceful. I feel bad for the man, but I didn't think that he reacted in a way that helped him many times. That
Here we go with Ohio, already called.
He got too over the top. And women are going to be the ones that defeat Trump.
Look at the map here. Look at these areas that are solid red over here.
Male vote. But I know he's going to lose.
These are the areas that voted for Obama.
But that will tell the tale.
But these are also the areas that match up with PA. And a lot of times, whenever we see these areas over here go red, it carries in over
I know you're a
to
warrior
PA.
and you have to be. I understand.
I think that is something to watch. I think that is something that we should definitely keep our eyes on.
Can he do it, Bill?
You can see right out here at Ohio, and here's Pennsylvania. And these areas right along the edge here have been blue in previous years when they go for Obama. And that also tends to carry into PA. So you got to see that if Ohio went red, Michigan goes red, Wisconsin goes red.
And I would do this for any president, by the way.
I think that gives us a really good shot in PA.
When a president calls me up and asks me a question, I answer.
I think Trump has a better chance to win this than anybody else. I think that the betting odds saying that Trump is got a 70% chance. I haven't checked them recently, but they'd be worth looking at.
If you use it, it's going to be a big thing. And the line was this. He turns to the former vice president on the stage and says, if you were a professional athlete, would you kneel during the national anthem? That was it. Now, Biden would not know how to answer that question. Okay?
He'd have a committee. He'd hold a committee, Bill.
It's a simple question, and that would have dominated. That question would have dominated that debate. Would have taken all the sting away from him, from Trump.
He'd hold a committee of experts to bring in to look at the constitutionality of kneeling, just like packing the Supreme Court. He'd avoid the answer in the silliest possible way. You're absolutely right. He wouldn't be able to give that answer, which is also why he wouldn't give a real answer on the Supreme Court. I don't know why he wouldn't take, by the way,
this is much simpler than the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And everybody in the world would be leaning in to say, and if he says, yes, I would kneel, all traditional vote goes. If he says, no, I would not, then his far left base cracks.
Well, it seems pretty clear early on here, Bill, that the black vote specifically the black vote for Joe Biden is a huge force. I mean, Jesse was talking about North Carolina before.
That's not necessarily true,
carries a
Alex.
Tremendous amount of weight. And if it goes to Biden, and it looks very tight right now, obviously.
On the mail-in votes / in-person votes, there's a lot of states that have actually been counting. I know Pennsylvania might be that way.
As a difference maker there.
But we've been hearing that it's actually the opposite way around, depending on the states.
For minority people in the United States economically. There's no doubt he did. And if the African-American community...
that's what concerns me.
I don't know. I can't tell you.
We're still waiting on Trump here, almost 11. I would expect Trump to probably be popping out around 11 o'clock once he gets some more results. And I'm sure his people are trying to figure out what's going on.
If you're a black person and you say, I'm going to vote for Trump, you're going to get heat.
Did vote in 5.7 million. Let me go back to your original point. There may be ballots in the mail. There may be ballots that have been dropped off.
Postmark not there yet.
Right. These estimates that we give you are based on what turnout looked like heading in, and yet this could go higher if, in fact, more ballots are in the mail.
More ballots are in the mail. And in North Carolina, as we talked about earlier, if postmarked by Election Day, they can be legally counted for 9 days after Election Day. That's going to be important in North Carolina. If you're curious about Pennsylvania, it's 3 days.
9 days.
Differences like that by state are vital to the outcome of this election. Anthony Salvanto, always great to wonk out with you. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more election coverage. You are watching CBS News 2020 America.
For instance, there's a massive amount of vote missing, 30,000 votes. So when I said there was going to be we thought it was all Atlanta, but we're in that stage where it's going to be, hey, Doherty County, this is where Albany State University is. It's an historically black university. There's a whole bunch of vote here that we expect to end up being good for Biden. As you can see, this is a good district for him. So a good county. It was a good county for Hillary Clinton. So look, let me go back to the statewide split here. That 118, there is plenty of vote here. There's plenty of extraneous vote there. The president doesn't have a lot of vote remaining. There's a few of these rural counties have a little bit here. But I'll tell you right now, Georgia, this looks like a race that I think it ain't going to get called tonight. My guess is we're going to have to wait to see what kind of extraneous ballots show up tomorrow.
What put Georgia on the map in this situation? I mean, earlier in the campaign, no one was talking about Georgia as...
Yeah, it's first of all, it's right there. I mean, it's these Atlanta suburbs. I had a Republican strategist say what's happening in the Atlanta suburbs. And by the way, we saw this. You know, in many ways, Georgia has been on the president's mind from the get-go. What was the very first special election in the President Trump, in the era of President Trump?
Yeah,
Georgia
I was
6
thinking
in this
that he'd
Atlanta
probably
suburb.
go at about
They
11
didn't win.
p.m.
John Ossoff,
our
who's
time,
been running for
which
office
is 1
the entire
o'clock.
time
It's about the
Trump's
same
been
time that he
president.
spoke last time.
He was that nominee.
We'll
he
see.
barely lost.
I'm sure his people wanted
the loss,
to look at all the different
Democrats
options,
said,
look at
hey,
everything that's going on, and come up with a good response.
We know what happened in 2018 in the suburbs, and now that's what's going on here. And by the way, Stacey Abrams, her organization has been nonstop in the state of Georgia since her loss in that governor's race. She deserves some credit here for making the state what it is right now.
Okay. We are expecting a word from President Trump in just a few minutes, actually any minute now. So for those of you in the Pacific time zone, your local news is next. For everybody else, let's take a brief pause right here. Our Decision 2020 election night coverage continues right here on NBC after this brief break.
Chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
In North Carolina
I hate this foot
and
dragging.
Georgia, substantial numbers of votes are still uncounted, several million in Pennsylvania alone. Right now in the race to 270 electoral votes, President Trump leads narrowly, 213 to 207. In each of these states, we should thank those volunteers, those poll workers who worked in the midst of a pandemic. Not, more concerned about democracy than perhaps their own health, making sure that there's someone there to count these ballots and staying late into the night, so to make sure that everybody's vote counts. And that is the greatness of democracy, the great country that we live in, that people are willing to do that, and the patience that it takes to wait for that vote to be counted. Many of us lived through the year 2000, where it took some time, and ultimately was made, a decision was made through the Supreme Court about whether to count those ballots. And we have a process now where this will take days or weeks as it sorts through so that every vote gets counted.
Right. And that process is in place to ensure that every vote gets counted, and that as all the security officials have been saying, just be patient. Everything has been figured out, and just let it take its course. Don't rush for a conclusion, because that only will cause more rumors and more chaos.
That is exactly how we started the evening when we went on the air at 7 o'clock. That, listen, we know that there's a very good chance that we won't have a decision tonight, and that is exactly what happened. I think Major summed it up really well when he said, it's another definition of frontline workers. Because you're so right.
Looking at the popular vote here,
that we're in the middle of a pandemic.
So far,
I really do.
According to
so many people are going on about
The Guardian,
lives, despite all of us wearing masks when we're not on the air here, we're still in the middle of a crisis, and they are sitting, counting the votes, to making sure that we get the information that we need. It's very brave and very heroic, actually.
It's updating every 12 seconds or so. But popular vote right now, Biden 65.5 million more or less to Trump's almost 64 million. So Biden, if I remember correctly, Hillary won by about the popular vote by about 2 million votes. And it's looking like we're kind of on track for that same type of number.
That's now being put to the test here in the final counting here.
We are being told that the president is planning to address supporters in the East Room of the White House in just a moment. And again, to set the stage, millions of votes in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, including early in-person and absentee ballots, are still outstanding.
But this is a good map because it kind of shows you where we sit.
From overseas. And we are
As
going
you can see,
into the night.
Nevada,
we went into the night knowing that many of them would not be counted. Certainly in the state of Pennsylvania.
Joe Biden has a slight lead, so that has been updated up to 67%. Just Nevada a little bit ago was only at like 3 or 4% or something. So we are seeing that Joe Biden does have a lead there, but still too early to count. It looks like they've taken Arizona off of the counted now, and now they're at 77% counted.
After the election, if they were postmarked by Election Day, and that means that
these
there
are both
at
leaning
62 electoral votes
Democrat.
that we can say right now,
but as you look over here, all of these are leaning Republican.
So neither President
Every
Trump
single one
nor
of these
Joe
is.
Biden are going to reach that threshold of 270 needed to become president. So CBS News
90%
is
counted
not
now in
going
Wisconsin.
to project a winner at this hour, because there is not a winner right now. Again, to be clear, because there are millions of votes,
and we're still looking at about 120,000 vote lead for Trump in Wisconsin at 90% counted. So
America projecting a winner at this
still
hour.
leaning towards Trump. Michigan still stuck at 67%, but Trump has a healthy lead over there.
Results of this election, it just takes time.
Pennsylvania stuck at 64, not moving.
To the voters whose
North Carolina 94% in. That one's close, but it is looking
I think it's interesting looking at the shot at the White House where he invited 300 to 400
about
guests to join him for a viewing party of the
percentage
results.
points.
It looks like this will be the
towards
first time
Trump.
that they've seen him. So can you imagine
And Georgia,
if you've been at the White House
93%
all
counted.
evening,
It's going
waiting for the
backwards.
results,
It wasn't
and now
like
finally,
94, so
this
now
will
it's
be the
going
first time that
backwards
you
a
see
little
the
bit, but we're
president.
looking at the
Well, we
same
don't know.
thing.
They could have been
You're
all
looking
in
at
a
North
reception with
Carolina
him. You know, we don't
and Georgia,
don't know
and
exactly
they're
whether
both
the president
in
They were
was
saying
that
that earlier it was
same
reported that
realm.
he had
North
not,
Carolina,
he had not
a little
joined
bit
his
less
guests.
The Attorney General, one of the guests
than
of
Georgia,
note, who was supposed to
and
be
they're
with
both
the
about
president this
94
evening,
and
along with some of his
93%.
top economic
It was
advisors.
reported that he hadn't
and
joined
others.
them
About
yet.
a
so I don't know.
1%.
Remember, they're at the
You know-
White House because they couldn't exceed the crowd
Right.
restrictions
Little
at the
over
Trump Hotel down the
1%.
street because of
We're
the
talking
District of
about
Columbia crowd restrictions, so they came to federal property instead
1.4%
and are having a few hundred
lead
guests
for
stay
Trump.
up late with them tonight.
You know, Nora, we started the
And that
evening also
one
talking
is-
about those
is
white
over
college-educated
2
women.
points.
And
So
in looking at
those
Georgia,
are
I was
close,
just digging
but
into
they're
that.
still
You
leaning
aren't
Republican.
seeing
Models
that
are saying that they're leaning
shift,
Republican.
necessarily in Joe Biden's favor as much. Still, for the percentage of votes already tabulated, about 90%, 91% in, showing up for the president.
I'm wondering if we have Weijia Zhang with us, who covers the White House and is covering the White House tonight as we await President Trump's remarks. Weijia, I understand that there's.
Yeah,
can you
Alex,
explain
I
the
don't
press
blame you. I might have to
situation
wake
within
up.
the East Room?
Sure. So our colleagues.
I don't think I'll be able to.
travel
I don't
pool,
think I'll be able
that is
to
assigned to cover the
just
president.
sleep tonight.
It revolves every day. It's a very small group. Has been called to the East Room in anticipation of the president coming out. Now, usually, a big group of us would be inside wherever the campaign, wherever the president was waiting results, and that's pretty critical on election night to offer you some color and some understanding of how they're feeling.
Oh, wow,
and that's been
okay.
tricky tonight because we're relying on calling and texting
You'd think with
our
things like
sources,
the
and that's very
internet
different
and
from
whatever
being
that we'd
in
have,
the room.
they have
So
the
we are
ability to
now
count these
relying
votes
on
on time.
colleagues who are in the room to help us put this story together. And as you can see there, we aren't
Oh,
seeing
looks like
the
we're
guests.
waiting for
There's not a
Trump is getting
cutaway
close to
shot
talking.
of the guests.
And Weijia, yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask you about. Is in a
the two bottom ones
where
were
there's
both
a,
showing, so
free press, there is usually what
we'll
is
see
called
what
the
he has
head-on
to
camera,
say.
and then the cuts camera. The cuts camera allowing people to see who is in the audience, and that is not being provided as the White House and the President Trump controls the access to seeing who's in the audience. And why would they not allow a cuts camera?
You know, that's a great question because typically they do, and this is unusual. But last night you asked me a question that I did not have an answer to yet, and that was whether the guests in this room would be required to wear masks. This is inside. We're talking about hundreds of guests, and the answer now we know is no.
Yet,
I
there's
can't
nothing
stand them
funky
with their
going on
mask
about
crap.
that. That's just the way it's going, and we
But
did
there
get
will
a
be
lot
some
of
incoming mail-in ballots for the next 3 days.
Yes, exactly. And there was a ruling in a Pennsylvania court case that said if it's postmarked November 3rd to the election day,
Yeah,
it can
I've
arrive
got that.
as late
I
as
had that
Friday
on my
in
map. He
Pennsylvania
is going to get
and
1
still be
point from
counted.
Maine,
And the Supreme
or
Court
one
upheld it. Yes.
electoral vote from
Casey?
Maine.
Yeah, so I mean, Pennsylvania, I think it's important. It's so important to keep this in mind as we're listening to what the president has to say, and that's obviously what you have been underscoring.
That's true,
here,
Alex.
which
That
is
is true.
you know,
But that was
the
one
beginning
basically
of the
on
night,
lawsuits and
we
stuff.
talked a lot about places where the Biden team was potentially on offense in the Sun Belt, and the dynamic there as the votes came in, as Chuck has been walking through.
I mean, I think we'll have some
was
more
that
answers
those
by
states are used
morning.
to
I don't
counting
believe all
early
of these
votes
states
that
are going to
likely
have
came in for
these
Biden
issues.
first, and
I
then
think PA
counting
is
election
going to
day
be the
totals.
only
The
one.
dynamic was, okay, all of the vote comes in likely for Biden. It's counted. We know it up front. And then the count inches back toward President Trump. And the reason why Democrats have been calling this a quote-unquote red mirage is because the opposite happens in these states that haven't practiced doing it this way. And Pennsylvania is the most central one of them. It's been the place we've been focused on for potential problems all the way along. And it is true that as these counties start to count, and my sources that I'm talking to, I grew up in Chester County, Pennsylvania, which is the upper main line outside of Philadelphia. It's one of the places that really has turned for Democrats in recent years. When I lived there as
Trump
a kid,
needs to get out
we
here
had
and
a- I
talk
had a
already.
Republican
Good
member
God.
of Congress, but that's really long gone now. And it's those counties, Chester County, Delaware County, Montgomery County, where you're going to see big numbers that report late because they're mail-in votes. And by late, we mean tomorrow or today, I guess, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week as all of these votes come in. So, that's why, remembering that, Twitter put a warning on President Trump's tweet about this. We're obviously, going to be listening to what he has to say here, but nothing yet is decided or called, and that is perfectly within the bounds of normalcy.
Inspector General will have to take a look at this, but there are criticisms and questions about this very event. And so,
place in Arizona, and the Secretary of State there.
It's the election, and they're talking about masks, and the other one's talking about not to listen to exactly what the president is saying, giving warnings out. These freaking liberals are just freaking.
He's got there's a lot of ballots. There's still
I can't stand listening to
167,000 ballots cast in person today that have yet to be entered into the system. There's 245,000 early ballots in Arizona from Saturday, Sunday, and Monday that haven't been run through the system. So, plus what Governor Ducey was bringing up, which is they don't know the number of people that handed in those ballots. Could be 1,000, could be 20,000, right? We don't know what that number is, though, according to Vaughn Hilliard, who reports in Arizona out there for us, he said we should know that tomorrow morning.
And it's notable, Hallie was mentioning that it's unusual to have an election night statement in the White House. I think it's unprecedented. I cannot remember another time, just as the RNC was, the Republican National Convention was held at the White House. COVID or not COVID, for them to have this large a gathering at the White House, to have any gathering at the White House to declare either victory or any other statement is extraordinarily unusual.
I think we got the 2-minute warning that the president would come out about 10 minutes ago, so there's a bit of a delay. Hallie, do you have any insight?
Well,
yes,
we
exactly.
just got another 2-minute warning, Savannah, so potentially that means we're a little bit closer. That's not unusual for a presidential event, that maybe we'll get some timing guidance and some updated timing guidance, but it does seem like we are now getting closer to when the president will speak as we're sort of living in this moment here in the East Room. I can tell you that based on the reporters in the room, and just to pull back the curtain a little bit, members of the White House press corps who cover the president had not been able to enter this room prior to us learning that the president was going to make remarks. So this really is our first glimpse at this election night sort of watch party or event here at the White House. Fox News is up on the screens. People are reacting, as you can hear some of it there. Some cases, the people who are there supporting the president are reacting negatively. So, for example, when there was discussion about something we've been talking about, and Georgia, and how close that race looks, and the possibility that maybe Joe Biden could pull out a win there, people reacted angrily in that room, according to some of the colleagues of ours who are in there, with one woman yelling out, what, sort of very loudly there. So these people, the folks there, are engaged, just like the rest of the country, in how this is going. As we wait for the president here to come and make these remarks, I will say, to Andrea's point, we've seen this sort of mixing of the official business with campaign business before. I think back to the Republican National Convention, as I watch that doorway here, that was held actually on the other side of the White House from where I'm standing right now, on the White House South Lawn, and that was another piece of the discussion that we had as the president held his convention outdoors.
I have to remember that the chat,
final night of the convention,
there's
we had
a
that
delay in the
Rose Garden
video,
speech
so
from Melania Trump as well.
you guys are
Very
responding
unusual,
to what
and
I said just a little bit
about
ago.
Potential violations of things like the Hatch Act.
So I've got to remember
Since we're
that.
nerding out, I think I can invoke discussion of the Hatch Act.
I see people coming out on the CNN screen
check in with
up
Kristen
top.
Welker as we watch that.
Donald Trump to walk out of the White House and issue a statement. We've got the visuals through, and it's Trump and the Trump select few are ensconced in the White House at this point. Trump has said it's a big win. We've put out the numbers. We've broken it down to you. Even if Joe Biden flips Arizona, those are 11 electoral votes, and that takes him to 231 on the lead structure, with Trump at 213. But there are 73 electoral votes that come in from these key states towards the East Coast, and those are Michigan. That's the Great Lakes, around the Great Lakes, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and then down south towards as we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia. So that's 73 electoral votes, of which
Trump, what's taking so damn long?
87
Yeah, I know. What the hell, man? You need to come out. We're all waiting on you.
You brought in some great insights. Trump,
oh, God. Come on. I know it's tough. We're all waiting. We're all anxious. We all want to know what's going on. And we love you.
I love you. I think Trump himself has been connecting to people. I think he learned a lot from the last election.
I just want them to suffer.
Also,
yeah, I think we all do. Damn libtards.
In a way that the Democrats had not. And I think that
I'm a Latino for Trump, right?
that the
I
Democrats
love
would go
Mexican
back to these
people.
people and say, my dear fellow
Well,
countrymen,
good. I'm not Mexican,
why did I
but, you know, I'm
not
Latino.
listen to you?
But
And
my
what
girl's
can I do for you
Mexican,
now?
so that's kind of cool.
Unfortunately, that has not happened in the way that it
What do you think
should
about
have.
all these
And
people that are
certainly
so
the Democrats have
optimistic
worked
that
very, very
Biden's
hard to
going to
bring
run
out
all
the
those
vote,
states?
but they have also
You
fallen
know?
back on their old traditional vote
She's
bank,
killed
which has come out
hundreds
and
of
supported them
thousands of
more,
people
which is why the
with her
race is so
stupidity.
close. But I think that has been part of the problem is Trump himself is their chief campaigner. He's a little bit like Mr. Modi.
Come on,
in that
Trump.
sense.
Why are
He
you
is the chief
waiting? What's
campaigner.
taking so long?
It's
I would come back
political
and talk to you
bullshit.
about the Modi
Yeah,
influence
well.
and the learnings that perhaps have been passed on.
They
And
think
of course,
Biden's
what
gonna
the
win.
American community has quietly been doing in
He's
these
a
blue
pussy.
wall states that were breached in 2016
He's a
and
loser.
right now which Trump looks like confident to hold.
We need to
After a
hurry
short
up and
break,
send them all
Gigi,
back.
Please stay on with us. We're also standing by for Donald Trump to come out and speak. We'll get the Donald Trump statement after the break.
TYT might have froze. They might have went offline.
Your #1 news destination.
New India is dynamic, bold.
I don't know what's going on there. We'll wait and see, I suppose.
Debates and
Might be on a break.
But when it comes to my country, there can be no compromise. India will always come first. The right stand.
Oh, the anxiety is killing me. Murder. We might have to put some riot streams up to like take the anxiety off of us and kind of focus on something else while we wait for some answers and results to come in.
This should be a beginning. It should be a few
races. Now, we already know that one of those races, the special election, is going to a runoff in January in Georgia. This was a race with 20 people, lots of Democrats and Republicans. You need to get above 50% in order to avoid a runoff. That's not going to happen, so that's going to go to a special election. So we won't know. The other Georgia race, David Perdue versus John Ossoff, we can't call a victor in that race for the same reason that we can't call a victor in the presidential race. We've still got a lot of votes outstanding in Fulton County and elsewhere.
While we're waiting for Trump, I think I'm going to pull up these betting odds.
And I just want to direct your attention to the bottom of that graphic where you're looking at the actual map of the Senate floor. 45 Democrats right now, 46 Republicans. So we're very, very close when it comes to the battle for control of the Senate.
We haven't called this out. That this is actually the seating chart, figuratively.
There's no way. We know
That's
that.
right. This is exactly where all 100 U.S. senators sit when they are in the chamber. You'll notice that Kentucky seat right up at the front. That's because Mitch McConnell is the leader of the Senate.
And he will still be sitting in that seat.
That's correct.
Can we go back to Susan Collins for a second? She knew going in that she was in big trouble. But what happened to Susan Collins?
Well, you know, it used to be that as a moderate, you had a lot of power.
Yeah.
You were a deal broker. You know, you
So earlier in the night, it was at like 70% on the betting odds. Right now, they've got it at 65%. So it went down just a little bit.
President Trump's party right now.
But I'm showing
think about it. There wasn't even a platform.
a 67% chance that Trump wins and 33% chance that Joe Biden wins. So
Nancy Cordes, and as we take a live look at the East Room, where we are expecting to hear from President Trump, a reminder there are millions of votes in Pennsylvania,
and it shows how the odds have changed
and Michigan, including
throughout the
early
night.
in-person and absentee
So
ballots
as the night has gone on,
outstanding. We are still waiting on hundreds of thousands of votes in large counties in Georgia that have yet to be counted. Some are being counted at this hour in the middle of the night.
so those are Biden odds,
Poll workers
Trump
and
odds.
others working to fulfill the role and, of course, in service of our great democracy. And, of course, also note that in other states,
So
either by state law or by
okay.
court order, ballots
Wow,
will be accepted after
So
the
weird.
election if they were
So the
postmarked
odds have kind of
on
been all
election
over the
day,
place.
including military ballots, hundreds of thousands from overseas that are protected
But starting
by
at
law
2
that those
p.m.
can
today,
also
Biden's
be
odds were about
counted, as part of that
68.2%,
process.
and Trump odds were
Nevada has moved
31.8%.
from lean Democrat to likely Democrat.
And
at
as
some
the night
point.
moved
I don't know
on,
if we noted that, but they are taking their time tonight. It sounds like
Biden's
election
odds
workers are
started going down
through
at
the night
9:15
to
p.m.
tally up. But if they're
tonight
wondering
is
why
when
the
Trump
West
finally
Coast
took the
hasn't
lead
reported.
and got
Margaret, thank you
51%.
for noting that as well.
It then
I wonder,
jumped
as we
all the
await
way
the
up to where he had
president, we could bring in the
67%,
president's former
and then at 10
chief of
p.m.,
staff,
this is Eastern
Reince
time,
Priebus.
Trump
And
had a
Reince, what do you expect
74.2%
is going on
chance
right now?
of winning. But then that started to
Well, I
drop a
think
little
they're
bit and then
crunching
come
the
back
numbers,
up, and then
and
it
trying to
started
figure
dropping
out
a lot
maybe what the
around
exact tone
midnight
ought to be.
Eastern
I mean, If
time.
you think about where the Trump campaign's coming from,
But it
they,
is going
they
back
feel
up
that they
again.
look pretty good in
So
all
at
of the
2
states that they
a.m.,
had to
which is
win
right
to be
now,
in
Eastern time,
the
about 20
game,
minutes ago,
and
Trump
they're
has a
currently
67%
ahead
chance
in
of winning still from the
all
betting
three
odds.
of
So
the Midwest
for a
states
minute
that
there, they
they
went
need to
down.
win
They're
2
coming
out of the
back up
3, and
again.
if they
So
don't
that should
win
tell you
Arizona,
something.
If they win Nevada, then they need maybe they can win it with Michigan. That gets
The
you to
betting
20.
odds people, I'm sure, are watching
I think
everything.
that's-
So
or
while the
excuse
news
me,
might not
that
be
gets you to
giving us the
22.
info,
So I think that's what they're trying to figure out, and they don't want to go too far. They don't want to sound defeated, but they want to sound victorious, probably without going too far.
I think the betting odds is something to watch to
All right,
keep us
Reince,
kind of
thank
in the
you.
lead.
We
But
just saw
70%,
the
it's a dang
president's
good chance
family,
still.
His children enter the room along with their spouses and significant others.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Here we go.
the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had.
We love you.
I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have
will
won
make
Georgia.
America great again.
We're up by
Alex
2.5%,
Lightspeed,
or
thank you so much for the sub.
117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4%, or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all
you notice
the
how
others,
CBS
I mean, we have
put
so many,
they're
we have
not
such
projecting a winner right
just
under it.
take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off.
Oh, the
And we have
Portland
all
guy
of these
froze.
announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win, so they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461,000. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Well, the President of the United States castrating the facts of the election.
They're going to talk over him.
Have been reported tonight.
Idiots.
Falsely claiming
Shut
that
up.
he has won the election and disenfranchising millions of voters.
Oh, God, they're talking over the vice president like
Sadly,
idiots.
because of the raging pandemic and the failures of the administration to contain the pandemic, there has been a massive vote-by-mail operation, and those votes have not yet been counted. And so we at CBS News are not projecting a winner in this presidential race. We will not disenfranchise.
Counted. We're going to remain vigilant, as the president said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
The president not declaring victory in the way that we had perhaps expected him to do, but basically state by state.
I felt like he
Vice
was trying to
President
play.
said at the end what most candidates would say: we're on the road to victory. What Joe Biden said: we feel confident. We think we're going to win. I think the issue is where the president has said we won Georgia and there's no way they can catch us. We won Michigan. That's where you just have to make a factual assertion. There are millions of votes that haven't been counted yet.
I think we know what he's doing here. He's planting seeds for his supporters to take to social media, to take to the conservative ecosystem. And this is where the next 2 days, I think, are going to be excruciating, perhaps for he may make it a little more
Look
excruciating.
at Pennsylvania,
if he comments on every vote
74% in. We got an update on Pennsylvania.
You know,
Woo,
as
that is
this
a
new
big
vote
lead,
comes
guys.
in, him fanning these flames, there are going to be people who want
Pennsylvania
to claim, well, where do
finally
those
moved
votes
from
come
64.
Where was that? And this is all
We got some updates.
standard. And yes, it's different this year because of the pandemic, but this is not unusual. I want to go back to your home state. Arizona regularly takes days to finish a count. 5 days it took them, and that was actually a relatively short period of time in 2018. 5 days to call that Senate race.
And it's worth repeating that projections we're not making the votes up. These are projections. These votes will be counted.
The actual vote.
The actual vote will be counted.
Well, the fact of the matter is that the outcome is not certain at this hour, and that both candidates are very much in this race. So there's no reason to say anything other than that. We have got an electoral battle going on right now with a lot of votes left to be counted.
And the fact is that in this election, more mail-in and early votes were cast than in any other American election. Combination of COVID and concerns about
They're
the
making
Postal
all the
Service, a
excuses,
lot of
trying to
reasons for
brainwash
it.
the stupid
And
people.
that, they have to be counted.
You can't
These
listen to
absentee
these
ballots are
idiots.
always
These
counted.
idiots are freaking
Votes
dumb.
from service members, men and women overseas, are always counted in the days following. The elections are not certified state by state until, weeks later when the Electoral College actually votes.
Florida,
But
Florida,
still,
Florida. Military ballots. Remember who argued to make sure the military
Right.
ballots get counted and stay in? And you got to open those because the Democrats at the time were trying to not get those ballots counted. And the Republicans who knew those.
We got to look at those numbers.
Well, no,
74% now in Pennsylvania. I want to go back and see if maybe Fox has some new probabilities now that we got some new numbers
in. Point here. Donald Trump's got to be careful. There are actually some of this outstanding vote he needs. I mean, he kind of referenced it in Arizona. If he's going to close the gap in Arizona, it's the remaining uncounted vote. So he may not like the uncounted vote in Pennsylvania, but he is going to like the uncounted vote in Arizona.
The problem is that he is creating the atmosphere of conspiracy theory by
oh my God, here we go.
The remaining vote that is not
Biden was talking about
there was
frickin'
not some conspiracy to stop the count.
Yeah, right side.
In fact, in some of those 7 counties in Pennsylvania where they're not
these guys are
counting
idiots,
the
absolute
mail-in
idiots.
Voting, that is something that was objected to by all of the state officials in Pennsylvania who are Democrats. That was a Republican effort to not count until tomorrow.
Let me go.
It's just an unfortunate misleading, and it's from the White House with Hail to the Chief and the American flags, and that is what's creating the false atmosphere of legitimacy to his claims.
Let me go to Kristen Welker right now. Who
I mean, according to Trump, this is a win for us.
Kristen?
But like I said, I saw it early in the feed. I said the same thing that Trump said. And it's like, what happened? Why did it stop? Why did all the numbers quit coming in? Why did it get shut down? What's going on? It was confusing.
Allegheny County has half their mail-in to count. Same with Montgomery County. Erie has 40,000 more to count. And Philadelphia has 300,000 mail-ins. Mail-ins were 70%.
I'm showing Wisconsin at a 92% now for Trump, and 83% for Trump.
So this
Nevada's looking like 86% for Biden. So it is looking like they're going to pull off
to
Nevada.
To make that point and to drill down on some of the broad numbers that
Let's look
Trump
at
just laid
Arizona,
out.
see if any new numbers have come in here.
And again, I would just underscore the fact that this is part of why Joe Biden came out first.
Arizona is only 80% in,
that he gave.
And we're looking
gave this rallying
at
cry to his supporters, saying he believes they are on track to still win the White House. But he concluded his remarks by saying,
about 100,000 votes there,
and it's not up to President Trump to declare victory. It's not up to me to determine who's won this race. It's up to the American people, and the votes are still being counted. And I think that's why.
But Michigan or Wisconsin, 92% chance of going for Trump. Michigan, 83% chance of going for Trump.
Not to respond. I anticipate we're going to get a more
Pennsylvania,
robust response from the campaign.
Fox has not updated their numbers. Fox is still showing only 64% in, so they're behind. But
clearly an attempt to get ahead
NBC
of what
was
we
showing
from
new
Trump,
numbers.
And there is going to be likely a lot of focus on the battleground state
I don't know
of
why
Pennsylvania.
Fox isn't showing them yet, but we got to find out what's going on.
Let's go to Hallie Jackson, who is listening along with us. It is certainly like a politician on election night to put the most positive face you can put on things, but I think we've tried to make clear where there's been a factual error. Let's talk about one of the remarks that the president made when we were going through that and trying to show people where the vote was
still showing 64% on Pennsylvania. What happened to those numbers that we just saw from NBC?
Say what he said about that?
He did. So he talked about going to the Supreme Court, Savannah, and then said, and I'm quoting here, that we want all the voting to stop. He says that we don't want them to find any ballots. In the words of the president, we don't want them to win, he says. And as far as he's concerned, he is prematurely and incorrectly at this point trying to declare victory, saying as far as he's concerned, they have already won. So a couple of things here. This is, frankly, I think a speech that is exactly what many of the president's critics feared he would deliver tonight on election night, or on the night after the election, trying to prematurely say that he has won an election in which he has not won yet, trying to cast doubt on the legitimacy of the many legitimately cast ballots that are already out there. The president also alluding to this Supreme Court fight, pretty directly talking about this, just frankly, a week and a half, not even, after putting in place, nominating and getting the Senate to confirm a Supreme Court justice that he chose.
That's
the
pretty
third one
much
of his
them
administration.
crying.
This has been sort of building over
them
the last
crying about
I think, couple of months
having
here
a
in
new
Washington.
Supreme Court
the sense
justice
that the
in
president
there.
may be pushing this exact strategy if the race were to be very close, as we are seeing it on election night.
Okay, so
pulling back sort of
New York
more
Times
broadly at this point, you have to look at where the president goes from here. And I think Chuck
had
made
it
an
at
important point that I want to
74%,
reiterate, that
but it
some of this
disappeared on
vote
me.
that is yet
What
to come
the heck
in,
is going
despite
on
the
here?
president having said for weeks that he does not want there to be outstanding vote after November 3rd, there was always going to be outstanding vote after November 3rd. Some of that vote actually helps President Trump. And
64%.
so I think that
So
that
only a
is
couple
something over the
people
next
have
few
it at
days you're going to see,
74, but I saw it at 74. New York Times had it there.
little bit of that
And I'm seeing
dichotomy.
Trump
And I think
55,
we picked back up in our
Biden
coverage here when Vice
43.
President Pence came out and said, we're on the road to victory, hedging a bit more, as you would typically, I think, hear from somebody, a leading politician at this point in a very close race. But bottom line here, to be clear, the president is not definitively leading in the
here we
states
go.
that he mentioned
74%
definitively
reporting.
leading in, like, for example, Georgia, like, for example, North Carolina and Pennsylvania, these states that he is trying to say he has won. Lots of question marks remaining, and I think that there are some of the president's critics who will find these remarks concerning from him.
Andrea, just to mention in the Supreme Court of these circumstances by the president.
So this is kind of an interesting way to look at it.
Well,
So this is right now Pennsylvania's
this was the
information
that
from the New York
Amy Coney
Times.
Barrett would not answer.
You can
Would
see
she
they're
recuse
showing
herself?
74%
And that
reported.
has
Fox
been
and a bunch of
nightmare
other places
scenario
have not
because
updated
the
yet.
president made so many statements before when she was
But
nominated,
as you can see,
before the confirmation,
43%.
that we needed her there by election day.
Oh,
we
I've
needed
got the
her vote.
yawns.
He put that
Ugh,
out.
it's
and
going to be
so
a long
there was an
night.
expectation,
You
and
can
there
see
were questions
Biden
after the confirmation
43%
hearing.
even, Trump
Given
at
what he has said,
55.6%. Now you can
any
see
vote
that
that you
there's
take,
still.
Would you recuse yourself? Now, notably, she did not participate in that key Supreme
We're
Court
looking
ruling
at,
on the
what,
Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruling, upholding the Pennsylvania court ruling that they could take 3 more days to count
almost
votes
700,000
ballots
votes.
that were mailed in and postmarked by Election Day. But she said, not that she
700,000
was
votes.
recusing
And as
herself,
you
she
can
said,
see
because I
here,
have not had
they're
time
showing
to read in on that. On
that there's
these
this
briefs.
much
You can only use that
left
so much
Because
time.
the
that needs
Republicans
to
had
still come
challenged
in.
it too quickly, as Pete Williams was pointing out at the time. If they had waited until she was confirmed and then she could to make their application. But
They're saying that they
jumped the
expect
gun,
most votes
and
will
she
be counted
said,
by
"I haven't
Friday,
had time to
November
read in,"
6th.
but
That would be when
she
they
has
would.
not said she's going to recuse
when they
herself.
would
She certainly
call
could now say that any
it or
application to
whatever.
the court in the next couple of days is something that she will have as much time to read in on as the others.
I think the word really is premature because the fact of the matter is we don't know who won this election. We don't know. Donald Trump may well have a path to 270. Joe Biden might as well. The votes have to be counted,
And part of
then
that
we'll
court
know.
ruling was that the mail-in ballots have to be segregated. They have to be held apart so that they can be counted.
In case of a
depending on
future
what-
litigation, they
Exactly.
did segregate them so that you could have that argument before the Supreme Court. Essentially, the Supreme Court kicked the can down the road and said, let's see if we get there. You can separate out those votes if we ever need to analyze
this would
this
not
issue.
happen.
Yeah, it looks like
and it may
Antifa's
not
hiding out.
happen, but what are you looking at? I know we just called a Montana Senate race.
Correct. That's what I
Yes.
wanted to do because I wanted to show you something here. The Senate races have started to disappear. We have 6 uncalled. We got the 2 Georgias. We know one's going into a runoff. The point is this. See where the Democrats are? 46. Republicans are at 48. If Biden is the next president, Republicans need 3 here. They're the favorite in Alaska. Maine is coin flip, and the Georgia runoffs, one Georgia runoff, and we'll see on Purdue. Democrats need to have 4 plus Biden in this. Okay, Arizona looks good for them, so maybe that gets it down to 3. Michigan, we'll see, right? We've got to see. Does one thing about John James, the Republican candidate, he was running ahead of Donald Trump. I'll be curious to see how he does in these more Democratic votes. Did he at all overperform? So we'll see.
Michigan's
Point is,
83% chance.
I can't figure out a scenario where the Senate majority.
Those are the 2
is
that Fox
decided
is
before
still
the
willing to
Georgia
put
runoffs.
up.
It's possible. Maybe Alaska
Michigan,
comes in for the
83% chance that Trump is going to win.
Democrats were afraid of is
92% chance that Trump is going to win Wisconsin.
Because that's
Like,
a whole, you want to talk about the
come
race
on,
was already
call it
gonna be
already. Like,
tough enough,
what more do you
polarizing
need?
enough.
Michigan's up. It was
If
at 60,
that
then
runoff
70. Now it's
is
80.
for
It's
the
going
Senate
in Trump's
majority,
direction.
we're gonna
What
have
else
like
do you
a
need to
mini
hear about
presidential
Michigan?
election in January. Right before we're worrying about an inauguration.
We'll see if
for one of these
Pennsylvania
Just when
still
Georgia
isn't.
voters thought they were done with political ads.
Oh, yeah. No.
Oh, I
The
just saw
Georgia TV
numbers
stations are
change
gonna be very
here.
happy about these runoffs.
Yeah,
I
Casey,
saw them
the
go
plot
up,
thickens
but still
in
saying
the
only
Senate.
64%.
It really does, Savannah. And I think, we may, in fact, be looking at a scenario where we don't actually get very much change. Right now, Republicans control the chamber 53 to 47. And, Chuck gave a pretty good rundown of where things stand state by state. And I think the big picture here is that this is much better night for Republicans than they were expecting. And it's a much worse night than what Democrats were expecting. I mean,
at least they
Nancy
got
Pelosi
that
was
right.
out this past week talking pretty publicly about what she would do and the process they would use in Congress to pass legislation under a Biden presidency and with a Democratic Senate. So they were really almost taking this for granted, and that
Now
applies to the House as well. We reported, reflecting what we have been hearing from both Republicans and Democrats, that they were likely to pick
Andy,
up
no, I'll look it up.
Democrats 5 to 7 seats in the House, and on a good night, maybe that pickup would be in double digits. And
very
now we may
quickly,
be on track
Casey.
for Republicans to actually win seats in the House.
You know, Casey, I looked ahead at that 2022, the 2022 Senate races and all this stuff, and I talked to some Democrats about this. If they did not win the majority this cycle, it is very difficult for them to win the majority. I mean, it is just their possibilities at the majority you're looking at. They got to run tables. They got to sweep 3 seats. It's going to be 51, 52. The 22 cycle will have the 16 Senate seats up, and there's some opportunities there. Pennsylvania's a big one.
This was their
perhaps
best
for
cycle.
Democrats, but
This
this
was their
was
best
the
shot.
cycle. They needed to get the majority this cycle because not getting it here. Let's say there's a
Andy,
Democratic
no,
president.
tonight
it's tough to
around
gain seats
300
Democratic
BLM
president. Obviously, if
Antifa
there's a
shut
Republican
down
president,
residential
maybe the
areas
2022
of
midterm,
southeast Portland.
could go a little bit better in the Democrats' direction here. But
Oh, I need to
this
get
is-
up and walk around. Been sitting here too long.
It's a big setback.
Excuse my yawns. They had a motor blockade and people on bikes who blocked nearby streets. Their armed security team included those with semi-auto rifles, shotguns, bats, and more. They harassed businesses and people at their homes. That was in Portland, southeast Portland tonight.
Think that that's still
So
probably the
we
most
can
likely scenario at
mute
this hour.
this
But again,
temporarily
we don't wanna
and
do what
listen
President
into the
Trump has
video and see
done.
what we can see here real quick. Bunch of soy boy idiots. That's what happens when Democrats run your cities and allow that crap to continue happening. Frustrating.
And Pete,
I
here we
know.
are at a point, wee hours of the morning. We have no idea which of these men is going to win this election. But the president has forced us into this area of something wrong, something nefarious, and this idea the Supreme Court could be brought into the picture.
Well, that's who decides
if
it.
any justice is listening to this, how this goes over and how this plays out, potentially.
Well, there are already a number of lawsuits filed by Republicans challenging mainly the mail-in ballot process, the extended deadline in Pennsylvania, adding 3 days. That case is still pending before the U.S. Supreme Court. The court declined to stop the application of a state Supreme Court ruling that extended the deadline. The court declined to take it on a fast track, but it's still sitting there, and the Republicans could try again if it looks like it all comes down to
I
Pennsylvania.
need an energy
and
drink.
They want to
Or to
try
drink
to renew
some
that challenge. It's still
toilet
sitting there.
water or something.
In just a few hours from now,
because of the
judge
election
will
and being
have a
so into it, I
hearing in
completely forgot
Pennsylvania
we're
in
doing a
federal
Lifestraw
court
challenge
on a
here.
Republican challenge
For anyone
to,
who didn't know, I went
the
around
way
and collected
one
all
county,
kinds of different
Montgomery
waters
County, the
to
third largest county in
nasty
Pennsylvania,
waters to drink with
began
this
to
here
look
a
at
Lifestraw
ballots
that I
before
have
the
in my hands.
canvassing, the
It's supposed to
pre-canvassing
filter out
process started this morning. That's still being
99.99999%
challenged. So there are 3
of
lawsuits
bacteria
Republicans
and
have in
whatnot.
Pennsylvania. There are
I literally
lawsuits in
walked
Minnesota.
around
There's a
and I'll
lawsuit
show you a
in,
few of them.
in,
There's something
Nevada,
different to look
in
at.
Clark County. So there are a number of lawsuits,
But
all
literally went
basically
around
about the mail
and we
ballot
got
process. And in theory,
water
any one
from
of
my
them could
river
end up in the Supreme Court, a
that
prospect
runs
that
through my
justices
property.
very much don't want. But here's the thing to keep in mind: the sort of new
Collected that.
direction that the courts have gone in.
We
these
already
challenges
drank
so
the
far
shoe
is
muddy
the theory that
puddle
only the
water
state legislature
earlier
can change
through
the rule for an election. Not
through
state
there.
courts,
This one has
not
already
state
been drank with
election
the
officials.
Lifestraw that was
Only
earlier
the
in the
state
stream, and
legislature.
you'll see why we call it the shoe puddle, because there are some nasty ass shoe
left
in the puddle.
That in Bush v. Gore 20 years
We
ago,
already
but it's never
received
been
a
holding
donut
before,
for
but
that
it has
one,
caught
and
fire
that one we tried. It tasted
judges in
gross
lower
and
courts, and there are
rubbery at
3
best.
or at least 4, at least 3 members.
We went
of the
around and we
Congress,
got pond
current Supreme
water
Court who think so too. So that
as
could
well,
turn out
one
to
of the
be
ponds that's
a
on
big
my
issue.
land.
And I'll just say one other thing about potential
not easy to get
legal
down there.
challenges or
But we went and
potential
got
way
some
this could
from
play
there.
out. If it's really close,
We even got some
this
foot
could
bath
be
water.
the year when we
Oh
really
yeah.
talk about faithless electors.
Yeah.
The presidential electors that
It gets
we're actually
worse.
choosing today, the people who will really elect the
We
president
got
when the
water
Electoral College
from
meets in December.
the toilet
If it is really close, within a vote or two,
with the Joe
then
Biden
the pressure
hologram,
on those
and yes,
presidential
we
electors
even
to flip
have
and be faithless and vote for someone other than
show
who won the
urine
popular vote in their state will be
that was
extremely
collected
high.
as well.
Faithless electors have never made a difference in
this
an
is, yes.
American presidential election in the past.
Those
If this
are
was
all
really
sitting here
close,
in
this would be
cups.
another
They are
first.
corresponding to numbers that are up on this board right here. And if you go to my website, which is sealteam711.com, you can support us by doing a donation there. If you do one for $21, I will know that you want to pick one of these numbers up here on the board.
Of the 50 states actually
And
have that
on the
legal
back of
requirement.
those is written
those
the
14
names
states,
that
if
correspond to the
faithless
waters I
elector
have
goes
here,
rogue,
and I
the
will
state can
drink
throw
it
'em out on the
with
street
the
and
life
get
straw to
somebody
see
else
just
in to
how
vote
well
according to the
the
popular vote.
filtering
But in
is
all the rest
on
of the
the life
states,
straw.
if a faithless elector
So that is
goes
still
off
going
on their own too, there's
as we
nothing the state
continue
can do
coverage
about it except
on this election
fine them.
and keeping tabs
All
as
right,
well as the
Pete
riots
Williams, thank
and
you. We're going to
Antifa
take a
in the
break. Stay
streets
with
around
us
the
as we
country.
wait these down to the wire.
We aren't
calls.
going
Decision
anywhere.
2020,
We're in
2020
this
election
for the
night.
long haul.
Coverage continues.
Chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's
Oh,
Joe
is it
Biden's
lagging?
choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala
Oh,
Harris?
that's weird. I don't know who's
Join
doing
me,
that. It
join
might have
me
been the
as I
videos
explore
that
her
I
life's
took or
journey from
whatever.
Oakland to
Interesting.
Washington on my
We're
6-part
connected
podcast,
directly at New
Kamala,
Network
Next in
stuff,
Line.
so
New episodes every
Yeah,
Monday.
no.
Subscribe for free wherever you.
let's see what we can find here in terms of. Oh, why do we've got all these different maps up here.
Considered as being a done deal. It's all over, and the results should be announced. And he even said that he's prepared to go to the Supreme Court. He mentioned that.
But if you also don't want to watch me drink nasty water and stuff, you can also go to SEALTEAM711.com if you'd like to support. If you enjoy what you see, you enjoy the work that we're putting in here, you can head on over to good old
The probability of
SEALTEAM711.com. That's SEALTEAM711.com. Got a bunch of merch and stuff. Every purchase helps support the stream and all the things that it costs for us to keep this rolling. And this way, with your donation, you get something back in return. That's SEALTEAM711.com.
Things are in a very tricky situation, and frankly speaking, it doesn't bode too well for the internal situation in the United States. As you said, there could be violence on this account.
So things are in a flux.
Well, I'm going to start looking up a couple other streams here and seeing what we have in terms of election coverage that is out right now.
How are we likely to see him dealing with the economic situation, especially in America? We are seeing people having lost their jobs, and after the pandemic, again, the economic situation is going to be even more tricky for him to handle. How do you see him managing it, considering he's already got so much criticism for the mismanagement of the pandemic itself?
Well, I think that if Trump were to be re-elected, he would probably have a slightly smaller Democratic majority in the House to deal with, and he could then probably work with the new House leadership or the old House leadership re-elected to come up with more of a stimulus package. The stimulus, of course, has been delayed for the last 2 months. After the election, I think it's very likely that they will work something more out. However, it's also worth noting that there is, in my view, the likelier outcome is a Biden victory. Biden is still likelier to win, he is still, he still has a very good chance of winning once the votes are counted. And in fact, the votes are currently being counted.
Yes, they are.
Over the course of the next 12 hours, you're probably going to see something closer to an outcome in Pennsylvania and Michigan. It was always known that those two states have delayed the counting of postal.
The dollar would fall no matter what the outcome, which worries me. There's never a free lunch. Whenever you hear a heads I win, tails you lose type trade in markets, you know something is wrong. The market is positioned too short the dollar on long-term factors, and this is showing that this volatility is going to clean out those consensus positions, those positions where people are too complacent, and the dollar short was exactly one of those. So we're seeing an environment where you can see E-mini futures are down, we're seeing treasuries roar, we're seeing a rush into havens, we're seeing a risk aversion trade, and that means we're going to clean out the consensus positions, and that's why the dollar is rallying, even though this is obviously not good news for the US overall, that we might be heading towards a contested election.
And in the midst of all of that, stocks go higher, at least tech stocks. Tech stocks seem to have found reasons to go higher regardless of the outcome. The rest of the stock universe, of course, very concerned about delays and about legal challenge. But what does this mean for NASDAQ futures? We see them now picking up a little bit of steam once again after we got that number out of Arizona.
Well, there's a couple of things going on here. One is tech stocks have boomed in this low-yield phase. Remember, they've got massive investment on our.
I think we're going to start looking for some of these
take a long time to get investment, and therefore they
streamers that are online.
Low yields. That's a positive for tech sector. It's also
I see a lot of streams from LA
as a kind of a offensive play. And also, the final thing is the last few weeks have seen a rotation away from tech into cyclicals on this idea that we get this reflation trade under a blue wave. Now that we're not seeing that blue wave, now that the reflation trade has been killed, we're seeing the reverse of that rotation. So we're seeing people sell to cyclical stocks and instead go into tech stocks.
Mark, thanks very much. Thanks for joining us. Markets Live editor Mark
a lot
Cudmore
of these
joining
streams
us
appear
this
to not
morning
be popping up.
Take stock of the big moves we're seeing in various
So I
asset
don't know if
classes.
they've all
Certainly in
gone to
stocks
bed.
under pressure on futures.
But the
as
LA
we listen
ones
to President Trump
anyways.
talk about the legal challenges he's prepared to take here. And Kevin, we've had this big news on Arizona.
Precisely. The Associated Press calling the state of Arizona for Joe Biden. This is the first state that Joe Biden has been able to flip, so to speak, from President Trump, a state that he carried back in 2016, and now Joe Biden has carried. Rick Davis knows all about Arizona. He is the former campaign manager to John McCain's 2008 Republican presidential campaign. Now he is with, of course, Stonecourt Capital and a Bloomberg Politics contributor. Rick, remarkable developments in Arizona.
Yeah, we've been following this Arizona campaign for quite some time. It's been a big battleground state. Gets overlooked sometimes because it's not in the Midwest, but you're right. This is quite a unique thing. The last time Arizona voted.
Take a peek in at Portland real quick while I use the facilities.
It's behind that fence. The whole building behind the fence was completely sprayed.
I thought there were stairs over there.
They used to spray that too. There's stairs there, but it's
You
about.
ever do it all like stand out like spray paint and shit? Really?
There's different like places you can stand on over there, but there's no stairs. The JC also used to be spray painted hella.
You think that's gonna attract cops after that? Tyler!
It might.
Huh? You burn the flag.
Yep.
Let me have a cigarette. Yes, that's right. Yes. Read the song. Where? I work in a hotel.
Damn, that flag caught. Man. I've never seen a flag catch on fire like that. I'm sure they did. I've never once seen a flag catch like that.
Or it could be a Chinese one.
Multiple cars, multiple squad cars just went past.
Another one just went by.
Another one.
another one.
Oh, yep. Hey, like 6 squad cars just went by.
And another one.
Yep.
We thought we were taking a break. They're right here now. Time to go.
And another one. Look, they're coming back on.
Yeah, I can smell the.
Whose lives matter? Black lives matter. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter.
They're going around in circles.
Black lives matter. Whose lives matter? Black lives matter.
That's what I said. He's never seen a flag burn that well.
We will make America great again.
You can smell the gasoline they use, or fluid, yeah. Right. There's more people here than I thought there was. Now that everyone came together. Boop boop.
George Floyd. Breonna Taylor.
Is this motherfucker ever sober?
I don't think so. I don't know where he gets his money.
Right.
Bro, that flag's like embedded
right?
into the ground.
It
now.
is. It is. You can see the outline of the flag.
Yeah, that's wild.
That is wild.
Do I know what's going on with Trey? Yeah, Trey's on his way here, Jose.
Jonathan Hoops,
streaming?
thank you so much
Like
for the
4
sub.
months?
I appreciate you. We're in this for the long haul. I get the feeling a lot of people might be calling it, going to bed. But I know there's a lot of people out there, just like me, that won't be able to sleep. And we got to see this through. So we're going to start looking for better streams. And we're going to get the information. And we're going to keep on following this. I was yawning, kind of got up, walked around a little bit. Got some Halloween candy. Yeah. We got some Twix, some Three Musketeers. We got some Kit Kats. We got some Crunch Bars. We'll get some sugar in the system. We're in this for the long haul, baby. This ain't over.
I don't know if Adam is. I know Trey is. Adam has work early tomorrow, so he might head home.
That's right. We doing get some sugar in the system. That'll wake us up. Andazan is the homie.
Yeah, sorry about that, David. I have a girlfriend though.
It looks like we've got
Adam just got here.
We're getting an Andazant raid right now. For y'all who are in the stream right now, if you haven't already, do me a favor. Another gentleman who does this, a big supporter of that blue line. I myself am as well, but I would say he is even more than me, if that's even possible. But on YouTube, Andazant, Andazant, Andazant. Go add Andazant. He is another Patriot streamer like myself.
What up?
Make sure you add him. Also, if you're on Twitch, check out That One Girl. Oh, on Twitch, it's that one weird girl. She does video game streaming and stuff. She's a Patriot as well. She's stuck in California, so she could use all the Patriot friends ever. But if you're bored, want to watch some video gaming, just some regular vlogging and stuff, she's always on there. Make sure to go follow her. Let her know that SEAL Team 711 sent you that way. Also, MK on YouTube. MK, he's pretty epic, so make sure to go check him out. We have so many great Patriot streamers.
I think you're coming through.
It's Adam.
Oh, is Fox going to call Wisconsin? I wonder if we can find a way to put Fox up here. The problem is like I can watch it, but to put it over here, I've got to have a link to the video, and they're pretty smart at hiding their links. Let's see if I can find it.
I wonder why you can't hear me. No.
You're back, Jose? Okay. Trey's right here.
Yo. You can't hear me, can you? Boop, 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 boop. Can you hear him?
Yeah. No, I can't hear him.
I can hear you too, though.
Yeah, he can hear us and we can hear each other.
Did you hear me that whole time? Just now, I just switched your channel. Say something again. Jared, can you hear me?
Yep.
I can hear you guys. Talk to me. You can't hear me. You got your shit all fucked up.
It died?
No, you did. Otherwise, I would be able to hear you.
Right.
I'm on it. I can hear you guys. You're probably audio is, but your microphone's not. Yeah, if somebody from Beast comes out.
Let's see what the talking heads are saying.
All the changes and legal ambiguities created by the pandemic. But now, we are in a mode in the next 48 hours where we should expect the lawyers to be quite active to try to jockey to challenge certain absentee ballots and the like. But I want to emphasize that there is a legal process here, that this is not the first close election that any of these states have had, that you go into, that there's an administrative process in counting the ballots. There is a state court process to adjudicate any alleged infirmities in those ballots, and then there are appeals maybe to the U.S. Supreme Court, but that would be after many weeks of legal wrangling.
Nate, it's Andrea Mitchell. May I ask a question? Because those of us who lived through Bush v. Gore and had the experience of watching them jump in and noticed that Justice Kavanaugh was citing that case, which was not supposed to be precedential, was actually cited in the Wisconsin case just last week. How difficult is it? Because Bob Bauer, for the Biden campaign, is leading a group of lawyers that have been described as extremely experienced in this. You've got two former solicitors general, including Seth Waxman and Walter Dellinger, on the case that have been working it. So how rapidly does this process happen? Is this another case where you'll have a James Baker versus Warren Christopher, two secretaries of state?
Well, here's an option. I know it's not.
Of state, and Jim Baker just ran circles around the Democrats and, and Warren Christopher? Or is this a case where both sides are going to be going
I don't blame him.
And you can expect that Joe Biden
He's probably the one that sent you over, Ryan.
A strong team making the case
And his aunt's the
that these
homie.
are legitimate ballots that should be counted.
Georgia has jumped to 93% counted.
Well, there's not going to be any shortage of lawyers involved if it gets to that, but we are not there. And
I'll tell you what. Let's do this.
We first
I know
need to count the votes.
we're going to temporarily take
how big
down
the margin is going to be. And
this this mainstream here, or the multi-stream, just to kind of chime in and see what the Fox talking heads are saying.
Around the same time, Michigan and Wisconsin and others, there were courts that said, we're going to presume, even if there's no postmark on it or we can't read it, that it was postmarked and sent in by the approved day, by election day. So there are those who are going to worry, listen, if there's not even going to be a clear mandate on evidence of a postmark, then people, quote unquote, they're going to make allegations that they're finding votes and putting them into the mix. If we're going to say some of these can count without a clear postmark, we're going to presume that they were in on time.
I'm going to keep coming back to this. A lot of these states had a ton of
Thank you so much, Jonathan. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're going to go in for the long haul here. We're going to keep going.
And the difference is hundreds of thousands that have yet to come back. Now, they could have been postmarked prior to November 3rd.
Which would make them fine.
Babe, welcome to the stream. Good to see you.
The person could have said, I got an absentee ballot, but I'm not confident in it, so instead I'm going to go vote in person. Right, so I think
that's very possible, but it's hundreds of thousands. So the difference is it could make a difference in a lot of these states. So that.
And Kellen, I will see what I can pull up here for you.
Director at the Fox News Decision Desk, and I hope you have something to tell us. Good morning.
I don't have much more to tell you than you already know. There are these states that are outstanding. Right now, Biden clearly has a lead in Nevada. There is some data that suggests we're close to a call there. We're sort of waiting for additional vote from Las Vegas and Reno. There's been a heavy turnout or heavy vote return from outstate, the other parts of Nevada, the rural parts of Nevada, which made the race a little tighter. But right now, the former vice president appears to be in the lead, but it's not quite at the callable stages. In the South, the two must-win states of North Carolina and Georgia, the president is doing quite well there, but at the same time, there's some evidence that some of the urban areas, some of the suburban Atlanta areas have not yet reported. They've stopped counting in Georgia. They've stopped counting in North Carolina. In both cases, while the president has a clear lead, there's some evidence to suggest that the outstanding vote sort of skews Biden, and that's why we haven't been able to make a call. There's also some evidence that we're not going to be able to make a call in either one of those states until either very late tonight or tomorrow, because some of the places have stopped counting. Then there remains the Maine 2, where the president is in the lead, the second CD of Maine, which is one electoral vote. That's a vote he won last time by about 10 points. He's up about 3 or 5 points right now in Maine 2, and there's a clear chance that he could win that. I'd call that sort of also knowable but not callable. So we're not prepared to call it, but he clearly has a lead. And then the big mystery are the 3 Rust Belt states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We were told.
Let's just talk to Pennsylvania first of all.
Sure.
600,000 difference, and the president pointed to that. And it's 75% in? Something to that effect?
Roughly. That's based on an estimate of what the total vote was today.
76% of precincts in total, or percentage of the.
This is good info.
600,000, that's a big spread.
That is a huge spread. Here's the real weird thing that's gone on today. Okay, Democrats have voted early or by mail. Republicans have voted in person on Election Day. And the skew is huge. If you know, national numbers from our Fox News voter analysis says that roughly that Biden won the early and Election Day, early and mail-in vote by 25 points, and that Trump won the Election Day vote by 25 points. And this is true across the nation. I mean, even a state like Alabama, which was clearly a red state, Mississippi, clearly a red state, we knew the president was going to win. If you just looked at the early and mail-in vote, Biden was ahead in those counts. And similarly, in all these 3 Rust Belt states, but including in Pennsylvania, when you see such a strong lead for the president, it's not an indication necessarily that he's going to win this state.
So wait,
it's
does Pennsylvania count their absentee and mail-in vote later?
Yes. The way Pennsylvania does, they don't start counting or processing the absentee and mail-in vote until Election Day. In many of these southern states, they started processing them several days ago.
So he can make up 600,000?
It is theoretically possible, yes, because there's such a huge skew. It is theoretically possible, depending on how much vote is out there, and that's why we're not yet comfortable saying that the president would win Pennsylvania, and why we think we just have to wait and see. I think that you guys are a lot better at judging what the courts are going to say about which of these votes can count, but under the existing rules of Pennsylvania and under the law, the court decisions that have happened in the past few days prior to the election, the ballots that have arrived or that will arrive in a few days, if they're postmarked, are valid ballots and should be counted.
So in Pennsylvania, you also have 7 counties, I believe, that said that they wouldn't be able to begin counting the mail-in ballots until today, right? That
Yes.
they were going to do all of the day of, all of the election day of ballots first. Do you see, are those the counties where we're seeing?
Those are, yes, that's the bulk. That's why we're not calling this fairly large Trump lead for the president, because we think the reason it's such a large lead is because we haven't gotten the results from that those mail-in ballots and the early voting, and that's the stuff that we think is where Biden is going to do well. And so, if the courts have said those votes will count, we have to take them into account when we make our call.
All right, let's turn to Michigan.
Yeah, but the Supreme Court hasn't ruled on that yet.
You were worried about Michigan?
No, that you would.
That we're going to keep going and keep you here all morning?
It's okay.
We are. Michigan. Now, this is, again, a pretty big spread, 73% in. What's happening there?
Michigan is another state where we're waiting on the election, the early and mail-in vote. We believe it skews heavily. The entire team is in agreement on the decision team that the mail-in vote and the early vote is going to sort of skew towards Biden, and that the strength of the Trump lead, given what we know about the state and we know about voting patterns, is indicative of the fact that what we're not seeing is that mail-in vote and the early vote where we anticipate Biden has a solid lead.
And is that the same thing for the John James Senate race?
Yes.
Because that spread is pretty big.
Yeah. No, it's the same thing. It's these Republican voters voted on Election Day, and the margins that they got on Election Day were huge. The Democratic voters voted early, but they voted by mail, and the margins they got there were huge. And that was true. It didn't matter what kind of state. That was true. I mean, I think the only state where in the nation where Trump didn't win the Election Day vote was such a blue state as New York. So in every other places, the Democrats were voting.
Jay, yeah, I'm with you 100% on that.
And that's why you have such a bizarre night where you're sort of looking at.
I believe Trump has won.
Leads, and you have my team.
And now I believe they're going to do everything they can to steal it by adding votes in wherever needed.
So with Michigan and Wisconsin, do you have a time
And I believe lawsuits will fly, and I believe our great Supreme Court
when you should have a good sense, or by noon tomorrow? Is that
will hopefully jump in and fix this.
More likely it's going to take a number of days,
But still,
particularly in Michigan. In Wisconsin,
a quick look here while they're talking.
That's why I was slightly delayed, but the team was told before that we were going
right now, Michigan is an 84% chance of going for Trump.
At 3 a.m.
Wisconsin is a 93% chance of going for Trump. We're showing Nevada is an 86% chance for Biden.
We may find out something at 5 in the morning.
So those are pretty dang important. Okay, we go look at Pennsylvania.
Why does it take so long, Arnon? I mean, you've got
They still haven't updated it. It still says 64%, but that's not true. I've seen it at 74 or 75%. And the lead was pretty much around the same, but it's a large spread. So
They knew it was coming.
don't know exactly what's going on there and why they're not showing it, but I mean, they should just call these already. Wisconsin, 93% chance? Like, call it. What are you waiting for?
Areas that are strongly Trump, turnout has truly gone through the roof. So there
what
are
do you
many
think the
more
overall
ballots.
number is going to be?
I believe we may overshoot the 160 million that we thought before in terms of total ballots cast today. Or total ballots cast.
I mean, I clearly noticed it. I was watching it. We were consistent all night long, and then all of a sudden I'm like, hey, why did everything stop? Why did they stop showing us counties? Why did they stop showing us things? Like, all the media places all at once, all at the same time, stopped.
I don't think they were not anticipating.
But I'll tell you, what's optimistic and what we've been looking at tonight
particularly in these Rust Belt states, they're new
is to look at the betting odds. Okay, Vegas, all those places, they do not like to lose.
fairly rapidly and fairly efficiently, and they got an outcome. They were able to count.
So we'll look up some presidential election odds, and that should give you an idea.
That we were able to make a call in both those states. And we anticipate a call.
So we'll look at what the UK is saying, somebody who's outside of our country at least, and they're betting on the American election.
The northern Rust Belt states did not anticipate the switch due to the pandemic the switch to people having a huge preference for to vote by mail or vote early, and they have, did not adapt. We saw what happened in the primaries in New York and
That didn't have
Pennsylvania, where they took
anything
sometimes weeks to count all the ballots.
Well, they need to get their act
helpful,
together because they
but
should
we'll
have
look here
anticipated
right
it,
now.
because we've been hearing about this colossal turnout, and we are all very familiar with the virus situation. So it feels like they should have been ready for enormous numbers of people to mail them in, because we've been talking
So
about
betting odds currently have Trump at a 65.2% chance of winning, and Joe Biden only has a 27.8% chance of winning, according to the betting odds over at oddschecker.com. That has fluctuated throughout the night. I've seen it in the 70s and 60s, hovering around those areas. We'll look at another one.
Mail-in ballot second.
Yes.
But other states like Florida dump the mail-in ballot that's already been
ActionNetwork.com currently has Donald Trump with the odds 66.8% chance of winning, with Joe Biden only a 33.2% chance of winning.
I just want to be clear.
So that's important to remember. And I'll show you guys this as well, so you guys can see how it's changed throughout the night. Okay, so this is Action Network. You can see this is where it stands currently. Trump, 66.8% chance to win. Joe Biden, 32% chance of winning. So those are the odds as we sit right now. And as you can see, it's been updated throughout the day. And you can see Biden was at 66% chance of winning. As of Monday, this is Eastern time, but on Monday, and Trump only had a 33% chance. And you can see as we went, Biden's chances on Tuesday here, 12:50 p.m., Biden had a 68.2% chance of winning according to the odds, and Trump only had a 31%. But as the night went on, you'll start seeing that these numbers start changing. They start flipping. And right here at about 9:15 p.m. tonight, you can see for the first time Trump had the betting odds lead. And that only continued to increase. Went up to 67.5, and it looks like right here we had our high at 10 p.m. Eastern time, which would have been 7 p.m. here on the West Coast. Gave Trump a 74.2% chance of winning. Now after that, it started to go down. Went down to 69, jumped back up to 70, 71, and then right around 11:15 p.m., it dumped for some reason.
Like you, I try to do what I can
let's turn
to
these
control my
commercials off real quick.
I watch my diet.
I don't know what's going on with these stupid ads, but we'll get rid of those anyways and get these back up. Okay, so we'll get back to these odds. Okay, so as we were looking, you can see. So after Trump got up at 7 p.m. West Coast, 10 p.m. Eastern, had a 74% chance of winning, his odds all of a sudden started dumping. And that's when kind of everything started to freeze up. And we were like, what is going on? Kind of hovered, 74, 72, went to 70. Biden kind of hovered and stayed around 30%. It kind of came back up again for a second, and then it just dumped. Okay? Just absolutely dumped. But it never went back in Biden's favor. It got really close. Okay, Trump 55, Biden 45. But as you'll see, that number has now steadily kind of increased back up. We saw 57, 61, 67, and now where we're at right now, 2:45 a.m. Eastern time was the last time that the odds were updated. You see Trump at a 66.8% chance in the betting odds of winning, with Biden with only a 32% chance. And as you can see here, 2 a.m. Eastern time, the odds continue to move in Donald Trump's favor. 67% implied probability, 33% for Joe Biden. Big jump for Trump. And you can see here their explanation, the reason for the change. Trump is now a pretty significant favorite to win 4 key states at Betfair: Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. So, the people who run these casinos and run all the betting odds and stuff, they don't like to lose money, and they've got insiders, they've got all kinds of stuff up there to kind of keep us, or keep them with, you know, the house always has to have the upper hand, so they've got to have the inside information.
Here, 52% said containing the coronavirus should be prioritized over rebuilding the economy. 42%.
So we have that.
Message, Lester, as you know,
Those betting odds are important, and they keep us.
52-42. If you're
you know,
a big fan of NBC News, and
that
you
should
watch
give
a
you
lot of
hope.
us here, you know the final NBC News Wall Street Journal poll was 52-42. But let me go through a few.
We got a bunch of talking head idiots up here. The Young Turks meltdown did not disappoint. We watched that tonight, and that was pretty epic.
Let's go to another one we expect.
LMAO, how's it going? Good to see you in the chat.
A bit tighter than that national number. Here's Pennsylvania. This looks more like the national number. A few more older voters in Pennsylvania. We have a feeling older voters are
MK, yeah, we should never see those numbers going down.
Same thing. So if you're the president here and you just see this.
Oh, they stopped before Biden spoke, but they completely froze up after he spoke.
10-point margin in both states. They prioritize the virus over the economy. I promise you, if that does correlate to the vote, this is not good news for the president.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. Let's go to the key battleground of Pennsylvania now, where the vote count may not be very fast this evening. Rahema Ellis is in Philadelphia. Rahema, what are you seeing there?
Lester, the Keystone State could be a key in this election, but because it's expected to be a tight race, we might not know who won for a while. This morning, officials began counting hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots. The Democratic governor said it could take days for a final tally. They're counting all ballots postmarked today, even if they arrive later this week. One polling place reporting a line of 3 to 4 hours to vote. The president has sizable backing in the western part of the state, thanks to his support of fracking. Biden is hoping black voters here in Philadelphia who stayed home 4 years ago.
I'm sure a lot of people cried tonight, but the media did a really good job of hiding that stuff and not letting people actually see.
All right, Rahema Ellis.
So I think they're all kind of holding out hope. If you listen to all these liberal talking heads and stuff, they all seem really optimistic.
Well, this race has been a dead heat. Unlike Pennsylvania, we'll get results there.
Why?
Faster.
I don't know. They shouldn't.
Well, Lester, here in Florida, there are
but right now, it doesn't look like we're getting very much information in here, so I think we'll start putting up some more, see what's going on in the streets around the country. I see a few Portland streams.
They've already processed for weeks those mail-in ballots. We'll get a good idea early tonight who is winning here. But both campaigns believe independent voters over the age of 65 are the key group.
I see there's still a bunch of troublemakers out in the streets in Portland.
We've been reporting one of the critical issues for voters heading to the polls is the surging COVID pandemic. Key battleground, Wisconsin among the states now seeing record cases. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is there.
In Wisconsin today, lines for COVID testing alongside lines of voters. People brought not just passion to the polls, but face masks too.
They've got fires going on in Portland. What the hell?
Still going to JC. We're at JC right now. This is JC. We're here and basically we're just protesting right now, as you can clearly see.
Rioting, not protesting. You're burning public property.
Do I support destruction of property?
That is not
no, I don't.
Then why are you there? The fountain that used to be in that spot right there used to be so beautiful. It was an elk fountain. Had a lot of historical importance. Ask yourselves, why the hell did these idiots go in and attack night after night a statue of an elk?
Obviously more than 10.
Somewhere between 10 and 100. 10 and a million. Somewhere between that.
That's very broad. Well, the protest earlier was March for BML. Obviously, it was just an election.
BLM.
Sorry, I'm fucking tired right now. BLM. And it was an election march, and we basically just marched around like a couple blocks around the neighborhood. And now this is not BLM related. This is just after protest, I guess, if you want to put it that way.
After riot.
American flag? No, guys. I said this over 1,000 times. I'm not going to repeat myself.
So those people who ask you that, they don't really care what your answer is.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck either.
I just ignore those. I mean, just a little advice, but...
Still, regardless, I mean, I'm gonna answer some questions if they ask, but like, I'm not gonna take it like up the ass, but it's just like, these are the same questions that I get on the daily, and it's just like, you guys, if, like, obviously you're either new to the stream, or it's just like, I don't know, I don't know.
That same person's probably gonna ask you that same question.
Or maybe they enjoy being trolled.
I don't think so. I feel like I said, this is a new page, so a lot of people, some people are new. So that's why I'm not gonna be like all pushy about like.
Oh, trust me, they're working. There are people working right now trying to figure out how to steal this.
So that's just what I do.
I mean, in my personal opinion, Trump has got this locked up. And I think Trump has every right in the world to come out and say that there's some shady stuff going on, but not to worry that he'll get it dealt with in the Supreme Court. Aren't we all so glad that we got Amy Coney Barrett in there? But if you ask me, I think there's people in the backgrounds and stuff.
I'm not really too surprised, honestly. I'm really actually not too surprised about that.
And what they're trying to do, I don't think they really care who wins. I think they're just trying to cause the two sides that are already so divided to hate each other even more and cause a civil war. I think that's what they want. I think they knew Trump was going to win the whole time, and I think their goal here isn't so much to stop him from winning, but more so to create division, war, and create America to fall by diving into civil war.
Here in Portland.
That's my opinion. ACB, baby. Thank God for ACB. But I don't think it's going to be pretty any way we look at it, guys. You don't even have a fast car. You got a BMW X5 that's probably your mom's, and you're sitting there hitting the rev limiter over and over and over again like that's gonna do something.
Blue, don't stand behind the car, bro. This guy's a wild card.
Notice there's no plates on the back of that BMW. You asked me why the plates were taken off. If you were going to take the plates off of your car and go driving, what would your intentions be?
Yeah, this guy has no plates. Like,
yeah, Trump came out and spoke. MK, you missed that?
I just noticed no plates, and then I just don't like that. That just means bad things. Like, seriously.
If you guys are interested, I can put up Trump's speech up on the screen, and we can watch what he said again if you'd like. Kind of analyze everything again. You guys let me know if you want to see that or not, if you want to continue with these, with what's going on with the live streams.
No, we're not going to damage his car, but he needs to back the fuck up. Like, what's the fuck? Like, seriously, it's not that hard to back up. Just let him back up. Don't do shit to his fucking car. Man, that's not smart. I wouldn't surround his car in the back. What the fuck, bro?
It's not even burnouts. This guy's like, whoever this is like in their mom's BMW, took the plates off, and they're just like, they're giving him a countdown. He's trying to back up. Looks like pretty calmly, really slow. Watch one of them yell, "Oh, he did something wrong," and then they'll all attack him.
Yeah.
They're coming for you. Roll out. Hey, man, roll out. Roll out.
They keep asking for him to leave, but how is he supposed to leave when they keep surrounding the car? Where are these idiots' parents at? I think we're going to see some action. Oh. They don't like this guy because he's trying to drive his car on a public street, and they didn't want to let him through. It's creeping real slow. Ninja's feet is a little bit faster, so if something happens down on Ninja, you're going to get the replay up on Jackie's feet up above.
What is he doing? I don't know. He's just parked there right now. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know why he's driving with no fucking plates. I don't know. Like, I don't know what his goal is. You know what I mean? Just fucking weird. I should call the cops? No, I'm not going to.
All right.
Discord is saying that in Wisconsin, Biden has gained 33,000 votes, while Trump has only gained 5,715. So apparently Biden's closing the gap a little bit in Wisconsin, or that numbers are coming in quicker, but Biden's getting a hell of a lot more of the votes. It's interesting. Something to keep an eye on.
Who did that?
Oh.
I can't speak on that. Exactly.
I can't speak on that. But I do. Hey, right now. You know what? Hey, he right there. Y'all confront his ass by yourself. Let's go. Let's go. If y'all got something, hey, he right there. Confront his ass. Let's go.
He brought the vote. What's going on?
Look what he's wearing.
them disciplined, y'all. That's y'all people. Make sure you keep them disciplined.
Yeah, I'm showing Wisconsin 83% reporting. Updated 7 minutes ago. That almost seems like the numbers went backwards a little bit, but 83% reporting.
You look very beautiful.
Thank you.
It was 51%
like
for Trump.
That's going good for
51.9.
so
Now it's 50.9.
man.
Biden's at 47. Joe Jorgensen 1.2 at 83% reporting.
Where's my battery at though?
Trump with over 100,000 vote lead.
Hey, we almost there, and then we're gonna hook you guys up on the gimbal, and then you guys are gonna be steady, ready, steady. I don't know what's going on either, bro. I'm just like, bro, this night just gets weirder and weirder, bro. Now he's bumping music. I guess he's chilling
Hey, good luck
with
to you,
us.
Brody.
Yeah, you too, man.
Yes, sir, man. Hey, make sure you stay positive.
I will. Thank you.
Like, what are you putting to this car and the stickers in?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering.
It could be a possibility.
I don't know. Anything that was said right there, so I can't.
Yeah.
I have some updates I see coming in by Reed Epstein in Madison, Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, the cities of Milwaukee and Green Bay are among several others, including Kenosha and Beloit, and they are still waiting to count votes cast before Election Day. So they're trying to suggest that those votes will heavily go towards Biden. That's what they're trying to say for Wisconsin. Maybe that's why they're not calling it. And Pennsylvania, there is still a large share of uncounted votes in Pennsylvania's most populous counties, including Philadelphia, and I'm not even going to try to say that, but basically Pittsburgh, and the largest suburban county, Montgomery. So they're trying to say in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, there's a whole bunch of basically what they think are Biden votes outstanding. As of 1 minute ago by Nick Corsaniti in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, a legal battle is quickly ramping up. Republicans filed a number of lawsuits during the day on Tuesday, with 2 cases scheduled to be heard on Wednesday. And of course, it sounded like we might get copyright because of these geniuses with their music.
Yeah, there you go. You guys want to see what I see? Yeah. You got security here still.
Yeah, that, Ryan, I wish I could say the same
so
there.
That means police officer.
Wisconsin, I'm showing
coming out.
83%.
The back there.
It's almost like they're backtracking or something. There's some funky stuff going on. See if I can find a different source. Actually, I take it back. I've got 94% showing now from the AP. So I was looking at the New York Times. 94%. Green Bay seems to be red. So Kenosha seems to be red. Milwaukee's blue. I don't know by how much. But yeah, I'm showing 108,000, basically 110,000 vote lead with 94% reporting in Wisconsin. So I was looking at the New York Times. Apparently they're behind. I don't know if that's on purpose, but the Associated Press is reporting 94%. So hopefully that stays.
That was the chick with the gun with her, so wasn't trying to get in her way. trying to get in the chick in the way of the chick with the gun, so fuck all that.
Yeah, I think we all feel a little bit cheated right now, and we feel like there's a lot of interesting stuff going on, some sketchy stuff going on in the backgrounds here. I think there's a lot of stuff needs to be looked at here. Oh, Chalupa, Nebraska. Nebraska is known for doing that. They're not a solid state. So if you look at the color, it's purple. It's mostly red, but like one of their electoral votes, they split them up. And depending on what you win, like one vote could go to another candidate. Like basically the reason it's purple is because both Trump and Biden won in there. So you can imagine in Nebraska's largest city, Biden probably won an electoral vote while Trump won the rest of the state. So they show it as purple. It's really red with the sliver of blue. Same thing as Maine. You don't see it on that map, but it's showing solid blue. But last I checked, it looks like we're going to steal one from over here. So that's pretty much a wash with Nebraska. Just keep Maine blue, make Nebraska red, and there you go.
Looks like it's moving to the...
Whose lives matter? All lives matter.
Police
last I
building.
checked. They're doing the chant to prove to everybody that they actually know how to count past 10.
No. You mind if I squeeze between? Thank you. No, you're all good.
Speed bump, thanks for the tip. We did look at AP and we did get those different
What
results
service
there.
provider
So.
do you have?
Sprint. What?
They're cutting Verizon's signal.
What?
Yeah. Anytime I get within like 100 feet of the Fed building, my feed cuts out.
Yeah, AP is no longer an independent news source. I wouldn't call them an independent news source. I'd say they
as long
definitely
as I'm
lean
not
left
like
now.
in front of the fence.
I agree with you, babe.
Thank you. Yeah, it's only when I get close to the fence that it cuts out for some reason. But yeah, Trey's got cut too when he got too close to the fence.
Something else to take into consideration, that if Trump ultimately wins this election,
Yeah, never once have I ever had.
I mean, don't doubt that they're going to do everything they can to steal it. But in the end, if Trump wins,
yeah,
like we all believe that he has and will,
oh yeah. Well, I
Trump
think they
will be the
expect
first
the main
president in
march
history to
go
have been
here.
impeached by the House and then reelected, which will be wonderful.
Right? Yeah, they didn't
Because
know
it'll
what to
prove to the history buffs and all the people looking back in history that it was a partisan witch hunt, like
That's how
Trump
you
has
want
called
me
it.
to dance.
It'll prove that the American people reelected Trump even after all of that. It'll prove his innocence going forward. So that's big. It's very big.
There's probably 300 people here, so...
Palti, I see you in the chat. Sorry, we're watching it. It's part of history. The people in the chat are here to watch what's going on and see what these idiots are up to. We're documenting it while continuing our election coverage. When new information comes in, we'll bring it up. But until then, we're monitoring what's going on. If you don't like it, you can hit the mute button. No, the Associated Press is not neutral. They definitely lean left now. They used to be. The Associated Press used to be almost what I would call independent and kind of nonpartisan. Not anymore. They've also been hijacked.
Those look like Fed lights.
Go back 4 years ago, I'd say 5 years ago, and it'd be a different story. But now they're just as bad.
No, just a police car. Yep, PPP car.
I agree. Trump won 4 hours ago. But the Democrats aren't going to give him that win very easily. They're going to make... Their lawsuits are going to fly. But what we have is ACB. That is the ace in our pocket. And thank God we got her confirmed before the election, because we're going to need her. I think when all is said and done...
Will you do me a favor and throw that in my bag?
Donald J. Trump.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
4 more years, baby.
7 days a week.
Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop,
Yeah, he's saying boop, 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 so he doesn't get the copyright strike.
What the fuck?
It looks cool. It looks cool.
Yeah, all the yellow tones.
Yeah.
This is when they start eating themselves.
We got your
They
back.
get bored.
We got your back. This is downtown, Kelly. That's the Justice Center. There's the courthouse on the left, and that's the Justice Center right there on the right. So where that fire is where the elk statue used to be. God damn it! Now it's stuck. And the white supremacy with it is bananas. BANANAS. Fuck the cops and the white supremacy. That has been stuck in my head for days.
Yeah, because you're a freaking
Now
moron.
it's never gonna leave my head.
That's what happens to people that didn't have parents that loved them and didn't tell them nursery rhymes when they were younger. They grow up and they just yearn to have something similar to that. Oh, we got action in Portland down here? What's going on? Oh, I think police are out. Yep. Been wondering where the hell the Portland police were at.
They're trying to psych us out.
This is why you don't want Democrats running your city. Look at this. All these idiots running around in the street. That's the Justice Center right there. That's the Portland Police Station and the downtown jail in Portland, Oregon. Ask yourself, why are the police not doing anything? And it's because it's not the police's fault. So it's the mayor and the governor's fault. They're the ones that keep tying their hands. Speaking of which, Portland mayor race, I haven't even looked at that. We have the Antifa mayor versus Ted Wheeler. So it's like two terrible options, but I hate to say it, I think Ted Wheeler is actually a better option than the Antifa mayor, but I don't even know who won.
Hey, hold this. I need to get my gimbal out and shit.
As of 2 hours ago, Ted Wheeler to win Portland mayor race. So, the Antifa mayor did not get in Portland.
I know, right?
Ted Wheeler will continue, which he's responsible for these idiots being out there. He wasn't acting like he wanted to run again. I'm surprised that he did. He might have been. I'm giving him too much credit here, but maybe he was holding back on cracking down on these idiots because of the impending election. But I'm hoping that now, with the elections and stuff over, that they start cracking down. But I highly doubt it. As you see there on the bottom screen, Georgia, 92% in. Trump still holding over a 1% lead, closer to 2, I think. Pennsylvania, massive lead.
Please.
Thank you. Where'd you put it?
This pocket right here.
All right.
Yeah, so here's the question now. With them threatening to pack the court, if Trump wins, I mean, they got to have control of the Senate to pack the court.
So you guys are on the gimbal again. So
But with
you're
them
welcome.
threatening to pack the court, what's to say that Republicans don't go and pack the court now that they've made it so obvious that they were going to do the same? I'm not going to pack the court twice. We win. Maybe we need to preemptively go pack the court because now we know what their plan is. Watch them all the way to the bank on that one.
You said my pocket?
That pocket.
Yeah, I need 6.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I wonder if they realize that Ice Cube, 50 Cent, Lil Pump, Kanye, all of them support the president.
Well, when we first got here, there was just no one here, just a bunch of leaves in the wind. And suddenly, more people.
Yeah, I spotted one like back that way and shit too. He was in a silver car. Yeah.
Uh-oh. They're getting paranoid. They
Yeah,
think Proud
yeah.
Boys are out following them.
Yeah. Yeah, they're American cars too. They're Dodges.
Oh, that means anything.
Yeah. The Dodge I saw like back around the way. Oh, there's a Portland police right there too. But yeah. Oh, the yeah, they're watching. Either that or they're like Proud Boys. Look at
What, did I call that or what?
yeah, this guy.
Oh,
is
look,
the
they're
guy
burning a
that's
map
there, I believe.
or burning a flag, U.S. flag down in the bottom quarter. Look at these freaking idiots.
Y'all only have barbecue flag before?
Morons.
No,
I
y'all
mean, what
have
more proof do
barbecue
you
flag
need that they
before.
hate this country?
Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter!
Yep, see.
Bro, you're sketch.
Yeah, he's definitely because yeah, when I saw him, like I was standing across the street from him and shit. Yeah, there they are right there too. And I looked over and saw him and he saw me and this guy too. And then yeah, see, they like look at you and look away all fast and like act like they're doing something, you know, like. Then he was all, the dude in the silver car earlier was like, he all like leaned back in his chair trying to like hide himself and shit. And I was like, man, just makes yourself look more sketch or whatever.
Y'all making us more paranoid than we need to be. I'm already paranoid of minivans. I can't trust a soccer mom anymore. I see a minivan, I'm like, nope.
Yeah, no shit, right?
You got 5 children in the back. I don't trust you. I've seen people get snatched up in your vans.
Yep. Yeah, those were wild times.
The good old days.
Yeah.
When shit wasn't so bad and we thought it was, and now it's worse.
Yeah. Summertime.
Let's go back.
Let's go back like 10 years. Shit, I'm like 36, so we go back like 20 years and go back to the Clinton days. Word. That's cool.
I still get it though. My dad was there for the Kent State voters.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He's actually running for Westland mayor.
Oh
and,
shit.
And anybody who lives in Westland on your stream, vote for Richard Sacklick because he is 100%.
There you
going
go.
to change that racist bullshit going on out there.
There you go. I hear Wes Lynn come up and talks a lot of times. Like, I just moved down to Portland like maybe like 4 or 5 months ago. Portland area. I'm originally from Seattle, so I'm still kind of like learning the areas and culture. My
I've
brother.
been here 28 years and I still don't know everything.
Yeah, word. Yeah. My brother helps me out though, because he's lived down in Oregon for quite a while, so he knows what's more going on around here.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Tell you, this ain't the norm.
Yeah, no doubt.
It used to be a very peaceful, somewhat peaceful city. We've always had issues with the cops, but
Yeah,
this
word.
summer kind of really opened up what's really going on in our city, and I'm actually really happy about it because there's been so much shit that's been going on behind the curtains that nobody's seen.
Yeah.
Like they're finally bringing it to light.
Yeah. It exposes all of it. Brings it to the forefront so people can know what's really going on and shit, you know? Everybody deserves. Yeah, everybody, that's what I was gonna say. Everybody deserves to fucking know what the truth is and shit.
For real.
Watch out passing this door though, like.
Try me. I ain't done nothing illegal. Y'all can snatch me because I'll be out by morning.
Yeah, that's how it works, right? 6 a.m. 6 a.m. is what I hear.
Between 5 and 6.
That's
I
cool.
got released at like 5:15.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, the one that they finally got me after like 150 plus days. So
You got taken down one time?
one time finally. So I left for like a month and a half to mental health, get myself together.
Yeah.
And I came back, and my first protest back, Fed snatched me.
Oh shit. You're like, hey, welcome back.
That much.
Shit, you must have showed up on one of the pictures or something. They're like, we didn't get this one. Then they're like,
I'm always on the front line.
there she is. Word. I come down when I can, but I also live like down south a little ways too, like in Canby.
Oh,
So
yeah.
like I gotta drive.
Brooklyn.
Yeah, I gotta drive my ass up here. Yeah.
Well, you stay safe.
Hey, for sure. Hey,
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm Anthony, by the way.
I'm
so.
Caitlin, little cheese.
Yeah, cool. I'll see you around.
Yeah.
All about that freaking riot hookup, yo.
Whoa, shit, got the pity here. Hell yeah. That's a good boy. I do not own any of the music in this live stream, guys. I do
That
not
ain't
own
gonna
any of the
stop
music
you
in
from
this
getting
live stream.
copyrighted.
There we go.
I was just gonna say a second ago, Jay. Yeah, whenever they go, oh,
Some people back
and
up
that's
that
their
way.
laugh, run.
The fire that way.
They're a horrible human. Fakest laugh.
Got some dance going on. But not too much going on, guys. Block's kind of wet. It's a little bit wet. Damn, it's 1 in the morning. Oh shit. So now it's pretty much just turned out to a hangout in the streets by the police building and everything, by the federal buildings here. Monica says she loves Andy. What? Yeah, we went on me and that chick went on a little excursion to see if there were any feds over there, which there definitely are. Definitely scoping them out. They definitely see what's going on over here. What's up? What's up, Michael? You still watching? Hell yeah. Thanks for the love, guys. How you guys feeling tonight? It's getting late. It's 1 o'clock here in Portland. If you're not from the West Coast, you guys are still up and shit?
From the Associated
Like, for real?
Press, I'm watching the 94% reporting, and I'm watching the number skew. I'm not watching the reporting number go up at all.
See how much time is left here.
But they're saying 94% reporting,
Hour 15.
and I'm watching the numbers skew more and more towards Biden, but the reporting number isn't going up at all. Currently, Trump is still up. It's 51.1% to 47.4%. Looking at 1,539,000 in change for Trump, with 1,430,000 for Joe Biden. But as I'm sitting here watching the numbers, they are creeping, but that reporting amount is not.
So I've seen this happen several times here. Late night, this happened, and everybody pretty much be chilling and dancing and shit like that. So I know there's officers in the area, guys. Obviously, we saw some of them. Yeah, it's been a long day. I'm sure everybody's been having a lot of emotions tonight too and shit. No, sorry, man. Sorry.
You can crank that shit up.
The music. I do not own any of the music in this live stream broadcast, guys. Thanks for tuning in, though.
Trump still has a lead in Wisconsin. I'm just saying I'm watching the numbers, and I'm watching the numbers creep up for Biden, but I'm not watching the reporting number go up at all.
What's up, guys?
I'll show you what I'm looking at.
Late night Portland, election night 2020. That's what's going on
So Wisconsin
here. I don't
election
think anything
results,
else probably be going on
94% reporting.
other than what you see right here. A lot of times this is
What
how
I'm showing here, you can
the
see
evening
Trump is
dies
still
down, people
51%,
dancing in the
Joe
streets.
Biden 47%.
Late.
Looking at Trump still has the sizable. See that? You see the numbers changing? But the 94% reporting has not changed. But the numbers just changed while we were live there. But you can see Trump still basically has 110,000
Yeah, this is pretty much the same crowd that was at
vote lead. But they're saying
Revolution
that they
Hall
still have
earlier. Yeah, Steve.
180,000 mail-in votes.
Pretty much the same
that they
people.
haven't counted supposedly
Everybody came
over
down.
there. So that's something to keep an eye on.
Everybody came down from there, drove down, transferred down here. It's obviously not as big a crowd as was already down there, but
And look at that,
a lot of them
Kenosha
people
was red
showed up
just
down
a
here
minute
too
ago.
as well.
And now they're showing, okay, Kenosha is still red, my bad. Whew, that was kind of scary. Okay, Kenosha is still red. We're still showing Milwaukee blue. Green Bay is red. So we gotta hope that a lot of those mail-in votes are from like the Green Bay area and whatnot. What this map doesn't show us is like what counties still are counting. Wish we could see that and see how much is left, but it doesn't quite show us that. If we come over to Michigan, we see almost 80% reporting now. Trump's got a pretty sizable lead there. We're looking at what, 235,000 vote lead. That's a pretty sizable lead, I'd say. Detroit still seems to be voting for Biden. Idiots. Is it any surprise that Flint is red? I'm not surprised. And then let's take a peek at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is still stuck at 64%. You gotta be kidding me. How are they just stopped? Nothing has changed. Nothing. So
there was an officer that flashes lights over there. You probably saw the flash, guys. There were definitely officers in the area, 100%.
what's good, Kiva? Honestly, I got myself a massive headache. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go grab some Tylenol. Kiva, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. I see you're over there on Twitch. You can also find us, anybody watching, we are simulcasting on YouTube, Twitch. My brain's not working. And Facebook. Be right back.
So there's officers basically circling right now. I've seen lights, I've seen multiple
We will make America
We've seen multiple
great
officers
again.
circling the area. There goes another officer right there, guys. That's the third one I've seen come off the Hawthorne Bridge right there. It went that way and they're going around. That's where the Fed officer was earlier, guys. There's 5-0 right here. Got like 3 of them. Yeah, see what I'm saying, guys? Like they're circling right now. There's 2. And there's a TriMet guy helping out too. There's like another one over there. There's 4. They're definitely circling, guys. Is there even more over that way? Possibly. But we've got the crowd over this way, guys. Got the crowd of protesters down that way. And it looks like we've got officers and feds. Dude, you guys are like rolling around. There are so many feds right now rolling around. This shit's ridiculous. This shit's ridiculous, you guys. They're just like seriously roaming the city right now like a fucking gang. They are just circling right now. Here comes more of them, guys. What do you know?
Ready to put a wrap on this. This should get interesting.
Fucking no plates. All these feds are rolling around with no license plates on. No way to be identified. There are like 9, 12 cop cars or so that I've seen patrolling the area in the last few minutes. Out heavy. I don't know if there's a shift change or what. And then
Obeyance Decat, thank you so much for the sub.
yeah, thanks for that, Dave. Yeah. My little street parties ain't shit. They're not my street parties anyways, bro. Just out here filming this shit. I'm not impressed by shit. I'm not impressed by you. Whatever. Talk shit. Whatever. Don't know me? Go ahead. I'm sure you're the biggest, baddest motherfucker out there. So you know all the biggest parties. The most baddest ass ever. Yeah. That's great. I don't give a shit. I don't fucking care. I'm out here live streaming. Been part of way bigger shit than that, so. It's the first time you've been watching my live stream. You all of a sudden know everything that I've seen. Whatever. It's all good.
So what's going on here? Yo, I just saw this. Hoop, there it is. Thank you so much for purchasing the Blue Lives Matter Punisher notebook from the SEAL Team store. Thank you so much. He says, stream rocks. Trump 2048. You, sir, are a real one. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting the stream.
Did you get that guy's plates? Probably. I must have. I must have.
I got a headache. Who else has a headache? Just curious. If you're in the stream, you got a headache. Hit a one.
He was,
I know I do.
his eyes lit up
Oh
a
my
little bit.
God.
Over and he's taking a right out of the far left lane.
Yeah, he's probably gonna come back around.
Yep.
Yeah, there's like Fed vehicles circling like a motherfucker right now too. I don't know if I ever seen so many of them.
Anderson, I appreciate you, brother. And I'll say it again. If you guys are in here in my stream and you haven't been out over to Anderson yet over on YouTube, make sure to go check him out. Make sure to go add him, hit that sub button, turn on them notifications. He is a Patriot streamer, just like
City
me.
of Gresham down here too, huh?
Gotta support your Patriot streamers. Gotta give them that love.
Okay.
We gotta grow this network. We all gotta stick together. A Trump win or a Trump lose. Look at him going to go harass the cop car. Look at him. Look at these freaking nincompoops. But yeah, go check out Anazant on YouTube. Please and thank you. Do that favor for me. Go hit that sub button on his page.
I'm not trying to be impressive to anyone, and I don't care if I'm impressive to anyone.
I'm gonna try to keep up as
there you
long
go.
as I can, Micah. I appreciate
solved.
you. TB, we got the headache there. Chalupa's got a headache. Brian's got a headache. TB says Chalupa has a hangover, not a headache. I definitely have a headache, but I just took some Tylenol and I couldn't find much to drink. And so, but I found some eggnog, so that's kind of cool.
So it sounded like a firework went off there, guys.
It's stressful. The ups and downs, the roller coaster. The roller coaster. You know what's interesting is I got a text message saying that my vote was counted. Even my mom, who is back and forth on politics, at 1 o'clock in the morning, she messages me, and her question is,
Ooh, what does that
so
smell?
who's going to be the president of the U.S.
Oh, kind of tear
of North
gassy.
America?
What was that?
Nobody knows.
Or was that
We
firework?
all,
some of
I
that?
mean, we know. We think Trump's going to
Thanks
be
for
it,
tuning
as
in,
long
guys.
as they
You're
don't
watching
find
Jack
some
Pro
creative way
Media.
to steal it.
I don't have any moderators in here, so please keep the chat civil. No hate language, no nothing like that. Thank you very much. Thank you, please. Thank you. I'm gonna go back on this side and check out what's going on. how much time we got. Just checked in. We got an hour left on this. If there's anything worth watching for this last hour, I'm sure there is, but that's all good. I'm gonna go over here and have a little safety meeting though, guys. It's late night. Hi Cole, how you doing tonight, buddy? I don't think we've met before, so that's all good. That means I care even less. Dun 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 dun. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. This is on the side of the Justice Center. Actually, there ain't shit going on over there. Gonna go back here. That's good. Let other people live theirs then. Shut the fuck up. Down, 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 down. Go in the tent. Ooh, I don't want to go in the tent because the drugs in that tent will get me too high. I don't like drugs like that, guys. Yeah, I haven't met any of you, I don't think. There might be somebody in here I actually know that's watching.
I'm on
probably
Facebook.
Too late, though. All my friends went to sleep, probably.
One of my good friends says, "Can any of my Biden friends snatch me up a 70-inch TV tomorrow night before you burn down the Best Buy?" Thanks.
I wasn't.
What? What?
Yes, sir. Give you guys a nice view of the street here. Thanks for tuning in, though, guys.
I've been drinking water. I do it off stream. I try not to vape or any of that in all y'all's face.
Yeah, there's officers circling all over the place right now.
But not gonna lie, I don't drink very much water.
Officers circling all over. There's feds all posted up on the block, like be trying to be all sneaky. But they're obvious. Like when I looked at one of them, he all turned his head real fast and sat back in his seat.
Come on, Portland, do something. Where's that meme with the like little stick guy with a stick who's like poking the thing?
On a little creeper check.
Says, "Come on, Portland, do something."
I saw the same guy there and shit too. So what? Stay safe. It's a good feed. Yeah, no tent. Down, down. Stay safe, they won't help you. Yeah, no.
New York Times makes it seem like it's much more up in the air. Much closer for Biden. We'll see. Yeah. Looks like Trump definitely won Florida and Ohio. Biden flipped Arizona, which hasn't happened in a while. Pennsylvania only still has a whole third to go, but Biden is 12% behind.
Oh, this headache is murder. Yeah, I remember Chalupa. Portland and Cali both hit like expensive stores, and they were all wearing Louis Vuitton stuff. And after they looted it, that's why they're waiting for this. I bet you these people that are down here rioting and whatnot, I bet you that they're hoping, in the back of their heads, they're hoping Trump wins so they can go out and do more looting and stuff. That's what these guys do.
All I hear is excuse me, don't have baby
Laptops ladder, laptops matter. That's a pretty decent sized group for being almost 2 o'clock in the morning. You gotta ask yourself why the police aren't out there dealing with it. They all went down there hoping for massive riots tonight. I think they're a little disappointed.
think the crowd's gonna die out tonight.
Probably.
Right? I'm not for sure.
I believe they got elected. They should have been mad.
I know.
Why they bored the whole corner with those
Right?
not even like a window.
I have no idea. I have no clue. We gotta cover up the board with boards.
It was the right thing to do.
Right?
You ever seen Celebrity Deathmatch?
Yeah.
You should bring that show back.
Yeah. Joe Rogan should do Free Factor. Get out of here.
Fucking Joe Rogan.
K2 is live in the park right now.
That park?
Wanna go say hi to K2? Swarm them. All the streamers swarm.
All the press get around K2 with your camera.
Yeah.
Do it. 1, 2, 3.
Fuck around. All the streamers should go charge K2.
There's like 70 people here right now, maybe.
Just don't say a single word. Just stream it.
I'm thinking about it.
We should all just walk over there and not say a thing.
That's what I just said.
Alright, let's go do it. Let's go do it. Adam.
Right. Fucking stealing my idea.
Whatever, bro. You say it's your idea, but we're all gonna act on it.
Go say hi.
Look, they're asking for names.
Poorly dropping. Those are big balls.
We'll probably both channel leads can just give you a second. Whenever it clicks whenever we go on his corner, that's when they were cutting the TV. As soon as I get across the screen again.
Hey, Rose. Everybody keeps asking about my Rose. Ow, ow, ow.
Fuck your fence, bad boy.
I'm going to. No worries, guys. Oh. How's Jessie? She's gonna get an appointment soon.
Really? Yeah, I was like, if we care if you leave your home, I was like, that's how you
Gravel parking lot over here in the corner. On the other side of the federal building.
I haven't fixed back under my what's
Hope Joey's over there. Hope Chandler's over there. Oh boy.
Oh, come on.
Right? Trying to catch up with
Yeah, I'm just gonna flip this camera.
Love you. So you got cake. Look at this cake. God damn. Wish it, baby. Well, y'all leaving?
No, the first one and the Chud's over here. Yeah. Possibly. We're gonna pop it with another Chud. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 cameras. Adam there. I don't see Adam.
Yeah, everything's good.
Other boxes are there. Is it pretty parked there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sadly.
Yeah, man. It's like you're going to your car. So you left your Snickers in there. Well, my Snickers.
Actually, I think I do have granola bar in the back.
Granola bar?
Yeah. I'm after
Wait, that truck's not Chud. That red truck's not Chud. No. What? That big truck back there is not a Chud. There's Chud out everywhere.
Can I take your order?
Every time he's out there, he gets hit. Right? No, he's good.
It was so sad. There was a truck. I know. I was like, I took a picture of the license plate there in March because it had those like in it. And then next thing you know, we can drive by and it's playing fucking toys. White guy was like, oh, I can't say that.
Yeah, they're fine. They were actually part of it.
Right? I don't bark.
You heard you gotta kiss it better.
I heard the wrong part of that conversation. Oh no!
Jesus.
You laughing, I saw that.
This protest that was just happening was not BLM related, but the one before that was, the march was. Everybody just wanted to come to JC afterwards for whatever reason, and so that's what happened. Yeah. But yeah, so election results will come out tomorrow morning, and we're gonna see who's the winner of the election. So there will be a march. Meetup will be at 3 o'clock, and start marching at 4. So be prepared for that, and I'll make sure I get some rest and all that stuff. Yeah, I just want to really appreciate everybody for watching. I'm surprised that Arizona went blue. What the fuck? I'm so surprised about that. My home state went fucking blue. Damn.
So I think that's all she wrote.
Yeah, I know. You want to go?
It's up to you.
All right, let's roll.
He's probably gonna drag me out for the mall.
Yeah, unless you don't bitch and complain about your... You know what? Maybe I shouldn't.
Jasmine. Wait, what did I bitch and complain about?
Everything.
That my feet hurt?
Yeah.
That I got a rash?
Yeah.
Well, that was after all the walking.
Okay.
That was. My back didn't hurt
Lies.
until the end.
Lies again. Results Friday maybe. Oh, well that's good news.
Wow, stepped on the green.
Seriously. Oh no.
Take some for later. Here, I'll grab it.
That's what they accomplished. A broken block. That's what they accomplished. I don't think that's what they accomplished. A Jordan content.
Niggas get ate up like dinner. That's work to my niggas. You fucking with killers. City of roses, we come as a desert. 500. Gangsta got who I beast. Stop it, y'all hardly be buzzing. You know it. They tell me y'all broken, y'all stumbling, and that y'all just really got nothing. They should just call us tip niggas because my gang really be hustling. Yeah, they should really be hustling. Got no boycotts and finally can be hustling.
I think with what's happening, it'd be perfect.
Oh, there's my guy.
Yeah, I'm willing to pay that. I got some birthday money for that one.
Yeah, exactly. If I get caught with drugs, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Also, we got real police reform for the first time in Portland's history.
Maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
Well, no. Well, we have the mandate for it. Every one of the commissioners voted to send the measure to the.
I don't know
to
what
the public. The public overwhelmingly voted for it.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, like,
26-2 and 17. Look
you
up
gotta
real
keep
police
in.
accountability
Which
network.
measure is it? Do you know the number?
26-217.
Well, like, you gotta keep in mind, we have a really archaic government system, at least with Portland.
Yeah, that's true.
And, like, I really want that to change.
Yeah, that's true, man.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't know, like, I don't like Mingus Maps, but he said he wants to change it.
Mingus Maps won.
I know.
Yeah, I'm sad about that one. I'm really sad about the Ted Wheeler one. But Ted Wheeler doesn't have that much power at the end of the
Basically,
day.
I didn't care about any of them a whole lot except for the police reform, which won.
Yeah, that's
That's
good.
the issue we've been out here protesting for.
But, like, we
No,
need
is
more.
for ending
We
the
need
police
more,
brutality.
though.
I think the drug reform one is more important, honestly, because that's like police reform in a weird way. Like, I think the majority.
Well, like, we have a lot of drug addicts here, and, like, it's kind of sad when you see them because it's like, they're nice people.
Yeah, like, I'm not lying. The nicest people I've ever met were like drug addicts on the street, you know?
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
it's really sad that like they can go to prison for like their addiction, you know? Like, that's a medical issue, that's a mental health issue.
Yo, that looks like a
circumstantial. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're addicted to meth, okay, but like, That doesn't mean you should go to prison.
I don't care that someone's addicted to meth. Like, they can be addicted to meth if they want
It's just
to.
the bicycle thievery.
Pharmaceuticals are. Yeah, that's a problem. I agree, because that's.
I leave
just...
my bike inside of my job because I'm afraid of that.
Yeah.
My bike's like
All
hella
I know
expensive.
is this
I'm
fire
not.
is sacred, and don't ever let nobody light those things like that.
Yeah.
Not the fireworks stand.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very, very
No, that
sacred.
fireworks.
Let's have a sacred fire.
I'll run with you if you guys want to do it over there. You know, I ain't fucking backing down from no man. But never. Where's it's Canadian means something. And I haven't been here for years playing. I never played.
Yeah, they were.
This guy knows.
It's just like such an island. So it's like
I don't.
Hey, what's up, dude? I remember you.
We were there.
How,
the
what's,
first
what's,
day of
oh.
protest.
The Native American, I remember you too. What's up?
Oh, I see.
I don't know. He's
How
checking
close
it.
are we?
Not that close.
It's not
Are we
that great.
behind?
No,
it's
Biden's
kinda
in
tied,
ahead,
honestly.
but he's got to win some of those pink
Big,
ones.
yeah, the biggest state.
I have your art on my wall.
He probably will win here.
You gotta just get 270, so he needs 32 more. Trump needs 57
Oh,
more.
Trump's behind. Fuck that. That's a dub.
But a lot of the ones that left are pink, though.
I know, but this is they're liberal states. Down here, it's liberal. This one isn't as liberal. Michigan? Is that Michigan?
It used to be blue, but now it's going pink.
I was at City Hall.
I don't know.
I was at City Hall.
City Hall is where all the work is going to be done.
No, I go a lot, quite a bit. The liaison to the office is, her name is Laura John.
Still pretty
Native
close.
American liaison. We need on the code of ethics, we need a representative of each community. You know what I mean? And we can divide and talk about communities or whatever.
Yeah, do it on live stream. He'll stream it. Cody's straight from Ireland.
What's he gonna
Irish,
I like him.
sword skills.
He's been here a long time.
No pressure.
Is that a two-hander? You do it one-handed? It's better one-handed. Then you get one in both hands.
Well, comrades, we just won some of the biggest
Hey, bro,
police reform in
can you-
Florida's history.
And we did. Can you go and get some wood to fire? Because I don't want to fight the black dude that fucking at the fire.
That wood is my that wood is
Where
my
are they?
So you're allowed to have it.
Yeah, can you go grab a couple there?
Where is it?
Yeah.
You need water?
Yeah, I do.
Hey, I'll grab some wood. Where is it?
It's
over there.
I don't get it on the bicycle.
Alright. Let's go.
No, I don't want to go to the camp. It's not wood.
There's no foraging here, man, except for leaves. Do you guys have any extra wood?
You put us for the fire over there?
Yeah, that's what they want.
Yeah, come on here.
Okay.
Oh, it's good one. Prize one? Alright, they'll do it.
No, take more.
Okay, I think that he came for some too with the sword.
Huh?
The dude with the sword came to get some too. Is that his name with the sword? Oh shit. Alright. Well, there's one. I got one. Mumbles is gonna get some more.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's
They tore the fence down that night.
And it's just gonna affect poor people more. You know?
Yeah, like poor people. Eventually.
And they're gonna smoke regardless. Like, this actually.
And then there were 3 students.
Yeah, exactly.
And my cousins were supposed to be with me. But they took off. And it was 3 students.
Yeah.
And my sister
I
Diane
smoked out
reminded me all the
medication
time.
and I went off.
But I lost the phone number.
I got into vitamins and stuff.
And we
that
went out
honestly
to the
helped my mental
homeless
health
camp
a lot
because I
more
didn't
than
go back to my
medication.
apartment.
Because vitamins actually help.
And I haven't been back.
Yeah. Like I was like. Yeah. Get my feelings with my.
I go to a lot of these after. I had a lot of conversations.
I stayed sober the whole time, but I was PTSD.
Yeah, I had anxiety issues, and they put me on 3 different medications.
Yeah,
and it was
man.
like, damn, you know, like I remember with it because I really didn't want to have the anxiety. I was like, put me on whatever you want. I just don't want this. But like, I just looked into vitamins and supplements and stuff, and that helps so much more. Like, I don't know, like they don't like to
A green Subaru.
I have a white Honda Accord.
It's a tribute
Do you know
to.
anybody with a green Subaru? An Outback.
I know a couple of people that have had those.
From PSU?
No, not from PSU.
I don't know, dude came on here trying to find me and everything.
Who tried to find us?
Yeah, me too. I was into it, like, I had an internship with the Bureau of Environmental Services. Oh, yeah? And that's a lot of city planning up in there. Like, you do, like, you know what bioswales are? Kind of. No. Okay, they're things that they put in the streets, like the big areas of grass and stuff, where the water goes into it and filters it and stuff. Yeah, and they plant stuff like that. You'd be surprised, but the Bureau of Environmental Services does a lot of city planning. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to work with Portland Parks. We used to like
all about peace,
fucking repair trails.
Tonight is a different. Yeah, I know. It's all about peace.
What the fuck was it? I remember
Checking
you.
on the.
Very cool dude.
He's a musician, you know what I'm saying? Musicians
Oh, I know you're a
about
musician.
peace,
Oh,
you know
well,
what I
throw
mean?
some instruments.
What they do, they make
So, but that's the fire that's going on the street down there. That's where the elk used to be. R.I.P. elk. Maybe we'll see another one. But yeah.
What is good, fam? I'm still here. Man, that headache was killing me. I needed to let that Tylenol kick in, but I'm starting to feel a little better here. I think we got that second wind
dopest rappers you
We
never
got this
heard.
on lock, I
Came in
think.
Saigon.
Need a couple more minutes, but I'll be right back.
Probably never heard of those. Nature in Saigon. Those rappers are so dope. Oh shit, I need to zoom out. Yeah, thanks for tuning in though, guys, tonight. Be sure to like and follow the Jackie Pearl media page. More live streaming action, more news, more music, more sports, a little bit of gaming. Trying to get into live streaming my gaming sessions and stuff like that. Haven't quite figured that out yet, but like we'll get it handled. Get it figured out one day. One of my roommates streams his video games all the time, so. But it was a good night though, guys. Like for real, thanks for tuning in and being there with me. If I streamed and nobody viewed, I wouldn't have nobody to talk to in the chat. Nothing like that. You'd be pretty lonely. So we only saw 3 officers on our march over by Revolution Hall, over on the east side of Portland. East side of the river anyways. Not really the east side, but just the east of the river. And then came over here to the Justice Center. Had a little get together over here too, so it was a good night. It was a good night. So we'll put this up here, guys. Back toward the fire that way. What's up, guys? What's up? What's up? Getting ready to call it a night. Just getting all my shit together before we hop in the car here. Call it a night. It's just a few people scattered amongst the park there, among the park folk. So we saw everything there was to see today, as far as events in Portland anyways. What, who won? What? He won? Who won? I hope Biden won. But he may have, he might not have. I'm not sure. Where are we at with this stream though? Look guys, I went over 200,000 on my Acura TSX. It's pretty dope, right? It's pretty dope. Got 20 minutes left on this live stream. So that's where we at, guys. Portland. Bam. It's 2:04 in the morning, guys. Here in Portland, Oregon. Here we are. Day after the election. 2 in the morning, November 4th. There's an event tomorrow, guys. I'm going to be live streaming that as well. I'm not sure when that is. I'm going to have to look at my info, find out when that event is. Whoop. There we go. We'll have to see when that event is taking place. But tonight was definitely dope. Everything worked out good. I thought I heard like loud cheering, but that's just in my head. Or it's in the music I'm listening to in my earbud. One of those two. I don't know. Ooh, I don't know which one. I don't know which one. It was in my earbuds, definitely. Didn't hear anybody saying shit. Oh, this guy walking in his bathrobe. What the fuck? He's in his bathrobe. Look at that shit. Hell yeah, that's pimping. Man, I need to walk around the city at 2 in the morning in my bathrobe. That looks comfy as hell. That shit'd be dope. My slippers and the robe at 2 in the morning walking through the city. Hell yeah. That'd be the shit. Oh damn, Ron, there you are. You still here? I'm just ready to go home and man, it's so close. That's crazy. A close presidential election. I've seen some close presidential elections just in my lifetime. I mean, I'm not even that old, but I'm like middle-aged and shit, but I've seen some close presidential elections. The old Bush and Gore one, man, the Florida shit between Bush and Gore, woo, that shit's crazy. Who knows what happened with all that? Still, even to this day, like that shit was like, how long? It took a month? Took 2 months to figure out who won? And then, like, George Bush's brother was the governor of Florida when he won, so it was all like, who knows? Who knows? I got some chips sure left in the car, hell yeah. Some munchies for the ride home.
Okay, I'm back. Let's look into this and see what the heck is going on here.
Yeah, that 2000 election, that's right. The Gore, that shit was hella close.
I'm seeing too many comments in here. Somebody said Wisconsin turned blue.
So, anyways, guys, yeah, Supreme Court finally settled it. Is that what happened? Because, yeah, if that was 2000, I was like 15 or 16. Yeah, 2000, I was like in high school then, so.
Uh-oh.
I kind of remember what happened, but.
Joe Biden is in the lead. 95%
Actually,
reporting.
This year was the first year I ever voted in my life, honestly. It was the first
Doesn't
year
mean
I ever
he's
voted in
won
my
it.
life, so.
But somehow he took a
Whether it
lead in
makes a difference or
Wisconsin. I
not,
don't know how that's humanly possible.
You know, I don't know. I kind of believe that the agenda of
Trump
the
had
world
such
is
a
ruled by,
massive
like,
lead.
bankers and huge corporations and people that you've never heard of.
How is that even humanly
who are in
possible?
power or in the shadows. So, I don't know.
That doesn't even make sense. But as you can see, it's looking like it's less than 10,000 people. So you saw how quick that jumped. Trump had like a 100,000 point lead in that state, and all of a sudden Biden's in the lead. So with 95% reporting, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens there. But that's really interesting.
I just want to end this live stream, basically. So, thanks for tuning in, guys. We're going to end this for the night. thanks for tuning in. If you haven't already, go ahead and like and follow the Jackie Pro Media page. And we will see you next time. And yeah, that will be tomorrow, actually. I will be live streaming tomorrow. There's a big event in Portland again tomorrow. So we'll be out here in Portland again. Be sure to tune in.
And MK, you a real one. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you, Ron, for giving me those results all through the night. Hell yeah. Appreciate that, man.
I'm exhausted here, and now I'm even more stressed. It's looking like Wisconsin might have.
And till next time, tomorrow, tune in. We'll catch
might
you
have
then.
potentially gone
Peace, guys.
blue at this point. 49.1% to 49.4%. I don't know what's going on there. But that's pretty that's disheartening. Especially since Wisconsin was looking like it was way ahead.
Yeah, I'm okay. This nigga's just quiet, which is weird. This nigga's never fucking quiet.
I would do.
Man, all these Portland streamers seem to be starting to cut out.
Just by 11,000, but this race is far from over. And just when you start doing the math, it's worth noting that it is possible that Joe Biden can still get to 270 without Pennsylvania.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If Vice President Biden does become president, what happens to the Republican Party? Who is the standard bearer? Because there's such a split. You represent the split from President Trump. What happens next?
I'm not sure. To be honest, like I said, I was hoping for a decisive Joe Biden victory, and that would have helped lead to the end of Trumpism. And now we know it's not, it's still alive, and it will be for some time to come. And I think it's incumbent on people like myself and other Republicans to continue to call out what I call Trump enablers, those who know better and still defend the president. So there's a lot more work to be had. But if Vice President Biden is elected, it will certainly make my job easier.
You certainly are on that side of it. Susan Zelversio, thank you so much for being with us. Appreciate it. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with more Decision 2020
Pennsylvania is still
coverage.
saying 64% reporting.
Glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Trump
Every morning
enablers.
on Today.
Talking about half the country.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way
See
of
where
death
Michigan is.
across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence
Trump still
O'Donnell.
has a
Weeknights at
huge
10 on MSNBC.
Lead.
You ready to go to work?
Biden has closed that gap a little bit, but we're still looking
She's
at
Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is
205,000
Kamala
votes
Harris?
that he's ahead.
Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington
In
on my
Michigan.
6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line.
But in
New
Wisconsin,
episodes every
all of a
Monday.
sudden,
Subscribe
look,
for
you see how
free
it's
wherever
blue
you
now?
get your podcasts.
real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient. You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC
Man,
Daily, featuring
my
written
butt is
perspectives
puckering
by
right
experts you know and trust for
I
a
got
better
some
understanding
tight cheeks
of the
going
stories
on.
that matter most. Check out the
What the hell is
MSNBC
going on? I
Daily
think we're
today
gonna have to
at
pull up the map now and look at this.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I'm working on a map here so we can figure out what's going on and get an idea of what we're looking at here.
Good morning. We are back on this Wednesday morning with our Decision 2020 coverage. We're going to take a look at Wisconsin right now. If you were with us before the break, you just heard Susan Del Percio reference this. We've got more votes in, and you might have, if you've been around for hours, you might have heard Chuck Todd talking about Milwaukee County. So here's the statewide numbers right now with 89% in. We've got, and now we've gone to Milwaukee County, sorry. So for Milwaukee County, we've got a lot more votes coming in now. 95% are now in. That was, as Chuck would call it, a dump of votes into the system.
So what's
Biden is
left?
now leading in the raw votes, 69 to 29.3 in Milwaukee County, home to the city of Milwaukee. That's going to be very significant when it comes, if we could flip back to the state numbers again, when it comes to looking at the state of Wisconsin, you now see Biden up by 0.3 percentage points. Again, this is still too close to call per NBC News standards, only 89% of the vote in. But that Milwaukee County vote is helping Joe Biden at the moment, and it may be very, very tight in Wisconsin. Let's go to Carol Lee, who's covering the Biden campaign for us, and talk about what we just saw there, Carol. That's good news in Wisconsin.
Oh, they called it good
Yeah,
news
this
in
is
Wisconsin.
essentially, Kate,
Like
what
NBC
the Biden
straight up,
campaign
like,
has
yeah,
been
we're biased
urging
as hell. That's
patience
good
for,
news.
telling their supporters
Idiots.
that they should wait for all the votes to be counted, that this race is far from over, and it's this. And frankly,
Wisconsin
the Biden
isn't
campaign
totally
and the
gone
Trump
yet,
campaign,
but
albeit
that's
in a
a
very
scary
different way,
chunk right
have been
there.
preparing their supporters for this scenario, a scenario in which the early returns show the president in the lead, and then waiting for those mail-in ballots to be counted that are likely to go more in Joe Biden's favor. And so the vice president's campaign, what they're saying now is that this is a, quote, slog, that they're ready for this to take some time. They've been aware of that from the beginning, but for them, all their focus is on that blue wall, everything you've just been talking about, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin,
So this is
and
what I'm
also a
looking at
little bit
right
on
now.
the Sun Belt, where you still have outstanding North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona. Arizona is critical. The Biden campaign would very much like to flip that state. President Trump won it in 2016.
We're still
But
waiting
now
for
it's a
Arizona
waiting
numbers to
game
come
and
in.
potentially a legal game, as we heard from the president last night, falsely claiming that he had won. And so the Biden campaign is geared up for that, but really
But as
waiting
we're looking at
to
this
see
map right
these
now, let's
updates from
give
those
them
key states,
Arizona.
Pennsylvania,
Let's just
Michigan,
get that
and
out of our
Wisconsin.
heads. And now that
Carol
he's
Lee, thank you for that
basically
update. Appreciate it.
turned
Let's bring in former Florida Congressman David
Wisconsin
Jolly, who's with us.
0.3% blue.
We haven't
Let's say he
spoken all
gets
night. I assume you've
Wisconsin.
been up all night. Have you had any break?
Right. Okay.
Okay. So as you look at
That gets him to
Wisconsin, let's talk about that
254.
first, since we were just talking about it, and those numbers coming in from Milwaukee County
That
voting
leaves
well
Georgia,
for Joe
North
Biden. But you've got
Carolina,
a president
and
saying that he's
Pennsylvania.
just a few hours ago saying that he's going to win Wisconsin. What about that blue wall? And can Trump do what he did in 2016?
That makes things interesting.
Well, it looks like the wall's starting
Let's say
to crack
Trump wins,
a little bit.
let's say Biden wins
the
Georgia.
ballots that just came in Milwaukee, and Kate, we may see a similar situation in Michigan with votes that are about to be dumped in the Detroit area and a few other counties that would skew towards Biden.
Really close.
We're still waiting on Metro Atlanta in Georgia.
Let's say he gets North Carolina.
Well may be that here in the coming hours of
That's
this morning,
too short. So
we
North
see
Carolina
Biden take a
won't put him
lead
over
in
the
those
top.
states that are considered the blue wall. Pennsylvania may not be dispositive anymore. Biden might be able to get to 270 without Pennsylvania. The intriguing thing about this, Kate, that I find is, given the president's comments overnight that he intended to possibly challenge these results legally, the time to challenge it would have been last night to prevent some of these ballots from actually being counted. Now, there's no precedent for that.
Now,
it would have been
I'm
wrong,
not
and
gonna say that
rightfully a lot of
Wisconsin's
people have
completely
denounced the
gone yet.
president's intent.
There's
But
still
once
only
these votes are
95%
counted,
in, so there's still
the president's
5% of the
claims
vote
are going
out.
to get even more
Well, let's say Trump gets Pennsylvania, where he's leading pretty big right now.
Legally speaking, do you? Saying that, do you still suspect they will try that? I mean, they've got fleets of lawyers at the ready.
253.
Yeah, I anticipate
Trump
they'll do
gets
something.
Georgia.
You know, we know from 4 years of this president that he
Still not
makes these
enough.
broad statements, and then it turns out that staff has to implement it in a much smaller scale. And what I would say to a lot of people who rightfully denounce the president's comments, don't worry about the president behaving in an autocratic way. The president of the United States does not have an autocratic authority to
So we still
command
gotta watch
the disposition
Wisconsin.
of our elections. He is
It's
operating
blue right
as a
now,
candidate, and
but
just
it
like
sounds
candidate
like they got
Biden, he
most
has
of the votes
certain
in from
redress
that big
options
blue
available
county.
to
So
him
what's
to go
outstanding
before a
is the
court and make
question.
his
I think
case.
Andazan
But
earlier
there
in the
really appear to
comments
be very little
had
to
a way
no
for us to
claims
take
that
a
he
look
could validly make before a
at
court.
what's going on in
so look, Warren
Wisconsin.
Christopher in
So
2000 during Bush Gore said, "This is not
we're
a
gonna
constitutional
go in and
crisis.
get a little bit closer
This is
look.
how a free society holds free elections. They go to a court for certain determinations."
Yeah.
Trump may indeed do that, but I don't expect that he will be successful at it.
He may have some friendly courts because of what Republicans have been able to do in our judicial system.
Sure.
I want to ask you quickly about Congress. We haven't talked much about the House tonight,
Leah,
but
that's
it
what
is
I'm
looking
worried
like
about.
Democrats maintain their majority, but maybe not by as much as it was before. And Republicans look to be doing pretty well in the Senate. They certainly, you know, with the races we've called so far, we don't see a Democratic takeover in the Senate.
Yeah, look, this is a much tighter night nationally, I think, than anybody
There's
really
no way of
anticipated,
either
including
way,
the
guys.
presidential race. Very
Really
tight.
close.
The idea of Biden winning handily certainly did not happen. There were significant thoughts that the Senate would go to Democrats. I don't think that happens. And in the House, Democrats lost seats. And if there is a bright lining for Republicans tonight, it's that Republican House members picked up seats. And importantly, Kate, many of those are female Republican newly elected members of Congress. The Republican caucus on Capitol Hill on the House side has expanded their representation among women. That is a good thing, regardless of one's party affiliation.
It is changing. David Jolly, former congressman, thanks so much for being with us. Appreciate it. Get some rest. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with our Decision 2020 election coverage.
We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
All right, we've got some good graphics here, thanks to Andazant and his tip earlier from that. So what we're looking at here,
Good morning.
Wisconsin
Welcome to
just
today. We're glad to
slowly,
have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you.
and as
whether
you
you're
can
back
see
to
on the
school
Senate,
We're excited?
or back to work. We're
it's
keeping
holding
you safe.
steady. We don't have answers there yet, but it doesn't look like the Democrats have
Police murder
won the
of
Senate.
unarmed black men has been an American
Doesn't
way
look
of
like
death
they're currently
across
anything in the House or
centuries.
any
After
of
seeing
that. But
the
let's
most
go into
comprehensive police
Wisconsin. That's what we
reform
need to find out
bill
what's
ever
going on
introduced
now
in
that
Congress.
Biden has a
I've
slight
begun
lead.
to wonder if now is the time.
So we
If
zoom in
now
here.
is the time the protesters
So what we know is
finally
that
win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell.
Currently, the way
Weeknights
this
at 10 on
sits,
MSNBC.
Biden has less than a 10,000 vote lead.
She's Joe
That's
Biden's
with
choice to be next in
89%
line.
of
But who
expected
is Kamala
votes
Harris?
counted. So we're still
Join
talking
me,
about
Joy Reid, as I
11%.
explore her
And
life's
what
journey from
basically
Oakland
came
to
in was
Washington
all the stuff
on
from
my six-part
Milwaukee, it
podcast,
looks like.
Kamala, Next in Line.
Which
New
about
episodes every
95%
Monday.
of their votes
Subscribe for
came
free
in.
wherever you get your podcasts.
And you can see that's a
real close-knit
large
group of
portion
nurses
for
who
Biden
pulled
there.
together when their
Big
boss
portion.
needed help battling coronavirus. You're not
We're
just
talking
any
about
patient.
500,000
These
almost votes,
saved my life. Thank God
450,000
that there are
votes.
people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to
And
running
Biden's
away
only
from a
up by
pandemic.
about 9,000 votes.
The MSNBC Daily,
Maybe
featuring
a little
written
less.
perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the
question is,
stories that
what
matter
is
most.
remaining
Check out
here?
the MSNBC
And
Daily
I think
today
we're going to have to go
at
county by county to figure out what
MSNBC.com.
the heck is going on.
You're watching
95%,
NBC News Now. We've got some
99%.
breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what
99%.
impact this could have on the
So
election?
this county still has
It's
about
news
5%
made for
left.
your streaming
But
world.
it's pretty 50-50. It's slightly going towards Biden, but not much. And then over here, 99, 95. So here we got, but it's not that large of a county, but Trump is winning in it, 95%. 99, 99, 95.
Watch what they
But
do.
again, not that large of a county.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail.
95, 95. So we got a couple here that aren't done counting yet.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in
95,
We now have two
95.
vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
There's a lot of these
NBC
little
Nightly
red
News
ones that are
with
also at
Lester Holt.
95, so we still have votes coming in for Trump. Green Bay, that's a good question. Look at that, guys.
Welcome back to NBC News Decision 2020
Look at
coverage.
this. Green Bay is only
5:25 in the morning on the
66%
East Coast, but
counted.
in Europe, it's a lot later. It's midday
Green
over
Bay's
there.
big.
The whole world watching
And you can see
tonight's
Trump
US
is currently
election.
winning
Let's bring in
there.
senior international correspondent Keir Simmons.
By a lot.
He's in London. Keir,
So
what are
Crump
people
is most
making
likely
of
going to
this
get a whole crap
stalemate
load
that
of
we
votes
have,
out of
this
here. If
wait
we're only
and see?
66% counted here,
Yeah, you're right, Kate.
you can expect probably another 40,000 votes to come out of
around the
here.
world, either through the day in
And
Asia, in
if Trump is
Australia, through the
getting
night here in Europe. It was in the early
56%
hours
or so
that those
of
statements
those,
from President Trump and Vice President
that
Biden
could put Trump back
came
up in the
out.
lead.
And the nature of the
So I'm going to
Trump
say Wisconsin,
presidency
just on this, is not
demonstrating
gone
that
yet unless
America
we
can
find
make
another
decisions
Democrat
that really
area
rocks the world
that hasn't
has
turned
meant
in
that
their
there is
stuff.
polarization everywhere. So, for example,
99,
in Israel, we're
99,
hearing people saying they really
ooh,
hope
91.
that President Trump
But this
is
one's close. This one's
re-elected.
almost
In many
tied. So
parts
that
of
I don't see
Europe,
that swaying any
opposite,
big
the hope
numbers. That
that
Green
this
Bay
is the
one
end of
brings me
the Trump
hope.
presidency. Not everywhere, though. The Slovenian Prime Minister, the first European leader, he is
99,
very right-wing.
95. So,
to
and we got a whole
congratulate
bunch of
President
these
Trump,
red
calling it
ones that
a triumph and sending by
are
tweet
going
his,
for Trump
congratulations.
that are
But
ahead.
Kate,
These
also
are going
the
to add up.
polarization, the indecision, if you like, at this stage is worrying many
94.
politicians here in Europe. In Germany,
So that one still has a
the
bunch.
biggest economy in Europe, really
And
the
that's got some
leaders
decent
of
numbers in it.
Europe. Politicians there, former ambassador, saying that the polarization in America is bad news for the European-American alliance, quite simply because it risks
95.
indecision, challenges of that nature. And then, while America's friends
93.
are
So there's still
worrying,
7% of votes that need to come in this area. That'll probably also kind of favor Biden.
They're talking about
So that could
American
increase
chaos.
his vote a
In
little
China,
bit.
the Chinese
But
government
that Green
saying
Bay
it's
one,
not taking
that's a
sides,
big
but
one.
Chinese state media trying to disparage American democracy, Kate.
Only
All right, Keir Simmons with
74%
us
over
from
here in this
London. I'm
one,
sure the world
which
will
is,
continue to watch
but
as,
it's not that
this
big.
gets sorted out over
Again,
the coming hours and days. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a minute.
95, 99, 99, 99, 99, 95. Oh, Kenosha County is only 70% in. That's another decent one that's going heavily for Trump. He's going to get votes out of there still, too.
Keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
So Wisconsin is far from gone. Okay, we're looking at Biden just has a temporary lead, and it's because he got a big dump out of this Milwaukee County, which is now 95% counted. It looks like we got a whole bunch of stuff out of there. So
I'm so ready to go to work.
while it's scary and it's slightly blue, I'm gonna say that doesn't mean that it's gonna stay that way.
Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
With the governor races, so far the Democrats have lost one seat and the Republicans have gained one, so
battleground blitz as we enter the final
that's
stretch
positive.
of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have
Trump
2
is
vaccine
big in
trials on
Michigan.
hold.
We're
Should
looking
people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall,
at
we're right there
80%
with
in.
you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
And we're talking about total vote totals here. We're talking about
Every morning on Today.
5.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death.
We'll say 5.5
across
million is probably
centuries.
about
After seeing
what,
the most
80%
comprehensive
is, so
police
you gotta
reform
expect
bill
20% of
ever
that.
introduced in Congress, I've begun
Still
to
a lot of
wonder
votes.
if now
Question is,
is
where
the
are those
time.
votes?
If now is the time the protesters finally
Probably another
win.
million votes or so.
The Last Word with Lawrence
Trump having
O'Donnell.
a
Weeknights at 10 on
250,000 lead, so I guess
MSNBC.
that kind of explains why they haven't called it. So the question is where? And look, that's scary. Lansing right there. Only 69% of votes counted.
Back again with NBC News Decision 2020 coverage. I'm Kate Snow. It is 5:30 a.m. on the East Coast, 2:30 a.m. on the West Coast. It's been a long night. Let's take a look at where things stand at this hour. Let's begin with those races that are still outstanding for the president. Right now, you see the road to 270 there, and here's the map. We've got all those gray states still waiting to be decided. Many of them are real battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, the biggest prize. Right now, too early to call who will get those 20 electoral votes, and that could take days. Georgia, also too close to call at this hour. We're still waiting for a lot of votes to come in around the metro Atlanta area and other urban areas, suburbs. Looking at North Carolina, similar story. Too close to call there with 95% of the vote in, because that other 5% will be critical. In Michigan, just 78% in at this hour, and too early to call as we await counters to wake up and start counting all over again.
But there's not very many people there.
At this
if you
point,
look.
Biden appears to have a lead there, but we at NBC News are calling it too early to project at this point. In Wisconsin,
This is where the majority of their blue votes are coming
with 89% of the
from.
vote in. We just saw some of
We're
Milwaukee
48
come in,
and
but at this point,
85
too close to call,
and then
although
99,
Biden has that
so
0.3% lead.
And then 69.
And
So there's
also
going to be a
Nevada,
bunch of
too early to
Biden
call
votes
with
coming out of
85%
here
of the vote
still,
in
but
at this
enough
hour.
to make
In
up
Maine,
a 200,000 vote.
Vice President Biden is running a lead there at this hour,
I
but
don't
it
think
is
so.
too early to call.
Luckily,
with
these
just
ones seem to
70%
be
of the vote
counted.
in, and
They're
in
pretty
Alaska,
much done.
Very
So
early
don't got to
in
worry
Alaska,
about that. So the
36%
rest
of
of
the
the
vote
state
in.
is red.
Way too
Some of them
early.
are 99,
for
some
us to
are
call that one.
95.
There's a look at the map one more time as we look
See,
at the
there's
road
one.
to 270.
So it's really going to be a race of like all of these little red counties and their votes that are still coming in versus the big drops from the blue cities. So it's going to be
Democrats
close.
thought they might have a chance to make some inroads there.
It is going to be close.
That state. Florida also.
Luckily, Trump does have a current lead with the way things are looking,
lots of campaigning
but
in
these
Florida,
mail-in
and
votes
President Trump is projected
that they're
the
trying to
winner
get
in Florida.
through is
Ohio
what is
was projected
concerning.
hours ago, also for President
And of course,
Trump.
we still
Again,
got all this.
A state that was potentially in play for Vice
95%
President
in.
Biden going for President Trump. That state has gone for every president since 1960, since Kennedy. Minnesota, Biden taking Minnesota, and in Iowa, President Trump projected to win there. In Nebraska, we have, let me get it right this time, President Trump, someone tell me I'm in my ear. President Trump is taking much of Nebraska, 4 electoral votes. Thank you. But 1 electoral vote for 1 congressional district
it's stressful.
goes to Vice President Biden. That's that next map there. Senate pickups. Democrats have gained 1 seat in Colorado. Republicans have gained 1 in Alabama, as expected. Both of those expected. Hickenlooper used to be the governor of Colorado, very popular there, now projected to win that Senate race, take it away from Cory Gardner. And in Alabama, you've got the challenger winning there. Tuberville was a very well-known coach, 82% in Alabama, football coach at Auburn. He takes that seat. So again, this is where things stand at this hour. A lot to still be decided and a lot to still be called. I want to turn to Jackie Alemany. She's a reporter with the Washington Post. She's author of the Power Up newsletter. She's staying up super late with us, or maybe getting up super early. I'm not sure which, Jackie. Maybe you're just...
nap at midnight.
What's that?
So they took a little nap at midnight.
Okay, good. Glad you got a little nap, better than me. Let's just look at the state of the race at this hour. And if we could pull up the national map again and show all those gray states that we're waiting on, walk us through
I'm still
where
showing
you
live.
see, like, which states are you watching most closely, and where do you think we might expect to learn things as the sun starts to come up?
Yeah, so this race has really come down to the trio of Midwestern states, the blue wall that Trump flipped in 2016. That's Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
So here in Arizona, we got to figure out what's going on.
Post has
Only
yet to
82%
call some of the races that the
have been
Associated Press has
counted.
called. But if we accept the fact that Biden
has
has
a
won
pretty
Arizona,
sizable lead,
then
though.
that means that as the race stands, Biden just needs to win one of those states in this blue wall that Trump flipped in 2016. But we're also closely watching North Carolina and Georgia, which also have yet to be called. All of those places are still counting the votes as we speak. And, we might not actually receive election results for a few days in some of those places.
And to note, in Arizona, as we just said when we went through the graphics, we have not at NBC News yet projected a winner in Arizona, although I'm aware that other networks and other news outlets have. As we head into Wednesday,
So what are we waiting
crystal
on
ball
in
for us,
Arizona?
do you think we're going to see legal challenges? Do you think we'll see the president come out and speak again, or do you think maybe they'll wait a while and let people whose job it is to count votes?
That is certainly what this president is foreshadowing. As we saw him do last night, he falsely and prematurely declared victory and said that he wanted the Supreme Court to essentially disenfranchise millions of Americans who legally cast their vote before Election Day via absentee mail-in voting. That being said, that's actually not how this process works. The president cannot make a direct appeal to the Supreme Court. That needs to be done through the state courts initially. It is possible that we will see a legal challenge right away on a state level. But look, if the president loses Arizona, which he is on track to do right now, then it might not even come down to, a place like Pennsylvania, where we are waiting on those votes to be counted or challenged by the president. Because if Joe Biden wins Georgia, then that makes this whole conversation moot. Potentially he pulls out North Carolina as well. So there's a number of different scenarios here that we're waiting on. But I think what we can say and what everyone should try to ensure and try their best to do is really uphold, small d democracy and make sure that every single vote is tallied and counted, and that election officials have the necessary and proper time to do so. I've spoke with numerous
Alaska's
election
only
officials. They're
36%
nonpartisan.
counted,
They're
but
doing their best to be as quick and accurate
Trump
as possible,
is a
despite what the president
61%
claims.
lead right
I haven't had
now.
a
They
chance
should
to
just
see what's
give
the headline on
Alaska
the
to Trump
Washington Post
already. I
front
don't know
page
what
this
they're
morning.
waiting for there.
The headline is that the president, that this presidential race is in limbo at the moment.
Georgia,
Jackie,
92%
thank you so much
counted.
for making time with
That's
us
one we should
this
look
morning.
at
Appreciate it.
because Trump has
We make time for another quick break right now as we continue our Decision
over a
2020
2%
election
lead,
night coverage.
over a 2-point lead. 92% of votes are counted. So the question is, where is that 8%
We're glad to
at?
have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to
So
work.
Chatham
We're keeping
County,
you safe.
I love being back.
which is
Every morning on
Democrat
Today.
County, is I'll just pull it over. Georgia, 92% counted.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
So the question is, what's still out? What are we still waiting for?
Keeping you safe.
And look over here in this area, they're only 80% counted over here.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
So as we're looking at
Last
this
Word
here,
with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
279. You ready to go to 381.
I'm so ready to go to work.
So Trump has
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris?
100,000 votes.
Join me, Joy Reid, as
that
I
he's
explore her
ahead.
life's journey
Over
from Oakland to
100,000
Washington
votes.
on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever
He's
you
not
get
going to
your
get
podcasts.
100,000 votes out of here. Only 20% left. The whole county is only about 100,000 votes. If 20% is left,
You're their friend. These folks
we're
saved
looking
my
at
life.
maybe
Thank God that there are
20,000
people
votes,
who want to
of which
run towards a
a little
pandemic
bit
as
less
opposed
than
to
half
running
are
away
going to
from
go
a
to
pandemic.
Trump. So at the very most, he's going to get
Introducing
10,000
the
votes out of
MSNBC
there.
Daily, featuring written
This one's pretty
perspectives
much
by
counted.
experts you know and
Wrap
trust
that one
for a
up.
better understanding of the stories that matter most.
86%
Check out
over
the
here.
MSNBC Daily today
Again,
at
while Joe Biden's doing
MSNBC.com.
pretty good over here, it's not
You're
looking
watching
like
NBC News Now.
I see
We've got
big
some
numbers
breaking
coming
news.
out of
Are people
here.
there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's
This
news
is counted,
made for your streaming world.
counted, almost counted, hardly anybody there. Pretty much counted. Close to counted, but hardly anybody lives there. 95, 89, but still not enough. 80%.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
So this is pretty crazy. So we're looking at Atlanta here, and they're only 80% counted.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
300,000
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
Accounts for 80%.
If you're sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump,
So
what would
there
you
could
want
be
to tell them right now?
60,000 votes still just
The
in
wind
this one
standing
county
these
that haven't been
flames are
counted. And
expected
as
to
you can
last
see,
another
it's
24 hours.
all going.
And in depth.
80%
We now have
of
two
that is
vaccine
going
trials
to
on hold.
Biden.
Should
So
people
you're
be concerned?
talking 300,000 votes.
with Lester Holt.
20%, 60,000. So there could be 40,000 votes right there still for Biden that haven't shown up.
We're back on
That
this
could cut
Wednesday
into
morning.
that
It will soon be
100,000 vote
6
lead right
a.m.
there.
on the East Coast, if you can
Still,
believe that. The
puts it
Today
about
Show will be
50.
picking up shortly.
And you gotta
I want
remember,
to bring Joyce
Trump will still
Vance
get
into our
some
conversation
votes
this
while
morning.
those are
She's a
going.
former U.S. attorney, a professor at the University of Alabama School of Law.
also
Joyce, thanks for
80%
being up
counted,
early
though.
with us. Appreciate
This
it.
is why they haven't called
So
it
you've got
yet,
the legal
because there could be
perspective
mail-in
here.
votes for
Everyone
these two
all night long
counties
has been
here.
talking about what a legal mess this might be in the coming
Trump
days.
is getting
Walk
more
us
votes
through
out of
what
this
you're
county.
expecting as the sun comes up today, as we head into Wednesday.
ones are smaller
Do you expect
and
legal
almost
challenges
counted.
filed right away?
I think we
And then
have to
these
look
ones
at
all
what
look
happened
small.
leading up to the election. And that
one's
was a
kinda big.
series of challenges. We saw this flurry of cases on the
Small.
Supreme Court's shadow
Counted,
docket,
counted,
where the
counted.
court didn't decide
This
the
one's
cases
only
themselves,
50%
but
counted
simply
here.
declined to hear them, permitting lower court rulings
that's
to
the
stay
case, there
in
could be
place.
another
And that may set up a scenario for some
8,000
challenges
votes for
now
Trump
that we're
and
past
another
the election.
18,000
Of course,
or
Pennsylvania
so
made his
votes for
Exactly. The
Biden?
president said at
I don't know
2:20
what's
a.m.
going
this
on there.
morning that he believed that the election was being stolen. That implies that he may try to bring that Pennsylvania case back live now that there are 9 justices
So
on the
yeah,
Supreme
there's a
Court.
couple
And
of
walk us, for those of us
counties
who
here to
aren't
watch.
lawyers, can you walk
This
us
one
through
right here,
what
it is
level of,
surrounded by red,
state
though, so
court
it's kinda
versus federal
interesting that
court
it's
versus
blue. It's
Supreme
not
Court?
that
Who
big,
is the
but
arbiter
it's
here?
heavily going for
Sure.
for
Well, first, the
Biden. So
president
this
would
county,
have to have a
this
non-frivolous claim. He
and
would
this
actually have to
one
find
are ones
something
to watch. And then,
improper
of course,
in a vote
Savannah
count.
still has
And because
20%
elections are
left.
administered
But you
by
gotta
the
look at places
states,
like
these
Brunswick.
claims would typically
The
go to
question
the
is
state
now, do
court
we have any
first.
metropolis
And then
areas?
only if the votes were going to matter to
start
the
looking at
outcome
all
of the
these other
election,
red
only if
areas.
the claim was disputed and clearly
all
not
looking like
frivolous, something that rose to the level of a Bush
94,
versus Gore. That's the only
89,
sort of
and
situation
there's a
where
heck
we would
of a
see
lot
the Supreme
more of
Court
them. So you
decide
gotta
these
remember that
cases,
votes are
at
gonna
least in a
continue to
typical
trickle
legal
in from
setting.
these
And
ones
there's
as
no
well.
reason to believe that this
gonna
would
be
be
close.
different from that.
That's why they're
the
not
process
calling it.
appears to be working, and it will continue to work.
So concretely in Pennsylvania, which you mentioned a moment ago, and they have this rule right now because of what the
kinda
Supreme
zooming
Court did, that
along,
they can continue
trying to
counting
find
any ballot that was
do we
cast
have any
by
areas
the
where a
end of
big
election
chunk is
day,
gonna
or
come in, or is it
postmarked
all
by the
gonna
end of
be
election day,
trickled?
right? But they can count for the next 3 days until Friday. Could that be legally challenged this morning, and could that potentially be reversed? Could they be stopped from continuing their count?
I think it's likely that
one's
we'll
only
see the
79%
Republicans
counted
try to
and heavily
challenge
for
that.
Trump.
That
He'll get a
case
few-
is still
another
live. They can go back to the court.
thousand
All that the
there.
court declined to do earlier was to expedite the proceedings. So now they could challenge that grace period for mail-in ballots to arrive and ask the court to rule that none of those ballots should be counted. And that, of course, would have a dramatic impact on the race in Pennsylvania.
It sure would. Joyce Vance, thanks for being with us at this early hour. Appreciate it so much. Let's switch gears.
all these
We've been
rural
talking so
counties.
much about the election and about voting,
there's
which
a
of course
bunch
is
of
critical
votes
right now, but
for Trump
we
in
really
here that
haven't
are
talked
going to
for
continue
hours
coming
now
in. So
about
the
the other
question is,
major story in this country, the coronavirus
with all of
pandemic. So I
these
want to
little
bring
counties
in NBC News
and
medical
what's left
contributor Dr.
trickling
Kavita
in,
Patel,
what's really
practicing
scary,
physician,
though,
former Obama White House
are these
advisor.
two that are only
When we talk
80%
about this election,
counted.
we can't talk about it in a vacuum, right? The coronavirus has impacted everything about this vote. How we voted, how I'm sitting here in the
Savannah as
studio,
well,
you
even
know,
though it's pretty dang
many
close
feet
there
apart
when you
from
look at that.
everybody
That
else who's
one's
in
not
here.
that far away, but
Your observations
Atlanta
tonight,
is
as you've been
heavily
watching this
voting.
all play out,
We're
how do
talking
you
about a
think
70% to
these two things have
27 to
interwoven,
30%,
the
basically.
pandemic and the
70 to
vote?
30% split there, and here even worse. And that's where most of the people live, is there in Atlanta. So it's always these cities, man.
I'm having trouble hearing. Is that just me? It's not just me.
It's like
Okay,
libtard
we'll have to come back to
farms.
you, Dr. Patel. We can't hear you right this second. Why don't we take a quick break? We'll see if we can resolve that issue, and more to come. Stay with us.
So that's interesting. We're talking 95% counted in
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
Carolina, so who's not counted
or
yet?
back to work, we're keeping you safe.
Still need some votes
Every
coming
morning
in
on
from
Today.
the Salem area. What about Charlotte? Charlotte's 95. Still a chunk out of there. Not many people.
Good morning.
there.
Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
Everything that's counted.
Every morning on Today.
Counted.
Police murder of
This
unarmed
one
black
isn't
men
quite
has been
counted
an
yet.
American
And we're
way
looking
of
at
death
what? We're looking at what
across
Trump has.
centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder
bit less than
if now
100,000
is
vote
the
lead.
time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I
And the
explore her
questions
life's journey from
become,
Oakland
once
to
again,
Washington on my six-part
like, you look at
podcast,
Wilmington,
Kamala, Next in
pretty
Line.
close here.
New episodes every Monday. Subscribe
Trump
for
is
free
winning all the
wherever
way
you get your
around it.
podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their
when
boss
they're saying they're
needed help
95%
battling
counted,
coronavirus.
where
You're
the
not just any
majority of the
patient.
votes
You're their
missing.
friend.
Anything
These
that is
votes
below
saved my life.
95
Thank God that there are people who want to
still
run
has
towards a
votes to
pandemic
come
as
in.
opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Absentee ballots and stuff.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
Biden is going to gain some votes
It's news made for your streaming world.
That's basically done. 95. So it's like tracking down who's holding this up. And it seems that every single time, boom, right there. That's why it's being held up.
Watch what they do.
The thing is, as you can see, is that Joe Biden in that county right there has 111,000 votes, which is
President
a little
Trump
bit
and
over
Joe
what he
Biden
would
hit
need.
the
So he would
center
need an
of this
entire
campaign,
county like
coronavirus.
that
The story.
worth of votes
The battleground
to
blitz
come
as
in
we
to
enter the
take a
final
lead.
stretch of the 2020 race.
I don't think that's out there.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell him right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester
But still
Holt.
not enough. This is a big one, but that one's basically with the rest of the state in terms of counting.
We're back with more of our Decision 2020 coverage, and I want to bring you something that just came in from Pennsylvania. The governor of Pennsylvania, who's a Democrat, putting out a statement in response to President Trump's statements earlier this evening, or earlier this morning, I should say. The governor Wolf saying, this is a partisan attack on Pennsylvania's elections and our votes. Our election officials are working diligently to make sure every vote is counted and everyone's voice is heard. Attacks like this are an attempt to undermine confidence in the results of the election, and we should all denounce them for the undemocratic actions they are. I support our Secretary of State.
My bad.
All of our state and
I'm not
local
listening to
officials
myself
who
for
are
the
working
whole
hard to
feed, so
deliver
I look to you
timely,
guys to
accurate
hear that. I
results
appreciate
and ensure
that. It's
everyone's
getting
vote
late.
is counted and protected. Again, that's Governor Tom
But I'm
Wolf
just
of
trying to kind of break everything
reacting
down and
early
look
this
at it on
morning
a state
to
level
what he calls
or
attempts
county
to undermine
level.
confidence in the results of this election. I want to go back now to the other subject. We were just about to talk to Kavita Patel. We had lost her microphone.
Really
I think she's
close.
back with us again now, medical contributor to NBC. Can I see if your mic is working now, Dr. Patel?
I think so.
There we go.
Good morning, Kate.
Excellent. Good morning to you. And I had asked you if I could pose the same question. How, as you've been watching these election results and thinking about all you do in terms of the coronavirus pandemic, how do you...
Including Pennsylvania, even as the vote is getting counted, 29% votes are still outstanding. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, all these are certainly now the deciders. This is where it's all heading.
Well, the fact of the matter is there was no blue wall, or there was no blue wave, there was no red wave either, though.
Still to be counted. The Trump
It's close.
In fact, Donald Trump made
It's
that
going to
announcement
go down to the wire.
that they will be moving the Supreme Court to stop the counting of votes. Joe Biden's legal team has said clearly that this is illegal, that even if Donald Trump is trying to approach the Supreme Court,
what Trump is trying to do is illegal.
And they are ready to deploy
These guys,
whatever is needed to prevent
he came out and made a
Trump
statement.
from halting
He hasn't
the
done
count.
anything.
On that note, we are slipping into a short break. Lots more news and updates on the other side.
But what Trump was trying to do was illegal. Illegal. Freaking idiots.
Top doctors.
It's so hard to get good news. I guess that's why we're here, right?
A vaccine that can control the virus and actually manage this epidemic in a safe way.
When they speak,
the Democrats have clearly said that they would be changing a lot of.
I guess I could move the mic closer to my mouth too to help out with that.
It's not interested in damaging the party in any way. Rather, we want to strengthen it.
I'll turn this desktop audio down just a bit. We'll see what other feeds we can get going. I mean, we're looking at the time now. It's 3 in the morning, which means it's 6 a.m. on the East Coast.
New India is dynamic, bold, and assertive. There will be fights, debates, and differences. But when it comes to my country, there can be no compromise. India will always come first. the right stand.
The biggest names in the business.
प्रभु राम सबके हैं और सब में राम है.
We are celebrating the start of the Ram Mandir, but we are celebrating the ethos of India.
This should be a beginning. It should be a fuel to create a better India.
I don't see today anything which can benefit only one community.
When they speak,
it is a major victory for democracy in India.
135 करोड़ लोगों की भावनाएं साकार हो रही हैं. राम मंदिर बनाने के साथ-साथ
Tired or not, I told you we're in this for the long haul. We're going to keep coverage going. But
we have promises that we made.
Michigan or Wisconsin is scary.
To live up to those promises.
CNN News 18, your #1 news destination.
News is about stories, not about shouting matches or talking heads. We're putting the news back.
I think one thing I can say that nobody will argue with right now, and that is the country has never been more divided. We keep saying that, but I feel like it keeps getting even more divided.
The biggest names in the business.
We've got a threat on the northern side. So therefore, we have to get a weapon system fully integrated to do multiple missions altogether.
The regional parties as well as the national parties have to now come up with new kind of politics.
When they speak,
you can't just shoot something into the air and say we're going to double without saying this is how we're going to get there. And that's what's missing in this document.
They only speak to one channel.
When I was trying to do my transition back to films,
what I meant to say is I want to make sure that the votes that have already been cast, that they are counted and that this election is still up in the air. But I think that there are a lot of people who watched the president, saw the last few weeks where he was really laying the groundwork for this idea that Democrats were somehow going to be part of a voter fraud scheme, and now see the president as executing this plan to try to make it the case that he is already someone who has secured a re-election here. It's remarkable. If it was happening in another country, Kate, we would be very, very alarmed, but this is the United States. It's never happened here where we've had a sitting U.S. president claim victory when officially he has not secured that victory.
Freaking idiots.
How does the board, as we see it right now, if we show the national picture in terms of the states that we've projected here at NBC, how does that match up with the expectations?
Who's awake still out there? Who's out there still watching and awake and alive with me? Who's part of the late night crew?
It matched up in some ways. The president's campaign, especially people close to the president, they were stressing to me in the very early hours of Election Day and a few days before that the president was going to do well in a place like Florida, in Ohio, places, the bellwether states that have really backed most presidents in most elections, looking at Florida and Ohio in particular. That being said, they also did not expect to lose Arizona. That is a state that every Republican president has won since at least 1996.
I see you. I see you over in the Discord.
So that was a state that they did not expect to lose. They also didn't
and I see you in the chat.
Pennsylvania was going to be so tight.
Thank you for being part of the late night crew.
Where the president is trying to hold on.
We're the ones that like want to go to sleep because we're so tired right now. Not TV. He's just waking up. He's over there in Australia freaking out.
Edition of Today right after this.
So we're the ones that, like, as much as we want to go to sleep, we know we're going to go lay down and we won't be able to. Because we'll wake up and everything will change.
We're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
The journey has taken us here. With the election of our lifetimes upon us, we'll be with you every step of the way, wherever this journey takes us next.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Protests broke out. The coronavirus pandemic. The story.
But all those posts out there talking about Biden was up by 12 points, 14 points, all that crap. Fake news, folks. The pollsters got it wrong again. Regardless of what anybody says.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
And in depth.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
They were suppression polls, all meant to brainwash people.
We're getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
The unexpected moments and the details just coming in from the presidential race.
We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay?
What Trump is saying there, and that's what the libtards don't get. What Trump is saying is he doesn't want imaginary ballots that just randomly show up from dead people. Of course, they're going to change that into he doesn't want your ballots to count. He's trying to stop your ballots.
State by state, coast to coast.
Sky, what the hell are you talking about, Sky? Sky is saying Nebraska isn't called now? What the heck? Are they crazy? Isn't that Australia's news? Somebody needs to go smack them.
What we've learned and what's to come in the
TV, go
days
smack
and the
your
weeks
Australian
ahead.
Sky people.
Votes are still being counted. Stepping in right now and saying, let's stop counting votes. That's just not the way the rules work.
It's your voice, your vote. Our all-night, all-morning coverage continues right now on ABC's America This Morning.
Good morning, everyone. The race for the White House is still too close to call, but President Trump is already challenging the results.
Overnight, the president called the election a fraud and falsely claimed he won. But we're still awaiting results in several states,
falsely
including
claimed
the
he
crucial
won.
Midwest battlegrounds of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Former Vice President Joe Biden is currently ahead with 225 electoral votes compared to 213 for the president, and Biden also has a slight lead in the popular vote.
Overnight, Biden said he was optimistic about winning, but the president is questioning the integrity of the election and threatening to take his grievances to the Supreme Court.
ABC's Andrew Fajii starts us off.
Overnight, President Trump declaring victory in the presidential election, even as votes are still being counted.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
Earlier, President Trump tweeting a big win. Then, they're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Twitter then flagging that tweet as misleading. An optimistic Joe Biden speaking to supporters.
We believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while.
The presidential election coming down to the major battleground states that may not be decided for days.
Also, the state of Florida and his 29 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump.
President Trump winning in the delegate-rich state of Florida, his home state, bolstered by higher support in populous counties like Miami-Dade. Trump's bet on rural America paying off as his suburban supporters gave him a boost in North Carolina and Ohio.
The Biden people thought they were going to have to beat 2016 Donald Trump. And what they're now realizing tonight is he has grown his base. He has found voters that didn't vote in 2016 that are now voting for him in 2020.
A record voter turnout. In Montana, long lines in Great Falls, people waiting to register and vote even after the polls had been closed for 2 hours. And as the votes are still being counted this morning, all eyes on Pennsylvania.
I think it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. At the end of the day, I think if the president wins Pennsylvania, he's going to be reelected. And if he doesn't, he won't.
But election officials in the state are warning ballot counting is going slower than expected, according to ABC's Eva Pilgrim in Philadelphia.
Originally, they thought that we would have the majority of those mail-in ballots counted by Friday, but we just heard a little bit earlier tonight from the Philadelphia city commissioners, and they were saying that, they originally thought that they were going to be able to do about 32,000 ballots an hour. That's just not happening. They're saying right now they're doing about 10,000 per hour.
Also, a delay in counting ballots in Georgia after a hype burst at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta. And in the closely watched Senate races, Majority Leader Mitch McConnell winning his seat in Kentucky.
And Kentucky, I'm humbled and grateful that you've rehired me to keep fighting for your families and serving our Commonwealth for the next 6 years.
In South Carolina, Lindsey Graham holding on to his seat after the red state emerged as a late toss-up.
This victory is an answer to a lot of prayers. People like what I'm doing, and I'm going to keep doing it.
Graham's Democratic challenger, Jamie Harrison, spending the most amount of money for a Senate candidate, a whopping $107 million. Graham facing criticism after becoming a strong ally of the president in the Senate after saying this about Trump in 2016.
He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot.
Democrats keeping the House of Representatives. Republicans ousted an incumbent Democrat, but also lost 2 seats in North Carolina.
It's not just about the quantity. It's about the quality of leadership that they provide for our country.
In the meantime, a surprising no-show for the election. A smaller number of young people heading to the polls than expected.
I was muted. I said, shut up, Pelosi.
18 to
Freddie would have
49
missed that.
voted this year compared to 2016. As America awaits a winner, the anxiety still running high. Philadelphia, a ghost town overnight after police closed off roads in a protected zone.
And besides the president just speaking to the American people, the Trump campaign also sent out an email to supporters saying the, quote, fake news media and their Democrat partners will refuse to call the race. The Biden campaign releasing a statement calling the president's statement about shutting down ballot counting, quote, outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. Kenneth, Mona.
All right, Andrea, for GE there, thank you.
With neither side able to claim victory this morning, the nation is waking up to a fresh day of uncertainty.
Joining us now is ABC News contributor Amanda Renteria, former national political director for Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign, and former Republican Virginia Congresswoman Barbara Comstock. Barbara, let me start with you. Some surprises there for Republicans this morning.
Oh, certainly. You know, the polls, not only were the public polls wrong, Republican internal polls were wrong. We were a lot more worried about whether we were going to lose House seats, and now it looks like we've gained them and gained some really good women that I worked with. So I was very happy to see those races go through. And then we also were very concerned about what was going to happen on the state legislative level. And again, in Texas and Florida and Georgia, North Carolina, we've done very well in the state house, which, you know, goes to redistricting for the next 10 years. So those were pleasant surprises. And obviously we're still a 50-50 country. And so we are seeing, you know, it's going to be very tight here, but I'm part of a group called the National Council, you know, Protect Voter Integrity. Dan Coates kind of is heading it up, and I hope we will count every vote, including every vote in Arizona, which of course has already been called, but let's count all these votes. Let's make sure we get this right in all the states, because particularly when we're a 50-50 country, I think everybody has to have that confidence, whether this is who you wanted to have win or not, you know, whether, you know, whoever you wanted to have in different races, we need to get these votes all counted and keep calm while we're doing it.
And Amanda, I want to bring you in. You are the political director for the Hillary Clinton campaign. And after her loss in 2016, a lot of people said that she neglected the upper Midwest. Now going into this, Joe Biden spent time on Monday in Cleveland. He had a hometown advantage, being a native of Scranton. But we're finding ourselves in a similar position where it's coming down to 3 upper Midwest states. How do you think we're back in this position?
I think elections are very tight, and I think there was a hope that there'd be more infrastructure in places like Georgia and Texas and Florida.
If I plan on continuing here,
these were the key
I need to grab a bite to eat, so I'm going to do that. I will monitor the stream to make sure that we've got good audio and good content on, but I will return shortly.
But the truth is, they've been very focused on Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Minnesota, all those Midwestern
if y'all get
states,
bored,
up Arizona. And so, you know, listen, I think
you guys can make your way over
We were surprised by that in 2016. This campaign has not
to
been
SealTeam711.com.
Going back to you just said count all the
and
votes,
check
but as
out
you know, that's
the
not
merch
what President
store.
Trump said.
Wake
He
up,
said
people.
essentially stop counting the votes, and that essentially that he's won this election. Your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think
that's right. It's SealTeam711.com. SEALTEAM711.com. We got all kinds of shirts, hoodies, cups, books, stickers, all kinds of crazy good stuff
stoke that paranoia
that you can get yourself to help support the stream.
In this situation again, I mean, it's once again, I certainly was.
You support, it's a win-win. You support the stream and you get some pretty neat stuff while you're at it. That Biden shirt right there will be disappearing off of our store here soon.
A lot of losses.
That one has our infamous Karen on there.
But I think there's some
so she will.
Party realignments here.
That shirt after this election is basically done and over will be gone. So your only chance to get the Biden he did the thing shirt will be here in the next couple of days. Anyways, I'm gonna grab a bite to eat. I will be monitoring the stream, making sure you guys have good content up, and I shall return.
Policies that sort of became, seemed to be acceptable by this ticket hurt overall.
And on that note, I want to ask Amanda another question about the Senate race. It seems that Republicans right now are clinging to their majority. Democrats had record spending in certain states, for example, in the South Carolina race. Why do you think they're underperforming in a sense?
Yeah, you just don't have the infrastructure there. It's hard to ask for a major step function. 2018 was a big wave that came through. We're not seeing that same thing happen, at least not in South Carolina. We'll see what Georgia looks like. Listen, we've got a win in Arizona. Maine is still left to be determined, North Carolina. So there are some spaces, but it is hard in one election cycle to make that big leap, especially during a pandemic. And so I think everybody's going to be looking at this data and what does it mean for the Democratic Party going forward? What does the coalition look like, particularly if a Georgia comes online? So there's still yet to be determined, and I'm certain we're all going to be looking at this data and strategize differently as the years go by.
We will be watching it closely. Amanda Renteria and Barbara Comstock, thank you so much.
All right, coming up, how the world is reacting to this uncertainty in the U.S. Stay with us.
Cell phone tracking and seizure has become an indispensable part of law enforcement. But how do police do it legally and swiftly? For the past few years, law enforcement agents have been using stingrays. These expensive devices actually pose as a nearby cell tower so that phones connect directly to them. Stingrays intercept your phone without any warning or indication. This allows location tracking and eavesdropping of conversations, unbeknownst to any parties on either end. We've seen stories involving police abusing such devices for personal use, as well as stories of stingray use without any legal warrants issued. Privacy and security advocates have been warning citizens for years. So what are military, government, and law enforcement agents increasingly turning to in order to deal with cell phones in a fast and legal way? Advanced handheld cell phone locators have become an indispensable tool for security teams, technical surveillance countermeasures, private investigators, and even correction officers around the world. These passive devices detect the strongest RF signatures from all nearby smartphones and display those parameters so that security experts can react immediately to any text, voice, or data transmission. This means that tactical teams no longer need to wait for court-issued warrants in order to detect, track, and locate criminals in the midst of a crime. The more advanced detectors can even discern between cellular, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth signals by displaying their frequency channels and signal strengths and time-stamping all activity to monitor usage patterns. By measuring both continuous wave and demodulated signal strength, These wireless tools allow security experts to see rogue access points, Bluetooth skimmers, and any wireless devices or bugs used for spying or stealing data. Learn more about these law enforcement tools on our website.
The world.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Well, I can tell you the world is watching, the world is waiting and collectively holding its breath. This election matters more, I think, than any U.S. presidential election in at least a generation, because whoever sits in the White House will dictate policy, will dictate whether or not America takes part in those international institutions. Just to give you an example, this won't get many headlines, but today the United States officially withdrew from the Paris Climate Accords. We know President Trump said it was something that he wanted to do. Well, today it officially happens. And why does that matter? Well, Joe Biden, Vice President Biden, says that he will go back into the Paris Accords if he becomes president. And of course, we know that President Trump wanted to withdraw. That's why it matters. It matters to climate change. It matters to trade. It matters to those international institutions. Let me show you some of the headlines from the British papers this morning. Hopefully you can see these. This is a Guardian newspaper, Battle for America's Soul. Of course, the papers went to bed far before any election results came out. The Times of London, America decides its fate, and a couple of the tabloids here, Trump defiant to the last, that's in the Express, and the Daily Mail more focused on Melania Trump, the First Lady, so is that hello or goodbye Melania? Now, questions to European leaders and to politicians. What is your reaction to what's going on? Most are staying tight-lipped. But interestingly, the former Belgian Prime Minister has already tweeted, looking at the chaos in the United States right now, this is more of a reason for Europe to work together. Guys?
Ian, the world is watching indeed. Thank you so much for your time. And coming up, what to expect today as the votes continue to be counted. Make sure to stay with us.
When you're a builder, you know it's more than just construction. You build the places people call school, work, and even home. NC Machinery knows just how much rides on the job. It's more than just a machine, it's your livelihood. That's why we've carried the best in Caterpillar equipment for almost a century. And with financing now as low as 0% on Cat excavators, come see why we're Washington's excavator specialists. We're NC Machinery, more than just a machine. Visit ncmachinery.com or stop by a local branch today.
I wanted my hepatitis C gone.
I put off treating mine.
Epclusa treats all main types of chronic hep C. Whatever your type, Epclusa could be your kind of cure.
I just found out about mine.
I knew for years. Epclusa has a 98% overall cure rate.
I had no symptoms of hepatitis C.
Mine caused liver damage.
Epclusa is only one pill, once a day, taken with or without food for 12 weeks. Before starting Epclusa, your doctor will test if you have had hepatitis B, which may flare up and could cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you have had hepatitis B, other liver or kidney problems, HIV or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take, including herbal supplements. Taking amiodarone with Epclusa may cause a serious slowing of your heart rate. Common side effects include headache and tiredness. Ask your doctor today if Epclusa is your kind of cure.
Over ground zero from Hurricane Michael.
You can see just home after home.
David, nice to meet you.
This was your view.
My favorite view.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Friday nights, 9/8 Central. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime. 2020. Friday nights, 9/8 Central on ABC.
Welcome back on this morning after Election Day. As Americans anxiously awaited election results, protesters gathered in the streets of the nation's capital. More than 1,000 people descended on Black Lives Matter Plaza just a block away from the White House.
Let's bring in ABC News political director Rick Klein now. Rick, I'm curious, what's your take, sir?
What a wild night that ends, or actually doesn't even end, a wild election year. I mean, we stand here on the morning after the election knowing that there are several states that are just too close to call. The margin's so tight, we could be heading to multiple recounts. We have the president of the United States baselessly saying he's already won. We've got Joe Biden saying, calm down, wait to count the votes. And we sit here knowing that the results in states including Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, all just too close to call right now. Some of those states could be headed to recounts. We could be talking about multiple legal challenges. Just in the last couple of minutes, we saw Joe Biden surge to a lead in Wisconsin as a new batch of votes were counted. We're still waiting on complete votes out of Michigan, Georgia, among other states. So it has just been a crazy series of twists and turns, an election night like none other. And again, one that's not actually ending with election night itself.
And Rick, regardless of who wins this election, what does it tell us about the state of this country that it is this close?
Yeah, these are bitter divisions, and I think you see it. We see it in our exit polls. You see it in interviews with voters. People feel like it's not just the presidency, but American democracy itself, the state and the fate of the country on the line in this election. And to see the close margins in so many states tells you that you're talking about neighbors, families that are so deeply split. We know that there are a couple of states that have flipped, but they're just at the absolute razor's edge. And there was some talk that tonight would be a very clean, decisive victory, one candidate or the other, and you'd be able to walk away with something approaching unity. That is not in the prescription, not with the president now saying that there's some kind of illegitimacy to a potential loss in some critical states, not with the potential for these legal challenges. We are headed for more divisions and actually probably a pretty dangerous period for the country.
And when it comes to the president, I think a lot of people are surprised this morning that it appears that he grew his base. We knew that to possibly have a winning path, that the president would have to grow that base over the past 4 years or so. And now we see after this morning, after the election day, that the president grew in key areas of Florida, North Carolina, Texas, Biden doing well in urban areas, but Trump also turning out first-time Republican voters.
Yeah, one of the legitimate surprises of this election, it was the fact that it wasn't just Joe Biden bringing people out, Democrats who were energized to vote against Donald Trump. We knew the Trump base would be excited, but there were a lot of first-time voters in lots of places, and almost man for man, woman for woman, person for person, you saw the Trump forces match Biden, and that's what kept this close, because we knew about the energy against him. And there weren't a lot of people that voted for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago that turned to Donald Trump, but there were a lot of people that may have quietly supported Donald Trump that stayed on the sidelines. And the Trump campaign, to its credit, has spent 4 years trying to activate those people. I was among those that was skeptical and didn't think that was really living up to the hype, but they delivered in more states than not. You saw that in a resounding, what will be a resounding victory for a close state in Florida, and the fact that they were able to keep it as close as they have in states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. All of that is a testament to the ability for Donald Trump to get his base out.
All right, Rick Klein, our ABC News political director there. Rick, thank you for all the work you've been doing. And guess what? You're not done, sir. Election day turned into election week, weeks, possibly months. So thank you again. We appreciate you.
I knew it was never going to end. I knew it from the beginning.
You called it. You did call it. I will say that. Thank you, Rick. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, stay with us. We head to Arizona next.
Yes, mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day,
where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
Where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times.
That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Oh, how I love saying that.
Wake me up.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Happy marching out.
most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
What you're seeing right now, this is part of the eye wall. This procession of migrants goes back 2 miles.
There is going to be catastrophic damage.
This fire has made a run. You can see those flames shooting up into the sky.
We are on the jam-packed red carpet.
To the right, guys.
So this is the 4th weekend of protest.
Watch ABC News on location for Facebook Watch. ABC News, America's #1 news source. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward. And download the app now and sign up to get important breaking news alerts wherever you are.
Breaking news, context, analysis.
And no shouting. The time is now for ABC News Live.
Get it streaming everywhere, right to you.
Welcome back to our special Your Voice, Your Vote coverage. To an overwhelmingly extent, blue states stayed blue in this election and red states stayed red.
One state that flipped from red to blue is Arizona. ABC's Whit Johnson is there.
Mona and Kenneth, it's been a long night here in the state of Arizona, much like it has across the country. Votes are still being counted here, although at the moment Joe Biden maintains that lead, that slight lead over Donald Trump in what has traditionally been a Republican stronghold. But this is a state that is shifting demographics, a growing Latino population. Maricopa County specifically has grown in population by more than 600,000 people in just the last 10 years. And that is the state that we're focused on right now because there are still some outstanding ballots. Most of these are absentee ballots, people who actually drop them off in person today at the polls or over the weekend. And the number of those ballots could total several 100,000. And they're not going to even start counting those until later this morning and into the day today. So that's something that we still need to watch. However, Democrats remain confident in the Senate race as well, which is a big one for the Democrats. Mark Kelly right now maintaining his lead over Martha McSally, the Republican who was appointed to the role after John McCain passed away. So again, still some votes to be counted here, but this really tells a story of how so much has changed here in the state of Arizona over the years. I mentioned the Latino population makes up 30% of the vote here in Arizona, and also people who are moving to Arizona from other states like California. Things are changing, and we've spoken to a number of voters with that independent spirit. Arizona is known for that. The independents make up about 1/3 of the vote here in Arizona, and that could be enough to make the difference here tonight. Although we're still going to have to wait a little bit longer for that final result. Mona, Kenneth?
All right, Whit Johnson there in Arizona, thank you for that breakdown. We appreciate it. And while results continue to trickle in this morning, there's a lot still up in the air.
But one thing we know for sure, enthusiasm at the polls has never been higher than it was on Election Day 2020. Here's ABC's Will Gans.
A dance party at 8:04 a.m. on Election Day. Voters fired up bright and early in Hyde Park, Massachusetts. Similar scenes in Columbus, Ohio, and in Philadelphia. A nonpartisan group called Joy to the Polls, bringing just that. Their goal, to make voting a celebration. And across the country, voters sharing pics of their prized I voted stickers. In LA, they come with Lakers and Kings logos. In Georgia, a peach. In Michigan, females front and center following the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment. Stickers only a small part of voters' Election Day outfits. The stars, the stripes, and the bunny costumes. This first-time voter in Kentucky not throwing away his shot to dress as Alexander Hamilton. From Pacific to Atlantic, in New York City, voters under a red, white, and blue Empire State Building.
We need to bring back the unity in America. It's the United States of America. We need to show unity.
Voten por el mejor. Vote for the best.
Delia Garces has this voting thing down. At 107 years old, she's been doing it for decades and still insists on doing it in person.
She's actually the backbone of our family, and she's the one that has encouraged us to always do the right thing.
The petite political powerhouse has never missed a presidential election. Doing the right thing, like telling her kids, grandkids, all the way down to great-great-great-grandkids, yeah, that's 6 generations, the importance of making your voice heard. The same example Miss Lily Mae Marshall is setting for her family halfway across the country in Kansas.
You vote because
You want the person that's going to look out for the future for you, your family, other people's family, and not have self.
At 100 years old, she's voted in 20 presidential elections so far.
Americans of all ages, all backgrounds, coming out, wanting their voices heard in this unprecedented election.
And the votes are still being counted.
They really are. 238, Biden, 213, Trump. Our nonstop election coverage continues here on ABC.
Right now, live from ABC News, your voice, your vote. Election night 2020, a night for history.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
The unexpected moments.
We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay?
Crunching the numbers as they come in.
Analyzing the trends as they develop, coast to coast and state to state.
Whatever he said just now, it was bizarre, first of all. It was politically stupid.
This is not law. This is not politics. This is an attempt to end the election illegitimately so that he can maintain power.
What we know right now and what we don't, how the results impact you and your family and the generations to come.
It's anxiety producing. I'm definitely nervous, but I guess we can only wait and watch, hope and pray.
The surprises, the hopes, and the disappointments. The issues that matter most: healthcare, taxes, energy, climate, the military, the markets.
All eyes on the Electoral College, the path to 270, the mail-in and the absentee vote total still coming in.
It's your voice, your vote. Our all-night, all-morning coverage continues right now on ABC's America This Morning.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2020 election. It is the day after the election day. At this hour, we still don't know who the next president will be.
The race is too close to call, but President Trump is falsely claiming victory and blasting the election as a fraud. Former Vice President Joe Biden is currently leading in popular and electoral votes as we await results from the crucial battleground states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
But the president now wants officials to stop counting so the Supreme Court could intervene. The Biden campaign fired back, accusing the president of trying to strip Americans of their voice. ABC's Faith Abube has the latest.
Overnight, former Vice President Joe Biden in Wilmington, Delaware, energizing a car rally of supporters.
We believe we're on track to win this election.
Biden so far performing as expected as the vote counts roll in across the country.
And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are.
The former vice president boosted by wins in traditional Democratic strongholds and the Pacific West Coast, taking California, Oregon, and Washington. And in a surprise outcome, Biden now leading in Arizona.
The state of Florida and his 29 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump.
Trump winning the biggest prize so far, taking all of Florida's 29 electoral votes and performing well in rural areas. But as votes are still being counted, Trump in an early morning speech falsely claiming he won the race.
This is a fraud on the American public. Frankly, we did win this election.
The president also heading to social media and Twitter slapping a warning label on his tweet after he wrote in part, "We're up big, but they're trying to steal the election." Right now, the cliffhanger appears to be in the Rust Belt states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, key battlegrounds that could decide who wins the White House. Wisconsin officials telling ABC News they expect statewide results as early as today. With votes cast and nothing else to help the race, thousands of anxious voters gathering in D.C.'s Black Lives Matter Plaza as the nation waits for final results.
All right, Faith Abube there reporting. Thank you. And Democrats were banking on big blue wave there to give them the control of the Senate.
But those hopes are fading fast this morning, with Republicans managing to eke out victories in some hotly contested races. ABC's Zareen Shah has more.
This morning, Republicans in an all-out fight to hold their majority in the Senate.
We can say now that Mitch McConnell in the state of Kentucky has been reelected to the Senate.
Minutes after the polls closed in Kentucky, Majority Leader Mitch McConnell winning re-election for his 7th term.
Our nation will need Kentucky values and Kentucky ideas to defeat this virus and regain our footing. My opponent ran a spirited race. She stood up for her views and won a lot of votes.
Democrat Amy McGrath giving McConnell a challenging fight, smashing fundraising records. Her campaign spending more than $70 million on the race.
Although we didn't get the result we wanted, the energy and optimism I saw in every corner of the state gives me so much hope for the future of our great Commonwealth.
In South Carolina, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham holding on to his Senate seat. Recent polls showing Democratic challenger Jamie Harrison in a virtual tie with Graham after Harrison raised more than $100 million in his campaign.
You know, Senator Graham and I may have our differences, but I hope he will maintain the spirit of cooperation he's known for while we take a step forward.
Here's the message I got. People like what I'm doing, and I'm going to keep doing it.
South Carolina voters overlooking the criticism Graham faced during the confirmation of Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett. 2 years ago, Graham saying Republicans would not take up Supreme Court vacancy in an election year.
If an opening comes in the last year of President Trump's term and the primary process is started, we'll wait to the next election. And I've got a pretty good chance of being the judiciary.
You're on the record.
Yeah.
All right.
Hold the tape.
In the meantime, the Democrats losing a Senate seat in Alabama after former Auburn football coach Tommy Tuberville defeated incumbent Democrat Doug Jones. In North Carolina, Senator Tom Tillis in a close race overnight against Democratic challenger Cal Cunningham, who stressed his service in the Iraq War and as a U.S. Army Reserve officer. But in the final weeks of his campaign, Cunningham admitted to sending suggestive text messages to a political strategist who is not his wife. The Democrats' first flip of the night coming in Colorado. Republican incumbent Cory Gardner losing his seat to Democrat John Hickenlooper, the former Colorado governor and 2020 presidential candidate.
Clearly, people are saying it's time to turn the page. It's time for a different approach.
We are also learning incumbent Republican Senator Joni Ernst won in Iowa. Incumbent Republican Senator Steve Daines won in Montana. In Georgia, a special election Senate race will advance to a January runoff between Republican Kelly Loeffler and Democrat Raphael Warnock. And in Arizona, for the late John McCain seat, so far astronaut and Democrat Mark Kelly is winning against incumbent Martha McSally. Democrats would need to gain 4 seats to seize the chamber or 3 seats if Biden wins the White House. Mona, Kenneth.
Zareen Shah, thank you for that report. And election night has now stretched into election morning with no decisive winner in this year's presidential race.
Let's bring in ABC News contributors Amanda Renteria and Mike Muse. Amanda, let me start with you. Surprises for you this morning?
I think we would have liked to see an earlier evening. Certainly would like to have some answers now. But at the end of the day started off with Biden's campaign team said, listen, we've got to keep the blue wall. Keep that in mind as we go through the day. I would have liked to see some of these Senate races turn. We didn't see that. So quite a few surprises in terms of Trump bringing out new voters to really match what Biden's team did in early vote and really the energy that we saw out there. And so there's going to be a lot of news out there, a lot of data that we're going to be looking through, but certainly not exactly where we had hoped to be tonight. But there's still more to see in this election.
And Mike, the president ran on a law and order message, and seeing tonight that he was not only able to solidify his base, but also expand it. What does this mean for this country?
It means that our country has more healing to do, Mona. There's more reconciliation. I believe that people are waking up to it this morning. Some may be shocked and some may be surprised, but it's time that we deal with the reality of that. For some individuals, them holding the party line, holding the values and principles that are the Republican Party mattered more than how a lot of their other 50% Americans feel about race dynamics, white supremacy, how they feel about law and order. And so I think some may be in shock with that, but I think at the end of the day, it just means that we have so much more work to do. I don't think we can get comfortable and rest on our laurels that change should be immediate. I think it's going to be a work in progress, and it's going to be a marathon and not a sprint. And lots of conversations will be had today, tomorrow, and into the weekend.
And Mike, to elaborate a little bit more on that with the fact that we had so many issues impacting so many Americans during this crazy year of 2020, the pandemic, coronavirus, impacting communities from coast to coast. We also had racial reckonings you mentioned there. There were a lot of people who thought those issues would really make people enthusiastic in the unpopularity of the president, that would really have a big blue wave that would come across this country, but that's not exactly what we're seeing right now.
It's not. And Ken, you asked a question about, what surprised you. And for me, nothing surprised me, actually. I believe that for many, we have to realize that there are two different ways, that there's two different groups of people seeing America. Some people see America as in trouble with COVID-19 and our federal response to it. But there's another side of America who wanted more, federal response. They wanted more aid and assistance. They wanted more of a lockdown, more of a mandate for social distancing and a national mandate for mask wearing. But then you have another group of Americans who just as equally part want stores to be open. They want the restaurants to be open. They want the nightlife to resume. They want airline traffic to continue and the hotel industry to boom. A lot of people feel like their liberties have been shut out and have been shunned. And so you're seeing two different types of vote, Kenneth and Mona. One, you see the vote of wanting this newness, more of getting control of COVID-19, and then another part you see less regulations. But then you have two Americas too as well. One who are completely bothered, another America who is anxious about their lives mattering, about feeling comfortable walking out in front of their homes, driving while black, not being harassed, knowing you'll get fair and just treatment when you engage with police officers. But then you have another group of Americans who think that there needs to be more law and order, that there is too much lawlessness, and that sometimes justice isn't served enough. And so I think you had two different people going to the polls today with that in mind. And I think people forgot that. I think people thought that there was this hope, right? And that's a good thing, though, Kenneth and Mona. People still believe in the American ideal. They still believe in who she is and what we could become as a perfect union. But in reality, I don't know if we're there yet. 2016 proved one thing. Pandora's box has been opened, and now there's a normalization of anxiety. There's a normalization of white supremacy that is being had. And there's a normalization of really hostile dynamics between community and police that is becoming normal. And we can't let that happen too much. That's why we have to be honest in these conversations, ignore the polls, and start being comfortable in the uncomfortable conversations.
You bring up some really great points. Mike Muse, Amanda Renteria, thank you so much for joining us.
Coming up, how Wall Street is reacting to the results so far. Stay with us.
In times like these, the news-making events happen here. ABC News.
President Trump meeting face-to-face with one of the world's most brutal dictators, Kim Jong-un.
The president.
You trust him? I do trust him, yeah. I think he trusts me, and I trust him.
Ivanka Trump.
I have to ask you about your emails. Your father had taken Hillary Clinton to task for this.
There just is no equivalency.
So the idea of lock her up doesn't apply to you?
No.
Comey.
How strange is it for you to sit here and compare the president to a mob boss?
Very strange. Michelle Obama.
What do you wish you could tell your pre-White House self?
Whew.
Melania Trump.
Do you think there's still people there that he can't trust?
Yes.
Still working now?
Yes.
Michael Cohen.
So he's still lying?
Yes.
It's a big statement.
And now, in a year with so much on the line, we're right there.
Good evening tonight from Washington, a very busy news night.
America's #1 news source, ABC News, straightforward.
We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. No bull, no spin. Now imagine getting your news like that. Just give it to me straight. ABC News, straightforward.
Another week in America, a country facing a new test now.
Wuhan airport, almost no one here.
The last flight out of Rome.
This is the nursing home just outside Seattle.
Dozens of people were just rushed off this cruise ship.
This is ground zero.
It is shut down.
Another ambulance just pulled out.
Now they're headed to the hospital.
Time is of the essence.
You can see the ship behind me.
This is the first time tests have been done here.
Morning, afternoon, evening, late night. night, 24/7. ABC News, there for you.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, free on Apple Podcasts.
Good Morning America this morning. The real-time answers, real-time results. Now, the morning after this historic election night. Breaking new details on ABC's Good Morning America.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2020 election. Earlier this morning, immediately after President Trump spoke at the White House, Facebook took action.
They started running notifications both on Facebook and Instagram saying that votes are still being counted and a winner has not been projected. The president's speech had an immediate impact on the markets.
ABC's Rebecca Jarvis explains.
Stock futures, which are an indicator of where the market might trade when it opens tomorrow, had been bouncing around throughout the night. They were up a little bit. They were flat going into President Trump's speech. Now they are down more than 400 points. And what Wall Street was looking for tonight was this decisive victory, some sort of closure. And many veterans on Wall Street told me they weren't even necessarily concerned with who would be the winner, but that there was a decisive victory. But this closure that we clearly are not going to have for an extended period of time now, that is the uncertainty that weighs on the market. We've seen it weigh on the market for political reasons, because of the pandemic, because of the economy. And without having closure here, it's not just a matter of what may happen inside America as we wait for these results, but also what happens to businesses. Businesses make plans. They adapt to whomever is in office, and they make choices about how they're going to hire, where they're going to spend money. And what I've been hearing from a number of CEOs and founders of companies, including small businesses, is that without a sense of who is going to be in that office, they have to delay big decision making. And the longer they delay that decision making, especially in an economy like this one, where unemployment is 7.9%, 12.6 million Americans are out of work, 22.7 million Americans are on some form of unemployment benefits, and almost 8 million people have slipped into poverty in the last handful of months. These are really significant. That time delay, it becomes a more significant and pressing issue. Not to say that they're looking for an answer without having something out there, having something to hang their hat on, but Wall Street wants that decisive victory that they know that they can trust.
All right, thanks to Rebecca Jarvis. And coming up, Chris Christie, Rahm Emanuel, and our political powerhouse roundtable weighs in with their perspectives.
Most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
Your mom said, comb your hair. Your dad told you, smarten up. Your dog is judging you right now. And your best friend just called you crazy. We all need someone who'll pull no punches and give it to us straight. Now imagine getting your news like that. No bull, no spin, just give it to me straight. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward.
Yes, mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day,
where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
Where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times.
That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Oh, how I love saying that.
Wake me up.
The Americans here on the ground and the Iraqis, 18,000 tons. Patatas. Ismail? David.
Over ground zero from Hurricane Michael.
You can see just home after home.
David,
thanks for meeting us. This was your view.
My favorite view. Thank you very much.
Friday nights, 9/8 Central. True crime, cinematic, real-life drama, stunning, the unthinkable. Follow the clues. The Hunt. True crime. 2020. Friday nights, 9/8 Central on ABC.
And started Swiffering.
Taking a look at the current state of the race, as we look at the map, you see there Joe Biden with 225 electoral votes. The president, 213, 23 states won by the president, 19 states for Biden, but you still see some states there have not been called as we wait for more results to come in. And many variables are factoring into this year's ballot boxes, including the pandemic and social unrest.
Earlier, our ABC News Powerhouse Political Roundtable weighed in.
I have consistently thought that whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to be the next president of the United States.
They already tried to stop certain votes, for example, in Pennsylvania, from counting that are coming in. They're not going to have any success in stopping the vote counting right now. The only success that they may have down the road is in assessing which votes will ultimately end up counting. But the idea that somehow...
Stop you right there. It would be illegal now to stop the votes that are out there waiting to be counted from being counted.
Let's be clear. Votes are still being counted. Stepping in right now and saying, let's stop counting votes would be the equivalent of like a baseball game where you've just played the top of the 9th inning and the visiting team says, you know what, it's not fair that the home team gets a last bat here in the bottom of the 9th. We're calling the game. It's over. We're not playing the last half of the 9th inning. That's just not the way the rules work.
The clock starts ticking. Actually, it's ticking right now. The Electoral College is slated to meet, I think, on December 14th. And that means the states have to be prepared to send their electors, usually it's called that safe harbor period, a week before. We could start bumping up against that if you have extensive recounts and legal challenges.
That's right. There's been talk since Bush versus Gore that structure, which was from a 19th century federal law, is just too short for the recounting that you'd have to do in the states that we're talking about in a country this size, especially if we're going to do several of them. But that December 8th date is that safe harbor date. The governors of states have to certify a slate of electors to Congress, and then Congress, if they're in by that deadline, must accept those electors as legitimate. They might have some wiggle room, but basically that's what the law says. The Supreme Court used that date in 2000 to stop the counting of votes in Florida. Now, you can go past that deadline, and it just means that Congress will then decide whether or not the slate of electors you send is good or not. So tick, 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 the clock is ticking.
It also becomes important who's ahead at the end of the recount, which I think is a very important point to make here. You can argue that, well, wait a sec, there may be additional votes to count, et cetera. But from a perception point of view, when you go to court, you don't want to be the one who's fighting to try to catch up. You want to be the one who's starting from the point where you're ahead, so you can constantly be fighting against additional recounts. And so where we land at the end of whatever the first recount is in terms of the numbers will become very important.
It's unbelievable. It's totally appropriate to the year 2020. And here we are at the end of this election night, looking at a race that is as close as it can possibly be, coming down to possibly recounts in multiple states. And in the case of Pennsylvania and Michigan, we may be several days out from knowing
any kind of a decision,
and any kind of a result to have a recount from.
Big thanks to our Powerhouse Political Roundtable there, working into the wee hours of the morning.
And they will continue working this morning.
And our coverage continues. Next, stay with us.
Yes, mornings may look different these days, but where you start your day,
where you spend your mornings, where you get connected to everything that's happening.
And face it, there's a whole lot happening in our world these days.
Where you get all the breaking new information of the day to help you navigate through these times.
That's why we're here.
Good morning, sunshine.
And making sure you start your day off with a smile and some sunshine.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Oh, how I love saying that.
Wake me up.
What's What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
The most powerful stories of our time, anytime. Nightline.
What you're seeing right now, this is part of the eye wall. This procession of migrants goes back 2 miles.
There is going to be catastrophic damage.
This fire has made a run. You can see those flames shooting up into the sky.
We are on the jam-packed red carpet.
To the right, guys.
So this is the 4th weekend of protest.
Watch ABC News on location for Facebook Watch. ABC News, America's #1 news source. Straightforward news, straight to the heart of the story. ABC News, straightforward. And download the app now and sign up to get important breaking news alerts wherever you are.
Breaking news, context, analysis.
And no shouting. The time is now for ABC News Live.
Get it streaming everywhere, right to you.
ABC's Good Morning America.
Welcome back. There's still no declared winner in the race for the White House, but President Trump is claiming victory. Former Vice President Joe Biden is leading in electoral votes, 225 to 213, and it's too close to call in the key swing states of Pennsylvania and Michigan. But overnight, the president said the election was a fraud. He called on states to stop counting ballots and said he's going to the Supreme Court.
The battle over control of the Senate appears to be leaning in the favor of Republicans. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham held off their challengers. Democrats flipped Cory Gardner's seat in Colorado, and a Georgia Senate race is heading for a runoff. Democrats would need to gain 3 seats to win the majority 4 if they lose the presidency.
Let's bring in a former Homeland Security advisor to President Trump and ABC News contributor Tom Bossert. Tom, we saw businesses boarding up, people expecting violence in the streets, unrest after this election. Obviously, we still don't know key results in this race as far as who the next president will be, but your thoughts?
Kenneth, my home state of Pennsylvania, as predicted, seems to be the linchpin still, so the Keystone State, I guess all eyes are on it. My thoughts are that I'm really proud of Americans for the most part on how we got through yesterday, and of my law enforcement brethren in the Homeland Security field. We saw some physical skirmishes, very unfortunate, but we didn't see any shootings. It doesn't seem like anything got too far out of hand. So at least yesterday and last night, we had a pretty smooth experience. But I now see that there's planned protests, and anytime that happens, they're good, but they also provide an opportunity for escalation. And so we're hoping to watch through for today and for the following week as all of these close election results come in, that we don't have any kind of violence.
And Tom, overnight the president called the election a fraud. He said that Democrats are trying to steal the election. These claims baseless, but do you think that this will contribute to any violence that we do, if we do see violence in these streets?
Yeah, that's just the concern. So the president at this point is trying to zero in on his chances of winning, and he's viewing himself as a litigant in this, and he wants to make sure that he protests anything that he can in order to give himself an advantage. Well, that's an understandable instinct in some way. But in another way, it's the absolute wrong recipe, because it can throw a little bit or a lot of gasoline onto some tense fires, so to speak, metaphorically, in these states like Pennsylvania, so Philadelphia, and in Portland, in places that might not be electorally important. We're going to see some disgruntled protests. So I hope that he can keep that rhetoric in check and allow a lot of the lawyers and a lot of the campaign experts to handle some of that while he gives a message of calm, because this is not going to be decided anytime soon.
And Tom, I want to ask you, since you're coming from a Homeland Security perspective and background, when it comes to the concerns leading up to this election, when it comes to Russian interference and outside foreign interference into this election, it seems like the system's really held up here.
Well, we've got a really dispersed or decentralized system, which can make for a nightmare in some instances, but it makes for a really resilient system in this instance. And so, for a foreign nation to throw us off by actually changing the vote count would have been very difficult, if not obvious ploy that we would have seen and recognized. So looks like we got through at least some of the cyber concerns here, not because we did nothing. A lot of people working really hard behind the scenes on this, from Cyber Command through DHS and at all the state and local levels. You're right, though. It seems like we had a burst pipe in Georgia that caused more problem than an internet exploitation. So happy to see that.
Tom Busser, thank you so much for joining us. The election coming down to the wire, votes still being counted, and several key states have not yet been decided.
Yeah, that fight for 270 electoral votes continues.
Our nonstop election coverage continues here on ABC and this local station all morning long.
Stay with us.
ABC News, straightforward.
This is an ABC News Live special.
This is a fraud on the American public. Frankly, we did win this election.
And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are.
From ABC News Election Headquarters, Election 2020.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Diane Macedo at ABC News headquarters in New York. Thanks for streaming with us. It's been a long night for so many of us, but right now the presidential race is still undecided. Here's where we stand right now. Looking at the electoral votes, Joe Biden currently has 225, Donald Trump 213. But here's where we stand state by state. Currently, Joe Biden with 19 states won, President Trump with 23 states won. But as you can see in those gray areas, several big key battleground states are still up for grabs, especially Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona. And those could change everything. Let's get the latest now from ABC's Faith Abube.
Overnight, former Vice President Joe Biden in Wilmington, Delaware, energizing a car rally of supporters.
We believe we're on track to win this election.
Biden so far performing as expected as the vote counts roll in across the country.
And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are.
The former vice president boosted by wins in traditional Democratic strongholds and the Pacific West Coast, taking California, Oregon, and Washington. And in a surprise outcome, Biden now leading in Arizona.
The state of Florida and his 29 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump.
Trump winning the biggest prize so far, taking all of Florida's 29 electoral votes and performing well in rural areas. But as votes are still being counted, Trump in an early morning speech falsely claiming he won the race.
This is a fraud on the American public. Frankly, we did win this election.
The president also heading to social media and Twitter slapping a warning label on his tweet after he wrote in part, "We're up big, but they're trying to steal the election." Right now, the cliffhanger appears to be in the Rust Belt states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, key battlegrounds that could decide who wins the White House. Wisconsin officials telling ABC News they expect statewide results as early as today. With votes cast and nothing else to help the race, thousands of anxious voters gathering in D.C.'s Black Lives Matter Plaza as the nation waits for final results. So far, it appears young people did not turn out to vote as expected. National exit polls suggesting that 18 to 29-year-olds make up the same percentage of the electorate as they did back in 2016. Faith Abube, ABC News, Washington.
Our thanks to Faith for that report. Now let's bring in ABC's Devin Dwyer, who's live in Delaware. Devin, it's still a very tight race. As some of us expected, where do things stand right now? And just walk us through what's happening right now.
Yeah, good morning to you, Diane. This was not a landslide. This was not a blowout, as both sides, or at least Donald Trump, had predicted. If you're waking up this morning, things are still outstanding in 7 states that are undecided and uncalled by ABC News. You heard Faith mention some of those there. The blue wall, the Democrats' blue wall of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. We're still waiting for final results in those states this morning. Also, Georgia is too close to call. Arizona as well. Nevada is also surprisingly close. close. That was a place that Joe Biden had been expected to win, but just as of a few hours ago, he's only leading by about 8,000 points. And officials in Nevada this morning tell us, Diane, that they will not begin resuming the count there until tomorrow. So we're in for a long haul.
And Devin, you were there in some of these centers where they're counting the ballots. Walk us through the process and why it takes a bit of time and why it's taking longer this year than we're used to.
Yeah, you know, so much of this election has been defined by the pandemic, Diane, as we've been talking about for weeks. Certainly, this is going to be known as the mail ballot election. 100 million Americans voted by mail. 64% in the exit polls yesterday said they voted early. 34% of those voted by mail. So that's an extraordinary number. And a lot of states, 9 states, didn't even begin opening the envelopes until yesterday. So forget counting. Some of them haven't even opened them to check signatures, which is an intensive process, to unfold them, to run them through the machines. In fact, Pennsylvania, at last check this morning, 8 counties, 180,000 ballots won't even begin to be processed until just a few hours from now. So there's a long way to go in Pennsylvania. It's something we've been reminding people of for some time. You heard the president last night say Pennsylvania is being stolen from him, but of course it's important to remember that every vote needs to count, Diane, and that's what Joe Biden's campaign is saying this morning.
And speaking of which, Devin, we heard from both of the candidates overnight. They had very different messages, to say the least. What did you make of those comments, and when will we hear from them today?
Yeah, it was quite a striking contrast last night, in keeping with the campaigns that we've watched for months. Joe Biden came out here in this parking lot outside of Chase Center, his campaign headquarters here in Wilmington, Delaware, just after midnight. Very short remarks. This was a drive-in rally in keeping with his tradition during this pandemic. A lot of people honking their horns here, but he just said, look, we've got to take it slow. We don't know the results. His team has said we are going to wait until every vote is counted. The vice president yesterday said he does think that he is, in his words, on track to win. But just a few hours later, Diane, as you saw, the president went in the East Room at the White House. He declared victory, said he has won, and is beginning a legal challenge, or is getting his lawyers ready for a legal challenge in the court system to make sure that he wins. So the Biden campaign late last night, early this morning, campaign manager called those claims outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. So we do have a long way to go. A hair-trigger election this morning, Diane.
Yeah, and you know, Pennsylvania is one of those big states that everyone's still waiting on. There's still a lot of that vote left to come in. What's happening there?
Yeah, take a look. I think we do have a slide of where things stand right now. You know, they stopped mail ballot counting yesterday, I think at about 11:30 at night, or just after midnight. Pennsylvania is one of those states that doesn't even begin opening the ballots until Election Day. That's by law. The Democrats had tried to change that, but they were unsuccessful. So again, it's the process we've talked about for these past few days unfolds in Pennsylvania. It's a lot more than simply opening an envelope and running it through the machine. They have to first check the signatures. They have to make sure that secrecy envelope is on there. Remember, we talked about naked ballots in Pennsylvania. If that envelope isn't there, they toss the ballot. And then, of course, there are still ballots coming in. Pennsylvania extended their deadline through Friday of this week to accept ballots that are postmarked by yesterday. So they're actually still receiving live ballots today, tomorrow, Friday until 5 p.m. So officials there this morning are saying we need to take a deep breath, allow this vote to be counted. And of course, Democrats are really leaning in on that, since the large majority of voters by mail in Pennsylvania, as with much of the country, are registered Democrats. Diane.
And Devin, I realize you might not have the answer to this, but are the votes being counted there at this point predominantly the mail-in ballots?
That's right. In Pennsylvania, over almost 2.5 million mail-in ballots in that state so far. There was a large turnout yesterday of in-person voting as well, so they're trying to sort through that. But the bulk of the work in Pennsylvania is those mail-in ballots. Remember, Donald Trump won Pennsylvania by 44,000 votes in 2016, so it's a pretty slim margin. Joe Biden really just needed to drive turnout in the Philadelphia area, the Pittsburgh area, his hometown of Scranton, of course, but they are still working on the mail-in portion is the big sticking point right now in Pennsylvania. And buckle up. It's going to be a few days there as we expected. Diane?
Yep. Devin Dwyer for us. Thanks, Devin. And Democrats were banking on that big blue wave to keep them in control of the Senate, but those hopes are fading fast this morning. Republicans managed some close wins in some hotly contested races. ABC's Zohreen Shah has more.
This morning, Republicans in an all-out fight to hold their majority in the Senate.
We can say now that Mitch McConnell in the state of Kentucky has been reelected to the Senate.
Minutes after the polls closed in Kentucky, Majority Leader Mitch McConnell winning re-election for his 7th term.
Our nation will need Kentucky values and Kentucky ideas to defeat this virus and regain our footing. My opponent ran a spirited race. She stood up for her views and won a lot of votes.
Democrat Amy McGrath giving McConnell a challenging fight, smashing